Welcome to the North America International Championships. Trainers from across the globe are coming together, catching up, trading their favorite cards, leveling up Pokémon, and diving into exhilarating side events. Amidst this festive atmosphere, the true highlight remains the intense and exhilarating battles. The finest competitors from across the globe are attending, each aspiring to etch their name in history as a Pokémon International Champion. The stage is set and excitement fills the air as history unfolds before our eyes. Get ready to see the amazing skills and strong will our trainers wield in the upcoming Pokémon battles. Last year in Columbus, we saw a familiar face in Pokemon Go.
I was just really hyped up because it was a super close game and I didn't think I was going to win. So when I did, I just kind of popped off.
One time, taking this fifth game and is your North America International Champion.
For VG, Berna came out on top.
Flare Blitz into the Dragon Ball, takes it down. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion.
I feel amazing. It means the world to me to be back.
Last season, TTV was all the rage.
Let's see if they can make this happen. Ender hops off. Ender tries to score. The points are going. 64 points going for TTV.
This could be it.
TTV wins it.
It took everything within us to make it happen, and we're just so glad we're here.
And finally, Cyrus Davis made history with their Game 3 top deck.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery, rapid strike search for the Tower Waters, attaches the water energy, and over.
Winning this event means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game.
As we head into NAIC, the competition is vast. It's going to take courage, strength, and strategy for any contender to triumph over their rivals.
Oh, we're going to see the first wicked ball, but no! It was decisive! And then gets onto Swampert. What is it? Another Super Rod. This is going to be massive. Dragonite outrages into the bottom base.
Welcome to day 2 of the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship. I'm Anna Prosser, your host, and as always, I am absolutely thrilled to be here this morning. Day 1 was filled with upsets, standout victories, and we are so eager to see the competition start today. In Pokemon Go, Pokemon Unite, the Pokemon trading card game, and the Pokemon video game, our trainers are giving it their all, and there's some top players we want to recognize right now. In Pokemon Go, House Stark 93, Out of Pocket, and Magic Mason are the day 1 standouts, but they'll be looking to keep their top spot and not fall into the losers bracket. Yesterday, we crowned our North America Regional Champions, Orange Juicers, in Pokemon Unite, who will be joining us in Honolulu in a few short months. Today, we have one more slot to fill in Pokemon Unite in the final stretch. Will it be Team YT, Ignorance, or someone else? Stay tuned to find out. Henry Chow, Ryan Antonucci, and Kaito Arai are at the top of the TCG standings. But will they make it to the top 8, the top 4, to finals? Stay tuned to find out. And lastly, in Pokemon VG, Aurelian Sula, Eric Rios, and Wolf Blick have some serious competitive energy between them. Who will make it to tomorrow? It's anyone's guess. Each match today is worth that much more than yesterday. So give it your all when you're cheering for these players. And even if you don't know who you want to cheer for next, just showing your support will be a great help to all of them. As a reminder, we have Worlds 2024 coming up in Honolulu, Hawaii later this year. And some of these trainers are still working to secure their invite. We want to give a huge thanks to all the staff, judges, and production crew. You are the behind-the-scenes heroes that make events like this a success. Yeah. Now as we start the day, let's find out who will make it to the top 8, to the top of their bracket, and who will be crowned champions this weekend, securing that invite to Worlds. So trainers, are you ready? They look ready. Casters, it's your show now.
Welcome everybody to day number 2 of the North America International Championships. My name is Rosemary Kelly and I'm joined by Jake Muller to bring you the beginning of this incredible day that we have ahead of us.
We have yielded this field down all the way from almost 1,000 players, Rosemary, to 82 in day 2 of our competition. That's 82 players who have fought their way through 9 very hard rounds of that Swiss competition. Now they gotta play 6 more. It doesn't stop.
It doesn't stop. And also, that's less than 10%. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's true.
It's very low in terms of just how many players can actually make it to this point. And so what a hard-fought day that they had to get through for that very first day of competition, and 6 more rounds.
I know.
It's a lot.
They had a whole 9 rounds yesterday, but an entire season behind us in 2024. We have had many, many tournaments that we have played in this 2024 Scarlet and Violet format. This is our 3rd international championship. Of course, we had LATAM and Europe earlier on in our season, and we are here in New Orleans for the North America Championships, when, of course, we finished this season in Honolulu just a couple months away for the World Championships.
And there are still players here that are working towards securing those spots at the World Championships, so there are a lot of championship points on the line for them to do just that. If you get first place at this event, that's 500 points.
Yeah.
First and second place is also an automatic invite, but then those points can really help to maybe secure a travel award for you or one of those tier 1, tier 2 invites.
Of course. Well, we have to figure out, maybe how we get these championship points while we're playing at tournaments, Rosemary. So let's watch a quick little video for some more information.
This 2024 International Championships event will be showcasing electrifying Pokemon VG matches all weekend from New Orleans, Louisiana. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $500,000 in cash prizes, booster packs, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 3-day event starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Day 2. Day 2, Swiss rounds will continue to determine the top 8 trainers in the tournament. The competition then shifts to a single elimination top cut bracket, where those remaining trainers battle until we only have our 2 finalists remaining, where they will compete on Championship Sunday to secure the NAIC trophy and a place in the history book. Who is taking home the title of North America International Champion? Can Alex Gomez-Berna defend their crown? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live.
So that's what we've got at stake today. A lot of rounds to get through and a lot of prize money on the line for all of those trainers that are able to make it to that top 32.
I heard Anna say during opening ceremonies yesterday that the prize pool has topped $500,000. That is so much up for grabs here at the International Championships. And of course, a massive $15,000 prize to our champion, who we will be crowning tomorrow.
Oh, that's so exciting. It's like a $5,000 money match.
Yeah, that's like a house down payment right there for you.
Yeah, actually it is. Or like a car.
Yeah.
A lot that you could do with that type of money. And
or
it's also a
lot of booster packs.
Oh, man.
A lot of booster packs.
I mean, that's also money right there,
True.
to be fair. But this is our Swiss rankings after that first day of competition. Only 2 players right now sitting at that undefeated record of 9-0. So a little bit more safe for them to make it through to try to get that top 8 top cut.
A little more safe, but still have 6 really hard rounds today, and they probably have to win at least 3 of those to have a chance at that top 8 cut. And of course, everyone else on your screen that isn't our 2 9-0 players, Aurelian and Eric, very much still in contention here. The records do carry over again, so the players are starting with those 8 wins and 1 loss, and maybe further down, 7 wins and 2 losses, which will count towards their total record at the end of today's Swiss rounds. But of course, everyone has a fair shot at it as long as you keep winning.
All 82 players, they are in this. We've got a lot of names to be able to get through here, but you can already get a chance to see some of these players on your screen now. A lot of players from the European region, a lot of players from the United States, and also so much more.
So many players here. Again, 82 have made it to the second day of competition. Some quick little call-outs. I would love to highlight Luca Treget, who made it to day 2 here. He was one that we were really wanting to highlight this weekend because he's had a fantastic season. But some other players here on this list. I know Cedric Bernier is one of my Texas friends, and he kind of comes and goes in terms of entering competitions, but whenever he shows up, he does well. So it's really cool to see him in day 2.
Yeah, we saw a couple of these players on stream as well yesterday. Jody Azzarelli able to make it through. Federico Camporesi also going to be in this day 2 competition.
Alex Chen as well.
Yeah, Juan Salerno.
Yeah.
A lot of players that we've got a chance to feature so far, but we still have so many more to be able to hopefully show off today as we take a look at our final day 2 Swiss players.
Of course, the last players just making it into day 2. Thomas Kalina, another veteran that we got to see come back and make another day 2 run. Taryn Birdie we saw on stream, as well as Adi Supermanian. And of course, Michael Zhang and Michael Kelsch, who have both done very, very well with some Zamazenta teams, also in day 2 with Zamazenta.
Oh, well, look at that. Sometimes the success truly does carry over. Zamazenta, though, not on any of our caster predictions when we came into this weekend. We had Terrapagos, I had Kyogre. I don't think I had a very good conversion rate.
I just want to say, we saw Screamtail lose on stream yesterday, but there are 4 Screamtail Terrapagos in day 2, so I'm claiming that.
Okay, I think you should claim that.
Yeah.
That's definitely a win for you. And we had a couple of other things that I think paid off too. I did have Iron Bundle on my predictions.
True.
There's 2.
Yay!
There's also a Sylveon in day 2.
I think one of the Iron Bundles is an Iron Valiant, right? With
Yeah.
it? Yeah, that's exciting.
That is exciting.
We got Geo's Gyarados. There's a lot of cool picks out there for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So exciting about that. But we also have some giveaways for all of you that are participating and watching from home. So make sure that you're getting a little something for being able to watch the stream. We have Nils Dunlop's Porygon 2 that you can grab. We also have the just a couple of other things, but let's pay attention to the NAIC Trick Room.
Of course, a very important Pokemon during Nils' run to the championships over in London a couple months ago. It is the Regulation F format, so we don't get to see the Terrapagos, the Calyrex Shadow Riders just yet, but Porygon, a very integral part, able to set Trick Room, stick around with Recover, and get out some good damage with those Terra Blasts and Ice Beams as well. So use that code on the bottom right of your screen to grab your own championship-winning Porygon 2.
We're going to be able to do maybe another one of these giveaways at the end of the weekend.
I know.
So we'll have to see if maybe one of the spicy one-of picks or something that we get a chance to give away in the future. But for all of you TCG fans, we also have a Teal Mask Ogerpon card that you could grab in-game and PTCG live. Super beautiful illustrator art of this Ogerpon. I know we get a chance to see these Pokemon so early in our metagame, but finally TCG gets to have one too.
Yeah, we've had Ogerpon for a while, but I know that Iron Hands is a recent addition to the trading card game metagame. Of course, Ogerpon EX there as well from the Twilight Masquerade expansion set. So you can celebrate its release with your own in Pokemon Trading Card Game Live.
We also have some Go goodies. That's exciting. We both play. A lot of people play. So go ahead and try your hand at some PvP because we are giving away MeWeedle's Altaria as a part of their winning team. And that's so nice to just have an already competitive ready Pokemon.
Oh, we've seen a few Altaria this weekend as well on the Go stream already. Still a very relevant Pokemon. Those Dragon Breaths hit very, very hard, and Sky Attack is a wonderful charge move for it. But it's another great way to get another Altaria. I think there's some Stardust you can claim as well, maybe some TMs. Kind of change those moves around and make sure you've got your very own Dragon Breath Sky Attack Altaria. But please go ahead and claim those via Twitch drops on the Pokemon Go stream.
Yep, and we are also going to be able to give you some Twitch drops for Pokemon Unite.
Yay.
Alongside an in-game giveaway code that you can use to really step up your game. Got a couple of Unite licenses on a little time trial. We also have this beautiful Hollowware for this Gardevoir, and you can also get a sticker.
I love that Hollowware. That's really cool.
I know. They always get all the good stuff.
Of course, all the golden emblems as well up for grabs. This can help you out while you were playing through Pokemon Unite, and you get to choose one license from a selection of 20 Pokemon as well. So make sure you're paying attention to the Pokemon Unite stream to claim those goodies.
Yeah, and in case you miss any of the action, make sure you follow us on all of our streaming channels, all of our content, and of course all of our social pages to make sure that you know exactly where we are and what we are going to be featuring. But let's get into the action for today as we take a look at our first match on stream, Swiss round number 10, here between Henry Rich and Z Costiola.
And no, you are not seeing things. That is an Overquill, ladies and gentlemen. We have an Overquill on stream next to the Volcarona. And of course, the Kyogre with the Drizzle ability will be enabling the Overquill with that Swift Swim, but it will be matching up against Z's Miraidon team. I believe the same one we were seeing Rajan run yesterday on stream. Jumping onto the Miraidon success train, but I really like the adaptation of Talonflame on this squad, and it's going to actually maybe a big deal here because we have the matching Prankster Tailwinds.
Yeah, those tailwinds are going to be so important, but then you take a look at the timing of those tailwinds to see maybe if you are able to get a little bit of speed control, or do you think they might have to match them? I guess we'll find out a little bit more as we take a look at how this Kyogre is supported. Wait, oh, it is a Kyogre. Never mind. I have conversion. My caster predictions are alive, everybody.
I would really want to talk about this Overquill. It's got the Swift Swim ability, which means when Rain is active, it will be going twice as fast. And it has Acid Spray, which is a really cool way to support Kyogre, and also Landorus Incarnate, which is running a Choice Scarf. When the rain is up, I would have to imagine Swift Swim allows Overquill to still outspeed Landorus, and Acid Spray is a damaging poison-type move that lowers special defense by 2 stages. So it pairs very, very well with these special attackers, Kyogre and Landorus, which are known to be very, very strong.
Yeah, and you've got that Volcarona as well, just for some redirection support.
Yeah.
And it also has the Flame Body ability, so you will be able to potentially get a burn on something that is going to be making contact. The Iron Hands feels like such a great choice in order to try to get that, as well as the Chien-Pao. But it is running Icicle Crash instead of Ice Spinner, so that is something that maybe you're able to get around. But it's this Miraidon team paired with some of these really good synergies with the ground type Ursaluda Blood Moon, as well as the ground Terra on the Frigoraph.
And the Talonflame. There's a lot of different options for the discharges here with Miraidon. If you're desperate, you can also just discharge next to Iron Hands. It might still do some good damage, but at least it resists it. You got the Assault Vest. But one thing I noticed both on Rajan's team and on this one, there is no electric move on this Iron Hands. It's actually a double fighting move. There's the option for Drain Punch, which is great in conjunction with the Assault Vest to keep it healthy, keep it around for longer. But you also have Close Combat when you paired with the Quark Drive that will boost the attack of Iron Hands. You can dish out some really big damage.
I'm so excited to see both of these players in action too. Henry Rich from Australia traveling all the way here. We actually got a chance to see him at the LA Regional Championships, where he ended up using Lunala, one of the only few in the field to be able to actually bring some success to that Pokemon. And on the other side, we've got Z, a fantastic player as well, has had a phenomenal season.
Z's been proving this season that they are one of the best players in the US. They've had some success in past seasons as well, but they had a top 8 to their name in San Antonio and did very well. Made day 2 at the very first Regulation G event we had at Indianapolis Regionals. So looking to capitalize on that success and move even further in to day 2 of NAIC.
And both of these players have also found themselves in great positions at an international championship. Z with that top 64 at EUIC in 2023, and Henry in 2023 also being able to get a top 16 at the North America International Championships. So we'll see if they're able to continue their runs and move even farther forward as we kick off game number 1 of this best of 3. It's going to be Chien-Pao and Talonflame for Z, and the double genies for Henry.
Double genies. Not maybe the genies we expected from back in the day in the X and Y era, maybe Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, but 2 very strong Pokemon in their own right. However, I really favor this lead for Z because the Sword of Ruin in conjunction with the Gale Wings Brave Bird from Talonflame is a really big threat here. That Landorus on Henry's side is Choice Scarf. It does not have Protect, so a Life Orb Brave Bird, especially with the Sword of Ruin, might actually just one-hit KO it before it can even move, thanks to that priority from the Gale Wings. And you can't protect it either, so if you want it to survive this turn, you might just have to swap it out.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be super tough to have to try to get through, but you also need to consider that, like, you are packing the Tailwind at the very least, so does Z feel comfortable trying to even just go for, I don't know, maybe this Icicle Crash maybe not looking like such a great idea, but you are going to have the Dark Terra on this Tornadus. just to help give it a little bit of oomph. And you also have the Tailwind on the other side, actually. So this Terra is actually fantastic.
Yeah.
Because it is going to be able to block out this Icicle Crash from getting that full KO. And you also don't get the flinch. So Henry able to come out with a big KO on this Talonflame.
And a speed drop on Qianpao to boot. A really nice turn for Henry because, you know, the Tailwind coming out immediately for Z means that maybe you might think Henry might be at a disadvantage. But Z not taking the opportunity to go for some damage of their own isn't able to keep that Talonflame around to threaten with those very strong Brave Birds. Now that Tornadus did Terrestrialize, obviously you don't have that at your disposal anymore, but you were able to survive that Icicle Crash very importantly, and now you can go for a Tailwind on this turn and ensure that you're kind of staggering your own Tailwinds and making sure that your Tailwind lasts later, especially because you do have that Covert Cloak, which means the Iron Hands on Z side cannot flinch you with Fake Out.
But then you have to worry about whether or not your Landorus is actually going to be able to survive the turn either, because it looks like a very easy Fake Out into that Landorus slot and the Icicle Crash to follow it up and get the knockout.
True. Yeah, the Bleak Wind Storm there, it was a really big deal too because if the Tailwinds are matched, the Qianpao should be outsped by that Tornadus. It looks like one more Bleak Wind Storm will be able to knock it out.
Well, here's the Landorus leaving the field. Rillaboom now coming in to take its place. Still going to be susceptible to something like the Icicle Crash on the other side, but I think it's just a much less important piece when you take a look at what Z actually has on their team. But the Tailwind now will give you that one extra turn once Z's does expire, and the Rillaboom, yeah, I mean, it's just going to be a one-hit knockout.
Yeah, not the greatest of fates if you're that Rillaboom there, but I really don't mind that at all if you're Henry. The Rillaboom against the Iron Hands and the Qianpao, not going to be doing a whole lot of work, especially considering that Miraidon is probably in the back for Z and will still be able to resist those Grass-type moves. But now you get your own Tailwind up, you get to bring in your Kyogre. Again, thanks to that Bleak Wind Storm speed drop, that Qianpao might even be outsped by this Kyogre as well, depending on how it is trained. But on a team like this, you're indexing a lot into offense and speed. I wouldn't be too surprised to see that be a pretty speedy Kyogre.
And this is where what you were saying about the Iron Hands comes into play. It doesn't have an electric type attack.
True.
So how is it going to be easy to actually take out this Kyogre on Henry's side?
It might not be.
Yeah, like I think that's why you're so okay if you're Henry, having already committed the Terrestrialization. Because otherwise this Kyogre could turn into a Ghost type, which is nice, but you know the Qianpao is packing that Sucker Punch. This time, though, Z is ready to go for the Terra.
Qianpao might have Sucker Punch, but the Iron Hands is the focus right at the start of this turn. It goes for that Grass Terrestrialization. Even though it doesn't have an Electric-type move, will allow it to stick around and fire off multiple attacks into that Kyogre.
Yeah, it's still going to be taking neutral damage from any of those fighting-type attacks. And this is going to help keep this Iron Hands just a little bit safer, as well as this full-power Water Spout comes through. And take a look at that. I mean, that's Grass Terra plus the natural bulk of the Iron Hands and the Assault Vest. And what a huge chunk out of this Kyogre.
That's a really important bit of damage there. The close combat Iron Hands in conjunction with the Sword of Ruin from the Qianpao, I really don't think is a damage calc that people have in their heads. That's obviously something Z knows because they're very comfortable going for that play, and the Grass Terrestrialization there means that you're able to survive clearly one more Water Spout, especially after that big damage. But I really love that play because you're getting so much damage into Kyogre, and now you really don't care about the speeds anymore because you know that Sucker Punch will always be able to KO it. You put yourself in a spot where Kyogre can't Water Spout anymore, obviously. That would be a very sad Water Spout. But Landorus now also, that's a great Terrestrialization coming into the Landorus because the ground-type attacks will not be resisted as well.
Absolutely. And now, I mean, you do now have to deal with, like, Sludge Bomb, which is why we're actually going to see the Sucker Punch into the Landorus, calling that there's going to be a Protect on this Kyogre, which there is not. So the Sandsear Storm is plenty to be able to pick up this Qianpao, and the Kyogre still gets a chance to actually follow up with the Ice Beam, which is now super effective into his Iron Hands, but the Assault Vest keeping it around to go for the Heavy Slam to finish the deal on this Landorus.
I thought that Ice Beam might KO after that close combat special defense drop, but Iron Hands barely hangs on, gets that crucial Heavy Slam off, and now the Kyogre and Iron Hands are staring each other down. Both very weak, both knocked out by one further attack. And it's going to come down to what this last Pokemon is for Z. Obviously, we know the Tornadus is here for Henry, but if it's like Miraidon, it's got to be, right? And now that it can't Terrestrialize, it's going to be able to resist that Water-type damage. Obviously, you have to worry about the Ice Beams, but you also can't like leave that Iron Hands alone, right? You got to go for something like a Bleak Wind Storm, probably an Ice Beam into that slot to try and KO it. And if the Miraidon survives, one discharge should just end the game.
Yeah, but doesn't Henry still have one more turn of Tailwind?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, Henry has a speed advantage for now, for sure. It's going to come down to whether or not this Ice Beam KOs.
Well, let's find out, shall we? The Bleak Wind Storm, 100% accurate in the rain. So this Iron Hands is going to be able to get knocked out to that, but it's about whether or not this Miraidon can actually survive this turn and maybe be able to dish out a discharge to get the double knockout. With the Ice Beam and the Miraidon, it's just not nearly enough. So the discharge into both targets is the double KO, and Z takes game number 1.
Really well played game by Z there. I love targeting the Landorus way aggressively on that prior turn. You know, when the Iron Hand survived that Ice Beam, you go for the Sucker Punch and Heavy Slam into the Landorus, make sure it gets KO'd, which sets up the Miraidon for the end game. Z very clearly knew they had that Miraidon in the back, and Landorus is the only thing that will be immune to those electric type attacks. And at that point, when you're down 1-2, you kind of have to rely on discharge to close out games, but you can't discharge a Landorus.
No, you cannot.
Well, you can't. You can. You just won't do anything.
Yeah.
You don't want to.
Yeah, maybe not make that particular technical choice. But yeah, super well played by Z to preserve that Miraidon until the very end.
Yeah.
And it's a great cover too in case that Kyogre does just happen to go for the protect.
Exactly,
Go for the double target into the Landorus regardless, get the knockout.
That is guaranteed damage there. I guess if you switch out Landorus, Sucker Punch doesn't go off, but Heavy Slam probably KOs Tornadus. I think you're still ahead in that case because the Landorus isn't attacking at all.
But it comes down to, even just at the start, you saw Z go for the Tailwind right away. It sort of forced Henry to be in this position to have to use it too.
Right.
Otherwise, you don't necessarily get a chance to have the same type of impact later on. It felt like it did work out, but having to lose this Rillaboom so early also doesn't really feel good.
Exactly, and you have to wonder, you know, maybe Brave Bird could have helped a little bit down the line if Z was able to preserve that Talonflame, but making sure you get the Tailwind up immediately is always good, because if Talonflame is not at full HP, the Gale Wings ability is no longer active. You have to be at full HP to get that priority Tailwind. So if you went for that Tailwind and Henry's Tornadus connected to Bleak Wind Storm, and then Henry has his own priority Tailwind, and you probably just can't use Talonflame at all for the rest of the match. But we have an Overquill on stream.
We do. This is the first time I think we've seen an Overquill on the VGC stream.
Probably any stream, maybe TCG, but it's certainly not in Go.
Maybe, yeah, maybe not. But yeah, amazing to be able to see this. And it's going to be the Kyogre next to that Overquill, so you get that Swift Swim activated.
This is so much fun. The Talonflame there with the Tailwind, still kind of an issue there because the Overquill does have Swift Swim, but that's the same speed boost as a Tailwind. So if the Tailwind goes up, Shanpao should be able to outspeed it. But at the same time, Overquill not really threatened super heavily. It's taking neutral damage from anything that's on the field here.
Just going to go for the Protect then. Keep itself safe. Sort of fish for what Z could be going for in this first turn. And it's going to be a Protect from this Shanpao as well, as it's just a Tailwind. So entering into the next turn, Z is going to have that speed advantage right away since we don't actually see this Tornadus on the field. Even better, you get this Water Spout into this Talonflame, which is super effective. You just get the knockout, and Z gets to bring something else in for free.
That is, I mean, that's something we highlight every time. If a Tailwind goes up on the same turn the Tailwind Setter goes down, that can be a really big deal because you get that free swap into something. You're guaranteeing that it doesn't take damage on the switch, and Miraidon comes straight in. Will very heavily threaten this Kyogre, which is a Ghost-type Terra. It cannot resist those strong electric-type attacks. It can only make them neutral, but I think if you're facing down a Choice Specs Miraidon, not Koraidon, there's nothing, like, neutral is not a resist anymore. Like,
no.
You're just still gonna get knocked out.
But that's why this switch makes so much sense here, because Henry wants to be able to shut off this electric terrain right away.
Yep.
Because it gets rid of the Hadron Engine, you're getting rid of the boost that that ability gives to this Miraidon, to its special attack on electric terrain. So those attacks are gonna hurt just a little bit less. But does Z call that switch? Kind of expecting this to come through. That Icicle Crash definitely heading in that Rillaboom's direction. And now the war for this terrain control can always go back into Z's favor if they want to switch off this Miraidon.
It can go back into Z's favor, but the issue is you would have to swap the Miraidon out when the Kyogre is on the field, and like nothing really wants to swap into a big Water Spout or Origin Pulse from this Kyogre. You still have Tailwind up, so obviously the speed is still in your favor, especially with this Overquill hitting the field. Once again, Swift Swim will be negated by the fact that Z has a Tailwind boost. So the Overquill will be acting after Shanpao and Miraidon, but I'm not sure if that's enough. You still have to worry about that Miraidon.
You do, because you can still hurt. I mean, Hadron Engine as a multiplier might not necessarily be online, but Electro Drift is still a move that's available to it. and we're not going to have too many things that are going to be able to resist that. But it makes a lot of sense. If this Kyogre is under the threat of some of those super effective electric type attacks, just bring this Landorus in. The only problem is that that could be telegraphed, and Z could just make another call that a switcher will be made.
If you try to target that Kyogre with an electric type move and an ice move, that could be very dangerous for this Landorus. You might have to trade the Miraidon though. This Overquill will be matching the terrestrialization of this Miraidon, which will become a pure electric type and further boost those electric type attacks. And maybe if you go for Volt Switch into Landorus, I wonder if the Gunk Shot here is able to just one-hit KO this Miraidon.
Maybe. It's got the Poison Terror type now,
yeah.
So it's going to be doing way more than what it would normally. But it's the Icicle Crash first, calling it again.
Oh.
That is just going to be a one-hit knockout, and another knockout that this Chien-Pao is going to be able to take. As the Volt Switch now going to be landing into this Overquill instead. What a great coverage option,
no.
and it's just a one-hit knockout too. This poor Overquill.
I think that's two things. You just want to KO with Icicle Crash going to swap this game. That's such a smart play too, because if, like in that case, you probably double target the Kyogre slot with that Icicle Crash. If the Kyogre stays in and doesn't get a double protect, then it gets knocked out by the Volt Switch after the Icicle Crash. But if the Landorus switches, Z knows that the Chien-Pao on their team is faster than the Miraidon, so that Icicle Crash goes first, KOs the Landorus, and then the Volt Switch goes straight into that Overquill. And with the Electric Terra, even without the Hadron Engine boost or the Terrain boost, is still enough for a one-hit KO.
Yeah, I mean, that's just wild. Henry's still playing it out, though. Of course, goes for the Protect to at least bypass the Fake Out if that were going to come through, but it was going to be a Sucker Punch, actually. Knowing the calculations here, you don't even need the speed control, but you're kind of hoping that this Kyogre is going to be able to do enough on this next turn after this Tailwind has expired. Kyogre should be faster than this Iron Hands, but not necessarily the Chien-Pao, especially when Sucker Punch is going to be that priority attack. You're going to be chunking it a lot, so this Water Spout, just not at full power. It can't even knock out the Chien-Pao because it has the Focus Sash intact as well, and Iron Hands. We saw how much damage that close combat did. And so with that final knockout, Z takes the game, takes the series 2-0.
Well, unfortunately for Overquill, it didn't get to do a whole lot, but I'm very glad we got to see it participate at least. It did its best, you know, right? It was there. It was threatening some pretty big damage, but Z was just on top of it that entire game. They had a very strong game plan going into this much more, you know, different team that Henry's been running. The Landorus holding the Choice Scarf item is not something we see too often. Landorus itself also just isn't super common in Regulation G anymore. And so Z, you know, with those 8 wins yesterday on day 1, has that experience, has the matchup practice to know that, okay, if I rely on my Talonflame to get this Tailwind up, maybe I don't need those Brave Birds, I just need the speed, and then my Miraidon can come in and clean up.
Well, it made it easier knowing that Henry didn't actually lead the Tornadus either.
True.
So the fact that you know that you're always going to have the speed control, whether it's going to be through the back of the Tailwind or just having the priority attacks, feels very good to have.
For sure. I don't think Henry even brought the Tornadus game too, which might have been his downfall, right? The speed control there is kind of what Z used to like throttle Henry in this second game.
Let's take a look at some of the moments from that second game. Talonflame got taken out so early, but honestly just a big boon to Z to be able to bring in this Miraidon right away, make sure it was going to have the speed advantage, and just continuously threaten Henry's Pokemon on the field. And the calls of the Chien-Pao for both the Icicle Crash KOs is absolutely wild.
The combination of offense between Chien-Pao and Miraidon is crazy. Miraidon is one of the strongest special attackers we have in the format, and Chien-Pao, with that Sword of Ruin ability, is also one of the strongest physical attackers. And not only that, their typings pair very well together. Ground types and grass types are two things that handle electric types very well. And luckily for Miraidon, the Chien-Pao is there to smack both of them for super effective damage, like we saw for that Rillaboom, which I think came in and got knocked out immediately both games. Didn't get to use it too much, and when you are facing a team with Miraidon, Rillaboom can be a very important Pokemon, so unfortunately Henry not able to use it to its fullest extent.
Yeah, like you definitely have to bring it if you are facing down a Miraidon, because you don't want it to just keep the terrain control and have that extra multiplier on top of its special attack and also just its electric type attacks. That's a tough one for sure. But I mean, major credit to Henry. They're still in day 2. They're still in this position with the Overquill. And so I would be excited to talk to him maybe a little bit further at some point in the day to see just how impactful that Overquill really has been.
Fortunately, though, Z is our 9-1 player now, setting themselves up for a great start to this second day. If you're coming in after day 1, you had a really long day yesterday, of course. It's not easy playing through 9 rounds of Swiss. You get here day 2, winning that first match feels so good. Right?
Oh, for sure.
It's such a great start to your day. If you're coming in and losing your first match, of course, you're still not eliminated. You still play through all of Swiss, but I think it's so much easier to go into round number 11 and just, good start to my day. I'm so much lighter right now.
You're off on the right foot.
Exactly.
You've got no weight on your shoulder.
Your skin is clear.
Right? You're moisturized. You're in your lane. So
energized.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a tough road for everybody because this is just 1 out of 6 that these players have to play in order to reach for the glory of being able to be in that top 8 single elimination bracket.
I think it's about time we head over to David and Z to hear more about Z's journey through this tournament so far. So David, please take us away.
Thanks so much, Jake. I'm here with the winner of the round 10, Z Costayola. How are you feeling after that, quite dominant set, honestly?
Really relieved. It might have looked like the games were fast-paced and dominant, but it was a very scary, volatile matchup, and Henry's one of the best players in Australia, and I was a little scared to see the pairing, but it worked out, so now I'm feeling pretty great.
Yeah, it did. You seemed like you were kind of expertly positioning everything just where it needed to be, and that Miraidon came in the exact right time on both of those games. Can you tell us a bit about what your game plan was kind of going into Kyogre Overquill?
Yeah, Kyogre Overquill was definitely not something I prepared for when working on the team. But one thing that I recognized at team preview was that Henry did not have any Intimidate, which made Chien-Pao and Talonflame look really appealing. It also allowed me to match his Tailwind and put pressure on the Landorus, which was very important for preserving my Miraidon for the endgame. So that was my main thing, was just that I wanted to lead Chien-Pao Talonflame, put on a lot of pressure, both between Tailwind and Icicle Crash, or I had the double priority and Brave Bird Sucker Punch. I felt like I had a lot of options, and it worked so well that I didn't really feel like I needed to change up my lead going into game 2.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it. It obviously worked out well. Now, that Talonflame's something that's really interesting, actually, because we've seen a lot of kind of prankster Tailwinds going around. We've obviously seen Tornadus, we've seen Whimsicots, and other kind of prankster users too, but not a lot of Talonflame recently until today. Can you tell us a little about that?
Yeah, so one thing that I sort of identified as a problem with Miraidon builds was that a lot of the offense tends to fall on the Miraidon, and that if you cannot get Miraidon positioned correctly to do a lot of your damage, the build sort of kind of falls apart. And so one thing that I wanted to do with this team was up the offense a little bit, and Talonflame is a great option for that because you get the Tailwind that Miraidon really wants, but then you also have Brave Bird, which is punishing those grass tears that people are using to sort of sponge up the electric hits. It's Pokemon that OHKO's Rillaboom. It's very important, and a couple other things that I probably shouldn't tell my opponents coming up, but I'm overall super pleased with Talonflame. I thought it was a risky pick going into the tournament, but it might very well be my MVP.
Okay, that'd be really cool to see, because Talonflame's rise to glory once again, because it's obviously been so good in previous years as well. Now, obviously, the team's quite similar to Rajan Bal's team that we saw on stream yesterday as well. Have you been working with him?
Yeah, so Rajan actually posted the 6 Pokemon in a chat that we share, and I was like, this looks really, really cool. I want to make it work. And while I drew inspiration from the idea and I sort of made a build out of the 6 Pokemon, Rajan eventually wanted to change up the pieces a little bit, and eventually ended up coming back around to the Talonflame build, and we saw him on stream yesterday. I have to give him a huge shout out for coming up with the framework. I really enjoy playing this team. It's so fun, and I was working with Miraidon in the build up to this tournament, and I could just never get a build that I was totally satisfied with. So when I saw this, I was like, this fixes a lot of my problems. I need to hop on it. Let's make it the best team that we can. And I'm super pleased with how it turned out.
Yeah, it looks super good. So congrats on the win there. So what's the goal for this weekend? You've obviously made day 2 already, which is a huge accomplishment. So yeah, where to go from next?
Well, I already had my Worlds invite coming into the tournament. I said that my stretch goal was to make top 32, since that's where the cash payouts come. I'm probably gonna need 2 to 3 more wins to secure that. But at this point, I'd love to keep up the momentum and take it as far as I can.
We'd love to see that for you and your Zorua as well. Has Zorua got anything to say, or how's things going with both of you?
You know, if you're looking for a Calyrex Shadow check, it's immune to Astral Barrage and hits it back with Stab Ghost moves, so give it a try.
Okay. I'll consider that for my next tournament, I think, Z. Thanks so much. And yeah, any other shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, I have to shout out a couple chats. Shout out to Gaz, shout out to Goblins, Tub Nation, And I especially want to shout out to Steve and Mia for booking the room that I'm staying at this weekend. And I want to thank my mom and my dad for supporting me and letting me go to all these tournaments because I love Pokemon so much.
You and me both, man. Congratulations again. We're going to throw it back to casters and get ready for round 11.
Thank you so much, David, and thank you so much, Z, for all of the insight onto your competitive journey as well as just the team building process for this tournament. It was good.
I love Pokemon so much too.
I know.
Yeah. Well, how weird.
So
what a coincidence.
Same. No, it's awesome though to hear about that, and it really does take such a large group sometimes in order to find that single glory for yourself.
Yeah. Z mentioned like 3 or 4 like team building group chats they were in, and I'm sure that they were all very helpful along this journey. And I know back when I was playing a lot more competitively, like that's how I got my practice in, was just having so many friends that I could talk teams with, practice with, build. Like it's so much fun just having that community around you, and especially because we're playing an individual game. We're all competing as single people. We're not in teams like over in Unite, but at the end of the day, we're all very happy when our friends succeed, and I'm sure that Z's friends are cheering them on from the audience as well.
Oh, I love that. It's gonna get even more wholesome, I feel like, when we get throughout the rest of the day. So I'm excited to hear all of those stories from our players as we progress through day 2 of competition. But let's take a look back at what we got on day number 1, because we got to talk about the meta right now. This is not the first Regulation G tournament that we have had, and it certainly is not going to be the last, knowing that we are playing in this format for the World Championships of 2024. But take a look at our top 12 Pokemon usage on day 1.
Whimsicott being number 6, I think, is that one we both predicted?
Yeah.
We should be pretty proud of that one, I think.
Spot on.
I mean, it's a very strong Pokemon. I see it right next to Tornadus Incarnate, which is also a Prankster Tailwind user. Very, very good at supporting teams. And that's saying, like, almost half the field has a Prankster Tailwind. When you count all the Talonflames that we've seen so far, too, you might be right around half the field that is using that Prankster Tailwind. And it is such a strong way to set up your Pokemon for success.
It really is. And I think they've also started to find a little bit better footing in the meta, because we don't have as many Ice Rider Calyrex running around. So you don't need to have a Trick Room answer as beyond maybe just having an Amoonguss or an Iron Hands on your team, which is why we do see both Amoonguss and Iron Hands on this graphic, or even just have a way to reverse the Trick Room or block it with something like a Farigiraf.
The Iron Hands itself is also another big success story, a very, very common Pokemon, often seen up on that top row in our earlier regulations in Scarlet and Violet, but really fell off over the last few regulations and has now found its way back in, thanks to being pretty strong into something like the Ice Rider. Also pairs very well with Miraidon, like we saw on Z's team, taking good use of that electric terrain and boosting its attack, which is something it hasn't really had access to until now.
And another part of the storyboard here for these top 12 Pokemon is maybe Fluttermane. It's dropped so much since we've actually started to progress through Regulation G. And I think we can all look at Shadow Rider Calyrex as a culprit of maybe Fluttermane not getting as much success or spotlight as it usually had. But this was just for day number 1. We now get a chance to look at day number 2, our top 12 usage.
Wow,
and things are very different. Like Whimsicott and Iron Hands kind of just switch places
actually,
here.
yeah. Iron Hands up on 5th. That's actually kind of surprising to me. I know it's become very good now, but it's great to see it kind of coming all the way back. It has really strong moves like Close Combat that is just something we didn't really see back in regulations like C or D. Back when it was more of a fake out Volt Switch kind of support Pokemon. But now that it has access to that electric terrain automatically set by Miraidon and has a pretty strong matchup into something like that Ice Rider, it's really finding a place to thrive.
It is. I mean, Amoonguss is also shot up though in popularity. Now going to be at 30% usage in day number 2. I think what's stark to me is that Incineroar and Urshifu Rapid Strike are actually tied right now for top usage.
Incineroar being number 1 or Urshifu being number 1, I think are not things that should surprise anyone. Them tying together is actually really cool because, I mean, obviously Incineroar is like public enemy number 1 in a lot of people's eyes. It's such a good support Pokemon, and Urshifu Rapid Strike is one of the best answers we have into it. And then being so close together on the usage, it kind of makes sense, right? If you're going to use that much Incineroar, there's got to be a lot of Urshifu Rapid Strike to counter it. And it not being a restricted Pokemon means it's easy to throw on a lot of teams.
But I remember that Rillaboom actually topped the usage charts of Day 2 of Bologna.
Yeah.
What a surprise to a lot of people, knowing that Incineroar truly has been the king of Regulation G and just the VGC meta since its reintroduction through the Blueberry Pokedex.
And it is actually tied with Amoonguss.
It is. Yeah, I mean, like grass types, they're thriving. Yeah. Iron Hands and Raging Bolt kind of holding hands there as the two best electric types in the format. But Rillaboom also maybe not necessarily as important anymore.
Right.
Because there's way less Miraidon that people are expecting. And there's also just better answers, I think, on your team. If you want to just bring a Amoonguss instead, that has so much viability when you look at it being able to do redirection and just put things to sleep with less Miraidon in the field, too.
Speaking of Miraidon, let's kind of check in on those restricted Pokemon and see how players opted to build their teams on day number 1. Ice Rider Calyrex, number 1, but only at 16% usage. The numbers here are actually very even. Looking at the first 4, Ice Rider Calyrex down to Terapagos, there's only a 3% difference between them.
Yeah, this is kind of wild because I think like coming into the tournament, I think a lot of people expected that Shadow Rider Calyrex would be at the very top, especially after it had 40% usage at day 2 of Bologna. Like, I think it's wild to consider the possibility that we're at this international competition and things are kind of as close as they are. But as we move into day number 2, we have a little bit of a shakeup here. Terapagos actually going to be taking the lead over Shadow Rider Calyrex and Miraidon as well, actually. Pretty low conversion rate for Shadow Rider.
I mean, Terapagos being so common kind of makes sense as to why Calyrex Shadow Rider might have dropped a little bit. I know we did see Shadow Rider beat Terapagos on stream a couple times yesterday, but I still maintain that in general, that is a slightly Terapagos favored matchup, and especially when you can consider that Terapagos can shut off the terrain for Miraidon as well. You can kind of see how it fits into a lot of different teams. Koraidon and Zamazenta being so low, kind of combined about the same as Miraidon there, also a very good thing for Terapagos.
Absolutely. And you know, I think what's really interesting people might like to know?
Yes.
There's only 9 types of restricted Pokemon in day 2.
So it's these 8 and just one more?
NAIC. Yeah, there's one Lunala. There's one lonely Lunala run by Jeffrey Yang that is still in the field of competition for day 2. But
that's funny.
That's it.
Imagine if we only had 7 and this graphic was just like a blank one.
That would be wild, actually, to consider. We'll just put Ditto in that spot, actually. Did you see that, too?
Yeah.
Day 2 usage, we had 10. We have 10 Ditto in the field. 10 out of 82.
That is
it's
really
actually
cool.
quite wild. But sadly, I think, you know what? Maybe Gabby did have Lunala on her caster predictions.
I think
Let's
so,
take a look at those.
She sure did.
Okay, look at us. We're all doing pretty well here.
All of ours made day 2 at least.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought there were no Kyogre in the field. I think
we got at least one.
It's my old love of Groudon. There are none.
Yeah.
So maybe that's actually what I confused it with, to be fair. But yeah, we also have, we actually do have a Thundurus Incarnate in the field. So I think that's pretty cool.
That is neat.
We have a lot of we just saw Qianpao.
Yeah.
There is one lonely regular Ursaluna that Evan has on his predictions. I don't know if there's any Torkoal, but you said there are 4 Screamtail?
There are 4 Screamtail, all of which are paired with the Terapagos, so I'm happy with that prediction there. Whimsicott, obviously, we saw do very well so far. This might be like the best I've ever predicted, personally, across all the regionals that we've ever done. I think I've had some like pretty flat predictions, but this one, not too bad.
I got all 4 too.
You did,
actually,
yeah.
I'm like quite pleased about this one.
Poor Murkrow.
I think Gabby actually had the best one of predictions, though. There's one Tinglu. There's one Lunala.
That's what Gabby was doing. She wanted to pick something that exactly one of would be, and she nailed it.
I think she wins for the most unique, but able to succeed, like the prompt. Actually, like really nailed the assignment. She understood it. But we are going to be getting into Swiss round number 2, which is Swiss round 11 here at the NAIC. So we are going to take a short break, and while we do that, let's check in with Anna.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship, and I have the pleasure of interviewing Avery. You gave me one of my favorite interviews last year. Can you tell me what happened for you last year at North America Internationals? How well did you do? You placed pretty well, I think, right?
I won it.
Yeah, you did. How does it feel to be the reigning champion?
Pretty good.
How is your play going so far here?
Really good, actually.
What's your record now? Do you know?
No.
That's okay. You don't need to know. You just got to play really well. What's your favorite thing about your team right now?
Probably it's Trick Room again, so yeah, that's my favorite part about it.
Awesome. And you have some friends here. Who are these?
This is my Terapagos and this is my brother's Ferret.
How come you get to hold it?
Because my friend stole it.
Uh-oh, we won't tell. Don't worry. You're here with a lot of others, too. Who are you playing with?
That's Melinda and the other one is Zoe.
Are those your family?
No.
No, just friends?
Yes.
Are you all cheering for each other?
Yes.
Is everybody playing well?
Mm-hmm.
What do you hope you get to do next in the competition?
Win again.
I hope that for you, too. What are you going to have to do in order to be ready to win again?
Probably practice a lot more.
That sounds good. Is there anyone you want to say hello to at home or who might be watching the stream?
Well, yeah, my grandparents.
Hi. All right. Thank you so much, Avery. Good luck while you keep playing.
Thanks.
And we'll get back now to the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship.
My name is Riley Factura. I'm from Orlando, Florida.
Iron Hands now has to take at least one turn of sleep, and this Cresselia is in good position to start picking up KOs. Wolf doesn't want to run out the clock. Looks like this is going to be Riley Factura taking the first regional championships of the 2024 season. It is now our first world qualifier in Honolulu.
Yeah, Wolf's matchup was definitely the hardest this weekend. He played really, really well, and there were multiple turns where I had to make a risky play, or it could have been risky, and there were so many options that he could do that it was hard to cover for every single option that he could do. My strategy was to check my opponent's team, see what holes they had, and utilize either Urshifu and do a fast mode either with that and Chenpao maybe, or go of a more bulkier slow mode with Cresselia, maybe the Amoonguss and Heatran. This event played into my overall Pokemon journey because I haven't won a regional since 2018, and I took a long break. And then coming back, I felt like it wasn't as good at it as I used to be. So it really boosted up, my confidence. Am I winning Worlds this year? Yes. But there are a lot of good players, so it's gonna be very, very difficult, and I have to work really hard in order to do so.
Welcome to the first ever New Orleans pop-up Pokemon Center at the Pokemon North America International Championship. The casters are about to arrive, and we're going to follow along as they shop, play, and trade. There's so many fun and exciting things to find at the Pokemon Center this year. But if you missed any of them, don't worry. We'll see you at the Collect and Trade Corner.
maybe when I was like 7 or 8 on the Game Boy, Fire Red, Leaf Green, that's the first games, and then start from there. Mudkip was my favorite. It's just some guy back from Knoxville. In the competitive scene, I look up a lot to Aaron Zhang. He's just a great content creator, and I think he's just a great face for the community, and he's one of the reasons why I got to VGC. Really, really great guy. Flying after today, the Salamence, so that'd be kind of cool with all the bird types. My favorite Pokemon is Pancham. I always bring him to every event, and he's just kind of there. It's just kind of my persona. So yeah, there he is. My favorite part of Pokemon events is meeting new people and just playing just like new players and just anyone I haven't faced before. It gets like a strong challenge, and it's always great to just meet new people overall. My go-to event snacks will be protein bars. I usually have one on me all the time. They're just very convenient, and they're easy to eat. And my Team Rocket? I am not Team Rocket.
The sun is shining on this beautiful morning here in New Orleans, Louisiana, and we are so excited to continue our coverage of Day 2 of the North America International Championships. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Jake Muller for bringing you round number 11 of Swiss here.
Our second round of Day 2. We can call it round 2.2.
Yeah.
Make it easier for us.
Okay, yeah, Day 2, round number 2. Love it.
I mean, round number 11, we have so many trainers still left in the field, just over 80, that are all fighting for their place in the top 8 bracket now. That is the next step you can take from here. And we only have one undefeated player left. Aurelian Sula defeated Eric Rios in round number 10 to claim the sole undefeated spot. I wonder if they will make it the entire tournament without dropping a game. I know they've made it to a final without dropping a set before.
Yeah.
That'd be really cool.
That would be wild if we get our first undefeated player in Swiss and in the Top Cup.
I don't know that we've had that yet.
I don't think that's happened.
With a Day 2 Swiss
Because the
format?
only other player that I can think of that went undefeated in all of Swiss was Andrew Ding this season. I think that went 14-0.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
Hopefully that'd be really fun.
There's a first time for everything, for sure.
Of course.
But
Speaking of Andrew Ding, though, I believe Riley Factura was the one that ended that run when Andrew went 14-0. And now we get to feature him.
Wow, okay. Well, what a nice segue for that. We also have a couple of other players that are going to be competing still. We've got Antonio Sanchez versus Juanma Odriozola. That's going to be a great matchup for sure. We also have a matchup between two U.S. Titans, Paul Chua versus Luka Tregut, and Aurelian Sula. Alex Underhill got the up pair there. That's going to be a tough matchup.
I'm sure it will be, but I think Alex is running a team similar to Audie's with that really cool Electabuzz tech. So that could be really fun. I don't know if Aurelian practiced the Electabuzz matchup with their Terrapagos, but we'll see.
There are not many people that I think have considered an Electabuzz matchup, but there are a couple in Day 2.
Yeah.
And so it's not unsignificant.
Yeah, not only do we have an Electabuzz, we have more than one Electabuzz.
Yeah, and we have 3 Wo-Chien.
True.
We didn't even get a chance to talk about that yet.
That was the Tang axis. Justin and Shiliang, they both had the Wo-Chiens on their team. And then Marcos Perez, of course, known for being a Wo-Chien fan.
I think Wo-Chien's strongest fan is what we'll go with. But let's head down to the stage and introduce to you Justin Karras and Riley Factura. These are 2 players that have won a regional championship in Scarlet and Violet. So a lot of experience playing in these formats, playing this game with this terrestrialization mechanic.
And another Pokemon that we haven't seen yet on stream this weekend, Justin is using the Zamazenta. Will be paired up into Riley Factura's Miraidon and Iron Crown, which is something Justin himself is very known for. He got all the way to top 4 in Orlando with it, and has been very outspoken about how he's a big fan of taking people to Crown Town. But unfortunately, Riley is the one who has now been elected mayor of Crown Town this weekend.
Absolutely. So instead, we've got Justin running the Zamazenta. It's going to be a bit more supportive as the wide guard as an option. Typically, we don't always get a chance to see that. We've seen a lot of Zamazenta running like iron defense to have bigger body presses, but not this one.
Not this one, but it will be there to support the rest of its team. I really like that Chien-Pao set with Zamazenta. I think when you're playing with a Zamazenta, you have a lot of people that are trying to use Terra Ghost to get around that, but having the consistent dark damage with Throat Chop makes a lot of sense.
And Justin's also the only Thunderous Incarnate player playing in day number 2. Really nice coverage options there as well. You've got the Taunt, the Thunder Wave, so great utility on this team. But yep, the 2023 Charlotte Regional Champion. And this one was a long time coming for Justin, too.
He burst onto the scene with the big top 8 finish at Worlds in 2016 and was obviously a very strong player from then on, but didn't have that one big win that he was really searching for, and finally broke through in Charlotte last year. But in his way at the NAIC this year is Riley Factura, a 5-time regional champion, folks. That is not easy to win 1 regional, much less 5. And Riley will be here running Urshifu Rapid Strike, Whimsicott, Ursaluna Blood Moon, Miraidon Ultimate, Incineroar, and of course, Iron Crown.
Are there any inaccurate moves on this team?
Not to my knowledge.
Riley's known for that. Doesn't like to play risky when it comes to the teams.
I mean, look at the Miraidon.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't even have Draco Meteor.
No.
He's just opting for Dragon Pulse instead. That's such a good point.
Yeah, but that does influence a lot of the decision making that he makes with the team building, because it's more accuracy gives you less room for error when it comes down to making sure that you can execute some of those game plans. But you also lack a little bit of power when it comes to some of those move choices.
I think Tachyon Cutter might be like 95.
Oh, okay.
So like,
well,
there's
maybe you can't get away with it now, but
well, I mean, like Tachyon Cutter is also such a good move that it's like worth the very, very small chance.
So true.
But that's a good point. That Riley is someone who loves to play very, very consistently. He's there to bring like a good team that isn't necessarily super flashy, although the Iron Crown here is actually one of the more flashy Pokemon we've seen. But he will just sit down and say, I'm going to outplay you because I am better than you. And a lot of the times he is.
He is. I mean, look at that 5-time regional champion.
Yeah.
The first regional champion that we had in the 2024 season in Pittsburgh to kick things off. And then I think he got like 2nd place at the next one.
I think he's gotten 2nd at a couple, and also has like 3 million championship points.
Yeah, he is at the top of the NA leaderboard, folks. Over 1,500.
Gotta be the global leaderboard at this point, right? I don't think anyone has that many.
Someone go check that, because I think, if there's only one person that can do that, might be Riley Factura with all of that consistency this season. So let's get into this game number 1. Between Riley and Justin. Riley going to be leading with the Whimsicott and the Iron Crown. And for Justin, you've got the Thunderous and Zamazenta.
Importantly, the Zamazenta, because it doesn't have the Iron Defense like you pointed out, Rose, if it switches out, it will no longer have the defense boost from the Dauntless Shield ability. It only activates once per battle now in Scarlet and Violet. So if that does leave the field and come back in, it will not have a boosted body press. But the Iron Crown and the Whimsicott on Riley's side will be looking to match the offense put out by the Thunderous and the Zamazenta. But the Thunderous here actually in a pretty good spot, because Eerie Impulse, a very strong movement to 2 special attackers.
It is. I mean, you're gonna
Three special attackers.
Hello, Miraidon. It's so useful to be able to have against this entire team. And it's going to be important to see if you can actually weave those in. Maybe force Riley to have to make some pivots he might not necessarily want to. But it's time for terrestrialization. So just with what's on the field, that has to be the Iron Crown. With that expert belt, no less. Though anything that's going to be super effective is going to be able to be amplified even further. And that's the ground Terra.
And it has Terra Blast too. We could see a big Terra Blast coming through, but Eerie Impulse will lower the special attack of that Iron Crown by 2 stages right off the bat.
Yep, that's exactly how that works. It is it's an electric type attack into a ground type Pokemon. That's where I was going with that. Sorry. You know what I mean? Like, it's just funny that that's the mechanic. Is you're using an electric type attack into a ground type Pokemon.
True. Yeah, just I think some status moves kind of bypass that type interaction, but a really impactful Eerie Impulse there too, because that Zamazenta took less than half. And now Miraidon on Riley's side also took a big body press coming in. Of course, Thundurus cannot paralyze a Miraidon because electric types are immune to paralysis, so there's no possible speed control here, and Miraidon should be able to act first. Of course, can get Eerie Impulse. Again, as we've learned, nothing is immune to Eerie Impulse. But at the same time, you're still a Choice Specs Miraidon in electric terrain. Even a -2, like Electro Drift or Volt Switch, might be enough to finish off the Zamazenta after that Terra Blast.
Well, the Iron Crown doesn't want to stay in the face of something like this Zamazenta, and also you just got to shed those drops. So it's going to be the Incineroar now that takes the field. It'll lower this Zamazenta's attack and see what else it can get done. It's time for another Terra.
It sure is. Most likely this Zamazenta, which should allow it to resist any electric type attacks coming out from this Miraidon as it turns into a grass type. Very common Terra type on Zamazenta, allows you to kind of ignore a Moongus, which is very, very helpful when you're using a Pokemon like Zamazenta. Eerie Impulse does come out here lowering -2 special attack because that is how that move works.
No, it is how that works. An electric type into an electric type. It works too, but yeah, the Volt Switch. So super nice to know that even though it is going to get Eerie Impulse, it's going to shed those drops immediately. Take a look at how well that Zamazenta did take that with that Grass Terra, as you called out.
You have to wonder if like the Eerie Impulse and Terra was a bit of overkill there. Like maybe you could have possibly preserved that Terra for later on. But at the same time, even at like a -2, if Riley had gone for like a terrestrialization, you can't terrestrialize, I guess, but even like Electro Drift at -2 maybe was still enough. So it's just covering for all your options there, right? You're gonna be able to get a body press off on this turn. If Justin opted to body press the Iron Crown, actually a really big deal here because the Incineroar did swap in. Whimsicott will take Miraidon's place, and now Zamazenta gets to act.
Zamazenta goes for the body press into the Incineroar. It's not quite enough for the one-hit knockout, but it is going to take the Incineroar down so low. Threatening Fake Out, though, on this next turn.
Just threatened Fake Out, but thankfully the Thundurus is holding that lovely Covert Cloak item, so it cannot be flinched. You do have the option to finish it off with a Thunderbolt. Your Zamazenta should be able to survive one Moonblast from Whimsicott, I would imagine. Still a pretty bulky Pokemon, it is neutral, even after that Terrestrialization. And Heavy Slam, pretty big threat into Whimsicott as well. But Zamazenta, again, it's kind of one of those things, when you're not running Iron Defense, it's really nice to keep it on the field as long as possible because you will not have the option to boost your defense again afterwards.
Yeah, I think you just have to keep the Zamazenta on the field, and one of the things that it can do best is sit there.
Yeah,
but just keep kind of wailing away on its opponents with a body press or just a heavy slam. So it's going to eat the Fake Out this time around, but the Eerie Impulse into the Whimsicott is going to be able to lower that special attack for the Moonblast. So if you weren't convinced it might survive before, it might now, and this Zamazenta sure will too.
And it should survive one more too. We saw it do 22 damage with that Moonblast, which should be more than enough for Zamazenta to stick around, fire off another big body press into that Incineroar slot if it wants, because nothing that switches in, or nothing that could switch in, would resist it at all. And I think anything that switches in also would probably get knocked out. The Iron Crown and the Miraidon both pretty low, and now Riley's options are pretty limited. Whimsicott being the only very healthy Pokemon. It's nice because you have the Focus Sash intact still, but Whimsicott, especially at -2 special attack, really not known for its offense.
No, it's not. I mean, we have seen maybe a couple big Moonblasts before, but it's still a tough call. This Incineroar also maybe worth calling out that it is a 4-move set. So it has the Assault Vest.
Yep.
So it does have access to Flare Blitz, Fake Out U-Turn, and Knockoff. Wondering if the U-Turn might be important here if you're trying to get that super effective damage down into the Zamazenta, but you're not going to be able to land it anyway because of that Protect. Whimsicott gonna go for the Tailwind, able to get this speed control up and running. And because it's just a naturally faster Pokemon, it's able to get that up before we see this taunt come through from the Thundurus.
Flare Blitz will go into the protect of that Zamazenta, even with the defense boost at this point, would be more than enough damage. And based on how this Incineroar was trained, it's likely that it could outspeed this Zamazenta, because it is a Dark type. You cannot paralyze it with a Prankster Thunder Wave, as Dark types are immune. So this Zamazenta now no longer in a position where it's kind of free to just go for any attack it might want. Based on how either of them are trained, it's still very possible that Zamazenta outspeeds this Incineroar. And of course, we saw the Moonblast do very little damage before. So if Incineroar is faster than Zamazenta, then Riley's in a great spot. If it's not, then Justin has to like basically just pick whatever wants to get knocked out in that slot.
Ooh, well, the Whimsicott's gonna leave the field with its Focus Sash intact, which could be very important later on in the game. And the Iron Crown now gonna take its place. It's gonna get its Quark Drive activated too, so in case you missed it, it's gonna be a special attack boost with the Body Press, able to finish off this Incineroar.
And importantly, Zamazenta is still outspeeding Incineroar in Tailwind. Really nice info for both of these trainers, because that could have been a big momentum swing in Riley's favor if the Incineroar was able to act first and KO Zamazenta. Thunderbolt will go fly into the ground-type Iron Crown and do no damage because it is immune, but now we are in a position where Justin has a Pokemon advantage. Not only that, has done a lot of damage to both the Iron Crown and the Miraidon on Riley's side, and hasn't even revealed his third or fourth Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, that's just impressive, honestly.
Yeah.
This Thundurus and Zamazenta sticking around for so long and also able to secure a KO before you reveal anything else. Great timing, though, by Riley. Waited for that electric terrain to expire and then comes back in with the Miraidon to reactivate it right away.
And of course, the Tailwind is up on Riley's side. Speed advantage is secured, and neither Pokemon on Riley's side can be affected by Thunder Wave. Miraidon being an electric type and Iron Crown being a ground type, neither of which Thunder Wave can connect with. And I actually thought Iron Crown took some damage earlier on, but it is still at full health and in a pretty good position. Those Tachyon Cutters and the Psychic Noise might be able to make a big impact here thanks to that Quark Drive special attack boost.
Feels good too, because even if you do get that special attack drop by something like an Eerie Impulse, I don't think you mind.
You don't mind, and like only one can be dropped at a time. Like both of them are at neutral now.
Pick your poison.
You just have to pick, exactly.
So it will be a very tough one to consider, but Riley's just gonna play it safe. Wants to protect this Iron Crown for now. Oh, but it is gonna be the Miraidon that is the key target. So this protect might be for nothing here if this Miraidon is not able to do enough damage, because it's a discharge. Iron Crown would have taken that anyway because it's that ground Terra
it survives.
type. And it survives too. That Eerie Impulse is so important to make sure that that Zamazenta actually stuck around.
That would have been so much more impactful if Justin had opted to target that Miraidon with the Body Press, though. Now that the discharge did like slightly over half of Zamazenta's remaining HP, I think even one more Eerie Impulse wouldn't be able to protect it from that discharge, which means that Iron Crown and Miraidon should be able to both attack this turn. And discharge can pick off Zamazenta, do some damage to Thundurus. Iron Crown can then swing at Thundurus as well. Both at -2, maybe Thundurus sticks around one more turn, but this is actually a much more strong spot for Riley now, because even though his Pokemon are threatened by that Eerie Impulse, both being special attackers, Justin doesn't have a great chance to attack right now thanks to the Tailwind from Whimsicott.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's also going to be Choice Specs too that helps to just boost up some of that damage. So you're mitigating it even just a little bit with just that item choice. This Thunder is still sticking around, means that it can land an Eerie Impulse into this Iron Crown. So that damage is going to be limited in just a little bit. But see that Ground Terror coming in clutch. And the Zamazenta cannot withstand another discharge from that Miraidon. So finally, how many turns into this game are we? And this Zamazenta is just knocked out.
And how many Eerie Impulses has this Thundurus used? I think it's been on the field for maybe 6 or 7 turns, and all but once has Eerie Impulse. So a lot of special attack drops coming through here, but finally KO'd, and Riley has the option to switch out one of his 2 Pokemon, reset those special attack drops, and try to get some big damage going later on in this game. This Ground Terror has been really cool because not only is it great offensively, Steel and Psychic have a hard time hitting opposing Steel types, and Ground gives you something to do that. Also scares away some Fire types you might be seeing along the way, but also it allows you to discharge next to your Iron Crown, not worry about damaging it, not worrying about paralyzing it, and it gives you so much more flexibility here on this Choice Specs Miraidon team.
Well, that Eerie Impulse is definitely gonna hurt now because this Miraidon did just lose access to electric terrain, so this Hadron engine has been shut down for now, unless Riley Vectura wants to actually switch this Miraidon off the field and bring the Whimsicott in, which is still full health.
Yes. Importantly, though, the Miraidon is pretty low, and one Sucker Punch from this Chien-Pao should be able to KO it. Grassy Glide, maybe not, just because it still does resist those Grass-type moves with that Dragon typing. But Iron Crown now is facing the detriments of becoming a Ground type, as it now becomes weak to this Rillaboom's Grass-type attacks. With that Miracle Seed item that we're seeing on the Rillaboom, those Grass-type attacks will be even further boosted in terms of their damage, which is a really big deal for this Iron Crown.
Miraidon, though, might be the last bastion for this game 1 for Riley. So it goes back into its Pokeball, and Whimsicott, with that Focus Sash, able to withstand this Icicle Crash that comes into that slot instead. The Tachyon Cutter, though, it's going to be a double hit from this move and a knockout onto this Chien-Pao. Nice way to bypass that Focus Sash and just get a clean KO.
That's exactly why you would still run Tachyon Cutter on the Iron Crown instead of something like Flash Cannon. Flash Cannon is 100% accurate, it will never miss, but Tachyon Cutter allows you to KO Chien-Pao through that Focus Sash, which is a really big deal now. The Miraidon can come back in, reset the electric terrain, and make sure that the Grassy Glide from this Rillaboom will not be doing super effective damage. You've also reset your special attack drops. Iron Crown still is at -2 and was able to KO the Chien-Pao through that, which is really impressive. But we have the Miraidon hitting the field once again with some very strong Dragon Pulses at its disposal. And again, you can't miss Dragon Pulse now, which is great, especially because this Rillaboom is not Assault Vest. You don't even really need Dracometer at this point.
No, I don't think so. I think you're just super happy to know that you have the damage multipliers from Hadron Engine and just the general same type attack bonus. Being a Dragon type feels pretty good. And the Tachyon Cutter is able to go first. Rillaboom is still pretty tanky, but the critical hit is potentially just going to seal the deal here for this Rillaboom, as the Miraidon goes for the Dragon Pulse, and plenty of damage now to pick up that knockout and get Riley the win in game number 1.
If there was any question before, that critical hit on the second Tachyon Cutter hit really sealed the deal. I think it was probably over in Riley's favor regardless, just based on how that damage was coming through.
But I wanted to know.
I know, and it would have been good for Justin to know too, right? You know, is Dragon Pulse enough from just over half HP without the terrain? But we did see an interesting speed interaction there too. The Iron Crown on Riley's end was attacking before the Miraidon, which probably gives away that Miraidon isn't trained to be as fast as naturally possible. Could come in very handy for Justin to know, because Miraidon and Chien-Pao both have the same speed. If Justin's Chien-Pao is trained to be as fast as possible, it should always attack before Miraidon without any kind of speed control.
Let's go back and look at the highlights for this game number 1.
Yeah. Justin is a very animated player.
He really is, though. I love watching him play because he always is in the zone. He's a great player and also shows so much emotion.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I just realized something. The Iron Crown was a -2 special attack when the electric terrain got set up again.
So it got a speed boost.
So it got a speed boost from Cork Drive.
Yeah.
So maybe it isn't actually faster than Miraidon.
I don't think so.
Probably not.
I would assume not, but it was still a cool interaction to see.
It is,
Something to consider
and it's
as
good to know, because the way that the Quark Drive and Photosynthesis abilities work, it just takes whatever the highest stat is at the time, not necessarily before any items or like stat drops or anything. And so if Riley does take another Eerie Impulse on that Iron Crown, that actually could come in handy. Like maybe you need to outspeed, something like the Zamazenta or even like the Choice Scarf Urshifu, actually. That could actually be a really big deal if you're able to outspeed that with your Iron Crown.
I mean, you outsped a Chien-Pao, which is at the same natural speed as a Miraidon.
Yeah, good
So
point.
that really did come in handy to be able to get the outspeed to get the Tachyon Cutter.
You have to wonder if Justin realized that too, right? It's not something.
We did.
Yeah, I know. We didn't until just right after thinking about how that could have happened.
I stopped paying attention to it because I was like, oh, surely it just gets a special attack boost because it's an Iron Crown.
And maybe Tailwind was up or something. It didn't hit me until it acted before the Miraidon.
And I was like, I don't think that's possible.
Right.
I don't know if it's mathematically possible, but then we have booster energies that come in play. And you know what? Things get funky.
They sure
Let's get
do.
a little bit funkier right now, shall we? As we've got Riley and Justin in this game number 2, with Riley leading the Miraidon and the Incineroar, and Zamazenta and Thundurus once again for Justin.
That Covert Cloak going to come in really handy here because, again, Incineroar cannot fake out this Thundurus because of Cloak. And so the -2 special attack from the Miraidon is a very real possibility. Eerie Impulse here could be a great way to prevent that Miraidon's damage. We saw Body Press from Zamazenta actually not KO Incineroar with only the +1 defense boost, so that actually might give away that this Incineroar is trained to be very, very bulky. Makes sense with the Assault Vest. Sometimes players have been opting for a very fast Incineroar, but Riley in this case saying, I don't really need that.
maybe not. This Thunderous was such a problem, though, for Riley. It extended the game so much longer and kind of forced Riley to have to make a lot of adjustments in order to just shed all of those drops. So you have to imagine that he's coming into this game number 2, anticipating that it's going to be a strategy that Justin would want to lean on. But it's going to be a fake out into the Zamazenta, at least for now, as the Uri Impulse moves first right after that. So Miraidon not necessarily going to be able to deal out just as much damage, but you see the Bolt switch. Another great play by Riley to anticipate that Uri Impulse coming through.
I feel like when people are running Choice Specs Miraidon, Volt Switch is the move they use 90% of the time, right? Like, it's such a great tool for positioning, but not only that, it does so much damage under some circumstances. Not in this one, obviously. -2 facing a grass type Zamazenta that is naturally very bulky and now resists your electric type attacks. And now in a decent spot again, the Zamazenta able to go for something like a big body press into that Incineroar. Probably not knock it out, but you could possibly get an assist from your Thunderous's Thunderbolt, and you still, of course, have the Uri Impulse support to lower the damage from this Whimsicott Moonblast if you need to.
I think it's just an easy Tailwind setup, though.
I mean, surely, yeah, right? Like, you really want that Tailwind because that helps a lot. It helps you fight the possible, Thunder Waves from this Thundurus. It helps you outspeed the possible Chien-Pao that's in the back for Justin after one of these 2 Pokemon gets knocked out or switches out. And of course, that is kind of the main thing Whimsicott is there for. The Prankster Tailwind, which we do see get set up by Riley.
Why was on our caster predictions all along.
Exactly.
With the body press now into the Incineroar,
it is
just a one-hit knockout. I mean, it was intimidated. Gotta remember, it was intimidated on the last one, and maybe just a roll.
It was, but body press is actually not affected by intimidate because it is using the defense stat. So it might actually just be a damage roll into that Incineroar.
Yeah.
That's kind of rough, I think, for Justin in that first game. Maybe that was a kind of a game changer, not having that Incineroar dispatched earlier on. But for Riley now, loses the Incineroar before it can attack. Again, seeing that Incineroar does not attack before the Zamazenta and Tailwind. And importantly, breaking the Focus Sash on Whimsicott with the Thunderbolt. I think that's a really smart play from Justin because now you only need one Heavy Slam, one strong attack from this Chien-Pao to get rid of this Whimsicott. Whereas before, it held onto that Focus Sash for a long time into the first game.
But Justin's in a pretty good position right now, too, outside of even just having broken the Focus Sash. You still have those options in the back, and now that this Zamazenta is also that Grass Terra, you just have a great way to be able to resist kind of all of the damage that this Miraidon could be throwing at you, unless you wanted to lean into specifically the Dragon Pulse.
Yes, exactly. The Dragon Pulse is the only thing that can hit this Zamazenta for neutral damage, but if you're using Miraidon in electric terrain, I think you want to be using those electric type attacks as much as humanly possible.
But that's where this Rillaboom can really come in and throw a wrench into the works, because you're resetting the terrain now, so you've got that grass back in your control, but Riley's been able to play around this so well. Either just kind of continuing to use Fold Switch here to get this Miraidon off the field, or making sure that there is an opportunity later to be able to actually reset the terrain for yourself. But staying in for now, because it's going to get that Terra. And it is a Ghost Terra. It is. So no Electric Terra to boost up these attacks even further. It's just going to be able to deal with the body presses. And the Encore here from Riley. Exactly. You're locking it into having to do a body press instead of something else like a Heavy Slam. As the Electro Drift into the Rillaboom, like, wow. That's still so much damage on top of that, even knowing that that is a grass type and there's no electric terrain.
I love that play so much. Ghost type Terra on Miraidon is certainly not the most common. Most trainers running the choice specs opt for that electric Terra to further boost the attacks of that Miraidon, except now we have the Ghost type, which is a very defensive typing that a lot of trainers opt to use to be immune to fighting a normal type attacks. Comes in very handy here, because encoring Zamazenta into body press means it cannot damage this Miraidon. I didn't actually see what Justin tried to do, but if he was opting to go for a Heavy Slam into Whimsicott the prior turn, encoring into Body Slam randomizes the target, or sorry, Body Press randomizes the target. So maybe even getting slightly unlucky there with the Body Press going straight into that Ghost type Miraidon. Now you only have the option to do resisted Body Press into Whimsicott or immune Body Press into Miraidon, which almost forces Justin to swap it out, which will, again, clear out that defense boost when Justin will no longer have access to it for the remainder of the game.
Well, you still get access to some neutral damage if you are Justin. You get to go for grass type attacks into the Iron Crown. There's now Ghost type, and you also are able to actually hit into the Iron Crown that is now switched onto the field. So Grassy Glide is able to connect there, and we are going to see a body press head right in that Whimsicott's direction into the Protect.
just wanted to get more damage with that body press. I think you have to respect that. Maybe probably a 2-hit KO into the Whimsicott there. Yeah, Zamazenta known for having a very, very big defense stat. And even the resisted body press could do a bunch of damage, but Rillaboom going for a Grassy Glide gets some nice chip damage into Iron Crown. Unfortunately for Justin, the Rillaboom does not have access to any moves that are not grass type moves. It is running Protect over a possible U-turn or even like a high horsepower for some coverage. So this Iron Crown now in a very strong position. Do have to worry about the body presses, but you know that the Zamazenta has Terastallized. It will be neutral into that Tachyon Cutter now, which our lovely host David did correct me in between games, is 100% accurate. Not just 100%, is infinite. Like it just doesn't miss.
No,
like
it bypasses accuracy checks.
So it's a very Riley move then in that case.
Yes, I was gonna say, I'm like, Riley would never run an accurate move. I don't know, like if we know our player well enough, but no music and no inaccurate moves, just pure bliss. Miraidon now resetting the electric terrain for itself, but Justin's one step ahead. Wants to remove the Rillaboom as well. And the Thunderous now re-hitting the field to land those Eerie Impulses once again.
A great swap because it will resist that Tachyon Cutter and of course allow you to go for something like Eerie Impulse into that Miraidon or even the Iron Crown. It's useful damage there. And another big body press into Whimsicott. Again, would be a 2-hit KO there. And Encore does end. So now Riley has to choose what he wants to do with this Whimsicott. Do you want to possibly get another Tailwind up, save it for later? Do you want to Encore into Body Press again to lock it out from damaging the Miraidon? But if you do that, you probably lose the Whimsicott to a Body Press, and now you're down to your final 2 Pokemon, both of which are vulnerable to Eerie Impulses.
It's too bad that the Whimsicott missed the Encore onto the Rillaboom. You would have loved to be able to lock it into a Grassy Glide, and it would have felt like that Whimsicott would have been able to give a little bit more value in that scenario. But you're right, there is a choice that Riley has to make in this upcoming turn, and it's just going to be a Protect.
Protect coming through from Whimsicott, does not want to be knocked out by Body Press this turn. Eerie Impulse, though, comes through into the Miraidon, will lower its special attack back down to -2, and will be cutting its damage output. But Volt Switch immediately coming through again, will be able to reset to bring the Iron Crown back onto the field.
Always the Volt Switch.
Yeah. And again, it's just like it's such a safe move, right? You
no, it is. It is.
Get some damage at the same time.
It's very good. So we got the Iron Crown now. See, special attack this time around. No Eerie Impulses here. But the Body Press still not able to actually pick up the knockout onto this Whimsicott. But you're kind of hoping that like maybe Whimsicott's able to provide value in a different way. So Iron Crown is still going to be pretty naturally speedy versus the other things that are here. Although the Zamazenta, I say that, but it's like quite fast.
It is naturally pretty fast. Often not trained to be super fast, though. It relies kind of on that natural speed. And so a Pokemon like Iron Crown with a bunch of training and speed might be able to attack before Zamazenta, but I'm not sure that speed interaction matters too much here. Neither of them are going to be knocking each other out on this turn. It kind of just gives you info for later on when that might come into play. Maybe when both of them are at much lower health and in range for a KO from something like Body Press or Tachyon Cutter.
Well, we don't get to see the knockout right now because it is just going to be Miraidon. I mean, this feels so risky in some senses that the Whimsicott's going to leave the field and the Miraidon is going to take its place. Because the Eerie Impulse, it's just the target's right in front of you with that Iron Crown. To be able to hit it there and the Heavy Slam into the Miraidon instead. Not too bad as the Psychic Noise. Like, that's just not doing nearly enough now after that Eerie Impulse.
And especially considering the Miraidon took that Heavy Slam pretty well, thanks to an Intimidator 2 from that Incineroar. Not in a super bad spot at all, but one thing to note is that now Miraidon is no longer an electric type. It can be paralyzed by Thunder Wave. If Justin wants to make it paralyzed, make sure that you're possibly outspeeding it even in Tailwind with your own Qianpao. That could be a really powerful option here. And even if it switches out into Whimsicott, that means your Thunderous is faster than it, and you could taunt it before the Whimsicott could go for something like an Encore or a Tailwind to get that speed up later on.
Great point. Really great point, because Justin still hasn't revealed that 4th and final Pokemon to Riley yet.
True.
But based on what we saw in that game number 1, pretty good reasoning behind what could be in that final slot. Eerie Impulse again, this Miraidon just like can't catch a break with any of this. So the Volt Switch, though, a KO.
Finally.
Big KO, really, because now the Eerie Impulser is off the field, and so the Miraidon gets to come back in, and no, it's not going to get any drops, and it's not going to get paralyzed.
Yep, no speed control left on the field for Justin as Thunderous is finally knocked out. But what this Zamazenta does is a big deal. Body press into Iron Crown, almost enough for a KO, but just barely hangs on. -2 Psychic Noise, though, really doesn't do too much damage to this Zamazenta, which is still sitting pretty. However, the Eerie Impulse is also no longer an option. If Iron Crown swaps out, that means that Riley's 2 very strong special attackers will be at neutral special attack for the rest of the game.
Qianpao, without, I mean, with the Eerie Impulse, actually, is it still a 2-hit knockout with the Attacking Cutter?
It might be, but at this point, you have to worry about Sucker Punch, right? The Whimsicott is in range for 1 Body Press or Heavy Slam from Zamazenta, and Iron Crown gets knocked out by Sucker Punch from here. Miraidon now being a Ghost type, now weak to Sucker Punch. I don't think either of Riley's attackers can can attack for the rest of the game as long as Qianpao is there to Sucker Punch. And you also you can't just protect Iron Crown and try and throw 2 Moonblasts into the Qianpao if you're Riley, because Justin could just Heavy Slam that slot and Whimsicott gets knocked out. This is a pretty dire situation for Riley right now because Sucker Punch is such a big threat.
Well, this is one way to bypass that, right? Is just switch the Miraidon in and hope that it wasn't actually a Sucker Punch selected in that slot, or maybe hope that that is what it is.
I mean, even if it is a Sucker Punch, right? The Sucker Punch will fail into the switching and protecting 2 slots on Riley's side. But this is kind of just the same situation we were in the prior turn, right? You have a strong Pokemon that will be knocked out by Sucker Punch next to this Whimsicott that can't take an attack from Zamazenta at this point. And especially switching in the Miraidon as the electric terrain runs out. Really rough spot for Riley here because, again, you just can't attack with Miraidon if Sucker Punch is coming through.
Yeah, it's definitely very tough. But there's also another move that this Qianpao has access to. If you don't want to play the mind game of going for the Sucker Punch, then you could potentially just go for the Throat Chop instead. If you expect that this Miraidon is going to switch out and that Iron Crown is going to take its place, you're going to get a knockout regardless.
Very true, and you can't knock out the Qianpao before the Whimsicott can attack as well because Whimsicott is slower than Qianpao. You could double into it with something like the Electro Drift or Volt Switch, and the Moonblast. But the Qianpao will be able to take 1 KO regardless. It's really just a matter of if Sucker Punch comes through here, and it does. Miraidon will be knocked out.
It is, and that means that this is going to be such a big source of damage removed here from Riley. And all you have left is the opportunity of this Iron Crown to try to bring it back, but this Moonblast, at least it's able to help with this Qianpao, but not before this final body press from this Zamazenta is going to come through and get the knockout onto the Whimsicott as well. This has been a close set through and through, but it's just the Iron Crown with a sliver of HP for Riley, and it's got 2, 3 Pokemon to work through.
This is certainly not enough for Riley to take this game. Really well played by Justin, chipping those Pokemon down into that Sucker Punch range. And of course, forcing that Ghost Terra out from the Miraidon really helps out because at that point, you don't care about speed control anymore. Tailwind going up means nothing. Losing your Thunder Wave means nothing. When Sucker Punch is super effective from Qianpao, 9 times out of 10, I'd say you're getting knocked out by it. There are very few things weak to Sucker Punch from Qianpao that can survive one. And so unfortunately, Miraidon and Iron Crown are not 2 of them.
Amazing. Now, though, if you're Riley, how do you adjust to this? Because it's been the same lead, it's been the same 4 for Justin this entire set so far. You have the Eerie Impulsor and the Thunderous. Is that something that you give a little bit more respect to, try to knock it out earlier?
Well, the thing is, looking at Riley's team, the other options that we haven't seen are Ursaluna Blood Moon, which also just gets Eerie Impulse ad nauseum, and then Urshifu Rapid Strike. He's holding the Mystic Water item, but that's kind of a really tough thing to bring into Zamazenta because it is so strong on the defense side. You can critical hit through it with Surging Strikes, but seeing that Justin is so willing to go for that Grass Terra, it's a very strong Pokemon into Urshifu Rapid Strike. And of course, there's the Rillaboom there to make its life difficult as well. Justin's team, looking at the other 2 that haven't been brought, also an Urshifu and a Pelipper, 2 water types into a Miraidon, which might be very difficult to bring. And so I kind of see these same 4 Pokemon coming on both sides, but maybe the players opt to play them slightly differently. That Ground Terra from Iron Crown was very valuable for Riley in that first game because it gave him so much space to go for those discharges. If you're not bringing the Ursaluna Blood Moon, which I think makes sense into Justin's team, you don't have anything naturally that can take a discharge on your team.
I say do it. I mean, the reason why Riley was able, one of the reasons why Riley won that game number 1 is because of the Ground Tier Iron Crown.
Right. It gave him so much defensive flexibility with that discharge, but also unlocked the Ground-type Terra Blast, which is a really valuable tool into that Zamazenta before it Terrestrialize itself.
think you can always expect in this matchup, though, that Justin's going to Terra the Zamazenta. I don't think there's a whole lot of reason not to when you're... the only thing that's really threatening you is really the Incineroar.
And that's where the Dragon Pulse versus Draco Meteor comes into play too, is once that Zamazenta terrestrializes and the Dragon move is the one that's neutral instead of the electric moves, only having access to Dragon Pulse, which won't be boosted by terrain even further than the Hadron Engine boost, it's not going to be doing too much damage, especially once you start factoring in those Eerie Impulses as well.
Oh, this poor Whimsicott. Like, you just get flattened. Even if, I know body press, like, it takes the defensive stat of the Zamazenta, but also, like, could you imagine if it was also weight based?
Yeah, body press heavy slam combo.
I know.
It's like a duo move.
Right?
Didn't they do that in some of the contests in the Sinnoh animation?
So.
That'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, exactly. But let's get the run back as we enter into game number 3. Between Riley and Justin, tied 1 apiece. Justin running the same leads back, and Riley with the Iron Crown and the Miraidon, going back to the game plan from game number 1 almost.
I kind of like this lead from Riley. It is 2 very strong special attackers on the field at once, and unfortunately for Justin, you can only Eerie Impulse one of them at a time. If you do opt to, let's say, double target this Thunderous with, you know, the Psychic Noise and an Electro Drift or something like that, 2 very strong attacks, that means that you're forcing Justin to kind of pick one to Eerie Impulse, and the other gets a full power swing into that Thunderous with the electric terrain boost.
Makes a lot of sense, though, I think, to go after the Miraidon, just because you've got to do something. Like, literally anything about the fact that it's still on electric terrain, and you don't want to risk just bringing your Rillaboom in. So I think the Eerie Impulse into that slot is probably the priority here, but it's terrestrialization on both sides. Grass Terra for the Zamazenta, then Ghost Terra once again for Miraidon.
The Grass Terra really helps against Miraidon. You're resisting those strong electric type attacks, but it's not too great into Iron Crown because you do kind of unlock the ability to go for Tachyon Cutter into that slot. Protect coming through from Iron Crown though, no Tachyon Cutters this turn as Eerie Impulse hits the correct target. The Miraidon will now be at -2 special attack, and whatever attack it chooses to use here, the Dragon Pulse calling the terrestrialization. A really great play, but an also good play from Justin because body press, well, it doesn't hit it hits the non-ghost type target, but the Eerie Impulse was the big deal there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Zamazenta takes that pretty comfortably. I think it could still take 2 more realistically before potentially getting knocked out. Depends on the damage rolls, of course, but that feels good for Justin to be able to have the Zamazenta not take too much damage.
And if we're in the same position as last game too now, where the ghost type Miraidon is on the field, it can be hit with Thunder Wave. The Iron Crown cannot turn into a ground type, so it will always be vulnerable to Thunder Wave as well. Eerie Impulse, the move of choice there. Both of these strong special attackers now being neutered.
That's going to be great news here for Justin, but another Dragon Pulse here. Still looks like it could be close. Body press in response brings his Iron Crown down so low, but it's just going to go for the Psychic Noise into the Zamazenta. That means 1 more attack from this Miraidon will be plenty to knock it out, but it still potentially have to take another Eerie Impulse before it does that.
It can, and also there's still the Thunder Wave play. If Thunder Wave goes into the Miraidon, it will be paralyzed, have its speed halved, and we saw the Zamazenta act before Iron Crown. Not going to happen this turn, though, because Justin opts to swap out the Zamazenta, keep it safe for another day. Rillaboom hits the field and will cancel out that electric terrain.
Yeah, so another way to limit the damage output of this Miraidon. One thing, though, about that Zamazenta, it doesn't get that defense boost back. So, as you called out in that game number 1, we actually get the chance to see it play out because it's still alive in this game 3 and switching off the field. The Dragon Pulse to cover for that switch.
That's still so much.
Nothing wants to come into that slot. Like, everything takes neutral damage to that.
Nice play there with the Thunderbolt. You get some damage onto Miraidon. 1 more Eerie Impulse. You start to kind of hit some diminishing returns there, and Iron Crown protecting means that if you would try to fire a Thunderbolt into that slot, it would have failed. Not done any damage at all. So Justin still makes some ground with that Thunderbolt into Miraidon. Possibly puts Miraidon in range for an attack from this Rillaboom. Maybe Woodhammer's not enough to one-hit KO it at full HP, but now it's certainly in range, I'd imagine, with the grassy terrain and the Miracle Seed boost. And of course, Iron Crown still vulnerable to something like a Thunderbolt from the Thunderous. It did just protect, so it has the possibility to be faked out on this turn from Rillaboom as well.
It does, but it's just going to be the Incineroar. So a good way to cover for this, which you kind of get a chance to maybe see what that play was that you were talking about pay off here. It would have, though, if it wasn't Incineroar switching in as a dark type, so it's not going to be affected by this Prankster Thunder Wave. So unfortunately not going to get those speed drops that Justin was hoping for. But the Rillaboom wanted to be able to follow that up into the Miraidon with this Woodhammer. Incineroar, the perfect choice to bring in, not even just to lower the attack output of this Rillaboom by 1 stage, but also just take that Woodhammer.
And of course, no Thunder Wave coming through there means that Iron Crown and Incineroar are still on the field. Iron Crown actually very much benefiting from the grassy terrain that Justin set up. We were in a position where one Thunderbolt might have been able to knock it out, but from this range, I think those couple turns of grassy terrain recovery have put it such that it can no longer be knocked out by one Thunderbolt. You have to target it with something else or with both Pokemon at the same time. And now that Incineroar has hit the field, it's in such a strong position, able to eat up that Thunder Wave and with immunity because it is a Dark type and Prankster moves do not work. And of course now you threaten with a Fake Out into Rillaboom or even a strong attack like a Knockoff or a Flare Blitz.
Yeah, so Rillaboom just protecting. That is kind of one of the nice benefits of being able to hold a different item to what we usually see on the Rillaboom, like an Assault Vest, that you do get access to protect. So kind of nice there. But the U-turn from the Incineroar, having Assault Vest means that you do have access to a couple more coverage options than we would usually see on an Incineroar. And on a team like this, when you also have Volt Switch available from the Miraidon, it's a great way to get that Incineroar in as your defensive switch and out again so that you can get this Miraidon to have that terrain control.
Terrain control back up means that the speed on Iron Crown will now be activated by the Quark Drive.
There we go.
Which actually might be a big deal if the Zamazenta comes back in. It was pretty low on HP. Even though Iron Crown is at -2 special attack, it might still be able to get a KO into it thanks to that speed boost now able to act before the Zamazenta. And of course the Rillaboom still at low HP, but the electric terrain coming back up means that Grassy Glide is no longer a priority move. You will have to switch it out if you want these terrain control in your favor again. Or you also still have Eerie Impulse control. You have some Thunder Wave options here.
Eerie Impulse now lowers that Miraidon's attack again, but I feel like the important thing is just trying to get the knockout here. But because this Iron Crown does have that speed, and you can't go for the priority Grassy Glides either, this Rillaboom gets knocked out before it's able to go for a big Woodhammer. So huge knockout with that speed boost.
It really is, and now Miraidon has the option to go for a Volt Switch here. It did not get paralyzed, thankfully, so it has the option to come back in, still be at full speed, and of course reset all these Eerie Impulse drops. Even though we have seen so many Eerie Impulses coming out from this Thundurus, so many of them just haven't stuck because Riley is very willing to switch out his Pokemon, either with the pivot moves like Volt Switch, or just hard switching into something else like this Incineroar.
Ooh, what a tough call to make, though. This Chien-Pao, the 4th and final for Justin, finally makes an appearance in this game. But Riley actually has yet to reveal what that 4th one is.
That's true. It might be that Whimsicott, but I think at this point, you'd imagine
the tables
Whimsicott
have turned.
probably hits the field sooner, typically, when you're using Whimsicott to get that speed control.
Exactly.
So it could be something like that Urshifu to get some more damage. Even the Ursaluna Blood Moon, if the Thundurus is the last thing remaining for Justin, then Ursaluna just comes in and can't take damage from it at all. So that might explain why Riley's been much more keen to target the things next to the Thundurus, not having to worry about Thundurus with that Blood Moon later on. This Chien-Pao now does have its Focus Sash intact, Iron Crown surely in Sucker Punch range, and of course, like we mentioned, Miraidon, being a Ghost type, is very vulnerable to that Sucker Punch. So if Riley doesn't have a way to deal with this Chien-Pao before it can fire these Sucker Punches off, he might still be in a rough position.
Well, the Protect is going to deny one Sucker Punch here, so Chien-Pao not able to actually do any damage into the Iron Crown, but we have finally get a chance to see Thundurus do something a little bit different. Thunderbolt just chipping away at this Incineroar as the Flare Blitz into that slot. What a great pickup of a KO. Maybe it isn't that Blood Moon that could be in the back there. You might want to consider that you take out the Chien-Pao instead because it would be packing an Icicle Crash.
I think even if it is that Blood Moon, I like that play a lot too because thanks to the speed boost from Quark Drive, your Iron Crown is the fastest thing on the field. You've now removed the Eerie Impulse threat, which has been really an obnoxious part of Justin's team for Riley in this match. And now your Iron Crown, I think even at -2 special attack we saw in a previous game, is able to KO Chien-Pao through the Focus Sash. And so you have to worry about Iron Crown. Even though it's at -2 special attack, you can't just leave it alone because it is able to take this KO, which means that Justin has to split his attention between the two Pokemon on Riley's side of the field instead of taking an easier route and maybe focusing on one thing because the other Pokemon is a little bit crippled.
Covering for the option, though, that this Ghost-type Miraidon could switch back in, not wanting to go for the body press. So you're able to at least do a little bit of damage, knowing that, yeah, that is actually what happened here. but the sucker punch,
good
big
call.
KO onto the Iron Crown. And that's going to be a huge Pokemon, very speedy. Now, Riley can't get access to that.
Smart heavy slam too. There is no loss of damage into this Miraidon because the Incineroar swapped out into the Ghost type. Really nice play for Justin to cover the possibility of that Pokemon becoming a Ghost type in front of that Zamazenta and no body press whiffing into it. That means that Miraidon is now certainly in Sucker Punch range, even though it might get intimidated later on. But Urshifu comes in. This is a Choice Scarf Urshifu. No, it's Mystic Water. Justin has a Choice Scarf one, so Mystic Water Urshifu comes in, and that means that Justin has speed advantage. If Miraidon stays on the field and attacks, it will get Sucker Punched. Zamazenta, though, does not have a defense boost. Body Press, unlikely to do a huge chunk of damage to it. I don't know if a combination of Sacred Sword and Body Press, no, it's not even Sacred Sword. This Urshifu like really can't touch his Chanpao at all, Rosemary.
No, it's gonna be a tough one, I think.
Yeah.
For the Urshifu, I mean, I think the only thing that I would think about is just the fact that maybe you even just go for the close combat.
I mean, you can close combat. The issue is I don't know that Justin has a way to damage this Urshifu anymore. The Surging Strikes is enough to KO through this Focus Sash often, and even this Volt Switch comes out before the Chanpao can attack. These two Pokemon are at their neutral speed states, and that might have possibly been a speed tie.
I mean, they've taken off the headsets already. I think they know Miraidon is just going to end up taking the pivot. They're shaking hands already. So the job has been done.
Even though the game isn't technically ended yet, I think they both realize that that is a pretty clear win for Riley in this state. Just because that Volt Switch meant that the Zamazenta got knocked out before the Chanpao could attack the Miraidon. Justin opting not to go for Sucker Punch there, possibly trying to catch the Miraidon just switching out, not going for that Volt Switch.
Yep.
But instead, Riley calls that bluff and also wins a potential speed tie. I don't know that we can confirm which of them was like naturally faster, and they are kind of the same speed a lot of the time. So a nice fortunate end for Riley there, on top of making a good play. Like calling the no Sucker Punch there is a really big deal.
Yeah, I mean, I still think it's so tough because you go for something like the Surging Strikes.
Yeah.
And yeah, you do quite a bit of damage, but you also never know if that Chanpao would actually survive.
Right. It's tough. Sometimes they can be trained too, but if you're a super fast Chanpao, you might not have
We've seen some
enough
damage
left in the
rolls
tank.
today, so.
Yeah, true. That body press in game 1. Now,
And then in game 2, yeah.
Seeing the Dragon Pulse here, like, it doesn't do too much damage, but the way that Riley played this, a lot of players, when they're using Miraidon, opt for like huge bursts of damage all at once, and that's what the Choice Specs Terra Electric, like Electro Drift sets do. Even like a Choice Specs Terra Electric Volt Switch, we've seen one-hit KO some things that are like neutral to it. But in this case, Riley opting for more of a slow play with the Miraidon, even with the Choice Specs, even with the Hadron Engine boost and that special attack, getting some little chip damage out whenever he could, and at a certain point, Justin just didn't have enough left in the tank.
Congratulations to Riley, one step closer towards potentially making that top 8 cut. 2 Swiss rounds down, 4 more to go. So still a very treacherous road ahead for everybody. But wow, what a well-played set. What a well-played set, so back and forth. Justin had an amazing comeback in that game number 2, and then Riley with such a big switch up to that Urshifu at the very end of the game. The tables turned, right? Justin was the one that was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna preserve all of that information. You didn't get to see my Pokemon for the 3rd and 4th slot until way later on in the game, and then Riley did the same thing back. That Urshifu was definitely the right thing to have.
It was a really nice like checkmate piece there. He's leaving the Focus Sash Chanpao on the field. Even with that Focus Sash intact, Riley actually had 2 things that had like the multi-hits, can possibly KO through Focus Sash, which came in very handy there, and especially considering Chanpao didn't have a fighting type move, it only had resisted damage into Urshifu, so as soon as that Zamazenta went down, it was kind of just over for Justin.
Yeah, it's tough, because that Zamazenta also took a ton of damage, which is the way that you would want to handle the Zamazenta matchup.
Right.
It's already so bulky, but if you can chip it down enough, at some point you're going to be able to actually get the knockout.
Yeah. Very few things can actually one-hit KO a Zamazenta. That's like its whole brand, just being very bulky and using that bulk to its advantage with body press. But Riley, I think, using that Ghost Terra on Miraidon very, very well. Not something players opt for often. And when you're running into a Miraidon matchup as Zamazenta, oftentimes you can use that Grass Terra, resist electric type attacks, and then start throwing body presses at Miraidon. But the Ghost Terra means that was entirely not possible.
I love that Terra choice.
Yeah,
very,
it was
very
cool.
Yeah, very, very cool. Well, we are going to be getting ready for our next round of Swiss. And we're also going to have to think about what's going to happen on Championship Sunday, because that is what all of our players are playing for right now. We've got a cute little trophy, as you saw on the bottom of your screen, and Championship Sunday is going to start tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. And what a great day it's going to be. All the games, all the glory, all the honor.
All the trophies.
All
the cool
the trophies.
hardware people get to take home.
Yeah, I know. We get to give out those Pikachu medals during
so
our
fun.
regular season. And then the big Pikachu trophies for the ICs.
You got a Pikachu on your shelf. That's like the...
Lots of Pikachu.
Of course.
But it's very, very fun. With that, we are going to take a short break as we get ready for the next round of Swiss, so don't go anywhere.
Brady's just going to throw in the towel.
With that, James Evan to claim victory here in the finals of Vancouver, becoming regional champion.
My game plan for the most part was just playing defensively with Gouging Fire, setting up Swords Dances with King Gambit, and just throwing out super offensive damage with Landorus and Flurmane. The team itself is kind of just like very well knit, so I kind of knew it can go the distance.
And then the double up will be enough to claim the KO.
James is popping off right now.
I kind of tried to reevaluate mid-game or set, you know, what do I need to fix for next time? And like round one, I lost, and I lost pretty hard because I wasn't playing my best at all, and I was a little frustrated at that. But that was when I kind of reevaluated how ridiculously powerful King Gambit is into a lot of teams right now. I could usually have King Gambit lead off, and now here comes another Pokemon to kind of finish the job that King Gambit started.
That's a one-hit KO.
So when I made it to cut, I just did not expect to win at all. I was like, this team is very good. It can go the distance. I didn't want to overstress anything or overthink anything. So I kind of just went in, positive attitude. I was like, let's just play some Pokemon, and we'll see how it goes.
James Evans to move on to top four, a clean 2-0 victory.
That's enough for a KO. And James cleans up game 2 and advances to his second finals in a row.
Brady is an incredible player, and when he made finals, I went up to him and hugged him. I was super proud of both of us. Brady put up an incredible fight. His team is super consistent, and it's very hard to kind of nail what strategy he's going for. He was weaving in and out like every single turn kind of masterfully.
It's time to get into game 3 here, the Vancouver Regional Finals.
The turn in game 3 versus Brady where I earth powered into the Raging Bolt and Breaking Swiped, I figured I have nothing to lose at this point. I'm just gonna earth power straight into it because if I get it, it's game over. And I was like, Landorus, please knock this out. And I think my reaction speaks for itself in that moment.
You see, James, you see this hope. Is Earth Power going to be enough? And it will! Raging Bolt is going to fall. Such an accomplished list of titles he has earned.
It's always a journey that I'm going to learn. I'm going to, you know, continue to strive to become better. Being the best James Evans I can be. My favorite moment ever is probably winning Worlds in 2018 in the Seniors Division. You know, everyone dreams of winning the World Championships. Not many people get to say they've won that. I'm fortunate to get to say I'm one of those people. I've always said I've wanted to get another Pikachu trophy, so we'll see how that ends up.
Is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。While your passion is the fire, always lighting up a path. It's the greatest you will get to leave them all. So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Good morning, trainers, and welcome back to the 2024 North American International Championships in beautiful New Orleans, Louisiana. My name is Evan Latt, and I am so thrilled to be joined by my good friend Gabby Snyder once again behind the desk in time for our 12th round of the Swiss competition. We have seen so much exciting Pokemon yesterday and today. Both matches we saw earlier this morning, incredible, and of course that makes sense because these are the best players at the tournament left in competition.
It's incredible to me as well just how many unique Pokemon picks made it through to day 2 of the competition. Of course, we are focusing on the best of the best here in terms of the Swiss rankings and in terms of what we feature on stream. But you know, there was a Sandy Shocks that made it through to day 2. We saw Overquill, Iron Crown. Even though the restricteds are really starting to boil down to one of maybe 4 or 5 solid picks, I think there's still a lot of innovation here out on the field. And shout outs to Aurelian Sola, who is our only undefeated trainer remaining in the competition at this point. That is an incredible accomplishment for them.
Yeah, after 11 rounds of Swiss, Aurelian remains undefeated in the tournament, and they are in an extremely strong position to make it into the top 8 at the end of this. You're seeing our current top 16 on your screen. Again, all of these competitors want to be on that left-hand side of your screen by the end of the Swiss competition. Otherwise, they will be cut from competition and not be able to play in our single elimination bracket later today.
Let's take a look at some of the notable Swiss matches from this round. And let me tell you what an incredible showdown we have here. I mean, the one that honestly jumps out to me the most is Eric Rios versus Eduardo Cunha at 10-1 each. That is an incredibly powerful matchup there for both those trainers.
Very powerful matchup. Both of two of Europe's top trainers competing here in round 12. Of course, Eduardo is the 2022 World Champion, so still here competing at the North American International Championships. But round 12, it's all about the Tang gang. Shiliang Tang versus Paul Chua is the match we're going to be watching, and Justin Tang is up against Taryn Birdie, who we did get to see yesterday as well. Both Shiliang and Justin running very similar teams, and really excited to be able to show off some of the things they've been cooking up.
I know. I mean, I think I alluded to it yesterday. There were several of this Pokemon in competition, including the one that I tried to so artistically render for our viewers at home. But
which Pokemon do you think has more usage in day 2, Lunala or Wo-Chien?
See, I know the answer to this because I saw y'all pulling the numbers earlier. My caster predictions would want it to be Lunala, but it's in actuality Wo-Chien.
Yeah, there are actually, I believe, 3 Wo-Chien that made it all the way through to day 2. paired alongside the Kyogre team that we are going to see in just a moment as we head down to stage. Paul Chua versus Shiliang Tang. Of course, if you have been watching our streams, you are no stranger to Paul Chua, one of the most decorated trainers in North America. Has had a bit of a rough go of it towards the end of this season, but here in the North American International Championships, making it to Swiss round 12 with a 9-2 record so far. So Paul is back with a vengeance, running a very traditional look at the Calyrex Ice Rider team.
Yeah, if you're looking at these Pokemon and you're thinking to yourself, yeah, this looks like the
right.
Calyrex Ice Rider team that's been doing well, you are honestly 80 to 90% correct. There are a couple of small differences that Paul has on his team. The booster energy on the Raging Bolt is a bit of a new adjustment for this team over an Assault Vest typically in that slot. Having access to Protect and then also being able to activate your own Photosynthesis boost when it enters the field for the first time is really helpful if you are running Calyrex Ice Rider. The Pelipper as well, opting for Wide Guard and Helping Hand. Usually trainers try and pick one of those depending on how they're feeling about the matchup.
Yeah.
And of course, Evan, your caster prediction of that Mental Herb on the Amoonguss to help out with any taunts that you may encounter in the process. Overall, I think this is a very consistent team. Definitely leans a little bit harder on balance, being able to outmaneuver your opponents, and then also, of course, Trick Room as your primary form of speed control. But if there's anybody who can pilot this kind of team to a championship, it is our 2013 U.S. national champion. That's a throwback for you, but more recently, I think the European international champion as well.
Yeah, that was actually one of the first events I ever got to be behind the desk
Oh
for.
yeah, that was like the test stream,
yeah,
right?
in-house for Paul Chua to be crowned a U.S. national champion. I believe that was in the seniors division at the time. But he is going to have to go up against Shiliang Tang, who has had an amazing season and an amazing Scarlet and Violet overall. You are going to see this Assault Vest Kyogre, which is something that Shiliang and Justin Tang have both been running throughout the entirety of Regulation G, and establishing Kyogre as a bulky threat, not just, a powerful water spout user, but also a Pokemon that can sit on the field and tank a lot of hits.
Not only is Kyogre bulky because of that Assault Vest, you have the synergy with the Light Clay Prankster Reflectant Light Screen Grimmsnarl as well.
Yep.
We started to see echoes of Grimmsnarl towards the latter round of the competition yesterday, and this is exactly why. You can just have so much bulk on the field. Pair that with an Assault Vest and a Pokemon that likes to use a move like Water Spout that does damage based off of your remaining health points. You also have the option for Wo-Chen to come on the field to weaken any damage threats to that Kyogre. And then there's Snarl on that Iron Jugulus as well. So there's a lot of opportunities for Shiliang to mitigate the damage, which will open the door for Kyogre to use these more powerful attacks for some one-hit KOs.
And let's not forget the Tablets of Ruin on Wo-Chien. We've been talking about the Light Screen and the Snarl. Wo-Chien with that Tablets of Ruin ability will be able to reduce the attack of any Pokemon on Paul's side. And importantly, this is a really important matchup for that because there are Pokemon on Paul's side that cannot have their attack reduced otherwise.
Yep.
Calyrex Ice Rider is holding the clear amulet, so Intimidate on Incineroar, not going to do anything until that item has been knocked off.
Yep.
Also has the Fire Terrestrialization, so could not be burned by the Will-O-Wisp that Shiliang has. So the only way to reduce the attack of that Calyrex is the Tablets of Ruin. Same for the Urshifu Rapid Strike style. Those critical hits for the Surging Strikes would go through the Intimidate, but the tablets, can't get through the tablets.
You can't get through the tablets or the screens. If you think about it, you can hold the tablets up on one side and the screens on the other side, and with no Brick Break in sight, really, you're going to struggle to deal a lot of damage there. But going into this game number one, as our trainers get started, I don't see why Paul would try and avoid setting up Trick Room here. Yes, it's true that there's a lot of opportunities for Shiliang to mitigate the amount of damage that Calyrex Ice Rider will do once it is on the field, as we do see it led alongside of that Pelipper for Paul against the Grimmsnarl and the Incineroar for Shiliang. So you want to have that speed control regardless, and then you just want to have enough time within that Trick Room to deal damage through the damage mitigation. Most likely the Reflect here, potentially a Will-O-Wisp as well, but I don't think you want to lock in your Fire-type Terastallization when you're expecting a later Kyogre in the game.
Actually, just the Thunder Wave coming out from the Grimmsnarl onto the Pelipper. So Pelipper will be paralyzed, will be slower than the Incineroar, so not able to pick up a KO with the Weather Ball. Instead, Shiliang is able to get the Will-O-Wisp off onto Calyrex and gets the paralysis to boot. Paul has not been able to do anything this turn. A little bit of damage coming out from that Glacial Lance, but because Paul tried to preserve the Terastallization, is affected by that burn, and you don't even have to set up the screens.
No.
That did no damage to either of those Pokemon.
No, and I think it's very smart to prioritize lowering the Pelipper's speed and then trying to get the burn to connect, then you go for the Reflect.
Oh, this is the saddest Calyrex.
It is the saddest Calyrex indeed, and while it is unfortunate that that turn did not go in Paul's favor, I think that you just have to try and find some damage here, and you have to assume this parting shot will switch into a Pokemon like the Kyogre, who's going to be so happy to enter the field with the Reflect, with the burn, and being able to resist a potential Weather Ball here as well.
All right, well, Hurricane comes out from the Pelipper, dealing a little bit of damage back to the Grimmsnarl after the parting shot. Another Glacial Lance connects onto Grimmsnarl and the Kyogre, and look at how little damage that Kyogre took. Of course, with the Reflect and the burn, it is happily sitting at just under full health, and there is nothing stopping Shiliang from also being able to put up the light screen this turn or save Grimmsnarl in case you need to reset screens later.
I think saving the screens for later is smart because we don't necessarily know which Pokemon that Paul has in the back, and you know, you can just stack another damage reduction on top of that. Pelipper is able to hold on thanks to the Focus Sash from that Thunder, but I think more importantly here, we should take a moment to review some Kyogre damage calculations because...
Ooh.
Okay, well maybe talk about the confusion first.
Yeah, well, the confusion is the one thing that Paul has going for him in this game so far. Yeah, that was a super effective attack onto that Wo-Chien, by the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, the confusion onto Kyogre now, making it slowing down Shiliang's offense. And any turn that Kyogre isn't able to deal damage is going to be really big for Shiliang, as it is the only Pokemon that we've seen with significant offense so far.
Yeah, so there is a bit of a guessing game going on here between these two players. So Wide Guard on Pelipper will stop both the Water Spout and the Origin Pulse from Shiliang's Kyogre. But realistically speaking here, Kyogre has no motivation to go for those spread moves until this Pelipper has been removed from the field. Because in typical situations, Water Spout will still deal more damage than Origin Pulse as long as Kyogre is over about 50 to 60% of its health. So we do see Shiliang try to sneak in a Wide Guard there. Unfortunately, does not get the damage to connect, but I think more importantly with the Leech Seed now on top of the burn on this Calyrex Ice Rider, there's really not much Paul can do. And rather than try and switch in a Pokemon to catch a potential additional Leech Seed or maybe even a Thunder, Ice Beam, Water Spout, or Origin Pulse on that switch, I think you just have to wait for one of your two Pokemon to be KO'd so that you can send in something to hopefully be at full damage. And again, looking at Paul's team, you really have to hope it's that Raging Bolt in the back, as you want a strong special attacker to make up for the fact that there's just so much damage mitigation against those physical attackers right now. And Pollen Puff to heal as well.
Yeah,
Shiliang just has so much health on the board.
Yeah, there is damage mitigation, and then there is, oh, you dealt some damage to me? Don't worry about it. I have Pollen Puff and Leech Seed. Now, Kyogre did waste a turn there, hit itself in its own confusion, which means that this Pelipper has been able to get the helping hand onto the Calyrex to boost the damage of that Glacial Lance just a little bit. And every little piece of damage will count. As you say, Paul is likely trying to stall out as long as possible, not give away free damage to Shiliang, and instead try to get a little bit of chip and maybe wait for those screens to reset, that Reflect at least.
Yeah, and the fact that Rain ran out as well does sort of force Shiliang to consider a switch moving forwards. Like, if you're Paul, you don't switch out your Pelipper at 1 HP really in any situation, especially given that the Rain was mostly to reduce any Fire-type damage coming through for the Calyrex Ice Rider.
Water Spout finally connects. No Wide Guard coming out instead. Pelipper will go down. the Water Spout not as powerful because the rain has ended, but still picks up the KO. Easy to do that on 1 hit point, and a little bit of damage to the Calyrex itself. There is another Glacial Lance just chipping away at the Kyogre, but Shiliang, the Leftovers recovery and the Leech Seed recovery, keeping that Wo-Chien extremely healthy and just walling Paul's team right now.
I'm very curious to see what Pokemon Paul has in the back of his party, as we actually get the double KO thanks to the damage from the Leech Seed there and the burn. Kyogre is just sitting very, very healthy right now. Will be significantly more threatened by the presence of Raging Bolt on Paul's side of the field, but seeing that his final Pokemon is going to be that Urshifu Rapid Strike style, Paul is left with a very difficult choice here. He has to pick one move on that Urshifu to lock into for the remainder of this match, and while the close combat does seem like the best possible move against the Wo-Chien, against the Incineroar, and then the Kyogre and the Grimmsnarl a little bit less, you will be taking defensive drops every attack you go for, and I think that's a very dangerous strategy to rely on, given how little damage Shiliang is going to take from those attacks, thanks to the Tablets of Ruin and the Reflect, which are still in play.
Well, it's going to be the Terastallization from Raging Bolt. Paul has been able to maneuver 2 attackers out on the field, and including a powerful special attacker from that Raging Bolt. Of course, seeing that, Shiliang will go for the Grass Terastallization on Kyogre to protect it from those electric-type attacks like a Thunderclap or a Thunderbolt from the Raging Bolt. The close combat is the choice, still dealing about 50% damage to the Wo-Chien. Really no other option for Paul if he has any hope to make it through the rest of this game. There's the Thunderbolt connecting onto the Wo-Chien as well, picks up the KO with the Terastallization, that extra damage boost getting the Snail off the field and allowing the Urshifu to deal a little bit of damage back. Now this Ice Beam, again, this is only an Assault Vest Kyogre, so it doesn't deal a lot of damage, but there is always the chance to freeze. The Ice Age has come for Raging Bolt.
That is a really unfortunate freeze there for this Raging Bolt, but I do still think that Shiliang has the momentum on his side of the field. He does have to play very carefully from this point on, as, again, the Kyogre really is his best damage-dealing Pokemon at this point in time, and this close combat is going to do a significant amount of damage to that Pokemon when it does connect. Cannot connect this turn thanks to that flinch, but still, as long as you're able to remove the Raging Bolt from the field, which probably will happen next turn, judging by how much damage that Water Spout did, the Grimmsnarl should be able to come in and finish off the Urshifu with a, I believe it's the Fairy-type attack that it carries, the Spirit Break. So still in a very commanding position for Shiliang, but Paul, his option here was to hope for not the freeze and then just go for more damage on that Raging Bolt, and unfortunately just did not have it in this match.
Yeah, unfortunate for Paul getting, was able to get both of those Pokemon in, but the freeze meant that the Raging Bolt was not able to deal as much damage as you may want out of that Pokemon. And of course, it all comes down to that turn 1 where Shiliang was able to paralyze the Pelipper. We saw Paul trying to go for the Weather Ball, which would have picked up a one-hit KO on the Incineroar, but instead was paralyzed, hit the Thunder Wave, lowered the speed of the Pelipper, and allowed that Incineroar to get off the Will-O-Wisp, which meant that Calyrex was not doing a lot of damage, and Shiliang was able to set up, bought the time that Shiliang needed.
The one thing that works out for Paul, though, is there's a very simple adjustment that you can make if you are worried about that play. You just protect your Ice Rider Calyrex, and you hope that you don't get the full paralysis after the Thunder Wave connects with your Pelipper. It is still a risk, but 2 out of 3 times you will be okay, and we did just see the 1 out of 3 times, so you would assume that probability would mean that maybe it would be better this time for you. You could also potentially make an adjustment in terms of your Pokemon, maybe try to bring the Incineroar or swap in the Raging Bolt into that spot, who wouldn't mind the burn as much as the Calyrex Ice Rider. But still, overall, I think that Shiliang's strategy of just, I'm going to set up Light Screen, or Reflect, I'm going to set up Speed Control via Thunder Wave, I'm going to switch in my Wo-Chien, just gave that Kyogre so much bulk that it was able to find the time to use those Water Spouts for that big damage, which is something that it doesn't really have the opportunity to do a lot of the time. It really does need the support of screens, of Wo-Chien to find those opportunities.
Well, there is the support of screens on the field already in turn 1 of our game 2 here. Grimmsnarl and Incineroar, again the leads for Shiliang, and the combination Pelipper and Calyrex the leads for Paul. So a repeat of turn 1 of game 1. And we saw how that worked out for Paul last time. You have to imagine hoping for something a little bit different here. And now the obvious answer would be, you know, something like you have the Terrestrialization. Kyogre isn't out yet. You do have the Protect as well. But the Terrestrialization is fire, and you're doing fire into a Kyogre team. And Shiliang, of course, sees that, makes the adjustments, fakes out the Pelipper to prevent that Pokemon from being able to make a move, and gets a Reflect up entirely for free.
Given the fact that Reflect will last for 8 turns, knowing that the Grimmsnarl is holding that Light Play item does give Shiliang a bit of flexibility in terms of the order that he sets all these things up in. And again, I think expecting the Ice Rider Calyrex to protect that turn was a very predictable play from Paul. Still a very safe play at the end of the day. It does give you the opportunity to see what Shiliang did and then respond.
There was no end of the game in turn 1 at
Exactly,
that point.
exactly. And by sending in the Raging Bolt now, you do ensure that if there is a Will-O-Wisp from that Incineroar, it will not mitigate your damage output. Even if it's a knockoff, really, you already just used your held item, so there's only so much Incineroar can do to the Raging Bolt.
Well, there is again the paralysis coming through from the Grimmsnarl, so Shiliang stalling out the turn 1 from game 1 to the turn 2 of game 2. But Paul, of course, recognizing that as a threat, and crucially, this Pelipper was not fully paralyzed, which means that this Weather Ball is able to connect with the Incineroar and pick up the one-hit KO. And that could be big, because one of the other things that ended up happening at the end of game 1 was Paul was locked into close combat, one of the only attacks on Urshifu that can actually have its damage reduced by Intimidate.
Exactly. It could be big, but there's still some different cards in play for Shiliang as well. Grimmsnarl being at full health here means that there is the opportunity for either the Light Screen or the Spirit Break this turn. I think you prioritize Light Screen because, again, the odds that this game will last 8 more turns from this point in time is very low in the Scarlet and Violet era. And then you don't have to worry about catching a potential Protect here from the Raging Bolt, but instead, Shiliang opting to try and drop the special attack via an attack. Also probably looking to do some super effective damage as well.
Yeah, one of the benefits of that Spirit Break is being able to start chipping away at this Raging Bolt, which, you know, the burn is a stronger effect on the Calyrex, but that little bit of damage will still be chipping away at those hit points, and that plus super effective Spirit Breaks will start to add up, which is why we're about to see a Terrestrialization hit the field here for Paul. That's going to be the Electric Raging Bolt once again.
For sure, and if there's one way you can get around the potential special attack drop from a Light Screen or a single Spirit Break, it would be this Terrestrialization paired with a Helping Hand. You know, normally this would be enough to pick up the KO onto this Grimmsnarl, but after this Light Screen, I think it will be able to hold on for one more turn. Let's just see how much damage this Pokemon can do.
There's the Lightning Bolt coming out from the top of the Light Bulb on the Raging Bolt. Not enough to pick up the KO like you called out, and Wo-Chien will seed the Raging Bolt. So Wo-Chien is now capable of just sitting on the field as long as that Raging Bolt is on the field. And the combination of Leech Seed plus Burn, we saw it in game 1, how much it added up on the Calyrex. Now it's doing the same thing to the Raging Bolt.
Honestly, I know that the Pelipper threatens some pretty decent damage into the Wo-Chien, but if it's able to connect a Leech Seed with Pelipper as well, I think even though it will be threatened by that super effective damage from a Hurricane, knowing the rain is about to expire and just knowing that Pelipper has a chance to be paralyzed as well, means Wo-Chien's pretty comfortable.
Yep. Yeah, this Wo-Chien is extremely happy right now. The rain has just stopped, which means that Pelipper's best way of dealing damage to it has had its accuracy drop significantly back down to 70, I believe. And now the Burn and the Leech Seed adding up on the Raging Bolt plus the Ruination means that that Pokemon is not long for this world, especially with the Kyogre now out on the field.
Kyogre will most likely have to terrestrialize this turn, as it is going to be slower than this Raging Bolt, and it will have to worry about taking super effective damage. We've already seen Paul lock into Helping Hand and the terrestrialization as well, but this time around, Helping Hand will not be able to come through thanks to that paralysis, and with no terrestrialization. Kyogre hovers just at that key point prior to a little help from its friend, where Water Spout will still do more than enough damage to pick up the KO on Raging Bolt, and potentially this Pelipper as well.
Yep, that is now a max power Water Spout. The Assault Vest coming up huge for Shiliang there. Of course, Paul also missing out on the extra damage amplification from Helping Hand meant that Kyogre was over 50% health. This Kyogre is trained to be slower than the Wo-Chien so that it could get the Pollen Puff off and get the big power Water Spouts.
I love that so much. That is really borrowing from this Shadow Rider, or excuse me, Ice Rider Calyrex team, where typically you run the Amoonguss 1 or 2 speed points slower than the Calyrex, so that you are able to move first in Trick Room and heal it up. Shiliang has put his own spin on this, or maybe I should say the Tengang put their own spin on this, giving this Wo-Chien the ability to heal up Kyogre and shore up one of its biggest weaknesses when it comes to Water Spout and when it comes to how it's played in Regulation G. You have to imagine that even against scary teams like Miraidon, if you have screens up, if you terrestrialize into that grass typing, and you can heal yourself up before you go on the offense, all of a sudden this Kyogre has a decent chance to take down Miraidon, which is one of the scariest Pokemon in the format right now.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting team to watch evolve over the course of the 2 North American regional championships that we have had so far. The Wo-Chien being the newest addition to the team here for the North American International Championships. And we really just saw how difficult it was to break through that core. Even this time around, it was a Calyrex Ice Rider team, which doesn't have the best matchup into Kyogre to begin with, especially if you're running that Terra Fire version to protect yourself from Will-O-Wisps. You don't want to make yourself weak to Water Spout immediately. And it was just so dominant. Shiliang had full control of both games 1 and game 2. Just did not see any way for Paul to actually break through the screens, break through the Spirit Breaks, break through the Tablets of Ruin and the Intimidates. So much damage reduction, and you know what? Sometimes you only need one really strong attacker, if that is a Water Spout full health in the rain.
For sure. I do like how Paul approached this game too, going for the terrestrialization on the Raging Bolt, trying to use Helping Hand consistently. I think really trying to scare Shiliang into going for the grass type terrestrialization on that Kyogre, so that the Ice Rider Calyrex could then come back out onto the field and deal super effective damage with the Glacial Lance. But unfortunately just did not work out for him in this matchup, thanks to, again, that Wo-Chien. That Pollen Puff in that final turn was huge and really showcased that Kyogre would be faster than the Ice Rider Calyrex at that point. Wo-Chien would have been able to heal that Calyrex, that Kyogre basically back up to full. And then the Water Spout would have been more than enough damage to seal the game. So even though we saw an earlier forfeit from Paul, I think the writing was on the wall for that Ice Rider Calyrex.
Yeah, you mentioned that Paul was maybe trying to force a grass terrestrialization out of Kyogre, but we saw there at the end there was no need for it.
Yeah,
with the Assault Vest and with the Light Screen and with the ability for Wo-Chien to heal back up, that was everything Paul could possibly throw at the Kyogre. Did get the paralysis on the Pelipper, so missed out on a little bit of the damage amplification from the Helping Hand. But even with a booster energy for special attack, even with the terrestrialization, and even with the more powerful Thunderbolt going off into the Kyogre without terrestrializing, it did less than 50%. So it went back up to full after being Pollen Puff. So there was no real threat there on the Kyogre at all.
No, and that's what's really cool too. I think that Kyogre in past metagames has always shined in the dual restricted formats, because you want something else on the field to take the heat away from the Kyogre. Like, the Kyogre is best when it can come in with a Choice Scarf, go for a Water Spout before your opponent can attack, and then your Zacian on the side maybe gets a Swords Dance in and starts going on the offense sort of at a slower pace. But by being able to slow down the pace of the game with Grimmsnarl, with the Wo-Chien, with Will-O-Wisps, that gives Kyogre that same opportunity to get those damaging attacks in. without having the other restricted there, basically, to say, hey, pick me, attack me instead.
Well, let's go ahead and hear directly from Shiliang Tang about how he built this Kyogre team that looked so impressive in this game. Let's toss it down to the stage where David is standing by.
Thanks, Evan. I'm here with the winner of the round 12 of day 2 of NAIC, Shiliang Tang. Mate, whoa, is all I got to say to that. Like, how are you feeling after that match?
Yeah, so I think this matchup is something that I prepare for a lot, but for sure, like Paul Chua is like one of my good friends, and we also talk a lot daily. So he's super good for sure, and everyone knows it. So I feel very happy to be able to be him, like one of the best players in the world. I feel like proud of myself.
As you should be, yeah. I mean, we're such a cool team as well. It was really interesting to see you pilot that across the couple of games you had there and utilizing kind of what Ferrothorn kind of used to do with like Leech Seed and Protector stuff, but also to heal up the Kyogre to boost the power of the Water Spouts at the same time. So in terms of the team and how you built it, is that something, an idea that you came up with?
Yes, I think it's like mostly my idea. So for team building, like I think I like this Pokemon Wo-Chien since Regulation C. When I was introduced, like no one's using Wo-Chien, but I was able to make Wo-Chien to top 30 Battle Stadium, and it was featured by Aaron Sebastian. That was an honor. And later, every reg, I will look into if there's a way to pilot Wo-Chien. And until now, I figure, okay, Wo-Chien pairs well with Kyogre. I can do Cell Pollen Puff and Water Spout, or I can do Ruination and Water Spout, or whatever. So I think Wo-Chien is a good thing that I came up with the first day of Regulation G. And I think this thing worked well. Wo-Chien carried me a lot of games during my run in NAIC. So I think it's a pretty interesting tag to use.
It's really fun. So yeah, hopefully we can see a little bit more of that later on. So what's your goal for this weekend? Because obviously you're already a regional champion last year. So yeah, what's the plan for an international?
Yeah, so the goal is always to win. I know it's hard, but I will try to do my best. And also I'm in the race of North America top 12. Yeah, so I think I should be able to lock it. I'm like number 11 going into NAIC, and going into this stage, I think I should be fight for that. So now I just fight for whatever I can do better, and last fight for money for sure.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Lots to fight for, of course, and I'm sure you're having fun this weekend as well. Have you traveled far to come here to New Orleans?
I come from New York, so it's fine. Like around 3 hours of flight.
Okay. And what do you like about New Orleans?
I haven't like really like traveled in the New Orleans. I was like all day in my hotel room preparing, so I don't have much comment on New Orleans at this moment because I just didn't go to anywhere.
That's all good, of course, because you're a very dedicated Pokemon player as well. So we like that too. So Shiliang, have you got any shout-outs that you'd like to give?
Yeah, so for shout-outs, I would like to thank my team building partners, Justin Tang, Chapa, Andrew Ding, and William. And finally, I also want to thank my wife for always supporting me playing Pokemon. Yeah, that's it.
Love it. For the friends and family around the world. Thank you so much, Shiliang. We're going to get back to the casters, and we'll be shortly getting ready for round 13.
Thanks, David, and thank you to Shiliang for all of those nuggets of wisdom in the interview. I love hearing how players come together to build their teams across, multiple different people coming together. Lots of teams are actually sort of the work of a committee of people who are really focused on trying to figure out what are the best possible options, testing so many different variants. And then you see one team at a tournament and you're like, oh, well, this was clearly the best team. It did really well. And it's like, you have no idea how many drafts I have.
I know. Sometimes I feel like I flip through my notes when I'm trying to build a team and it's like copy one, copy of copy one, copy of copy of copy one. Copy one final. Copy of copy one final. I could keep going, but I'll be honest, I'm not trying to stall for that much time right now. I also got to say, I love the dedication of some of these Pokemon trainers when they come into these cities to compete. I'm always very tempted to go out and see what's around, try some of the local food. Shiliang, I hope you and your friends do have an opportunity to see the city, as it's a really fun place to have an international championships for Pokemon. But maybe maybe worry about that prize money and winning the tournament first.
Well, it would be definitely a great place to celebrate a championship
Oh,
for sure,
100%.
as the newly crowned champion. For those of you who are watching at home and here in the venue, you can share your thoughts on social media. Let's take a look at some of our players out in the field. Here is Becca, who is cheesing, you can see for sure. Finished 5-4 at NAIC. Imagine how good she'll be when she actually knows what she's doing. Had an amazing day and so blessed with the friends made in the community.
So I am also somebody who has a bit of a self-deprecating style of humor. But honestly, anybody who goes 5-4 at an international championship, I think you do know what you're doing.
Yeah.
There are so many variables that go into a run here at an international championship. And sure, maybe you don't know like 90 to 100% of everything in the game. But does anybody really at the end of the day?
No.
I mean, are you prepared for an Avalog Zekrom team?
No.
Because there was one of those in the field yesterday.
Yeah, there's only so much preparation you can do, and a lot of it is adaptation on the fly. So congratulations on your 5-4 finish. I bet if you went through the standings, you would find another a whole host of players that are at 5-4 that you would think of as maybe, oh, they're supposed to be better than me, but you had the same record, so.
I gotta say, not to interrupt you, Evan, but I am this Hearthflame Ogrepon with the grumpy face on, waiting for my beignets. I
have not had a beignet yet.
I haven't either, and I was also a little hangry this morning.
Yeah, we gotta go get some beignets.
Me and this Ogrepon are totally on the same wavelength right now. Dre, I hope you and your Ogrepon were able to get those beignets, and I hope they were everything that you hoped they would be.
Absolutely, and let's take a look at our final message from the crowd here. Coming soon, plushies and products to the Pokemon Center. Cute. I'm very excited for the Bellibolt and Fuecoco Squishmallows. The Bellibolt is so cute, and the Fuecoco has the cutest little tail.
I know, I was gonna say the same thing. So obviously they're on display in a case, so you can't actually go up and pick it up and turn it around. But I noticed that on the Instagram account for Pokemon yesterday, they actually posted like a 360 video of the new Squishmallows coming out, and the Fuecoco's tail is just perfection.
And actually, you can see the QR code real quick. You can go ahead and scan that to sign up for emails.
Oh yeah, please do that. Please do that. But also more Fuecoco merchandise, please.
I am.
Oh, there you go, Evan. All right. I also want to take a moment to shout out Kimberly's outfit there with the green T-shirt with the Bulbasaur backpack. I feel like there's a lot of Bulbasaur energy.
Yeah.
And then there's also the Sprigatito in their profile picture as well. Just really cool. I'm loving the grass type Pokemon trainer.
Yeah, you know what? That's a little bit small, and I want to make sure everyone gets a chance to sign up for these email updates. So there is your QR code there to sign up for email updates. Again, that will get you access to information about, updates about the games, about the Pokemon Center. Get those email subscriptions so you can always find out what's going on in the wonderful world of Pokemon.
You know, Evan, a wise man once said, technology is incredible. And I agree. Being able to scan an image to sign up for email updates about the thing that I love the most in the world, other than my partner and my dog, is truly incredible. Technology is incredible.
That's digital organizing. Let's go. Well, speaking of things that are going on in the wonderful world of Pokemon, we are not only doing the North American International Championships on our Twitch account, you can also celebrate Water-type Pokemon coming up later this week, and a Beyond the Pokedex entry for a Greninja to make sure you are watching some of our highlights of Water types on the Pokemon animation.
Of course, if that's not your cup of tea, there is going to be a rerun of the 2018 Latin American International Championships for the video game and trading card game on the following day from 2 to 5 p.m. Pacific time, and that was a truly incredible international championships. I believe that was the year that we saw Mega Caesar win, which was certainly a Pokemon I was not anticipating to win that event, and also a great throwback at a metagame that has Mega Pokemon, which may be coming back in the future. I don't know. I saw a little teaser.
I have no ideas.
No ideas about ZA?
No ideas.
All All right. Well, I'm hoping. I'm manifesting even.
You're manifesting.
I've been trying to manifest a lot this weekend, and megas are one thing.
Well, if you want to make sure that you're able to catch all of that action, follow the Twitch account, follow the YouTube as well. So also make sure that you know when we're going live tomorrow for Championship Sunday. So don't miss a single minute of the action. Click
a single
those follow
second,
buttons.
even.
You could miss a couple seconds.
Really?
I think we'd be okay.
Oh, I don't know. I think you have to have your eyes locked
You are
in the
allowed to
electroweb. Okay, well, that's good.
Well, we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have our next round of Swiss here from the North American International Championships in New Orleans.
Good game.
Urshifu goes for the protect. It fails.
And with that attack, Full Glitch becomes your Charlotte Regional Champion, 8-time winner.
The
No
king
way.
is back, ladies and gentlemen.
Coming into this tournament, I wanted to build a team that would give me the tools to win in any matchup. Not necessarily that it would automatically win matchups for me, but no matter what I played against, I would have the ability to play the game and have the tools to win without having it be a crazy uphill battle. So I focused on using Pokemon that I knew were really strong, that also covered a wide swath of the format with like what they were strong against.
It's gonna be the trick room. It's gonna be the trick room. Porygon 2 gets a chance to set it up, but Wolf is gonna just reverse it.
Yeah, that's a beautiful play by Wolf.
I used Ogerpon Hearthflame because I had a good matchup against Urshifu regardless, and it allows a lot more damage. Like my team is, it's not great at doing damage immediately. Like oftentimes you want to get Hyper Voice off with Frigoraph, or Swords Dance off with Ogerpon, or a Calm Mind off with Fluttermane, and Incineroar and Rillaboom don't do immediate damage. So I wanted a Pokemon that could kind of step on the gas, so to speak, and at any moment just like Terrasilize, get the attack boost, and just blow through my opponent. So I think that it's a strong Pokemon that players should respect.
Not gonna be able to take it. That is a one-hit knockout.
I was actually really worried about opposing Incineroar because my team, I have Incineroar, I have Rillaboom, I have Frigoraph, I have Fluttermane, I have Ogerpon Fire, and all 5 of those Pokemon, like, they're not terrible into Incineroar, but like I can't easily get rid of it. It's really all Urshifu who, if they're paired with Amoonguss or other grass types, it can be really hard to kind of nail down Incineroar, especially because it's such a slippery Pokemon. I really just focused on the game in front of me. Like, there was a part of me when I entered top 8, I thought, wow, I'm like, what, 14 wins and 1 loss? And if I lose here, the whole tournament's over? Like that's really scary, right? It would kind of feel like a waste to do so well and then just have it all end. But I put those thoughts out of my mind and I just said, okay, like, how do I beat this person right now? That's all that matters to me.
Close combat comes out, targets into the Ogerpon, and Wolf Blick will be advancing to his 2nd regional championship finals this season.
All my opponents were great, but I felt the most stressed, and I think the most challenging of my top cup matches was definitely the final one. It was the only one where I lost a game. The others I won cleanly. Basically, like in the other matchups, I felt like I had the tools to kind of outplay my opponent, like in a sense where I had the tools I could make it tricky as to what I was doing and just overall get myself an advantage by using aggressive playing and positioning, whereas in the final matchup, like, I really didn't know I was going to win the finals until the very end. I realized turn 1 that I had gained a slight advantage, and turn 2 I was able to take out Ursaluna right away, which was really, really good because it had caused me a ton of problems. It had taken a KO, but the problem was that the Trick Room was up and the speed tiers were weird, and I wasn't sure how much damage I was going to do with anything, and so the end of the game came down to I had 3 turns in Trick Room, I had Frigoraph and Incineroar against a -1 special defense Urshifu. And I was like, well, I attack both my Pokemon, I win the game, great. But then I thought, well, if they get a triple protect, I'll lose. So it really wasn't until the final turn where I saw the protect fail. It was the double protect that failed. I was in the finals of Pittsburgh and I got 2nd, and my Pokemon got frozen at the last second, and like maybe I would have won otherwise. And so I thought, like, man, it'd be really unfortunate if I lost another finals on a low probability outcome. So I really didn't believe I was going to win until I really saw the protect fail and my attacks come out.
It's not gonna be able to save itself from this one. And with that attack, Wolf Glitch becomes your Charlotte Regional Champion.
Feels really good, I'm in contention for one of the best players of all time. I think if you ask many people, they would say I am the best player of all time. So to kind of be able to continue to prove that, to continue to say, hey, I won at the time, the biggest tournament of all time last year in Orlando, and now I'm doing it again in Charlotte, it's pretty cool. It's nice to win. I work really hard at this game, and Worlds this past year was disappointing for me. I did a lot worse than I wanted to, and so being able to win is really great, and to kind of say, like, okay, look, I'm doing something right, I can still keep up, like I am still one of the best.
We're blasting out of the past and we're venturing from the future, trainers. The bicycle beasts are here, zooming into the velodrome, Koraidon and Miraidon. But Which one are we choosing? Time for a round of I Choose Who. Lee and Jamie are going to convince me that the one they're backing is the one to choose, but I'm going to get the ultimate say. Lee, Koraidon, sell it for us.
It is by far the best of the two restrictors. It has access to Oracle Compulse, brings the sun, it boosts its attacks, it has the fighting type attack as well. And along with the sun that it does bring, activates all of those abilities on the Paradox Pokemon as well. So Photosynthesis Pokemon are actually capable of getting the boosts themselves. Things like Fluttermane that are already very good in the format are incredibly good with the Koraidon alongside it. You're going to have the things like Walking Wake as well that have a lot of utility, covering the water type attacks, maybe some weaknesses that Koraidon does have, and of course we'll just throw into the mix as well, just on top of that, that it can terastallize, so it can get rid of those weaknesses that it does have with that dragon and the fighting type.
Okay, sure. I feel like some of those points are going to be fairly similar to what you're going to say, Jamie.
Well, Miraidon doesn't have a 4x weakness to start off with, so it doesn't have to terastallize defensively very often, and is able to terastallize much more offensively, usually going for its electric typing, getting the absolutely massive damage that Koraidon can only dream of, getting loads of one-hit knockouts with even just something as simple as a Volt Switch. If you slap the choice specs on, you get the electric terrain, which is boosting your already really strong attacks, whereas Koraidon, yes, it's making use of the sun, but it's not actually a fire type, so it doesn't get that same type attack bonus, just like a Miraidon does with its electric type attacks. You get the electric terrain to stop all of the sleep. And Mungus is such a common Pokemon in the formats that you just put a stop to all the spores that could come out really nicely. And you get an item that can be used as well, the electric seed, getting a defense boost on any Pokemon on your team, just as a niche choice to be able to get some defenses up. Koraidon doesn't have access to that. There's no item that really makes use of the sun like electric seed can do.
And of course, you're boosting up your future Paradox Pokemon thanks to their Quark Drive ability. Lee, what about items on Koraidon?
Well, you're initially going to look at things like the Clear Amulet to prevent things like Intimidate affecting you. Covered Cloak could be another option. Safety Goggles, even if you are worried about a Mungus. So that there are options out there. I would say the Clear Amulet's probably the most beneficial one, though. And talking about a Mungus, you've got the sun. You can terastallize into a fire type, and you don't need to worry about what a Mungus is doing if you're just knocking it out with a Flare Blades in the sun. So there is that argument as well. And you've got, you know, I feel like it's a hard uphill battle, this, but Koraidon's good, and it does resist electric type attacks with its base dragon typing as well.
If there's a Pokemon that can take you uphill, it's going to be Koraidon going for that collision course, and that's something we haven't talked about yet, their signature moves. Talk to us about Electro Drift, Jamie.
Well, Electro Drift is probably the most consistent high damage move that Miraidon can go for. You do have the close combat available for Koraidon, but then you're going to be dropping your defenses, whereas Electro Drift has no downside. It's just going to be able to do that really massive consistent damage, and then you can opt for even just a Volt Switch as well to be able to reposition. If you're not needing to do the most amount of damage possible, then you can just reposition, get on out there, come back in, reset the electric terrain very nicely.
Okay, and then collision course, Lee?
Yeah, you can utilize that with something like Bulk Up that Koraidon gets access to, or even a bit more risky would be the Swords Dance that it does have in its arsenal, where it can go for that boosted attack even further than it already is under the sun. Very strong attack, and it, you know, +2 probably would be enough to get Miraidon, you know.
Well, I think it's time to make a decision, and you've both argued very convincingly. Both Koraidon and Miraidon really do offer their niches. Of course, Koraidon being a physical attacker too, Miraidon a special attacker. I think, though, for raw damage output, we got to kick it into overdrive and go for Miraidon, Jamie. So congratulations, you. I choose you.
Thank you very much, Charlie.
I mean, again, both really fantastically well argued, and we have seen Koraidon winning tournaments as we've seen Miraidon winning. So who knows who's going to be winning this weekend? Maybe we've got it all wrong. Only one way to find out, trainers. Back to the action very shortly.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 North American International Championships here in New Orleans, Louisiana. we have actually been seeing a lot of that Miraidon-Koraidon debate take place over the course of the last couple of days and over the last weeks in this meta. Our players here in New Orleans seem to agree that Miraidon is the pick, with a lot more of them here on the field. But there are still a few Koraidon in contention here for top cut. Gabby, welcome back to the desk. How are you thinking about these restricted Pokemon?
So I think of two things when I think of Pokemon that are named Miraidon and Koraidon.
Number one.
Number one is obviously which one I would give my sandwich to.
Both of them.
Well,
Number
yes,
two.
but which one looks cuter when they're begging me for my sandwich?
Oh, definitely Koraidon.
Yeah, oh no, 100%. Like, don't get me wrong. I love Miraidon's design. I am all about the future paradox. Technology and Chrome is the future. But Koraidon just, I can picture Koraidon putting his head on my leg and just looking up at me with those big eyes, being like, please, give me your sandwich. And I'd be like, yeah, okay. And then Arvin just looks at me like, dude, I spent hours on that. But it's okay. Every restricted Pokemon gets a sandwich here this weekend. But they won't all get the crown. And I do think there is something to be said about the fact that Miraidon has a lot more raw power compared to Koraidon. Miraidon can run Choice Specs pretty comfortably. Koraidon does have to run Clear Amulet because it has to worry about Intimidates and Parting Shots a lot more than the Miraidon. And I think Miraidon as well, just having that synergy with its Hadron engine alongside of Electro Drift, alongside of Discharge, especially if you partner it with a ground-type Pokemon like the Ursaluna Blood Moon that we've seen a lot of teams do. There's just so much potential for that Pokemon to get that damage out quickly, and that's so important. It's similar to how we've been seeing Choice Specs Terrapagos do very well here this weekend. If you don't have to waste your turns setting up, if you don't have to waste your time trying to find the right positioning, and you can just send that Pokemon out onto the field and have it go, I think you're giving yourself a lot of an advantage in a very long tournament where you have to be playing these games round after round after round.
Absolutely, and I think it's indicative of the power of Terrapagos and the varied ways that you can run that Pokemon. That Terrapagos did see the biggest jump for our day two, from day one to day two. It has dethroned the other Pokemon here to move up into second place in terms of usage. And this is a Pokemon that we expected to do pretty well this tournament. I don't know that we expected it to hit this level of usage heading into our top cut potentially, but it is definitely a Pokemon that we've seen on stream, especially alongside the Grimmsnarl and other types of supporting options that this Terrapagos, when it gets rolling, it gets rolling.
And there is something to be said here as well about the percentage of the field versus the odds. I don't know if odds is the right word for this, but the opportunity for that Pokemon to make top cut. I mean, consider our number one player right now, Aurelian Sola, who is undefeated still after 12 rounds of Swiss. They are running that Terrapagos. And on the one hand, you want to say, well, with 20% of the field, odds are one of them will make it into top 8. But then when you look at it from, well, with Aurelian Sola undefeated running this Pokemon in such a commanding way throughout this tournament, like, yeah, of course there's going to be a Terrapagos in top cut. There are many notable trainers here this weekend running the Shadow Rider Calyrex. So even though it isn't used as much, surely one of them would find their way into top cut, if not 2 or 3 or more.
Well, speaking of Calyrex, the two players who have only one loss to their names are Eduardo Cunha and Justin Burns. And Eduardo is running the Shadow Rider Calyrex, which is number 4 in our usage here, while Justin, as he has been doing all along since Regulation G was announced, and even way back in the day, is running that Ice Rider Calyrex. So both of those Pokemon in prime position to also secure a top cut spot.
I really want Ice Rider Calyrex to win this tournament. I'm not going to lie. I'm very biased in this position. But I am a little bit worried that 23% of the field is running it, and when you look at the top tables, it really is just 1 or 2 trainers who are still in the running that have that opportunity to bring it into top 8. It's a very strong Pokemon, but it does rely on a lot of board positioning. It relies on a lot more balance play. Like we were saying yesterday, it's one of those Pokemon that has a great matchup 55% of the time and an okay matchup 45% of the time. And just asking yourself to play at that level for, what is it going to be today? 15 rounds of Swiss?
Yep, total.
Into top 8, into top 4, and potentially even into finals is just a big ask for anybody as a Pokemon trainer. Of course, if you make it all the way through, that just goes to show how powerful you are. But I do think you could say that at that point about anybody who wins this tournament. I mean, what an incredibly stacked field we have here this weekend.
And I have to give a particular shout out to the Koraidon and the Kyogre sitting there on our second line of usage. But there are at least 2 Koraidon teams sitting at 10-2 right now, which puts them definitely in contention to make it into the top cut. And we just saw on stream how powerful this Assault Vest Kyogre has been. And there are multiple Kyogre out in the field still in contention for top cut. These are 2 Pokemon that, especially Koraidon, I know players had been experimenting with and thought was, potentially a really strong pick, but had never really gotten those huge tournament finishes. And then Kyogre, everyone was thought, yeah, that's an okay Pokemon, but why would you pick an okay Pokemon when you have a broken Pokemon like Calyrex Ice Rider?
It's a good question, and I think the answer to that question is where you end up on the metagame hamster wheel. Like, we keep talking about how quickly the metagame has been rotating in Regulation G, and yet again, here is a tournament that's happening a week or so after another tournament, which is happening a week or so after another tournament, where players are just adjusting. And I think at the end of the day, obviously with a little bit of luck with the matchups that you hit, and of course a little bit of luck maybe in terms of how your games go, any of these 8 Pokemon could do well and could win a tournament. It's just who has the biggest target on its back and who just has the opportunities to become that champion of that weekend. And given that Shadow Rider Calyrex has the target on its back coming into this tournament, as it did just win 2 previous regional championships back-to-back, I'm not surprised to see it's kind of falling off a little bit, but again, some of the strongest players competing here today are running it. So you can't undersell really any of these Pokemon.
Yeah, it's definitely a more difficult Pokemon to use, but the players who are at the top of the tables that are using it are the best players in the world. Again, Eduardo Cunha, the 2022 world champion, is piloting that Shadow Rider Calyrex team. We already saw Wolf Glick piloting the Calyrex Shadow Rider team. We saw Eric Rios piloting the Calyrex Shadow Rider team. These are the players, if anyone is going to make this Pokemon work and survive even after it was the focus of this tournament, it's going to be those players.
All right, and we have the time, Evan. Why don't we take a look at the top 12 non-restricted Pokemon? As I know, Jake and Rose had their opportunity to weigh in on how the usage came out. I gotta ask you, Evan, about this little guy down in 12th place, the Ditto pick.
We love Ditto.
I mean, he is just a little guy for sure, but it is curious to me that Ditto, it makes sense, right? In a single restricted Pokemon format, any Pokemon that allows you to run 2 restricted Pokemon is a good Pokemon to have, but I would imagine that's a very difficult Pokemon to pilot.
It's a very weird Pokemon to pilot, and it definitely plays so much differently than most other Pokemon. Of course, when you talk about Ditto, you have to go back to Gabriele Gatti's Worlds team that focused on the Ditto, that then became a part of, in Regulation G here, Aaron Traylor's version of the Miraidon team that went on to win the Indianapolis Regional Championships. He made top 8 with the Ditto version of that team. And ever since then, the Ditto has started seeing an increased usage over the course of this meta. And a large part of that is because of its ability to copy Pokemon like Calyrex Shadow Rider that can start getting out of hand. We saw this a couple of times. Jody Azzarelli versus Wolf Glick tried to make that Ditto work by copying Wolf's Calyrex Shadow Rider, copying those Grim Neigh boosts, copying Nasty Plot boosts, and then firing back Astral Barrages of his own. Of course, Wolf's tech to use the Terra Water Calyrex instead of, previous metas may have had a Ghost Terra type to even further boost the Astral Barrages, meant that he was able to withstand the Ditto onslaught and play around the Imposter ability. We also saw how useful Ditto was against the Miraidon teams earlier in day 1 as well, being able to copy multiple Iron Hands, being able to copy multiple Miraidons, and using their own typings against them.
Okay, so I may have zoned out a little bit there, Evan. Your knowledge is absolutely unbounded, but my takeaways from that was Ditto is a weird, funny little guy.
We love Ditto.
Okay, good. I'm glad I got the notes on that. We also have a lovely interview coming up, and I do want to introduce this. Anna is at the chalk wall. This is not the chalk from 2015 metagame with Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus, Therian, Mega Kangaskhan wall. This is literally, apparently, a chalkboard wall. So why don't we go look at what this is and see if anybody's drawn, I don't know, maybe a Kangaskhan or something on it. Anna, please take it away.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship. I'm here with my new friend Christina. How's it going?
I'm going good.
Yeah? We're here at the chalk wall. Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship. I'm here with my new friend Christina. How's it going?
I'm going good.
Yeah? We're here at the chalk wall. We're being artists, and you're gonna draw your favorite Pokemon. What is it?
It's gotta be Pikachu.
That's right. This is a good one to start with. So tell us, where should we start with the drawing?
I think we should start with his face first. So I'm gonna start with just a round face. He's got some round face. He also has some ears, so I'm gonna...
There's some good reference material online. Lots of pictures of Pikachu to work from.
Actually, what I'm doing. I'm doing that right now. He's got some big ears, and so I'm gonna start with that. And his head. He's got like funny Yoda ears today, but that's good. And then I'm gonna section it off.
Very nice.
Pieces. And he's got little eyes. There we go. And we'll start with his little round cheeks. They're gonna.
I have the pink. Should I help with that part?
Yeah, please. Yeah, there we go. Yay!
I help.
Okay, yay. And then could you also do? I'll start now. And you can do his tongue.
Ooh, wait. Let me see the reference material. Okay, like right down here at the bottom. Collaborative.
A good face structure of Pikachu. His ears are a little crooked, but I kind of like it.
Amazing.
And if we want to continue, we can do his body. And we'll do a little bit of a round little body. There he is. He's got his structure. And we can do his little toes. Look. Toes.
I feel like the tail is one of the most important parts.
Yeah, tails is coming. So we'll do a little tail here.
Ooh, nicely done. Are we missing anything? Are we missing a nose? I think there's a tiny little nose.
Teeny tiny nose.
Wow, this is the most perfect Pikachu I ever did see.
And then we'll do his little arms. He's got teeny little arms here. And then hands. And he has another arm. We can do it right here.
Ready to give you a hug.
I know.
Is it done?
I think he's done.
Congratulations, Christina. You have drawn a fantastic Pikachu. And I mean, I don't want to brag. It's not quite as good as the one I totally drew all by myself here, but anyway, no need to look at that. We'll just let you get back to the show.
Welcome to today's Pokemon Spotlight, where we're roaring into the scene with Incineroar. I'm Lou Josh Cromie and a big Incineroar fan.
And I'm Jamie Boyd, who isn't quite convinced about the heal Pokemon just yet, which is why Lou and I are going to discuss its strengths and weaknesses with you today. The Fire Dark type from Alola first pounced onto the competitive scene when it unlocked its hidden ability, Intimidate, and has been a popular team building choice ever since, peaking at around 4/5 usage at the height of its glory. But the question is it still viable in the 2024 season?
Many trainers, like me, still fully support the credibility of Incineroar. Having the Intimidate ability, and thus able to lower the physical attack stat of physical attackers like Chienpao, Ogerpon, or Rillaboom, gives Incineroar an advantage as soon as it switches into battle.
It might be a solid ability, but with greater use this season of Pokemon like Dragonite and Entei, with the Inner Focus ability running around, and the prevalence of the new Clear Amulet items on teams, it's not as easy as it used to be to drop those attack stats. You really need to study those team sheets to ensure Incineroar isn't going to waste and Intimidate on Pokemon it won't affect.
True, but that isn't the only trick Incineroar has tucked into its paws. It has great move utility, such as the supporting move Fake Out. Fake Out is a priority move that allows you to flinch an opponent on your first turn on the field, allowing your partner Pokemon the opportunity to deal out some big damage or set up for later in the match.
Once again though, Fake Out is not unstoppable, as new items like Covert Cloak and abilities like the aforementioned Inner Focus stop Pokemon from being flinched, again preventing Incineroar from being able to shine. Additionally, a lot of Pokemon run Ghost Terror in order to prevent Fake Out from connecting at all, so you have to be careful.
It's not the only supporting move it gets though. You've got to admit that Parting Shot, Taunt, Snarl, Will-O-Wisp, and the new addition of Helping Hand to Incineroar's move pool are all incredibly useful moves for this fiery feline to have. It helps to debuff opponents and control the pace of the battle.
That's a valid point. Incineroar's move pool is solid. Alternatively, if a supportive role isn't quite your playstyle, Incineroar also has good natural attacking capabilities, so you can utilize it as a more offensive pressure on the field. Moves such as Flare Blitz, Knockoff, and Close Combat provide some great coverage options. But then the issue is that Incineroar can only run 4 moves, so deciding which moves you want to lock in for the tournament is a difficult decision.
Let's not forget Incineroar's very interesting typing that helps support it in competitive play. The Fire Water Grass core has always helped enable consistency in team building, and Incineroar can use its fire typing to be a part of this reliable core and allow it to pressure grass types like Rillaboom or defensive grass terrors. Additionally, its dark typing can prevent expanding force users from overwhelming your team, while also keeping pesky ghost Pokemon like Fluttermane or Goldengo in check.
Well, it might be able to counter Fluttermane's Ghost typing, but it's still going to take neutral damage from its Fairy type attacks. Pure Fire type Pokemon like Entei, or even Incineroar's pre-evolution Torracat, are able to resist these attacks with greater effect. Furthermore, Incineroar's Water, Fighting, and Ground type weaknesses can be a challenge to navigate around, especially with Pokemon like Rapid Strike Urshifu or Landorus popping up a lot. You're forced to pivot Incineroar in and out of the battlefield to protect it consistently.
That's why Parting Shot, defensive Terra types like Grass, Water, or Ghost, or even useful items like Assault Vest or Citrus Berry can give Incineroar more longevity and protection throughout the set. There are plenty of tools at your disposal as a trainer to help you support Incineroar cover its weaknesses and be a dependable ally in battle.
After all that discussion, it does seem like Incineroar still has potential in the 2024 meta, but it may not be the top cat like it used to be. That wraps up our Pokemon Spotlight on Incineroar. Remember trainers, every Pokemon has its strengths and weaknesses, but it's how you use them that truly makes the difference in competitive play.
Absolutely. Don't forget to try Incineroar out at your next event and see how awesome it can really be.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 North American International Championships in New Orleans, Louisiana. My name is Evan Latt. I am joined once again for our 13th round of Swiss competition by my friend Gabby Snyder. Gabby, I think a lot of players have been encouraged to run Incineroar and bring it to their event, but I think Jamie is very much going to enjoy our next stream match that features 0 Incineroar and actually some of the most rogue teams that are still in contention for the top cut.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I really appreciate the fact that that dialogue went to Entei versus Incineroar because I too have gone down that road, and I ended up choosing Entei, and my Sacred Fires missed about 50% of the time. So
not 5%?
No, it was a lot larger than that, unfortunately. But I'm also not surprised that Lou was the one arguing for Incineroar, as I know there are two very feline Incineroar fans in her household.
Absolutely.
Which are totally using their mind control powers to bias her. But that's okay. You know what? At the end of the day, Incineroar, Entei are not going to be featured in this matchup, so we can focus in on something a little bit different.
Well, first, let's take a look at our standings as of this round of Swiss. As you can see, Aurelian is still undefeated at 12-0. And again, as we mentioned in our previous segment, Eduardo and Justin are both at 11-1. So that is Terapagos in first place. And then in 2 and 3 at the same record is both of the Calyrex forms here, Shadow and Ice Rider. Of course, a number of incredible players sitting at 10-2 records, including players like Eric Rios, Emilio Forbes, Marcos Silva, Antonio Sanchez, Alex Underhill, Shiliang Tang, Z Cosagliola, Michael Zhang, Julio Tarlo, Taryn Birdie, Jan Sim, Juan Manuel Odrizolo, and Patrick Connors. Again, our top 8 players will be advancing into the top cut, so you really want to make your way, if you're on that right-hand side of your screen, over to the left.
We are starting to get down towards the end of the day here, which means our round 13 match pairings are even more notable than the last. Aurelian Sola will be playing Eduardo Cunha there with the 12, pair down to the 11-1. Marco Silva against Julio Tarlau, Paul Chua, who we just saw, versus Juan Salerno, and our feature stream match, which I'm so excited about. 2 previous regional champions from this year, Michael Zhang versus Alex Underhill, both running very creative teams in this metagame, and like we mentioned, no Incineroar. The teams are creative for other reasons, just so you know. Like, I do think that we could have had a really good conversation on our own about the merits of running Incineroar in the format right now, but these trainers looked at creativity and said, you know what, I can do that and then some, and I'm so excited to see how these teams are going to pair up as a result.
Definitely, and we have also, we may have made our way all the way down to Louisiana, but I think we have stumbled into a Seattle local.
Actually, you're
this
right.
is, I believe, a premier challenge happening in the Northwest.
And MSS, let's give them the point boost there. And MSS with some incredible trainers. I mean,
one of the strongest regions in this season of Pokemon.
I was gonna say, like, I know that we talk about New York and Boston, of course, as some of the strongest locals. Not that I'm biased there or anything, but Seattle really does have its own group of amazing, strong players. You get players coming up from Portland, down from Vancouver, and then all the way down here to New Orleans to face off here in round 13 of Swiss. They could have probably just walked down the street potentially and played each other, but here we are. There's more pomp and circumstance, I think, competing here compared to your local card shop.
Well, let's take a look at Michael Zhang's team here. Of course, Michael has won a tournament already, and this team, or at least a version of this team, has placed in top 8 twice, as well as took the Stockholm Regional Championship under Mikhail Kelsch's piloting. Here is the latest update. We have the Terrafire Latios replacing the Chandelure from the Los Angeles Regional Championships. We have the Miracle Seed instead of the Choice Band Rillaboom, and now we have that Focus Sash Tyranitar on the team.
I had the opportunity to speak with Michael in Los Angeles about this team, and the one thing that really stuck with me was that he was excited that the team did well, but he wanted it to do better while he was piloting it. And I love these changes that he's made as a result. I think gives him a way to play the team in a very similar play style while still differentiating it from the previous versions that have done well in these tournaments. In particular, I want to take a moment to highlight his Flutter Mane, as while that Pokemon has been present on multiple versions of the team, this Flutter Mane actually has 2 forms of speed control, with Icy Wind and with Thunder Wave, which is a very unique tech. May not come in handy against Alex Underhill, as he is one of the 2 trainers running this very Calyrex Ice Rider heavy Trick Room team with 4 Pokemon here really dedicated to the support of the Ice Rider Calyrex and the Ursaluna Blood Moon to deal damage, most preferably under Trick Room.
Absolutely, there is the big star of this team. Of course, we are talking about the Electabuzz, but it is also a Smeargle team and a Choice Scarf Annihilate. A bunch of cool supporting options, and this is something that we have been seeing. We just saw it on Shiliang Tang's team as well. One clear focus, the restricted Pokemon, in Shiliang's case, the Kyogre, and here the Ice Rider Calyrex, and then a bunch of supporting options around them. Of course, Alex also has the secondary carry of the Ursaluna Blood Moon form on the field to potentially add some extra bonus damage if the Ice Rider happens to go down too quickly.
The other thing that we saw Aditya do yesterday on stream with the same team, mind you, was actually decorate the Farigiraf so that the Farigiraf was able to deal a significant amount of damage with those psychic noises. Has the option to terrestrialize into a ground-type Pokemon to help out with your Miraidon matchups, and I think overall Alex is taking advantage of really how Regulation G is built. I think a lot of times when you go into team preview for game 1 of Regulation G, you look at the restricted and you assume, okay, the restricted has to be coming to this battle. You look at his team, the Ursaluna, the other main attacker on this team, all right, that's probably going to be coming to this battle. But then with 4 support options, you really have to pick and choose, and that allows you to adapt the playstyle pretty significantly. You know, we've seen this Annihilate try and go for some early KOs with the final Gambit. Could also do big damage in with a close combat into the Zamazenta on Michael's side of the field if he doesn't lock in that terrestrialization. You have 2 opportunities to redirect with the Electabuzz and the Smeargle, and then also the Farigiraf as well. So even though Alex will most likely be bringing both the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Ursaluna Blood Moon to all potentially 3 of these games, the way that he can support those Pokemon can vary pretty significantly.
Yeah, and because they vary so significantly, they have different counters as well. So Michael is going to have to make his best prediction or go for just a safe play to cover as many options as possible. And here are the leads. It is the Galarian Moltres and the Tyranitar up against the Smeargle and the Calyrex lead. And I actually love this lead from Michael in particular because you get that sand up immediately. You threaten potential spread damage from the Rock Slide, super effective damage into that Calyrex no matter what it does. And you break the Focus Sash at the end of the turn.
This is an incredible lead, and honestly one that I would not expect to see in Regulation G, just because Tyranitar is really left on the bench in terms of weather setters in the format. We've seen so many different Pelipper, we've seen Koraidon, we've seen Kyogre, we've even seen Groudon, but having sand on the field to break Focus Sashes, and now also a Ghost-type terrestrialization so that you're not flinched from a potential fake out, this Calyrex Ice Rider is in big trouble this turn.
Calyrex is in danger, and it looks like Alex is choosing to go ahead and terrestrialize it immediately, but that is the fire typing. So it does remove the weakness to the dark typing coming out from the Moltres, but still remains weak to a potential rock type attack from Tyranitar, which successfully dodges the fake out thanks to that ghost terrestrialization. There is the Fiery Wrath doing just a little bit of damage to the Calyrex while Tyranitar goes for the Rock Slide and misses the Calyrex. So unfortunate for Michael, doesn't get the damage off onto the big, powerful Pokemon on Alex's side. Does pick up the KO on the Smeargle, but that means that Calyrex is free to go for the Trick Room and bring in potentially another sweeper like the Ursaluna or another support option completely for free.
Even though Alex does have the Pokemon disadvantage right now, losing Smeargle after turn 1 of this game felt honestly kind of inevitable. You had the sand to break the Focus Sash. You know that the Galarian Moltres and the Tyranitar together would deal more than enough damage. And I think with a Pokemon like Smeargle, more often than not, getting it out of the way once you're able to set up Trick Room for the Calyrex Ice Rider and this Ursaluna Blood Moon in particular is all you needed to accomplish in this match. Now the Calyrex Ice Rider can threaten some really good damage thanks to Glacial Lance onto the opposing Moltres, and even the Ursaluna Blood Moon with its Mind's Eye ability can hit this Tyranitar with those normal type attacks. There is so much damage potential for Alex this turn. I think Michael's best opportunity here is to try and prevent the Calyrex from getting a knockout.
Oh, well, the Moltres actually gets to protect this turn as Alex tries to catch the Zamazenta on the switch in. Here comes the Glacial Lance into the Protect as well, but only one Protect coming out from Michael on the Galarian Moltres means that Tyranitar gets to fire off a Rock Slide finally. Does connect with the Calyrex, and unfortunately for Michael, it looks like had he hit that first Rock Slide with the sand damage here, that would have been enough to pick up the KO here. Unfortunately, he did not, so that Calyrex gets another turn and continues to threaten that Moltres.
I think important to note here as well is that that Rock Slide wouldn't have been enough to stop Trick Room barring a flinch. So it seems like this Fire-type terrestrialization for the Calyrex isn't necessarily a bad play from the super effective damage perspective. You just have to worry about your odds of being flinched, which of course does happen in VGC, but in this game did not happen.
Well, Michael is trying to stagger these protects and go for attacks with at least one of his Pokemon. However, Alex, with the double spread moves here, will be able to fire off the Hyper Voice into Moltres. Deals a little bit of damage, not quite enough to bring it down to the Berserk activation. And here comes the Glacial Lance. Is this enough to pick up the KO on the Galarian Moltres? Of course it is. That's a Calyrex on the field, and that's just a Moltres. And it goes down. So Michael has had to give up that Pokemon, give Calyrex the Chilling Neigh boost. Does have the opportunity now to switch in a Pokemon like the Zamazenta without the risk of getting caught by an Earth Power on the switch in. Or, of course, this Rillaboom that has the ability to add, stall out a little bit of time with the Fake Out now that it is no longer the Choice Band variant, and buy a little bit of time to stall out the Trick Room.
Could go for a Fake Out this turn and follow it up with a Grassy Glide to pick up the KO onto the opposing Ursaluna, as it is not able to Terrastalize away from that weakness. I think the big question, though, is if that is your prioritization here, what does the Calyrex do in the meantime? We've seen how much Glacial Lance does to the opposing Tyranitar prior to the attack boost that it just got. I think the Tyranitar has enough health to take one more, assuming the Ursaluna cannot attack, but still, it's a very close game here, and I like how Michael is trying to save that Zamazenta for the end game once Trick Room has expired.
Yeah, absolutely preserving the Zamazenta. You never want it out in front of a special attacker that can hit it for super effective damage like that Ursaluna. So there's the Earth Power, picking up the KO onto Tyranitar, while Michael is going to get a little bit of chip damage with the Fake Out onto Calyrex. Going to go ahead and take a little bit more damage onto that. Not quite enough to pick up the KO with the Sandstorm here, so we'll need another attack to knock that Pokemon out.
The other thing you have to wonder here, so Michael's endgame is that Trick Room expires, Zamazenta is able to set up, do what it does best, and take some KOs back to back to back. We haven't seen Alex's final Pokemon yet, and typically when you see somebody running a Trick Room team as dedicated as Alex's is, one common strategy is to have a very fast Pokemon as your final Pokemon so that it can come in once the Twisted Dimensions has expired and deal significant damage. We've already seen Michael use the Terrastalization on that Tyranitar, meaning there's no way for Zamazenta to get away from its Steel fighting typing. It does make me think that Annihilate would be a really strong Pokemon to have in the back, or potentially a Farigiraf if you want to try and block priority, but instead it's actually that Electabuzz. Has the potential to redirect attacks to protect the Ursaluna, but what an interesting final choice for Alex.
Ooh, actually only a Protect coming out from the Rillaboom this turn, so Michael is leaving the Zamazenta vulnerable and gets the call. Ursaluna tried to knock out that Rillaboom with the Blood Moon and instead immediately goes down. You see what Alex was going for, trying to at least buy a turn where the Electabuzz could redirect a Body Press, and then Ursaluna would be able to pick up the KO with an Earth Power, but Michael going for an incredibly aggressive play there, not allowing Alex to take control of the momentum in this game.
With Calyrex switching out as well and at such low health, it gave up its attack boost. While Glacial Lance will most likely do enough damage to that Rillaboom, given that it's not, it doesn't seem to be a bulky variant, has that Miracle Seed. You have to wonder just how many attacks this Electabuzz can take, and will that be enough to protect the Calyrex from these incredibly powerful Body Presses?
Yeah, that is 50% of the damage with the Body Press, and the Hammer finishes it off. That is Electabuzz down, and there is just the Calyrex left on the field for Alex. And this Pokemon cannot break through the Zamazenta with the boost from that Rusted Shield. This Crown Form Zamazenta is extremely strong.
It is worth noting that this Calyrex Ice Rider has close combat, and if it could connect to close combat in this situation, it would be very nice, especially after it regained the attack boost thanks to knocking out the Rillaboom. Unfortunately, though, for Alex, with Trick Room having expired in just a couple turns ago, Body Press will outspeed, and that is an easy knockout for Michael to win game number 1.
Yep, Michael taking game number 1 in commanding fashion there. Really smart timing on those plays, and I am so impressed by how aggressive Michael was in that game. A lot of times when you're playing against a Trick Room team, you do go into a more passive mode where you're on the defense if you're not already prepared for Trick Room, and you just want to make sure that you are trying to stall out Trick Room as much as possible. But Michael actually never went for a double protect in that game where both of his Pokemon protected, even though he had opportunities to. He always left himself an out to do a little bit of damage back so that Alex wasn't in complete control. And especially when he caught that, he went for the body press on the Ursaluna, being able to pick up the only Pokemon that, you know, the close combat's nice, but you have a defense boost, so Zamazenta is going to shrug off at least a couple of them. The Ursaluna is really all that matters here for that Zamazenta, and if you can knock that Pokemon out with a sneak in a body press, Alex has very few answers to that Pokemon.
That's the thing, though, about Alex's version of this Trick Room team. I think that if you're running more of a balanced Trick Room team, you have the opportunity to pivot and deal damage in a way that would punish the kind of aggressive play that we saw from Michael Zhang in that game number 1. Yeah. But given the fact that over half of Alex's team is dedicated to supporting just that Ursaluna Blood Moon and that Calyrex Ice Rider, you're putting yourself into a position where if your support pieces aren't in place, your opponent can go on the aggressive and just start getting those knockouts regardless of what the speed is on the field.
Yeah, I mean, I think that game 1 is an entirely different game if instead of going for the Blood Moon into the Rillaboom, Alex just went for pressure on the Pokemon that he was afraid of, which is the Zamazenta. Got a little bit ahead of himself there, but we're going to run it back here in game 2 with the same leads. Calyrex and Smeargle for Alex, and Michael will be running the Moltres and the Tyranitar once more. And it looks like just starting things off, a little bit of deja vu here. We're going to see what game 2 has in store. Maybe some of those both of these players agree the predictions were all that mattered.
I think that it's interesting to see Michael lock in this Ghost-type Terrestrialization on this Tyranitar once again, as I would assume Alex would not try and fake out that Pokemon once again. I feel like that is something you have to learn from how game 1 played out. But it's possible that having the Ghost typing is enough value to just try and get this damage down, as we did see Michael lock in a move adjustment going into this turn 1.
Well, there is the fake out into the Moltres, so Alex is not going to fake out the same Pokemon twice, but instead Tyranitar goes for the Stone Edge. Still not enough to pick up the KO onto the Calyrex, but does so much more damage. Oddly enough, the Stone Edge is what connects onto the Calyrex, and now with the Sandstorm on the field and the big damage coming out from Stone Edge, that Calyrex is on a very, very tight timer.
It is, but it's a timer that will not expire this turn, which means Smeargle is available to provide the support to Calyrex that it needs. We've seen Smeargle go for Decorate in this position. It could also potentially go for a Spore or Redirection as well. If I were in Alex's shoes, I would actually prioritize the Decorate, because you want to be able to hit these Pokemon so that they knock you out and they're unable to go for those spread attacks that would get around the Redirection.
Well, there is the Protect from the Tyranitar to preserve that Pokemon for at least one turn. Here's the Decorate, getting a good boost to the attack on the Calyrex here. So those Glacial Lances or close combats will start hurting. Here's the Glacial Lance, does no damage to the Protect, and of course the switch in from the Zamazenta will be able to tank this. That boost to the defense, thanks to its ability, thanks to the Dauntless Shield, going to make sure that even with the +2 from Decorate, the resisted Glacial Lance is not breaking through the Zamazenta. Now, those Decorates will start to get really scary when paired alongside the close combat.
They will, but Zamazenta still has Protect available to it, has Wide Guard as well, so it's a bit of a guessing game for Alex here. Do you think your opponent is going to protect their Zamazenta, which is what we see Michael lock in? Do you think they're going to go for that Wide Guard and then you avoid the Glacial Lance, but Spore here to cover Tyranitar attacking and the Protect? I love this play from Alex.
Yeah, covering the options here. Alex is not letting Michael get free turns like he did in game 1. The Spore covering for the Tyranitar means there is going to be another free Decorate should Alex choose to go for that. And Zamazenta has used the Protect. the chances of a second protect are much lower than the guaranteed protect here, and Calyrex is on a sliver of health.
There is just one turn remaining for this Calyrex Ice Rider, as the sand damage will knock it out at the end of this turn. If you're in Alex's shoes, you have to just commit, I think, to whatever damage you can connect with this turn. Your Smeargle can go for the Spore into the Zamazenta, as it cannot terrastallize. Even if it could, it's Dragon. It's not a Grass-type Pokemon. So you can try and buy more time for whatever Pokemon comes in next. But I think if I were Alex, seeing how much trouble that Zamazenta was in game number 1, you just go for close combat here. But it's actually the Decorated, not the Spore.
No Spore, just boosting the power of the Calyrex for one final attack coming out. That is the close combat. The Wide Guard will not be enough, and that's going to be a trade of restricteds. Calyrex Ice Rider will go down to the sand at the end of this turn, but not before picking up the close combat KO on that Zamazenta, which means that Michael now has the Galarian Moltres and one more in the back, and wakes up and gets the knockoff onto Smeargle, which, you know, honestly, this just means repositioning for Alex for this end game.
If Alex has both that Electabuzz and the Ursaluna Blood Moon remaining in the back of his party like we saw in game number 1, it is good timing for him to get both those Pokemon out on the field under Trick Room when Wide Guard is no longer a threat. That should allow him to go for the Hyper Voices a bit more comfortably, though with the special defense boost that Tyranitar gets, I don't think that'll necessarily be enough to knock it out before it could threaten some big damage in return. The one thing that I would love to see Alex try and play into here is a bit of the utility that this Electabuzz offers with Feint instead of the Follow Me. You will have to account for the possibility of a Fake Out this turn, but after that, potentially during the final turn of Trick Room, you can stop your opponent from protecting, you can go for that damage and try to find the advantage that way. With Rillaboom on the field though, Michael certainly still does have the advantage, as that Pokemon's damage output here is so big against this ground type Ursaluna.
Yeah, the Fake Out will be able to stall out the final turn of Trick Room here for Michael, and that is a critical hit knockoff onto Electabuzz, so it does a lot of damage, but also knocks off the Eviolite, which means that this Electabuzz is squishy now. Tyranitar is able to easily tank that. Doesn't even matter that it lost the special defense boost from turning into the Ghost type, just tanks it because it's an Electabuzz. Who really cares about taking a Volt Switch from an Electabuzz? And now, with no Trick Room, Michael is in prime position to start wrapping this one up.
I am curious to see how the speeds interact here between the Rillaboom and the Tyranitar, as redirecting the Wood Hammer here does mean this Ursaluna will be able to attack. Knowing that it's going to lose its Life Orb, though, in a moment from knockoff on T-Tar does make me wonder, though, will the damage still be enough?
Yeah, it's a little bit of damage onto the Ursaluna. That Tyranitar is not going to be able to deal much back to the Ursaluna, but the Ursaluna itself also not able to do that much damage. So even though this isn't even the Assault Vest variant of the Rillaboom, without the Life Orb, without the Terastallization, those damage multipliers on Ursaluna, Alex just has run out of gas, run out of steam, and Michael Zhang has won this round of Swiss and is advanced as an 11-2 player with hopes of top cut at the North American International Championships extremely alive and extremely well.
And finally getting that opportunity to showcase his team on this big international stage. That's so exciting. I mean, the Tyranitar in particular was not a Pokemon that I personally would have expected coming into this weekend, given the Kyogre, given the Koraidon that were anticipated on the field. But it just goes to show you that there's great synergy there with Sandstorm to break focus sashes. Rock Slide is always going to be a good move when it connects. How many years have we been saying that already? But it just was a really easy team to maneuver when Alex just kept running out of options. I think Michael kept the pressure on the team in a way where, yes, you do have to worry about Smeargle Spore. Yes, you have to worry about the Electabuzz redirecting. But if there are no attackers for those support Pokemon to support, your odds are looking pretty good.
Yeah, just Volt Switch isn't going to do it for the most part. And that's what I really love about the team that Michael has built. And it's something that, you know, when I've played against it on ladder, when I've seen it being played, piloted, like by Michael Kelsch to win that regional championship over in Europe, it's such an incredibly well-made Zamazenta team because, you know, you can see in that game just how many options were covered. Obviously, the Calyrex needed multiple boosts from Decorate to even have a hope to break through the Zamazenta. One of the big threats against a Pokemon like Zamazenta are ghost types in particular, which the Galarian Moltres covers.
Yep.
And then the other big special attacker out on the field that a lot of players are using that isn't a restricted Pokemon is that Ursaluna. That's a very common Pokemon to be seen as sort of the quote-unquote secondary restricted into half on your team. And having that Rillaboom there, being able to threaten big damage from the Wood Hammers, the Grassy Glides, and the Fake Out. You know, this is now the Miracle Seed variant, not the Choice Band variant that we had seen earlier, but really just covering all of those options. And all Alex could really hope to do in that game was try to catch the Zamazenta with the Ursaluna, and needed to make some big moves under Truck Room and just ran out of time. Like Zone Edge, connecting, dealing big damage. Huge for Michael in that game too, because Calyrex, you know, if that had missed or if it had just been another Rock Slide, then Calyrex would have been much more healthy and would have been, what, +4 before taking its first KO, and would have been able to pick up one-hit KOs on basically everything else.
Yeah, and I gotta say as well, if that is your strategy coming into a big tournament like an international championship, you know, picking one Pokemon to just provide that full support, I do think that that's the way you have to run it. You know, you have to run it assuming that every single round you're going to find those attack boosts and you're going to be able to start the horse running along the tracks, as they say. But unfortunately for Alex, just running into a strong rock type and dark type combination was really the end of the ride for Calyrex. I'm trying to think of more horse puns, Evan, and my brain is not cooperating. And we're not even done with the day yet.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. We'll get to the Triple Crown later. It'll be fine.
You're showing off already. I see how it is.
But what I was really impressed about seeing these two teams match up against each other is the two ways you can support that key piece. Because Alex's team was all about boosting the Calyrex and sort of redirection, using Spore and Fake Out on the Smeargle, the Follow Me on the Electabuzz, and having the options to sort of keep the Calyrex from really taking damage. And then Michael's side of things, and part of this is because Zamazenta is happy to take a lot of damage.
From physical attacks.
From physical attacks specifically, was built around, okay, I have my Zamazenta, and I'm going to use a bunch of really heavily offensive pieces around it that will take out the Pokemon that can actually break through my Zamazenta. So it was still like, Michael's team is a Zamazenta team, extremely focused on supporting that one Pokemon, but in such a different way than Alex's team was focused on supporting the Calyrex and the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, I personally like to say that it's more of like a balanced support, because when you go like full support, I mean, again, Smeargle, Electabuzz, not damage dealers. Instead, they find openings for another Pokemon to come in and do that big damage. Tyranitar, Galarian Moltres have those spread moves that can deal a little bit of damage on their own and eventually put things to knockout range from the Zamazenta. It also gives you a bit more playability because you can switch things around and not necessarily be punished as easily than, you know, losing your Focus Sash, or in the Electabuzz's case, losing the Eviolite, which gives it all of that bulk. So it's a very different type of support. I think personally, I would expect to see more of this like balanced support continue to rise in the metagame as we get closer to Top Cut today, and of course the World Championships in August. But still, I think Alex Underhill and Aditya showcasing this really unique team that I would not have been surprised to see just take off at a regional championship, because again, it's all built around that one piece, and it's just about finding the opportunities for that piece.
Absolutely. Well, we have our winner of our last match of Swiss down on stage to speak with David about how he took that game. David, take it away.
Thanks, Evan. I'm here with the Eternal Soul Man. It just keeps going. Michael Zhang, how are you doing today?
Doing good.
Awesome. Like, why not? And it seems like you had a really good match there. I know you and Alex are quite good friends as well. So how did that feel, kind of playing him up here?
Yeah, it's a little bittersweet because, you know, it's a big stage and we'd love to play each other on the big stage, but also that does mean that one of us is going to be closer and closer to elimination. And I would love the best for him as well, so I would love for him to top cut as well as myself. So, you know, beating him here feels good, but also a little bit sad, so.
Yeah, it's true. It's always tough when it comes to that point, doesn't it? Like, it's the disadvantage of all being so good and having so many good friends as well that you're like, eventually you're going to take it down. So, but I want to touch on the match itself as well and kind of how you played that, which was really interesting. It felt like you kind of almost prepped for that, like that lead perfectly, because you led 2 Pokemon that could Terra Ghost to be able to fake out, and then hit the spread damage and rock moves that hits Calyrex Ice in and out of Terra. So, like, can you take us through your game plan from that set, basically?
Game 1, I had the lead idea, basically. He has Follow Me, so my best way to stop Trick Room would be to just try to flinch it. I have pretty good odds by clicking both Fiery Wrath and Rock Slide. And with Terra Ghost on both of them, it's a little bit of a mind game. And then I ended up not getting the flinch, but I was able to wipe out the Smear Goal, so that was like able to carry me to that victory in Game 1. And a lot of it is also because I have 6 Protect Pokemon. That makes it easier for me to stall out Trick Room. It's hard for me, him to have to guess everything that I'm doing in every single turn, and you saw in Game 1 that I was able to just call the Electabuzz switch on a more obvious double Protect and wipe out that Ursaluna. So I just was able to make it tricky for him because as soon as Trick Room ends, the first Trick Room, or if it never goes up in the beginning, then my team is in a huge driver's seat.
Yeah, it really seemed to be too. And there was a really crucial, kind of KO you got with Zamazenta in that Game 1 with the body press onto the Ursaluna. Was that just kind of a feeling that you kind of had going in there?
Yeah, so, not to go too into the weeds, but the most obvious play for me was just a double Protect, and there was an outside chance I could have tried to Grassy Glide KO the Calyrex. And so I thought that he might Blood Moon my Rillaboom, even though, you might see oh, why not Earth Power that Zamazenta? But from his perspective, it's a safer play for me to protect my Zamazenta. So then I knew that he was going to try to do something to get out of that position, because if he has his Ursaluna and Calyrex on the other side when Trick Room ends, the game is probably over and I probably win from that position. So because of that, I went aggressive and made that call, got the body press, and ended up getting it right. So
that's great that we can kind of get that insight to a top player as well, so thanks for that. So the whole team as well, it just has so many cool components. You've got the Latios there, which we didn't even see anyway, and you actually got the shiny Galarian Moltres, which is so cool. Have you faced anyone today who's you've sent that out and gone, they've thought it was the Cantonian one?
No, nobody's thought it was a Cantonian one. With the team sheets, it's a little bit harder to mess that up, but I was really excited to be able to use it because I just think the shiny is so cool, and so I got my one from Sword and Shield all the way back in the day from competing, and so transferred it over, and that was actually a big reason why I wanted to use the Pokemon in the first place. Before Los Angeles, I was actually close to dropping this archetype and playing Shadow Rider instead, and ended up going with Zamazenta last minute because Alex, in fact, was the one who's told me the original reason you wanted to use Galarian Moltres is to go to the event with shiny Moltres and ball out, because I just think its Fiery Wrath looks so cool. So, I mean, that's why I ended up using the shiny Moltres and still using it today. So.
Well, sometimes it's just about playing with your favorites. Yeah, I love that. Awesome. And finally, just about your team. I know it's just such an interesting team. We could probably talk about this all day, but the Tyranitar as well. Sandstorm generally is probably not a weather we generally see. So has it been a valuable player on your team today?
Especially today. I brought it, I think, in almost all my games today. But across the weekend, it's been great. I think I've always really liked Tyranitar. LA was actually the first regional I day 2'd at without Tyranitar. So it's been a Pokemon that's been across me with my competitive journey, especially the parts where I've been most successful. So I owe a lot to the Pokemon, but I tried it earlier in the regulation. I felt it was not super good with Zamazenta because of shared weaknesses to ground and fighting. But I was able to really unlock something new with the Pokemon with Sash, because it allows you to play in a much different way. And the reason why Tyranitar, I think, is strong right now is because of its ability to passively break Sashes. And there's a lot of annoying Pokemon like Whimsicott and Chien-Pao that are using Sash, and Zamazenta, being a single target Pokemon, isn't good at dealing with Sash Pokemon. You have to commit multiple moves, and it becomes takes a lot of time away. So Tyranitar can mitigate some of those weaknesses. It's good at punishing Terra Ghosts or Ghost type Pokemon in general. And so it checks a lot of the boxes, and then it can also carry matchups by itself. I played against a Miraidon earlier in the day with Volcarona, and Tyranitar was basically my restricted. I barely used Zamazenta, and Tyranitar carried the entire matchup. So it's a great Pokemon, and I really like using it. So.
Well, hopefully people will listen to you after this and start to consider it for Worlds. So I did want to ask you though, because you're such a creative team builder, and so many people have kind of picked up your teams from previous regionals, not just from this season either, and done really well with them. Like, for instance, Michael Kelch winning Stockholm, for instance, as well. Like, how does it feel to kind of see other people succeed with the creativity that you put into your teams?
Yeah, I think especially I really am thankful to a lot of people who are able to pick those teams up, because I've been playing competitive Pokemon for a long time, like 10 years, and so when I first started, I have always enjoyed building off-the-wall teams, like off-meta, that kind of stuff, and everyone kind of I was just an okay player, so nobody really thought anything of it. But then now that I've had better results and people are starting to listen more, it's like maybe you can be a little bit more off-meta and try some of these ideas that people are writing off. So I think Pokemon is a game where there's so many different options, and the meta isn't always going to be the only thing that you can win with. So being able to showcase that and other people being able to also have success with it has been very rewarding.
And it's amazing to see you doing well yourself, obviously, as well, despite that. Okay, well, finally, Michael, have you got any shout-outs you'd like to give?
Shout-outs to Alex and the rest of Tub Nation. Shout-outs to Seeding. Shout-outs to my friends and family watching at home. Shout-outs to Izzy. I forgot to give her a shout-out. She gave me the shiny Zamazenta for my team, and I forgot to shout her out at LA, so shout-outs to Izzy. And yeah, anyone else I didn't mention who supported me along the way, they know who they are. So thank you guys. Thank you to everyone who's been there for me.
Thanks so much, Michael. Really great to hear your insight and all of that. Okay, well, we're going to get ready for round 14 of the day 2 here at the NISC, so don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere just yet, as I want to just follow up on Michael's shout-outs there. A lot of those people at the end of that were from the Seattle community. So again, those local communities fostering connections, fostering friendships that then lead you to these big moments on an international stage. And I think it's great that you can reach out to a friend and be like, hey, did you go to GameStop a couple years ago to get one of those shiny Zamazenta or shiny Zacian codes? And if so, can I borrow that?
I need that for reasons.
I mean, come on, it looks so much cooler.
Yeah, it does definitely look much cooler.
It does. But hey, if you want to get updates on when you can go to a store to get a download code for a cool shiny legendary Pokemon, have you considered signing up for email updates? As I think I still have some of those email announcements in my inbox because I never clear it out.
Absolutely, and you can use that QR code right there to sign up for email updates, which includes for people in the United States, Canada, UK, Australia, and New Zealand. Updates about Pokemon Center products and promotions, including like those new Bellabolt and Fuecoco Squishmallows that we saw earlier.
And of course, Bidoof merchandise updates, which there have been 2 Bidoof merchandise drops this year. There was a trucker hat, and then there is that large cave statue that has a Bidoof on the other side of the statue, which is the wrong side. That should be in the front, you know, because obviously Bidoof is the best Pokemon. But,
absolutely.
You know, I could certainly wax poetic about this for a while, so maybe we shouldn't go down that road just yet.
We do also have a lot of new Ditto merchandise, too, which I did get to see the Ditto pool float.
Okay, the pool float was pretty exciting.
Great.
I need a pool for that, though. I could set up a little kiddie pool, but I think the Ditto float is actually bigger.
Yeah. Well, we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have even more competition here.
We have Anna on the floor.
Oh, we have Anna on the floor?
We have Anna on the floor right now. So, I mean, we're going to take a break.
I'm going to take a break.
But Anna is going to take us to the floor with an interview with one of our incredible trainers here this weekend.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here on the floor at the Pokemon North America International Championship. I'm standing here with Andrew, and we are at the prize wall. Andrew, if somebody is competing for the first time, or maybe they're home and they've never competed before, can you tell them what the prize wall is and how it works?
So if you compete in side events during the International Championships, you get tickets to then spend at the prize wall. Prize wall can get you a variety of things, from plushies to packs to hats, anything you would like.
That's a really good description. Do you have an idea of what you're going to try to buy?
I think I might be going for some of the older packs, or even some of like the new ones that are playable, looking for some high rarity cards to add to my deck, and maybe even some plushies.
Nice, going straight for the cards. Is that your usual pick?
Usually when I go to events, I'm going for cards, see if I can maybe resell them or...
And what about the plushies? Which ones do you have your eye on?
I really like the, I don't know if you can see it, the Dragonite ones, and also like the first gen starters like Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur.
Nice. Have you done this before?
I have at Orlando Regionals a couple months ago. I competed in some side events, like a TCG Cup, and I got points, and we got some packs, we got a mini binder. It's really fun.
Are you done competing already?
I finished competing yesterday. I did okay. I finished like 90th place. And today I'm gonna do some side events and see what I can get at the prize wall.
Awesome, thank you, Andrew. And if there's anyone at home that has never been to an event, or maybe they're scared to compete or something like that, or maybe they haven't tried a side event before, what advice would you give them?
So it's very fun. The community is very nice. Once you go to your first one, it's like, this was awesome. And side events, just make sure it's like just play it as a normal match. There's usually some funny rules, or you're building your own deck, like what I'm competing in right now, the build-in battle. You get side event tickets, and it's also just like, it's just different rules. If you lose the tournament in the first round, it's fine. You got so much more to do at this event.
That's great advice. Thank you so much, Andrew. I appreciate it, and have fun shopping at the prize wall.
Thank you.
And we'll go back now to the Pokemon North America International Championship.
Coming into the events, I knew I had a good team. I had laddered a lot with it, and I just had a lot of practice. I knew that I had a competitive advantage on a lot of people because my team building was something unexpected. So I wanted to ride that as much as I could and just do the best I could possibly do.
I'm really excited to see that team again. The previous time I was on stream, we kind of both underestimated a little bit.
The biggest Pokemon that I was worried about coming into this event was Terra Fairy Heatran. It's a really good Pokemon because it resists fighting and can deal with Pokemon like Iron Hands, which is why it's been able to gain so much popularity. And my team just doesn't have a good answer to Fairy-type Pokemon in general. So it was a struggle for the team, and since it's relatively popular, I was a little worried coming into the tournament. It was mostly about executing. I just needed to execute well on the day. I knew that a lot of times my opponent would have a lot less understanding of the matchup than I did, so I just needed to play it well, and that's what I did.
Michael has just been playing out of his mind.
Yeah, Rogov was definitely my hardest matchup in Top Cut. He just had a really good team that was well-rounded and had the Terra Fairy Heatran that I was worried about, so I had to just play much more aggressive to be able to beat him. I was able to beat him in top 4, but in Swiss, he had easily trounced me.
Como survives body press. Michael Zhang is advancing to the finals here in Sacramento, California.
I think Riley had actually played my friend Donald, who was using the same team previously, and because of that, he may have had some misconceptions about the matchup, but in both games, I had known from turn 1 that I had probably won the game.
Connects into the Como-O, deals the damage, but not a critical hit. Como-O survives, fires back at Iron Head, and Michael Zhang takes down Riley, becomes your Sacramento, California regional champion.
Honestly, I still can't believe it. The biggest thing is that it validates a lot of things that I've been working on. You know, team building. I've always had a weird style of team building, and last season it ended up being a lot of 6-3s, and I ended up making day 2 of NAIC, but I never got that one result. So it does validate a lot of what I've been working on, and I feel that I played super well throughout the course of the tournament, so all of that just feels really, really good, and I hope to continue to compete at a high level in the future.
Is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない While you're passionate for fire, always lighting up a path. It's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities worldwide, welcome to the Pokemon World Championship.
Welcome back, everybody. We are well under our way with day 2 of the competition here at the North America International Championships in New Orleans, Louisiana. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined once again by Jake Muller to bring you through our final 2 rounds of Swiss for day 2.
So exciting. We are at the very end of the Swiss stage of competition, and after these next 2 rounds, we will have our top 8 trainers here in New Orleans, the last 8 in the field, fighting for the title of North America International Champion.
There's only so many people that can say that they are an international champion.
Yeah.
And so it's a very, very short list that any of these players could potentially join.
It's true, and it's a great list to be on, too. We have so many fantastic players here that have won internationals before, won other majors at regionals or special events, but to be able to join that pantheon of trainers at the very top, those international champions, is a very, very huge accomplishment.
Well, let's talk about that, shall we? Because we did the math. Took us a little bit of time, but there's 21 players out of this day 2 player pool that have won a major event in Scarlet and Violet. We're talking the 2023 and 2024 competitive season, and I think that's pretty spectacular.
It really is. It just goes to show you the depth of the field here. Not even to mention that there's plenty more players that have made it into, the finals, top 4, top 8 of these very same majors.
We got Wolf Glick, who won 2 regional championships just this year, the Charlotte and Orlando regional championships. We have Eric Rios that won the Utrecht special event in 2023. And in fact, Aurelian Sula was one of the players that was in the finals of that event. So we can also talk about just how many finalists there are from majors at this tournament. And what about Marco Silva? You talk about international champions. He won the 2019, he won LAIC this year. I wrote down the wrong thing.
Then Luca Paz and Justin Tang in that middle column, both regional champions last year. Justin Tang twice, actually. Paul Chua, an international champion last year. Shiliang Tang, a regional champion last year. James Evans, Alex Underhill, regional champions this year. So many players on your screen here that are really at the top of the game right now, and it shows with their fantastic day 2 performances.
Antonio Sanchez from Spain also won the Liverpool regional championships in 2024. Did you call out Niels yet?
No.
Yet another international champion from EUIC just this year. So just this last IC ago. Justin Karras, he won his regional championship for Charlotte in 2023. Eduardo Cunha also not only just a world champion,
Right.
let's not forget about the world championship that he was able to win, but he also won the Barcelona special event earlier on this year.
Of course, Alex Gomez, our reigning champion here at NAIC as well, winning this event just 1 calendar year ago. And just an amazing group of players here. Even on the next page, too, we have plenty more for you.
Oh my gosh. I mean, even a lot of these names that you recognize just being in a lot of the finals, how could we not call out just like Jody Azzarelli, I think the maybe more famous of the finalists that we have here from Worlds a long time ago.
Emilio Forbes won Fresno Regionals last season, and a player that I think all of us are very familiar with at this point. Also a former Worlds finalist alongside Jody Azzarelli. Nicholas Kahn, I believe, won a regional this year in the Australian circuit in Brisbane, which is a fantastic accomplishment. And it's Idrio Costa won San Antonio this year, his first regional win. Just so many really, really strong players.
Yeah, 2 more on this page, or 1 more at the very least. Juan Salerno won the Buenos Aires special event, one of the first Regulation G winners as the format was announced, and in the day 2 of competition as well. And I hope I'm not missing anybody, but we're going to go on to the next page too to just call out a couple more of those notable names.
So
Michael
many.
Kelsch.
Michael Zhang.
Michael
both
Zhang.
on here.
Yeah, both of the Michaels on this page were able to win regional championships this year. Michael Kelsch just won Stockholm, and Michael Zhang won Sacramento this year.
And Taryn Birdie, I believe, also a champion right after OCIC a year or 2 ago. He went over to Perth Regionals, took home that trophy as well. And again, not to mention everyone else that doesn't yet have that major title and is looking to, join that group of players this weekend.
I mean, Marco Maras on that page too was actually in the finals of the Barcelona special event and got 2nd place to Eduardo Cunha. So just another player that can say that they are of that finalist caliber. And that's not even counting all of the top cuts that these players have been able to get at these tournaments. Getting top 8 at any point, whether it's an IC, a regional, is so, so, so impressive.
And even not to mention the players that have had success in past games as well. Not in the Scarlet Violet area just yet, but even just thinking back on those lists, I know Nick Navarre and Tommy Coulin are both former regional champions that are still in the field here in day 2. And it's so impressive to see the consistency these players have, not only within a season, but across entire generations. These people have been playing since 2013, 2014, and taking regionals along the way, and they're still around today at these top tables.
Alberto Lara?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, like, so many amazing players, and even more that we get a chance to add as we think about the 2025 season.
I
That's
know.
exciting.
Can't wait.
Ooh, that's going to be so fun. But yeah, it's amazing. That's 21 players that have a regional championship or an international championship title. And
Just in this format, yeah.
That's actually wild in day 2.
It really is. It's such a stacked day 2. At this point, there are no easy matches anymore, but especially in day 2, when you're getting players like that, like your 2nd round of day 2, you're playing against a 2-time international champion, like, I don't know. What am I supposed to do?
Prepare yourself, I guess. I don't know if anybody can actually prepare you for that.
Right.
Oh, just win.
Yeah, just find another
It's just
2-time
that
international
simple.
champion, get some practice in against them, right? Because there's so many of them.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's so funny. But yeah, it's been a great day of competition so far. 4 rounds of Swiss.
Yes.
2 more to go. And then we get a chance to show you our top cut matches as we will start to work on that bracket after that. And the hall is still buzzing. I actually see Joe, one of our casters, out in the field actually for the TCG, talking to some of the competitors. That's really fun. Yeah, TCG, I mean, their competition has been wild.
Of course.
They have over 1,000 people here.
I want to say over like 2,000.
Oh,
It's so many.
So many people. I think
Numbers
we have
that we
like
can only
4,000
dream of.
players here.
Yeah.
You know, though, what's wild is that the growth that we've seen in the video game so far, I actually wouldn't be surprised at a certain point if we were able to get 2,000 VG players.
That would be incredible.
All in one location.
Imagine that. 2,000 VG players in one tournament. That would be so much fun.
We've broken records this year.
Oh, yeah. No, we've had
so
multiple
many.
biggest tournaments ever this year, which is always a fun thing to say.
Yeah, it makes for great video titles also.
Great headlines. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. Such good clickbait. But it's kind of just crazy to think about when you think back to even just when we were playing.
Yeah.
I mean, you even started playing before I did,
Mhm.
but I started in 2014, and I still remember everything being best of one.
Yeah, oh yeah. We used to have best of one Swiss. We didn't have day 2 Swiss
Closed
until
team sheets?
a couple years ago. Those were the dark ages, right? Closed team sheets.
There were some people that would have thrived, though, on a best of one closed team sheet format.
Yeah.
And it certainly wasn't me.
Even just the growth in numbers of players we've had too. I remember back in like the 2014 to 16 era that I played in a regional that was like 70 people. And like I made it a top 8 of that one, but like comparing a top 8 at a 70-person regional to a top 8 at like an 800-person regional like we had this year, it doesn't feel quite the same anymore.
Well, it's still something that you can put on your player resume.
Oh, I do.
Oh,
I
yeah.
do.
And you should be proud of that.
I count it. Yeah, I top
Yeah,
it.
because even when you think about, yes, it's hard now,
Yeah.
but think about how difficult it was to find that consistency even back then.
Right.
Best of one is so volatile.
True.
And there were also a certain era of our events where you had to get in through lottery.
I luckily started playing after that.
Yeah, I did
was never
too,
victim
actually.
to that,
I did
but
too.
there's still plenty of players around that can tell you all about it.
I'm glad we are past those ages.
Yes.
There's still a debate out there, though. Closed team sheet or open team
Ooh.
sheet. I'm on the open team sheet team.
I am too.
Through and through. I think so.
It was a great inclusion, especially with these new games. I think it would be so much harder to deal with terrestrialization just while you're playing these battles if you didn't know what could terrestrialize into what type. But even
Yeah.
beyond that, let's like eliminate Terra from the equation. Let's go back a couple years where it was, Megas or Dynamax or something that was more telegraphed in terms of the kind of the transforming mechanic in the game. It's still so much nicer to kind of know what options everyone has at their disposal, because you can plan out your games so much better. And I think that's entirely a new skill that people have had to develop is, I can no longer
sure.
rely on concealing my focus sash on this random Pokemon, but knowing that they have that info, how can I use that to my advantage?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great, there's pros and cons, I think, to like both types of formats, but I think
Right.
we really hit a sweet spot with Scarlet and Violet where there are so many amazing stories being created by players that have had to learn through this process. And we might have one of those in front of us right now.
Absolutely.
Cody Sharp versus Alex Gomez. Alex Gomez, we talk about the titans of players, the 21 players in this day 2 that have a championship title to their name. And Alex Gomez might be one of the most decorated of them all.
Going up against Cody Sharp, who we found out very recently took this same exact team to Indianapolis. Didn't do so hot, but stuck with it, was very confident in this team coming into NAIC, and has put himself at round 14 with a very good shot at moving on, even into top 8, which I think is very commendable.
Yeah, like what a Cinderella story.
Absolutely.
And sometimes it does take maybe that one event or maybe a little bit of a change up in the meta for you
Yeah.
to really be able to find your footing with the team that you've built. And it is going to be a Koraidon Sun team.
It's a team that really, really benefits from Sun. You have the Koraidon, which sets the Sun, of course, with that Orichalcum Pulse ability, but it's not the more offensively like Flame Charge oriented one. It's actually running Helping Hand, really there as a support for the rest of its team, as you'll see 4 Pokemon of the 5 next to it heavily benefit from Sun. Fluttermane and Raging Bolt both have Photosynthesis, which will boost their stats when Sun is active, and Entei and Shiyu are both fire types that love firing off those heat waves, those sacred fires, and once you get the Sun up, those do so much damage.
Yeah, and with Choice Span and Life Orb as just offensive items to pair with both of those Pokemon,
Yeah.
could you imagine the Koraidon sitting there and just clicking Helping Hand
Yeah.
and just boosting up that damage? I think that's tremendous.
I really like that.
But you also have the Ursaluna Blood Moon.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll be a fun Pokemon to come into the fray, especially when you take a look at the other side. I don't know. Maybe it works out for you. But it's a Shadow Rider Calyrex team that Alex Gomez has decided to bring.
Alex is also running the Transform Smeargle, which I believe we saw Eric Rios using yesterday. Not really surprising to see the two of them running similar teams, as we know they are very good friends and training partners. But of course, the Shadow Rider Calyrex will be paired with the Incineroar, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Amoonguss Iron Hands, and of course, everyone's favorite little beagle, Smeargle.
Whose favorite?
Everyone. I said everyone.
I guess I'm not everyone.
You don't count. It's okay. I don't count either.
Well, we've got the Urshifu Rapid Strike, which we've seen just be so powerful in a
Yes.
lot of these matchups. The only problem it's going to run into is the fact that you set the Sun, and those Surging Strikes are going to barely do anything.
It's one of the few ways you can actually nerf Surging Strike's damage is Sun or Burns, and I guess with Sacred Fire and Heat Wave, you could definitely have the possibility for both.
Yeah, for sure. But I think when you take a look at the Shadow Rider Calyrex, it's going to be one of the more naturally faster things in between these two teams. But you consider the fact that this Fluttermane might be getting a speed boost from Photosynthesis.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, not guaranteed one of the faster things.
Also, we kind of have the problem of a normal type running into that Calyrex Shadow Rider in the form of that Ursaluna Blood Moon. Kind of what we talk about with Terapagos. You really just can't freely spam that Astral Barrage anymore when that Blood Moon Ursaluna is on the field because it is going to be immune. Also, a normal type sometimes is that Entei. It has the Terra Normal, also running both Extreme Speed and Giga Impact, which is a really cool tech move there. Gives you some huge damage output once you terrestrialize into that normal type. But I could see both of those Pokemon, especially the Chi-Yu as well with that Choice Scarf, able to outspeed and threaten KOs with Dark Pulse or Snarl, be a big nuisance for this Calyrex Shadow Rider on Alex's side of the field.
For sure. As we head into this game number 1, we get a chance to see a little bit more about how both of these trainers want to approach the matchup. Cody Sharp leading with a Koraidon and the Chi-Yu, and Alex with the Shadow Rider Calyrex and the Amoonguss.
Honestly, props to Cody for picking this music. This is some really high energy stuff we got going on here, especially considering we have two very strong Pokemon on Cody's side of the field. We have the Koraidon, which is threatening big damage with a Flare Blitz, and of course the Choice Scarf Chi-Yu, which should be acting first. Will be able to threaten the Amoonguss with a Fire-type attack or the Calyrex with a Dark-type attack. You can see the Covert Cloak on the Calyrex. That means if a Snarl comes through, the special attack will not be lowered. But of course, it is double weak to Snarl with that Ghost and Psychic typing. You don't want to take that anyway.
No, you don't. But with a Terra Fairy, one way that you could bypass a lot of the weaknesses that you see on the other side. Fairy might not help you against some of these Fire-type attacks that are coming out, but it'll certainly help you against the Dark-type ones.
It will. The Amoonguss also has the potential to terrestrialize into a Water-type, which could come in very handy here against the Sun team. Alex will opt to double protect. I think very smart on a team against this Koraidon and Chi-Yu. You get to see what Chi-Yu locks into, and it is Heat Wave. So you now know that your Amoonguss really doesn't want to stay on the field unless it shins into that Water type.
Yeah, but what do you have in the back that could also potentially switch into this? In the Sun, it is going to be so hard to actually have anything that comes in resist that damage or just doesn't take too much from it. So I like the idea of even just locking in the Heat Wave here, knowing that it's boosted in the Sun.
Especially knowing that the best Fire-type switch-in is the Incineroar, which just gets smacked by a Collision Course. We saw Cody double the Amoonguss with that Collision Course in this turn, trying to cover that. Also covers a Water Terra very well, so a really great combination of attacks here, which give Cody so many options.
Great kickoff here. I'm thinking though, does this Calyrex survive a Heat Wave?
I think it can take one. I think it can take one Heat Wave, but it won't take it super well. And you might need to go for something like a Draining Kiss to restore some of that HP. The Koraidon actually is pretty heavily threatened by that, even without a Calm Mind boost, because the Dragon and Fighting typing means it is very, very weak to it.
Well, this Amoonguss sees the two fire type. Well, I say that fire type as in it's got a Flare Blitz. Yeah, it is his fire type and spirit with the Terra Fire there, but it's just gonna go for the Helping Hand, that tech choice, helping to boost up this Chi-Yu's Heat Wave. And we talked about there not being too many switch-ins here. This Calyrex is just knocked out in one hit, and then Iron Hands took like 70% from a Helping Hand Heat Wave in the Sun.
That's an Assault Vest Iron Hands, everyone, known to be very, very bulky, but is not enough to keep it from getting 2-hit KO'd by that spread Heat Wave. This is why Helping Hand came in so handy here. The Koraidon could not have attacked prior to the Calyrex attacking, and knowing that the Calyrex's Terra type is Fairy, it cannot terrestrialize into a resist for the Fire typing. Probably knowing that Heat Wave calculation very well, the Calyrex had no chance there, and a really, really strong play by Cody, especially showing, I think, the Collision Course on turn 1. Maybe that wasn't a play that Alex had in mind, thinking you could possibly take one Heat Wave, fire off one attack, but Cody covering that so well.
Really did. Now Alex just has to go back to the drawing board, thinking about how to navigate through the rest of this game. You just lost a major source of damage in that Shadow Rider Calyrex and this poor Urshifu. You don't have a way to shut off this Sun. So any of these Water type attacks coming out, despite the fact that you have this Chi-Yu in front of you, don't feel very good.
They really don't. And I believe this Chi-Yu is also Terra Ghost. So if Cody wants to, he could go for another Helping Hand Heat Wave here with the Terra Ghost. Helping Hand, of course, having high priority, will act before a possible fake out from this Iron Hands. And of course, Terra Ghost means you cannot be faked out. The Choice Scarf, unless, I mean, we did see the speed interactions between Urshifu and Chi-Yu in Eric Rios' set yesterday on day 1. But if you're a Ghost type anyway, the resisted Surging Strikes, immune to close combat, still a pretty strong option here.
Fake out. It's going to help, though, from this Iron Hand. It's going to stop this Koraidon in its tracks, but this close combat isn't nearly enough to get the knockout. So even though you're stopping this Koraidon for one more turn, you're not stopping this Chi-Yu. So that Iron Hands goes down after that small fake out. And that Urshifu took so much damage. It's just the Amoonguss and the Urshifu now left for Alex. And you saw what was in the back here for Cody. This game is locked.
It really is. This has been such a strongly played game from Cody, and really a very boldly played game as well. That Chi-Yu could have easily been knocked out by a close combat. We do confirm that Alex's Urshifu is also faster than Choice Scarf Chi-Yu on Cody's end. Alex knows, I just got beat really bad in that game. May as well just move right on to game number 2 and try and reset, because Cody had a very explosive start to that game and was in the driver's seat from turn 1.
So how does Alex adjust with this?
We didn't see Alex terrestrialize. I think a Terra Water Amoonguss could do a lot of work here. You're resisting all the fire type attacks. You're resisting like the Flare Blitz and the Heat Wave like we saw in turn 1, of course the Sacred Fire as well. You do have to worry about Collision Course, you're becoming neutral to that. But I think Amoonguss is possibly capable of tanking both a Heat Wave and a Collision Course at the same time, and possibly firing off a Spore that could alter the course of that game.
I'm also looking at the Terra Water on the Iron Hands.
True.
If you want to bring in the Iron Hands, I think the Terra Water is a great choice on either of those Pokemon, either for Spores or for even just like, how much would a Drain Punch do? There's no Intimidate on Cody's team.
True.
So there's not actually a way to limit the damage output of this Iron Hands.
It's really difficult, right? Like, the Iron Hands could be really important because it does have that Assault Vest. Like you called out, it can become a Water type to resist all these Fire type attacks. But let's say Cody opts to bring a Raging Bolt and you're a Water type now. You've got the Photosynthesis, Life Orb boosted Electric type attacks to worry about.
And it was in the back.
It was, yeah. So it's a really tough position. I think that Cody's team really covers for these like defensive Terra types very well. When you consider like Water types are very heavily punished by the Raging Bolt. Something like a Ghost Terra is heavily punished by the Choice Scarf Chi-Yu. Ursaluna can just kind of come in and Blood Moon or Hyper Voice anything it wants to. Doesn't really care about the type chart to the most extent. So it's a really offensive team that if you're not ahead of it from the beginning of the game, it can be very hard to come back from.
Something that Alex was clearly playing around though, being so patient with the use of the terrestrialization and just inevitably not using it, I think that speaks volumes to knowing that there was coverage available on Cody's end and he was just completely playing around that.
Right. It's true though. I mean, even the Urshifu, like it took over half from the Heat Wave in the sun. How do you handle that?
You don't. I think is a really difficult answer to have to say, but maybe the Smeargle could help out with this. You do have Wide Guard as an option. Smeargle has a Focus Sash, so you can also withstand one hit, but you also have the opportunity for like Transform, a Spore, a couple of other options here. But it is going to be an adjustment from both of these players. Alex is actually going to leave the Shadow Rider Calyrex either on the bench or in the back for now. And it's going to be the Iron Hands and the Amoonguss and Fluttermane for Cody next to this Koraidon.
Nice adjustment there. Catches the Iron Hands unaware. They do have the Focus Sash on Fluttermane, so one Heavy Slam won't be able to do the trick in terms of dispatching this Fluttermane, but there is a little bit less of a threat for this Amoonguss now. And if you're Alex, you kind of took this more methodical, slower approach to the beginning of this game. Iron Hands and Amoonguss is a much more defensive lead. You give yourself a fake out option. If you're faking out this Koraidon, Amoonguss is very safe on this turn and can possibly try to fire off a Spore and let Alex reposition from there.
Fluttermane with this Protect, not going to take any damage at this turn and also keep the Focus Sash intact, but it's a double Protect, so whatever Alex was hoping to do on this turn isn't going to happen. So the Fake Out, negated, and this Amoonguss's follow-up with the Spore is also not going to be able to go through. The important thing to note, though, is the fact that now the Fake Out is off the table.
Fake Out is off the table, so this Amoonguss does have to worry about taking a possible Flare Blitz. And we've already seen Cody very willing to go for Collision Course into Amoonguss, trying to cover for a possible Water-type terrestrialization. Luckily for Alex, this Fluttermane is not carrying Shadow Ball, and Icy Wind is really not known for doing much damage, so it's not going to be doing too much to the Amoonguss itself. If it does opt to terrestrialize, then possibly you can survive a couple attacks and go for Spore. At the same time, are you willing to commit your Terra to this Amoonguss right off the bat?
It's a really hard call because there could be that Raging Bolt in the back as we were talking about heading into the game.
Yep.
But it is time to terrestrialize, and that's going to be Alex going to terrestrialize at Amoonguss, so it should hopefully be sticking around for this next turn. But even though you are going to be a Water type which will help you against this Koraidon, it means that this Dazzling Gleam is going to hurt just a little bit more.
It does, no longer resisted, and Flare Blitz does come out into the Amoonguss, so a great Terastallization from Alex. Amoonguss surely would have been knocked out if that wasn't the case. Drain Punch comes through into the Koraidon, heals a good chunk of damage off from that Dazzling Gleam, and now Amoonguss should be able to put something to sleep, crucially for Alex, which will clear up so much space for the rest of his Pokemon.
It's going to be that Koraidon. It's such a threatening Pokemon when you think about its ability to go for Flare Blitz and even just a Collision Course if you have Incineroar in the back. If the Body Press wasn't going to do it a couple of sets ago, it sure will be a Collision Course.
The issue now is this Flutter Mane does still have access to the Fairy Terastallization. It is not the special attack boosting Photosynthesis set. We did see that speed get boosted from the sun. But at the same time, a Terra Flutter Mane is still a Terra Flutter Mane, and we have two Pokemon that are weak and neutral to Dazzling Gleam.
And if that,
oh no.
Yeah, if that Flutter Mane wasn't going to do a lot of damage before, the Beads of Ruin sure will help as it drops a special defense of both of the Amoonguss and the Iron Hands on the other side. So this Flutter Mane is feeling so good.
It has to, right? You've got an Iron Hands. That's like the thing that Flutter Mane likes seeing the most. You've got an Amoonguss that's no longer a poison type. You would love that if you're Flutter Mane.
Oh, you really do. As the Dazzling Gleam comes through, this Amoonguss gets knocked out and the Iron Hands is not too far behind it. And with a Pokemon that's that slow, Chi-Yu and Flutter Mane are going to be outspeeding it both on the other side.
Drain Punch does come through here.
That's
big
nice.
Into Chi-Yu. That is a massive KO for Alex, though. He heals so much damage from that Drain Punch. And of course, this Chi-Yu, which is holding that Choice Scarf, will be able to outspeed the Calyrex on Alex's side of the field, is immediately gone. I really like that play, just making sure the Koraidon is still threatened by that Drain Punch while it's asleep, and of course, covering for that Chi-Yu. That's a really great play for Cody to make because you do get the special defense drops on the Iron Hands and Amoonguss from the Beads of Ruin, but Alex covers that so incredibly well.
Yeah, I mean, the one shot there heals up so much that with the Beads of Ruin now gone, I actually wonder if this Iron Hands would be able to survive.
Maybe?
I don't know.
Certainly not a Moonblast, but maybe a Dazzling Gleam from here, which is important because if Cody is going for a Dazzling Gleam, that means you're not Moonblasting the Calyrex, and the Calyrex is kind of the big threat right now.
Take a look in the sun, though. This Raging Bolt hitting the field did get a special attack boost from that Photosynthesis, and it has Thunderclap. So if you were worried about having to outspeed something before, now you definitely don't have to worry.
This Iron Hands, of course, cannot protect as it is holding the Assault Vest. Flutter Mane, nice defensive tech for that Terastallization as well. It is no longer weak to Astral Barrage, so it should be able to eat at least one Astral Barrage very comfortably. And Urshifu coming in here, I don't know if you're going to enjoy this Moonblast.
Ooh, yeah, I'm not sure about that one. But the Calyrex, at the very least, is going to stay safe. And you preserve the opportunity for Fake Out later. But this Moonblast, as soon as the Urshifu comes in, it's taken out of here.
Well, the issue is, like, what else can you do, right? Either the Iron Hand stays in and gets Moonblasted and then gets knocked out, and then the following turn you just get Thunderclaps and one-hit KO'd by the sun-boosted Life Orb Thunderclap, or you just sacrifice the Urshifu now to give yourself one more Fake Out. And I think that probably is the correct play that Alex just made.
Exactly.
Just because you get so much more out of having a Fake Out active than you do with your Urshifu that's just kind of a sitting duck.
Absolutely, but now you got to play the 50-50. Cody, at the beginning of the game with the Iron Hands present, was comfortable just going for a double protect here on both of his Pokemon. So is it the same this time around? It's not. Alex calls it right, gets a chance to flinch the Flutter Mane, the faster thing on the field, and the Calyrex is going to use this opportunity to go for a Calm Mind.
I think that's smart. You're sitting in front of two special attackers, and knowing that you're going to be able to flinch the Flutter Mane before it can attack, you get the option to boost that special defense, but even at +1 special defense, Thunderbolt does over half of the Calyrex's HP.
But now the Photosynthesis is gone. If you want to turn it back on again, you've got to bring this Koraidon onto the field, which is still asleep.
It is asleep. I think you kind of have to, though, right? You really want that Flutter Mane to be outspeeding Calyrex, because if you leave Flutter Mane on the field without that speed boost now, it probably gets knocked out by the +1 Astral Barrage. And if you're able to get the speed boost back up, you can switch your Koraidon back in, get the Flutter Mane faster, knock out the Iron Hands before the Calyrex can attack, and then you're relying on Raging Bolt to pick up a KO with possibly a Thunderclap before the Calyrex can attack, because at this point, you know, if the Koraidon switches in and Flutter Mane gets knocked out by Astral Barrage, Koraidon will too, and then the Calyrex is at +3 special attack.
Well, I think Cody's going to lock in and hope that the Thunderclap is going to be enough to knock out this Calyrex, but it's not because of the special defense boost from the Calm Mind. That's Sun was so important and might have been able to secure the knockout there. So with the Calyrex,
it survived.
Gets a huge knockout onto the Flutter Mane, being able to take it out before it's able to actually get the lockdown onto this Iron Hands means that the Iron Hands is free to go for a finishing blow onto this Raging Bolt with the Drain Punch. That's a knockout, and Cody, just like that, has the Koraidon left.
The Koraidon's left, but I believe it's still asleep, and the Calyrex should be outspeeding it anyway, so another really nice turn for Alex there. That was a really tough play. I think if you're Cody, you have to be very tempted to switch that Koraidon in, but at that point, like, I don't know. Let's say Koraidon swapped in with prior turn, Fluttermane gets to Moonblast the Iron Hands, and then the Calyrex takes 2 KOs. You're at +3 special attack. Based on that Astral Barrage damage, 1 Astral Barrage certainly KOs, but if you're trying to not get Thunderclapped, which with the Sun Boost would have also KO'd the Shadow Rider, what if you Calm Mind? Like, you can start trying to play those Calm Mind games, and it's certainly not a clear win for Cody in that case, but Alex sees right through that, goes straight for that big Astral Barrage to KO Fluttermane before it can Moonblast, and even this set at 1 game all.
It is a hard decision to have to make. Which do you switch out for this Koraidon, but it's not providing any value anyway because it hasn't taken a mandatory turn of sleep yet?
Right. I think its value is just the Sun in that case, right? Like,
but so do you switch out the Flutter or the Raging Bolt? And in my mind, you switch out the Flutter. Because that
Thunderclap
would have picked up.
You're right. Yeah, either way, I guess it could have gone differently for Cody, but again, I don't think there was any kind of 100% win case there. If you're relying on Thunderclap to win a game against something with Calm Mind, there's always the opportunity for you to get like Calm Mind gamed out.
It's true,
so
yeah.
It's a very risky play either way.
It's a tough one, but sometimes that's just the game that we play. It's a little
really
bit
is.
risky, high risk, high reward though, if you're able to call it right. And so Alex finding that opportunity to get that double knockout and then seal the deal in that way. But as we head into the second game, I still think that Cody led such an offensive lead at the beginning of that game number 1 that put Alex in that position.
I also think Cody really not making good use of that Chiyu in the second game kind of hurt him. When the Amoonguss went down because of that Dazzling Gleam, the terrestrialization was down, the fire resist was down. Like, Chiyu was about to go really hard for the rest of that game, especially because there's no more redirection to take away those Dark Pulses. There's no more Terra to make the Dark Pulse resisted. But not having that Chiyu because Alex called that switch with the Drain Punch very well made it much more difficult for Cody to operate. We were moving into game 3, and Koraidon and Raging Bolt the lead for Cody. Another great way to punish a possible Terra Water from this Amoonguss.
And another switch up for Cody as well. It's been a different photosynthesis partner next to this Pokemon this entire game. Chiyu, of course, to start for game number 1. We'll call it a photosynthesis Pokemon. It's a fire type.
It's close enough.
Close enough.
This is another situation, though, where the Iron Hands certainly threaten some good damage with Drain Punch, but the Amoonguss is the more important target here. If you're able to like double into it with something like a Flare Blitz and a Thunderbolt from this Raging Bolt and Koraidon, that's a nice way to cover for both Amoonguss staying on the field and not terrestrializing, and also staying on the field and turning into that water type.
Well, the Incineroar, though, making an appearance. This Intimidate isn't going to do anything, though, because Raging Bolt's a special attacker, and this Koraidon is carrying that Clear Amulet. But just as we saw in that second game to start, this Koraidon is going to go for a Protect, as is the Raging Bolt. So Alex not really able to get anything else done this turn, except to pivot in Incineroar. Even the Amoonguss is going to fail to Protect because there's nothing coming its direction regardless.
That's a really smart mix-up by Alex to bring the Incineroar, and also a very smart turn 1. Leading the same exact thing, he saw Cody go for that double Protect on turn 1 of game 2. He probably assumed Cody was going to do the exact same thing in this third game, took great advantage of that by swapping in the Incineroar, so now you still have a Fake Out active, while neither the Koraidon and Raging Bolt can Protect, and that frees up so much space for this Amoonguss to go for a very important Spore.
It does, because there's still nothing in the pack that Cody can switch in to take that.
Yeah,
there's no safety
immunities.
Goggles, there's no grass types, so the only option is to just let something go to sleep, especially when you're going to commit a Terra into this matchup. It is going to be the Amoonguss that takes the Terra Water, but can Cody actually call it? Does Alex feel safe enough to be able to go for this Water Terrestrialization?
You have to imagine the Water Terra gives away that you're not going to let the Raging Bolt attack this turn. Does in fact get faked out, so no Thunderbolts from this Raging Bolt, but Collision Course does come out from this Koraidon. No matter the target, does big damage, correctly calls the Terra, and does a big chunk with that Collision Course, over half of Amoonguss's HP.
Yeah, but that still leaves it free to go for a Spore. And so if you were worried about that weakness to those electric type attacks, that Raging Bolt's now asleep and you don't have to worry about it anymore.
You don't have to worry about it, but Alex still has to worry about this Koraidon. You can't parting shot it again because of that clear amulet. Amoonguss took so much damage from that collision course because Cody called that very well, that now you have an Amoonguss that will be knocked out by one more. Raging Bolt can pretty easily sit on the field and take a turn of sleep here because the Incineroar does have the knockoff, does have parting shot, which kind of annoy it, but really doesn't threaten it with a whole lot of damage off the bat.
Incineroar goes away, and Shadow Rider Calyrex comes back out. But yeah, it is tough. You know that this Amoonguss has the option to go for Protect, though. So that is one way that you could keep it safe, or you just play risky. And that's exactly what Alex did. No Protect coming out from this Amoonguss, as it was hoping to land a Spore into that slot. Because either the Koraidon switches out, or, yeah.
I'm wondering what Cody was doing with that Protect on Koraidon. You have to imagine that the Koraidon's really not being threatened at all with any kind of damage. It resists any possible damage that could be thrown its way. Knockoff to get rid of Clear Amulet could be useful later on, but the opportunity to go for another collision course into that Amoonguss might have been really nice. It could have been a knockout there, which would have put him at the Pokemon advantage.
Well, Rage Powder is so nice to have in front of this Calyrex, because it can just go for these Calm Minds. A great way for it to be able to stave off a lot of the special attack from the special attack heavy team. Raging Bolt, Flutter Mane, Chi-Yu, all great partners for this Koraidon that might struggle to get actually any damage down onto the Spectre Calyrex rider.
The Spectre part is like it's like right in front of your face. I always try to say, I catch myself saying it too. It wakes up the one-turn sleep from Raging Bolt. A big Thunderbolt comes through here, and we saw it do over half last game. Same exact damage roll. This Calyrex now, because of that one-turn sleep, is in a much worse position because you have to worry about those sun-boosted Thunderclaps.
You do, because this time around, that could be enough.
Yeah.
And not to mention the fact that this Koraidon is Helping Hand.
Right.
So that's, yeah, it'll just for sure be able to pick up the KO in that way.
And we also see the Chi-Yu there in the back for Cody. That means that Cody will have the option to outspeed this Calyrex. You still have the Terrestrialization available, so you can protect yourself from fakeouts with that Ghost Terra if it comes down to it. But this Calyrex now, because of that one-turn sleep, that was a really rough turn of events there.
It was. I mean, the Iron Hands is at least available to try to go for something like a fake out. This would be the turn to do it. The Chi-Yu is going to hit the field to activate the Beads of Ruin to really make sure that if this Electric Terra wasn't going to put the Raging Bolt over the top, then surely this ability is going to do just that.
Yeah, this Electric Terra now, a Thunderclap, almost definitely in conjunction with the Terrestrialization and the Beads of Ruin ability from this Chi-Yu, could allow this Raging Bolt to KO the Calyrex, and the fake out is called correctly. The Chi-Yu has been flinched, and Calm Mind comes through. Cody did not go for Thunderclap. This could be a massive Thunderbolt to KO Calyrex.
It could, because that Electric Terra on top, with the modifier from the Beads of Ruin, this Thunderbolt, even though this Calyrex is going to be at +2 special defense, that's it. It doesn't get a chance to attack at all this game.
That was a really cool play from Cody there. That's a very risky play too. I think Cody now taking advantage of the fact that, okay, Alex has been calling my protects on these fake outs. I'm not going to protect this time. I'm going to attack. I'm going to switch into this Chi-Yu. Make sure my Raging Bolt has the firepower to KO through another possible Calm Mind. Really expertly well played there, because now this Terra Electric Raging Bolt in the sun, well, there's no sun anymore, but Koraidon's still around, can come back and set it back up, is a massive, massive threat. Even a Thunderbolt into Incineroar could do a whole lot of damage too.
It's too bad because that Calyrex does have access to Protect too.
Yeah.
And with that sun expiring, would have at least helped to limit a little bit of damage from that special attack boost to the Raging Bolt with the Photosynthesis wearing off, but still not out of it yet. This Iron Hands could be beneficial, as the Flutter Mane is going to take the place of that Chi-Yu and be revealed as Cody's fourth and final in this game, the Protect from the Raging Bolt. It's such a big threat right now. You have to imagine that Alex is thinking about it, but instead goes after the Flutter Mane. Really nice call. Knocks off the Focus Sash, even though it would have been broken regardless. But the Drain Punch to follow it up. At the very least, Alex targeted the right slot with that damage.
Right. Calling the Protect there in this case, but there's really not a whole lot Cody could have lost. Like, let's say, for example, Alex heavy slammed that slot and the Flutter Mane got knocked out. I think you're still fine, right? Like, there's no issue here. Cody has so much damage left at his disposal with the Koraidon, with the Chiyu, with the Raging Bolt. He's able to take down our reigning champion, Alex Gomez, and bounce back from a poor performance in Indianapolis to be really, really close to that top 8 at an international championship.
So close. Might need one more win at the very end of the day in order to ensure a top 8 spot, but yeah, keeps that dream alive and against such an incredible opponent. Alex is the reigning North America International Champion.
Yeah.
That's not an easy knowledge to have, knowing that you're like playing against a player of that caliber.
It really isn't. There's one thing, like playing against very good players where you know, I've heard their name before. I've seen them do well at tournaments. I know they're good, and I have to like be on my best behavior when I'm playing them. But especially knowing that Alex is that good and won this same exact tournament just a year ago, it's so hard to come into that match. But Cody, I don't think he was intimidated at all. He made some really, really good plays. Collision coursing that Amoonguss being one of them in this third game. It really set him so far ahead because that Amoonguss, I think, was a really important piece for Alex to be able to put some things to sleep, slow down the huge offense Cody had, but just wasn't able to.
A lot of risky plays that Cody had to go for too. Risky, aggressive, and it's so exciting to see this Koraidon in action.
It really is.
Honestly, that's like been such a highlight for me, is the evolution of Koraidon teams. After Michael Kelsch was one of the first Koraidon believers, putting together his own Koraidon team in some of the online tournaments that we've had, and now to see the evolution of including more just base fire-type Pokemon alongside these photosynthesis users.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
It was really cool to see the helping hand as well.
Yeah,
that's
what a
not
cool
something
tech.
I've seen personally on Koraidon just yet. And it makes so much sense with that Choice Scarf Chiyu. You're already boosting its damage so much with the sun, and when you start adding another multiplier on top of that, it can get really oppressive. And we saw it do so much that Assault Vest Iron Hands game 1. It's a really cool tech.
And even if you miss a heat wave, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Because with a strategy like that, you're just hoping that you're getting down as much damage as possible, and then it's Thunderclap time.
It sure is. That Raging Bolt. Again, that very offensive Raging Bolt set. The standard for a while was the Assault Vest, more bulky version. Moves like Snarl and Electro Web to kind of set up your teammates. But this time we're going full offense with the Thunderbolt, the Terra Electric, the Life Orb, the Sun Boost from Photosynthesis. Huge damage threat. We saw it 2 at KO, the +2 Calyrex.
Yeah, and with all of those modifiers, you don't need Draco Meteor. Just go for the Dragon Pulse.
Exactly.
You won't miss, and that feels great.
Yes, that's the Riley special.
Yeah, it really is. But on top of the other components of this team, I'm okay we didn't see the Entei. I think obviously Cody knows the matchup best.
Right.
But it's so cool to see this Pokemon in particular get included because Inner Focus, how much have we seen that ability be so powerful in Scarlet and Violet?
It's so good. Fake Out is
so
very
good.
common, Intimidate is very common, especially now that Incineroar is back in the game, and Fake Out Intimidate itself is very common. So that Inner Focus is a really great way to get around that. It's hard to disrupt a Pokemon like Entei or like Dragonite, like we've seen in past regulations. I think even Alex Underhill's Portland winning team had both, the Dragonite and the Entei on it.
Yeah.
The double Inner Focus, why not?
Hey, if Incineroar is going to be around, well, you can't get faked out. So that feels pretty darn good. But you know who's probably feeling even better? Cody, after winning that match. So let's go ahead and hear from him about how that went.
Thanks so much, casters. I'm here on the floor with the winner of round 14 and the guy who's just knocked out the previous NIIC champion, Cody Sharp. Cody.
Yeah.
Welcome. How's it going?
Good. Feels good getting one of the calls right there at the end after getting it wrong in game 2, but luckily I was able to come out on top, and now I've got to keep winning and try and make top cut by winning out.
Yeah, just that simple, I suppose. Awesome. And that match as well, seemed really in your favor just for so much of that set as well. Obviously you dropped that game, that second game of this whole set. How were you feeling coming off the back of that?
Well, I knew I kind of got it wrong. I had to guess what he was going to do at the end of that game. Should I switch in Koraidon to get the speed back? What moves is he going to go for? And I just guessed wrong on that one. So then I was like, okay, well, he's going to have to try and play a little different. Thought I might make a little adjustment there in the beginning based on what he was doing. And overall, my plan was to just try and get as much damage off as I could on Calyrex because I knew that was going to be the biggest problem. Luckily, I was able to do that, and pretty much all came down to Raging Bolt, both with the wake up and with the call there with Thunderbolt. So I had to just go for the damage on Calyrex in all situations.
That last Thunderbolt was an amazing call. Like, absolutely called what Alex was going to do that turn. So huge congrats on that. Now, I hope you don't mind me saying, when we all saw your team, it was like you were playing Pokemon Scarlet and you had a good time and you kind of caught all the legendaries. You got the Flutter Mane as well, and already caught the Ursaluna Blood Moon in the DLC as well, and just kind of put them all as a team together. But yet you're here in day 2 and like you're doing so well. Like, what made you pick these 6 Pokemon?
Well, I've always enjoyed playing the hyper offense style of gameplay as well as themes teams where everyone's kind of benefiting from the same thing. And that comes all the way back from Gen 5. In Gen 5, I played a lot, and I was 14 at the time, so senior division. And I was #1 in the world in rated Wi-Fi battles on the DS, both in double battles and triple battles. And I was using a Sun and Rain team in each of them. So my approach to the game has always been to try and use a theme team like that, or use weather, even when it's bad, even if I'm not playing as good as I could, if I could use a different team. But I'd rather just play the game my way, which is a theme team. Generally is going to be hyper offense, and with my team that I brought here today, it's all about just doing as much damage as possible while also being able to take out the balanced teams and my biggest weakness, which is Trick Room, which is where you see that room service Ursaluna come in for, which a few people have called me weird for using that one, but it's pretty good, and if I didn't have that, I'd be losing the Trick Room, so that's where that comes from.
Yeah, it makes a ton of sense as well. Like, it's a really nice pick, and you're going to outspeed all of the other Ursaluna Blood Moons who are using that too. So, yeah, it's brilliant. So, like, you mentioned triple battles. Like, that kind of really brings us back to Black and White. So, like, can you give us a bit of a flavor of what you used back in triple battles? Because that was a really fun format.
Yeah, you talked about playing the game and catching all the Pokemon and making that my team type of feel. Well, that's exactly what I did in Gen 5, because I literally made a Gen 5 only Pokemon Rain team for triple battle, and I was kind of #1 just straight out the gate, although that was like with younger opponents and when rated battles online and Wi-Fi battling online became a thing for the first time in general. So the competition was a little lower, a little different of a game, but I was able to win with that, and that was a good time. And yeah, triple battles, Rain teams, a lot of Surf, Water Spout stuff, Tornadus. Kind of what you would guess when looking at Gen 5. That's kind of what the roster looks like.
Love it. What's your favorite generation of Pokemon?
Okay, I enjoyed playing Pokemon Emerald the most because it had the Battle Frontier. Still waiting for that to get added back to the game, but that was the most fun I had. Otherwise, Black and White, of course, because I was #1 and it was just a good game, good story, good Pokemon.
Well, you're doing very well this weekend anyway, so what is your goal, at least today or even tomorrow?
Well, I came here with all the Colorado guys. They're trying to have some fun out here. I only started playing this game like half a year ago, like bought a Switch a little before Christmas, but I'm a returning player, like I said, so Pokemon's not new. So my goal is to have fun. Like, I'm not chasing points like other people are, but if I get like first or second, then hey, I'm still going the Worlds at that point, so that'd be cool, but mostly it's here to have some fun and play the game the way that I've always played.
Awesome, great to hear, Cody. Finally, any shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, shout out to all you guys from the Minecraft Discord watching. I know there's a bunch of you there. I used to host a bunch of events and did some YouTube videos, so I got a couple thousand people that might have tuned in. I don't know, but we'll see. But otherwise, kind of got tired of the video editing, so I came back to Pokemon. But shout out to you guys.
Great to have you here as well, Cody. Congratulations again on the win. So we'll be back to the casters now before we head into our final round of Swiss here at Day 2 at the North American International Championships.
Kind of got tired of the video editing. Honestly, relatable.
I've done some in my time too. It's not the most fun thing. I get it.
But that's so awesome, though.
Yeah.
He just seems like such a cool guy.
Yeah,
Really?
it's really cool that he just showed up and be like, I'm gonna play the game the way I want to.
I love
I'm gonna use
that.
the team I want to, and if I do great, awesome. If I don't, I'm still gonna have a good time. And I hope you're having a fantastic time, Cody, because that was a really fun match to watch, and you've done incredibly well this weekend so far.
And one more win potentially could get him in contention for top 8.
That's crazy.
That's actually
insanely-
wild to
Yeah.
think about. Like, this team is fun. I want to use this team.
I know. Please send us the team after you're done here.
Yeah, I really want to use it. I have like the remnants of this Koraidon team that I stole from Michael Kelch. Or was inspired by the Michael Kelch
That's what
team.
it is.
Yeah,
it's
that's
inspiration.
That's more gratuitous. But it had Walking Wake on it, and that's
Oh, I
not
remember
great.
that. Yeah, it's not. It does its best.
Really does try. I'm so upset about that, by the way, because Walking Awake is so cool. It might be one of my favorite.
Like
of the
like
new...
design-wise,
Yeah.
I actually like it a lot. And when it first released and was legal, I thought it was gonna be really good.
It's
and
a
I played a few
lizard.
games with it, and I realized I was wrong, but it's okay.
Oh. Someone will make it work. Maybe.
If you do this, is Walking Awake your Slitherwing?
Maybe,
Is that
yeah, I
what
think
we're
actually is. Walking Awake is certainly my Slitherwing. I'm just a little more quiet about it, but I do love that Pokemon.
All right. Well, while we wait for our round number 15 to be ready, we're going to take a peek in at some of our other streams going on here in New Orleans this weekend. Our first one up is going to be Pokemon. Oh no, we got all three. All three at once. Nice. We
Look
got
at that.
Pokemon Unite down at the bottom there. They are at the semifinals of their second event of the weekend, which is really exciting.
Oh, is that? Oh, look at the holowares that they have.
They're so cool. There was
That's
one with
so
Crystal that was just
fun.
wearing a big hat the other day. Yesterday, I was talking to I think it was Kirk backstage. And I was
Sylveon
like,
and Espeon?
Oh, yeah.
My dream come true?
I saw Glaceon was at like an 80% win
Wait.
rate this weekend.
Wait, there's a Sylveon, there's an Espeon, and there's an Umbreon in
Yeah.
this match. And
That's
there's
really
a
cool.
Meowscarada.
And Cramorant. Why is Cramorant? That's the end of the question. Why is Cramorant?
Why is Cramomatic?
Yeah, exactly.
That's so awesome, though. I mean,
Yeah,
like,
this is neat.
we will never see Hoopa.
Exactly. I wish.
But I know Hoopa is a super meta Pokemon in Pokemon Unite right now.
I saw it creating a bunch of those little portals yesterday when we were watching backstage.
I know.
That was cool.
It's fun. Teleportation around the map is quite cool.
Yes.
Oh, what a great team fight they're having.
I don't know. Yeah, this is really exciting. I think they're getting towards maybe the later stages of the game where maybe Rayquaza
3
starts
minutes
to
left.
spawn. Yeah.
Yep. So they've got about another minute left before that Rayquaza is going to hit.
Looks like we also got some TCG action going on. They're in Swiss round number 13, also playing 15 total rounds on the weekend, so about the same stage as us so far.
Oh,
and we
look
got
at that.
we
Their
got
game timers.
Oh yeah, it's almost
0.
low. That's interesting too, because you see on their records at the top, they're both 9-1 and 2. Draws are like a really important part of the trading card game, and that's just not something we have over here in the video game. So it's a really interesting dynamic. I think if Andrew were to win the current game that's playing now, then they would be at like 1 game each, and then the time would run out, and I think they would just tie. Is how that works? I don't have my
don't ask
TCG
me.
rules down pat too yet. But
Look, I just know what the cards are. I mean, like, you got a Radiant Greninja
yeah.
right there for Andrew. That's really cool.
I know. I had some friends that played the trading card game, and they were talking about Gardevoir going into this event. So guess it
I
makes
see
sense to see it doing well
Gardevoir
up
there.
here. That's
Huh.
fun.
Wow, and happy birthday, Amanda!
Yeah, happy
On
birthday!
Pokemon Go, Amanda and Will are casting over there. Big happiest of birthdays to her. That was fun. If
It
you
was.
tuned into their stream, maybe about like 30 minutes ago, Amanda got a little cake.
Yeah.
So that was
Alpha
great.
Phoebe was walking in behind them while they were
Yeah.
on camera, and they were so confused, and they pulled up a cake.
Oh, it was
Oh my
so
God.
fun. That's really fun.
Love it.
Yay! We love celebrating all of our casters and all of the games that we have here. So go check them out, because I think we're squad streaming.
Of course.
And you also could see all of the channels to follow down there, so make sure you're going to go check out the action. There's also drops available for Unite and Pokemon Go, so you can go ahead
And TCG too.
get them. That's true.
We have the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX card that is available on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live using the code TealDance NAIC24. It's a really cool full art card. I don't remember all the terms. I don't think this is the secret rare one. I think those are the rainbow ones. But this is like a big full art
It's
one.
an Illustrator
2 stars. Is that what that is?
Wait, no, maybe it's the 3.
I don't know. It looks cool. It looks
Yeah.
like a really good card too, with me and my infinite TCG knowledge.
They changed the naming scheme for the cards, so I think the
see.
gold stars are better than the silver stars.
Makes sense. Well, we don't know much about TCG, but we do know plenty about the video game. And talking
of the
about our sometimes, yeah. At our last international championships over in London, Nils Dunlop took home the victory with his Porygon 2. You can see the code in the bottom right of your screen there to claim your very own Trick Room Porygon 2 with the moves Terra Blast, Ice Beam, and Recover as well for some support and some nice damage output.
I'm ready for somebody to win this event with a Ditto so we can give away a Ditto.
That would be fun.
That's my ass.
Someone please, one of the Dittos in day 2, win for Rosemary.
There are 10.
That's true.
There
were
are
a good
10
amount.
Ditto. And in fact, it was tied. We
yeah, there
had
were a bunch
couple...
of Pokemon at 12th in the usage, right?
I lost my notes. So I actually...
Here it is. No, that's restricted.
Wait, that's the wrong
It's here
one.
somewhere. Here? Nope, that's the one off.
Wait.
There's
Nope.
two dittos. I don't know.
I lost my notes.
There
It's
are
not important.
usages. Pokemon are being used this weekend. This is the breaking news. We're bringing
There
you.
sure are. There's one Sylveon.
That's true.
I'm still thinking about that. And I'm rooting on Peter Chen and hoping that he's able to keep the dream alive of Sylveon making it into a top cut at a big event this season.
Of course, not to leave our Pokemon Go friends out, we have a giveaway from the EUIC Pokemon Go winner, Meet Weedle, as well. You can receive their Altaria that they used to take home the championship, keep the trophy in Europe, and win the European International Championships. There's an Altaria you can get. There are some TMs, there's some Stardust, all part of a field research, and we would love for you to join the fun.
I could use some Stardust on my account. I would so love to have some Stardust.
It is useful. You gotta get that Stardust to power up your Pokemon. Get ready for those raids, maybe some PvP yourself.
Yeah, true. I actually have a pretty good PvP team. I'm just really bad at the game, so I will do my best.
You gotta start somewhere, right? Maybe if you claim that Altaria,
Everybody's gotta start somewhere.
you get some championship energy on your team. That's what you need.
I think I do need that. Because, you know, it's just the champion difference.
It's the EUIC champion difference.
Yeah, it really is. But we are just about ready to go with our Swiss round number 15, the final one for day number 2, before we determine our top 8 players that will move on to compete in the single elimination top cut bracket here at the 2024 North America International Championships. So we're going to take a short break, and we'll have that when we come back.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship, and I'm here with Jamal Williams, who plays for the NFL and is also a huge Pokemon fan. What has brought you here today, Jamal?
I just like anime and I love Pokemon and I like being here. And I'm here to support my Eevee supporters and everybody, so you know.
I need to ask you about Eevee because Eevee is also my favorite. Is it one of yours?
It's one of my favorites. It's all the evolutions. I love Eevee. And then after that is Gengar, my bad.
You said, I saw a video in a press conference that you said Eevee is basically a cat.
Yeah.
I take issue with that. I mean, I feel like Eevee, to me, has more dog vibes.
It depends on the evolution, honestly. There's sometimes some of them, I think like Jolteon look like a dog.
You're right, yeah. There's like Flareon, Jolteon are kind of dog.
I think Espeon looks more like the cat. She reminds me of remember Fat Farm logo? She looks exactly like that. That's exactly what I think.
She is a cat for sure.
Yeah, so it's like she go either way. That's why Eevee is the greatest. It goes cat or dog. You don't know what you're gonna get. Shoot, she got tails in there too. A mermaid tail. Come on.
That's true. My favorite is Umbreon right now. It changes, yeah, every once in a while.
Umbreon is my favorite. And then after that, I go Espeon because she's like, I tell you, she like my bad. That's the bad girl, the bad one. She like the city girl of the evolutions. So you know what I mean.
So you said Eevee and Gengar are your favorites?
Yeah. Oh, well, Umbreon out of the Eevees, but Eevee, yeah, and then Gengar. I like first, and then because if I had to be a trainer, I'd be a dark Pokemon trainer. I just like it. It's because if I was in anime too, I would be a villain too. Just in between, like a Hisoka Stain type of character. Like
What would be your vibe, like your look?
Mine? I would be laughing like the Joker, like just evil laugh and just chaotic. And people would get like, that would be my normal. And people would be like, oh, that's just him being normal. Me being normal is like when they should be scared. You know what I mean?
Okay, I like it. You also play the Pokemon video game. When you play, what kind of Pokemon do you like to use?
I only use the Eevees in it, but my boy Pop, he's the real king of Pokemon. He's the one I really play with. And so he is helping me get my shinies on, and I'm still understanding how it works. But he loves Groudon and Charizard. He's a weenie. But he's the true Pokemon trainer, and so I learned from my boy. And so I'm learning like how to get it down. But I'm loving it, the whole step, just because I have a professional to help. So.
I mean, shiny hunting is one of my favorite things to do, absolutely. So
I haven't started yet. I just got it down. I started looking on YouTube, but looking at it is like it's much easier now. You just gotta go out and do it, you know.
Do you have any shinies yet that are favorites?
I got a shiny Espeon, and then I have a shiny Sylveon.
Ooh, those are good ones.
I know. I love Sylveon just because Sylveon reminds me of like Bubbles from Powerpuff Girls. Like just cute, cuddly, soft, but still powerful. I love it.
You were telling me that your daughter's here and likes only cute princessy Pokemon, right?
Yes, she loves pretty princess Pokemons that got tutus on them. So any Pokemon with a tutu on it, she loves it. For some reason, she loves Pikachu. That's her main. And then for some reason, she loves Snorlax. So crazy, a lot of combinations out there that I do not know where it's coming from.
Now, that's like one of these things is not like the other.
Yeah, like she's disrespected I showed her the evolutions. She didn't like Espeon. Out of all of them, she did not like Espeon. I'm like, Espeon is one of the most beautiful ones on there.
You need to teach your daughter.
It's fine. She's her own, I'm already psychotic enough. So I let her, I'm already trying to show her her pirate laugh from One Piece to like I make her do that in class and everything so people know that she's gonna be weird just like her dad.
That either of you will ever compete?
Oh, I'm not ready yet. But I just learned today how to play the game. It's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be, so I'm gonna go and train though.
All right, I mean, we know you know how to train, so maybe we'll see you next year.
Oh, Umbreon's going crazy. Just know that Dark Pokemon's going crazy. I already know my Pokemons I'm using too.
All right, thanks so much, Jamal. And now back to the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship. That was great.
One thing I would tell a new player before they do their first tournament is to watch previous tournaments. You have access to high-level players competing with one another, and you get to see a whole lot of cool ideas to build your team around. Like, for example, the team that I'm running today was based off of Lawrence's team that he used at EUIC.
A piece of advice I would give is definitely to sit down and talk to the person across the table from you. They're not always going to talk back, but more often than not, someone sitting across from you is just as nervous potentially as you. And every time I strike up a conversation, it eases a lot of nerves and it helps you play a little bit better because you're less in your head and you're more so having a good time playing Pokemon.
So something I would tell a new player for their first tournament is definitely reach out to the community. There's so many awesome people in this community. I definitely wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the awesome community. So I definitely say to talk to some friends, make some friends, you know, kind of enjoy yourself, learn from them. A lot of people in the community love to help. So that would be my top advice.
What I would tell a new player at their first regional is just try your best to have fun, stay as positive as you possibly can. Even if you lose your first match, first 2 matches, feel like you want to drop, there's side events, but you practice for this, just do your best to have fun.
One thing I would tell a new player who's coming to their first tournament is to bring a team that they're comfortable with. Knowing your Pokemon, how all the matchups play out, goes a long way.
The first thing I would tell someone who is, getting ready for their first tournament is to not be so nervous. I get it's a big event, you don't know how many people are going to be playing. You're going to meet new people, a million deck options out there, but just lock into whatever deck you're practicing with. Bring some extra sleeves in case you break a sleeve, whatnot, and maybe a water, some snacks. Other than that, just have some fun.
Welcome back, everybody. We have one more round of Swiss remaining before we determine our top 8 players that will compete in a single elimination bracket, all working towards the 2 finalists that will compete tomorrow in Championship Sunday. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Jake Miller to bring you through this final round of Swiss.
We got one last chance for these trainers to secure their spot in the bracket, and it's going to be the most important round of the tournament for a lot of people still remaining.
Yes, because if you are sitting at an X3 record, you have a very good shot of being able to make it into that top 8 cut as long as you win your next round. For everybody that's sitting from in 12-2 or better, your odds are even better.
I think 13 wins is guaranteed to make top cut. 12 wins at the end of the tournament is a little bit more tenuous. You have to maybe rely on some of those tiebreakers to make your way into that top 8. But the only person we know 100% confirmed locked for top 8 right now is Eduardo Cunha. Everyone else below him, pretty good shot. I'd say especially Aurelien, who has had a very strong tournament so far and started the day very well as well. But really, there's no safety, right? Until the bracket comes out, until you see those final standings and you see your name with a 1 through 8 next to it, you cannot rest.
But Eduardo Cunha, a world champion, as well as the winner of the Barcelona special event in 2024, already starting out to be a pretty stacked top 8 cut, that is for sure. You can check out some of the other round 15 match pairings happening across the table. Shiliang Tang is going to be Eduardo's last opponent for this final round of Swiss. We also have Aurelien Sula versus Justin Burns, and Antonio Sanchez versus Julio Tarlau. Big European matchup right there, but we're focusing on Europe versus LATAM.
Of course, we have 2 of the best players in their respective regions facing off in our final round of Swiss. Only one can move on to top 8 of these 2, and both of them will be fighting their hardest to make sure it's them.
Yeah, and hopefully after all of the tiebreakers are said and done, we'll be able to do just that. But this is an international champion face-off between these 2 players. Juan Salerno winning the 2019 Oceania International Championships in the senior division, and Eric Rios winning the European International Championships in 2022.
Also a showdown of players with a lot of championship points already to their name. Juan Salerno, the #1 in championship points in Latin America coming into this event, and Eric Rios, #7 in Europe, but both sitting right around 1,300 championship points. And with their performances here, should have already guaranteed them the travel award and the round 1 bye for a Tier 1 invite to the World Championships.
And both of them come with so much success and experience in Scarlet and Violet. They have both won a major event in this new era of Pokemon. Eric Rios winning the Utrecht Special event in 2023, and Juan Salerno winning the Buenos Aires Special Regional in 2024.
You're familiar with this team. We've seen Eric use it yesterday. We've seen Alex use it just one round ago. It is going to be the Smeargle, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Incineroar, Shadow Rider Calyrex, Amoonguss, and Iron Hands. This team is all about setting up that Shadow Rider Calyrex, unless you're playing a Terrapagos, but you don't bring it at all.
That is true. You could definitely bench that at home, and that is fortunately something that Eric is not going to have to consider when he takes a look at the single restricted Pokemon on Juan's side. But so many amazing tools to be able to use. You have double redirection with the Follow Me on the Smeargle, as well as the Rage Powder on the Amoonguss. Lots of defensive Terra options with the Terra Grass on the Urshifu and the Terra Waters on the Amoonguss and the Iron Hands.
Really cool options for Eric here. Of course, we saw him with great success into that Terrapagos team not bring the Shadow Rider Calyrex. So it just goes to show how strong some of these Pokemon on his team are. Iron Hands really having a resurgence in this format, thanks to, one, taking advantage of opposing Miraidon's terrain, but two, just stacking up very nicely into a lot of Pokemon. A lot of players opt to use, Terra Dark, Terra Normal to beat the Shadow Rider Calyrex, resist those Astral Barrages, and Iron Hands capitalizes on that very well.
And that's where those Terra Waters are going to come in so handy, because if you take a look at Juan Salerno's team, it's going to be the Ice Rider Calyrex as the single restricted of choice. That Glacial Lance is going to be resisted by either one of those Water Terras, and so it might be a little bit more difficult for this Ice Rider Calyrex to actually find some momentum in this match.
I'm really interested in this Golden Go. I think this is a matchup that this Golden Go is tailored for specifically. You have the Terra Normal on Golden Go, which means it will go from being weak to immune to that Astral Barrage. You can set up right in front of that Calyrex with your own Nasty Plots. You're still going to be immune to any kind of disruption from the Smeargle in terms of Spore. Your Ghost types, you can't be faked out. I believe Good as Gold will even block Transform, so even if you get that Nasty Plot, you can't be capitalized on with that Transform. And it's going to be a really interesting piece in this matchup, because Golden Go with the Terra Normal is really like, it's for Shadow Rider, right? Exactly. Like, that's the only reason you run Terra Normal.
Of course. And Terra Normal has popped up as a tech onto a lot of Pokemon. Not even just the Golden Go, but we've also seen Terra Normal on Amoonguss.
Right.
That is another one that can
we had
come in handy.
last round
We did. So I think that's something we always have to look at as a great way to be able to deal with this Shadow Rider Calyrex. But the speed control. There's the Trick Room on Juan's team, but there's also the Amoonguss and the Iron Hands for Eric that can really operate in that. So is that going to be something that we might be able to see play a role in this matchup, or is it going to be difficult? Let's find out. Our final round of Swiss here at the 2024 North America International Championships, and it is between Juan Salerno and Eric Rios, featured on the main stream. Incineroar and Golden Go here for Juan versus the Shadow Rider Calyrex and the Urshifu for Eric.
Golden Go right off the bat. It's great because you can Terastallize away from that Ghost weakness, but Eric immediately leading the Calyrex with the Urshifu is a really strong place to be in, because you have the threat of that close combat. Incineroar obviously there to protect it from a close combat or Surging Strikes with that Fake Out, but at the same time, the Urshifu on Eric's end might also be that Ghost Terra. No, it's Grass, so we can always get faked out here. Don't have to worry about that just yet. I'd really like this lead from Eric, though, because we do talk about how Terra Normal Golden Go is kind of a nice Calyrex answer, but immediately you know that you are not safe from this Urshifu starting off with that close combat threat.
And either way, you can also just get some damage down into this Golden Go with something like the Surging Strikes, whether it is going to be in its classic standard Steel Ghost type, or if it does Terastallize over to the normal types. You're not really too worried about it either way, but the Fake Out is certainly one way to stop this Urshifu in its tracks for at least this first turn, as the Shadow Ball heading in that Shadow Rider Calyrex direction. This Incineroar gonna take it instead, and it doesn't feel a thing.
I like that play from both players. Incineroar swapping in here is really great for Eric, because it's a nice defensive swap. Even if the Shadow Ball does not go into that slot, and let's say Golden Go goes for something like a Nasty Plot, you have the threat of knockoff, which will remove its leftovers, cripple its recovery for the rest of the game, and still do a good chunk of damage. But faking out the Urshifu is also really nice. I think the Calyrex is heavily threatened on Eric's side, likely doesn't stay on the field, and Juan takes advantage of that.
Amoonguss now coming back out in its place. We've got the just full switch out of Pokemon here. Actually, as we get a chance to see that the fourth and final here for Juan in this game number 1 is going to be this Raging Bolt. Nice way to put a pin down onto this Rapid Strike Urshifu. And this Amoonguss is going to be the perfect Pokemon to tank all of these Surging Strike hits. Take a look at how much recoil this Urshifu is taking from the Surging Strikes alone. It actually, I think, took more than it dished out to this Amoonguss.
Surely. That's the scary part about Rocky Helmet if you're using this Rapid Strike Urshifu. It was kind of an innovation people used when Urshifu started picking up in popularity, is punishing it with that Rocky Helmet. Knockoff does go into the Raging Bolt, though. Kind of a big deal for both of these players because that Assault Vest is now gone. The Raging Bolt has lost its special defense boost, which could come in very handy for this Calyrex on Eric's side of the field.
I think at that point then, I don't know how much you care about preserving this Raging Bolt for later.
Yes.
Because you're hoping that this Golden Go will be able to deal with the Shadow Rider Calyrex matchup, so then how can Juan actually use this Raging Bolt to get to that type of endgame? This Urshifu is within very reasonable Thunderclap range. Like, it should go down.
Also worth noting, there's no Ice Rider. We've seen all 4 of Juan's Pokemon.
That's a great point.
He took a page out of Eric's book, and there is no restricted Pokemon here. So this is kind of like entirely a Golden Go-centric game plan at this point, I would think.
Absolutely. I mean, you still have the Raging Bolt that can help out here. I think even if you don't lock into Thunderclap, you always have a reasonable amount of spread damage with something like the Electro Webs, or you just go for the Volt Switch here, which is also a really great way to make these pivots. This Incineroar coming in too will get a nice Intimidate drop down onto Eric's Incineroar. Helps out with that damage output just a little bit.
Love that Volt Switch because if Urshifu stays in, it will get KO'd by it. But of course, an Urshifu staring down a Raging Bolt and an Amoonguss locked into Surging Strikes wants to be literally anywhere else. It does not want to be in that position. So the switch out there means that you capitalize with it, you get the Volt Switch, you know what's coming in onto the field in place of that Urshifu, so you can switch something in else, and in this case, it's that Amoonguss.
Yeah, and you don't want to have to just use the Terra right away, because it is Terra Grass, so it is one way to be able to deal with that Rage Powder on the Amoonguss, but otherwise, yeah, that's not very fun.
No. Urshifu now, you know, you like seeing the Incineroar, and if you do opt to go for that Terrestrialization on this turn, Incineroar will be pretty heavily threatened by that Surging Strikes. You can bypass a potential Rage Powder to not get hit by the Rocky Helmet once again. If you Rage Powder into the Amoonguss one more time, unless it gets knocked off, the Urshifu just gets knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, that's just going to be a really sad amount of damage with the Surging Strikes too. Because this Amoonguss, by the way, after the Regenerator healing, it's basically full.
Yeah.
I think it just didn't... Yeah, it's full, actually.
It is actually just full.
Wow, the ability really coming in clutch there.
Urshifu did negative damage with that Surging Strikes, right?
Yeah, I think that's how that math works out. But the Pollen Puff covering for a Grass Terra.
True, yeah.
That's really nice coverage.
And also smart of Eric not to Terrestrialize this turn, knowing that you're probably getting faked out and you're not going to get a whole lot out of it. You do risk a Spore coming in there, but I think a Spore, knowing that, I mean, if you're covering for a possible Terra Grass, you're not expecting a Spore to work anyway, so you may as well just Pollen Puff.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, even just to be able to get some damage down. Like, let's say that Shadow Rider Calyrex switches into that spot.
True.
It's not going to feel good either.
No.
So good coverage here. Now, though, the shoe is on the other foot, as Eric has the opportunity to use this Incineroar to full effect. So Juan's going to make a pivot. It's going to be the Golden Go. A little risky, knowing that there is going to be an Incineroar. The U-turn, though, not going to be super effective damage into that Golden Go. But you take a look at this Incineroar, knowing that it has both Flare Blitz and Knockoff, 2 moves that would be super effective into that Pokemon.
That's the nice thing about running Flare Blitz is you do threaten a lot more offense from this Incineroar, especially specifically into Amoonguss. Amoonguss is a Pokemon that typically in the past did not like seeing. Oh, that's a big play. Knockoff gets the leftovers off the Golden Go and a huge chunk of damage. Oh, the Pollen Puff. A really nice cover from Juan there. I like that a lot.
But so risky still.
It is.
Like
it was risky, but I don't know. I think if you're going to make that risk, covering it with the Pollen Puff is really smart.
Now Knockoff was so important.
It's true. It really was.
This one was important.
Now that Knockoff has gotten rid of the leftovers, the base power of Knockoff is not getting that boost anymore. So even if you do remain in this Ghost Steel form, you're going to be taking less damage from subsequent Knockoffs.
Can't go for Rage Powder here, which is why the Golden Go is going to switch off the field in favor of this Incineroar. Because Eric's Incineroar is carrying those safety goggles, it would not be able to redirect away something like a super effective Flare Blitz. into that slot. But it's time for Terrestrialization. Eric has saved it, specifically for the Shadow Rider Calyrex. And we have seen, if you've watched the Los Angeles Regional Championships, just how much a Terra Fairy Draining Kiss can do to a Pokemon.
Yeah, we're going to see it into this Incineroar. Might do a pretty good chunk of damage there.
Yeah,
that's respectable. I don't know, that's a good amount. Flare Blitz does come out into the Incineroar as well. Covers for Golden Ghost staying in, and Draining Kiss barely missing the KO. But a really nice Incineroar swap from Juan here. And now Amoonguss on Eric's side, or rather on Juan's side, will put Eric's Shadow Rider Calyrex to sleep. And because that Incineroar swapped in, you're really not too worried about a Flare Blitz anymore into that Amoonguss slot. Would have done a decent amount, but certainly not KO'd it. And now the Calyrex is asleep. The Terrestrialization has been used, so importantly, the Urshifu will no longer have the chance to be immune to those Rage Powders or Spores.
Yeah, it is a lot to have to deal with. I think you're also taking a look at just kind of how to navigate through these next couple of turns.
It is tough, right?
Like how do you stall out the sleep if you're Eric?
It's difficult. The Incineroar on one side, like you can Parting Shot out, you can get some Calm Mind boosts like preemptively negated essentially. But there's not a whole lot of damage being threatened because the Golden Go on one side is still pretty vulnerable to something like switching into a knockoff. And even if you want to like switch it in this turn, you are kind of relying on more than a one-turn sleep out of this Calyrex if you want the Golden Go to attack.
Tough pivot options here, but this Urshifu is going to be what takes that Incineroar's place. The Parting Shot, though, able to land into the Calyrex one way to be able to deal with this Covert Cloak. Just drop the special attack a little bit, get this Incineroar out of there, and hope that, yeah, you're going to get those sleep turns if it is going to be the Golden Go that comes back in, and it is.
It is Golden Go on the field once again. No leftovers, so it doesn't get any passive recovery, but Pollen Puff brings it all the way back up to full HP. And again, this Urshifu cannot Terrestrialize into a grass type. It cannot bypass any redirection from this Amoonguss. So if it wants to attack and do any kind of damage, it will have to risk taking Rocky Helmet chip damage once again. And it looks like maybe 2 more Rocky Helmet hits will knock it out, which is a really tough place to be in for this Urshifu.
Ooh, this could be a big play. Much like how Eric was able to call the Golden Go switch in, get the knockoff for super effective damage into the Golden Go, also take away its healing potential with something like the leftovers. Kind of hoping that you're going to call that there's no Rage Powder and there is a Terra on this Golden Go as the Shadow Rider Calyrex goes back into its Pokeball and take its mandatory turn of sleep, so maybe it has a chance to wake up whenever it decides to pop back out. But the Intimidate for now and the Rage Powder, there is no Terra from this Golden Go just yet. As we see the close combat have to land into the Amoonguss. Not very effective damage, and also you're dropping your own defense stats and getting that Rocky Helmet recoil.
Any kind of attack left will be able to KO this Urshifu, and not to mention that the Raging Bolt is still in the back for Juan. The Thunderclap is an option to KO it before it can attack, but most importantly, +2 special attack on this Golden Go now. The Incineroar is still alive and well, ready to do some disrupting, but you obviously cannot fake out the Ghost type, and now that Urshifu is locked into a close combat as well, you don't even need to Rage Powder anymore, because you would love for the Urshifu to go for the Fighting type move into the Ghost type, right? So nothing switching in really wants to take a possible +2 Make It Rain. You might just have to sacrifice the Urshifu, but no, switching it out instead.
Going to switch it out, and I think like you still have to think about what you're going to end up doing with this Golden Go though, because since you can't Rage Powder away this Incineroar either, like you kind of have to consider, okay, well, I don't know if I want to stay as a Steel type Golden Go. But this Intimidate could very much help with that. We've seen how much damage this Incineroar actually does when it comes down to actually dealing a Flare Blitz at -1 into this Golden Go. And that's meaningful amount of damage here with that Make It Rain. So this Golden Go is going to survive.
It does survive very well. It takes that Flare Blitz, and in conjunction with the Flare Blitz recoil into Eric's Incineroar, this might be enough for 1 more Make It Rain to take 2 KOs here.
For sure.
Especially in conjunction with a possible knockoff from Incineroar. And you're looking at the rest of the things in the back for Eric. Calyrex is a Fairy type now. It will be taking super effective damage from Make It Rain. Could not possibly survive one at +1. Maybe even not at neutral either.
But you also have Fake Out here from the Incineroar. So you can't even actually... I don't think Eric can actually stop a KO this turn.
Right. I don't think it's possible, right? Because you have the Fake Out.
Well, for Protect, I guess.
It can protect, and you might want to just to preserve another few Pokemon, but like, it's really difficult here. Even if the Golden Go opts for maybe even another Nasty Plot. Could you see that? Like if I got the Incineroar, go for Nasty Plot?
I could,
not this time, though.
No, yeah, it's just gonna play it safe. It's gonna be the Amoonguss. It's still full HP.
Yeah.
Just Regenerators coming in so clutch here. And it's actually going to be another pivot from the Incineroar on Eric's side as well. It sheds the Intimidate drop, but it is also going to stick around to hopefully provide maybe Fake Out if it's able to get right beside that Shadow Rider Calyrex. The Make It Rain, though, it's going to be a +1 Golden Go after it already got its special attack dropped in the previous turn, but now it's back down to neutral, taking a KO with it. But where this Amoonguss is in terms of its HP, it's certainly not going to survive even a neutral Make It Rain.
It's not, and that is a good use of the Urshifu though. Like the Urshifu is at very low health. Anytime it attacks this Amoonguss, and again it gets knocked out by the Aki helmet, and now you can just use it to protect the Amoonguss, swap in Urshifu and eat the Make It Rain, which will force Goldengo back down to neutral special attack after that Nasty Plot and 2 Make It Rains. And Incineroar in a pretty good spot here again. It might be able to survive 1 Make It Rain at neutral thanks to it being a pretty bulky Pokemon, and of course resisting Make It Rain with that fire typing. Importantly too, it carrying those safety goggles, it cannot be redirected by Amoonguss. So unless Goldengo has a little bit more firepower than I might be expecting, I don't know if Incineroar gets knocked out on this turn.
Ooh, it's gonna be close. A lot of the times you see Goldengo have something like a metal coat, which has certainly given me rose-colored glasses when it comes down to how much damage a Make It Rain can do from a Goldengo. But even if you're going to try to take another Flare Blitz, I mean, you got an Intimidate drop down, which feels nice, and it's finally time to let the Terastallization rip. This Goldengo is now going to become a normal type, so should surely be able to survive the Flare Blitz.
It might actually survive this Flare Blitz now with that Intimidate and the Terastallization, and importantly is now immune to Astral Barrage. Amoonguss is KO'd by Make It Rain, but Incineroar on Eric's end will survive with 11 HP.
That means that if it does go for a Flare Blitz, it's just going to get knocked out to any recoil that it ends up doing. So let's see if this Flare Blitz can get the job done. And no, this Terra, the perfect answer as it knocks itself out in response. It's all down to just this sleepy Shadow Rider Calyrex for Eric. While it is sitting at full HP, it's no longer a Ghost type. You've got this Incineroar in, just fake it out and make it rain.
And the great part about this Amoonguss being so healthy as well is if Amoonguss is on the field next to Terra Normal Goldengo, the Calyrex Shadow Rider cannot possibly damage Goldengo. Astral Barrage is a spread type move which does ignore the redirection, but obviously the normal type Goldengo is immune, and Amoonguss can just redirect any possible draining kisses. That is the only way that Calyrex has to damage Goldengo. So a very well preserved Amoonguss here is going to be a fantastic late game for Juan. I think you're probably going to see a parting shot here. It's a great way to get Amoonguss on the field safely and make sure that Goldengo can switch back in. And now this is fantastic positioning for Juan, who should be able to wrap up this first game.
Amazing. Really, really amazing, especially now that you're also going to be back at neutral for the Make It Rain. So it feels good.
Yes.
Feels good to like get that back and going and doing a great job there. And even just preserving it for later, actually. Wants to go for the Raging Bolt instead. Has access to just go for something like the Thunderclap, knowing that you're still slow.
Yeah, I mean, you're a little bit slower, and you could possibly try and get some Electro Webs off, but I do believe the Covert Cloak is still intact.
I love this too, actually.
Volt Switch comes through, yeah.
Yeah, no, you go for the Volt Switch so that you can kind of hope it wakes up. I don't know.
You hope it wakes up, but also, like, maybe you're worried about one Make It Rain not KOing, and so you get this Volt Switch off to get some chip damage in there, so now one more Make It Rain should be more than enough to do the trick. And I actually kind of love this too. You're going straight for Spore to try and catch the Calyrex waking up. Yep. I believe this, it might be the guaranteed wake up turn, or it might be one more of a potential to stay asleep. But at the same time, you're just refusing to swap this Goldengo in until you know it's perfectly safe to go for that Make It Rain.
It's guaranteed wake up turn, you get faked out and spored.
Yep.
And then parting shot into the Goldengo, into the Make It Rain, into the win. So this first game in this best of 3 is gonna go to Juan Salerno.
Really well played. That early game was really back and forth. It was hard to find any footing being, gotten by either player, just because the way that they played that early game was very safe. It was very methodical, making sure they're not taking any big risks that can be capitalized on. But eventually, Juan was able to chip down that Urshifu so well that Eric really had no choice but to sacrifice it to that one Make It Rain, especially after that Nasty Plot went up. It was so difficult for Eric to withstand that onslaught of offense.
Even just a couple of replays here. Oh, this is so sad. The Surging Strikes into the Amoonguss. This Urshifu took so much damage from the Rocky Helmet specifically. I think Rocky Helmet was such a big MVP in this actually match.
Yeah, that Rocky Helmet did most of the damage in that Urshifu, and that set up Juan really well. Once the Urshifu was gone, that Terra Normal was so much safer. It protected Golden Go from the Astral Barrage, from the Flare Blitz as well. We saw it crucially survive that Flare Blitz at -1 after it turned into that normal type. And Golden Go was the restricted in this case. Who needs an Ice Rider?
I mean, all those pollen puffs coming in so handy as well, just to make sure that that Golden Go was so healthy and had plenty of special attack stats to work with to actually get the KOs with the Make It Rain. Amazing, really, really well played from both of them. As we head into our game number 2, we'll see if Eric Rios can fight his way back into this best of 3 set. It is all for a spot in the top 8 on the line, as we see Calyrex and Incineroar here for Eric, and for Juan, it is the same lead, Amoonguss and Incineroar.
I really like this lead from Juan. It gives you so much flexibility. Amoonguss immediately threatening Spores into Calyrex is nice. Incineroar immediately there to intimidate any possible physical attackers from Eric is great for the Amoonguss. And now we also have kind of the option of one of those knockoff Spore plays coming out from Juan as well. That's something that, you know, pretty much every Amoonguss these days is running safety goggles except for the few Assault Vests that we've seen. If you have the potential to knock off those safety goggles, the Incineroar now, whose whole identity is ignoring Amoonguss, can't.
Exactly. Well, Calm Mind from the Shadow Rider Calyrex first. Good way to get the special attack engine up and running while also being able to increase that special defense in lieu of that Golden Go that could be waiting in the back. But that knockoff is going to remove those safety goggles from this Incineroar, and that is going to make this first turn pretty difficult.
The safety goggles are gone, but the Calyrex is still pretty scared of this Incineroar. Not having terastallized yet, it is very weak to the possibility of a knockoff coming through. And we've seen Eric's last 2 Pokemon, neither of them are Amoonguss. We have an Incineroar that is here to make the Calyrex's life a little bit more tricky without any kind of redirection.
Well, +1. This Astral Barrage is gonna hurt.
Truly, yeah.
Into the Amoonguss and the Incineroar. It's not gonna be enough to get a knockout, but it is going to do a lot of damage into this Incineroar. A parting shot, though, to pivot something else in. But what? This Shadow Rider Calyrex is so fast.
It is, and of course the Incineroar on Eric's side, even at -2, might have the firepower to KO Amoonguss after that Astral Barrage, because again, it is running Flare Blitz. It's not a move we've been seeing super often on Incineroar, and it might be coming in very handy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, at least not going to be the Golden Go that has to take that, but with this Amoonguss, that critical hit, I don't know if it matters. I don't think that matters at all.
I'm going to say it didn't. You know, -2 attack is significant, but the super effective Flare Blitz, very high base power. I think that's probably enough to KO it. And a really smart turn from Eric there. That's like the only way left really you have of guaranteeing nothing goes to sleep is that huge Astral Barrage and Flare Blitz.
Intimidate is going to drop it again, though. So at -3, at least this Golden Go is going to be pretty safe. But Eric has to play this mind game. Do you want to go for the Astral Barrage, which is going to do, you know, decent damage into the Incineroar, or are you ready to run the risk of hitting into a normal type Golden Go?
It is rough. The Golden Go, I think, almost has the Terra Normal here. The +1 Astral Barrage, surely enough to KO it in 1 hit. And because the Calyrex is still the Ghost type, a fake out into that slot is very, very risky. I believe we did see Eric select the terastallization there, give him a nice way to resist a possible knockoff. But let's say Juan tried to call that, you could be very far behind.
Well, the terastallization means that this is going to be a fairly vulnerable Shadow Rider Calyrex. With the Fairy type, Make It Rain could be huge, but because of how fast this Calyrex has been, you know that you could get this Calm Mind boost up as long as you don't get faked out here. So it is just going to be the Calm Mind. So +2 special attack, +2 special defense for this Calyrex, as it's time for Juan to go on the offensive. It's the Golden Go that just goes for a Shadow Ball, though, into this Iron Hands. And like with the Assault Vest, it's going to do very little.
And the parting shot straight into that slot too. I think Juan was trying to catch that Calyrex going for a protect, not wanting to take a possible Shadow Ball or knockoff or even Make It Rain. But Eric capitalizing so well. Now that Amoonguss is gone, there's really nothing that can slow down this Calyrex. Raging Bolt comes through and it does have the Assault Vest, but at +2 special attack and with access to that same type attack bonus Draining Kiss, Raging Bolt is really no more comfortable into this Calyrex than it ever was, especially given that it doesn't have, you know, a snarl that, even without the Covert Cloak, could possibly lower its special attack, but entirely not an option here.
No. At least the Assault Vest is intact, though, for this game. So it'll help with this Calyrex a little bit.
Maybe it'll try its best.
You're still stalling out for just a bit. As the Iron Hands tried here, right? Like a really good effort to try to call that this Terra Normal might come through. So either you get the hit into the Fake Out, or you're gonna get the hit into this Protect.
That's a really smart cover there. If the Golden Go does want to Terrestrialize and attack the immune to that Astral Barrage, then you get the Fake Out there and it doesn't attack at all. If it doesn't Protect and it doesn't Terrestrialize, then it just gets knocked out by Astral Barrage. So really smart play there. Volt Switch does come through, try to reposition some of Juan's Pokemon. So that means that the Incineroar does hit the field and will be able to resist Astral Barrages, but it's still at +2 special attack. Like, nothing really resists at that point.
I mean, it's so difficult for Juan at this point. After losing the Amoonguss, you've lost your redirection. It's so difficult to actually weave in a Nasty Plot, which was critical for Juan's success in that first game.
Yes. It's tough. Astral Barrage does come through here. Big damage coming out from this Calyrex Shadow Rider, enough to just one-hit KO that Golden Go. Do a big chunk of damage to Incineroar at the same time, and at this point it feels like Eric is just way too far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it all started off with that first Calm Mind that Eric was able to get on the very first turn of this game.
Yeah.
Even though you're able to lower this Urshifu's attack stat, it's just really not going to be enough in this game, it feels like, because the Raging Bolt gets to come in, but it will get knocked out to a second Astral Barrage, especially because the Shadow Rider Calyrex just got a boost from Grimnay after knocking out that Golden Go.
The Covert Cloak also coming in really handy here. After it Terrestrialized away from a Ghost type, it becomes vulnerable to Fake Out, the normal type move, but Covert Cloak will block the flinching effect from Fake Out.
Very true.
So you can't even like reposition to like switch Incineroar and get Golden Go on the field to try and fake it out, get a Nasty Plot or make it rain off, and so there's just not a whole lot you can do if you're Juan now. This Raging Bolt, without much HP left and with the extra special attack boost from Grimnay, Astral Barrage could just end the game right here.
Yeah, I mean, even if you Thunderclap into that slot, it's just not going to be enough, and Juan actually calls it into the Urshifu instead. As it switches out, it's not able to hit. This Astral Barrage will seal the deal for the second game. And we're tied 1 apiece in this best of 3.
Eric played this game so incredibly well. He knew that getting a Calm Mind or two up with that Calyrex would be really difficult for Juan to deal with, especially bringing the threat of the double fighting types. We saw the Amoonguss come in game 1, which didn't really help him too much, but 2 fighting types means that Golden Go, if it does opt to Terrestrialize into a normal type, won't be able to take much damage from that Astral Barrage, but is heavily threatened by Drain Punch, by close combat. It is no longer kind of the free defensive switch that it wants to be.
Absolutely. That is so tough, because I think Juan struggled to find an actual opening to use the Terra as well.
Yes,
like,
exactly.
Eric did such a good job of making sure that the Golden Go was never really safe to actually go for the normal Terra. Even in this instance, it feels so bad to go for that.
It really does. I mean, again, the 2 fighting types cover that so well. The Calyrex itself doesn't have a whole lot to be doing to normal types. Draining Kiss, not the strongest of attacks, even with a boost or 2 under its belt. But that's why Eric has these 2 fighting types next to it. It's a really, really great use of those partners supporting Calyrex, both offensively and defensively.
But Golden Go is just the perfect answer with this super effective Make It Rains into this Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Yes, it is.
Because especially if it's getting Terra, you expect it to in a matchup like this.
Right.
But losing that Amoonguss so early was just so devastating.
It was. I think that's something you really have to preserve. We saw him use it so well in game 1 with those Pollen Puffs. Plenty of turns where Juan switched one Pokemon out to bring in the Golden Go or the Incineroar or whatever else to get a nice little top off from the Amoonguss's Pollen Puff. And losing it so early on means that you have to be a lot more careful with it.
Well, let's get ready for the final game of this best of 3. Eric and Juan are tied 1 game apiece, and this third game will decide it all in this final round of Swiss here for NAIC. A battle between 2 previous international championships gets to conclude now, with one leading the Incineroar and the Amoonguss, and Eric is switching it up. It's the Urshifu and the Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Juan's still banking his tournament life on this Incineroar Amoonguss lead. It is pretty flexible, and now that the Incineroar has not been led from Eric, you do have the chance to try and put something to sleep on this turn. We're seeing the immediate Grass Terrace consideration from Eric, though. If that goes through and then Incineroar is knocked out by Surging Strikes right off the bat, that could be disastrous for Juan.
Gotta consider that Eric wants to play aggressive.
Yeah.
And that would certainly be an aggressive play to have to make.
It's really cool, though, that Eric has these options where, you know, we've seen a very defensive game from Eric in that game yesterday on stream without the Calyrex, just grinding it out with the Amoonguss, with the 2 fighting types. But we do have the option for some very aggressive plays as well. This one, I would say, is much more on the safer end, which I think this late in the tournament, with this so much on the line, makes a lot more sense. But we have the options there. We have the gas pedal.
But if you risk it, you lose. I
Yes,
think is
true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
is really what that type of play comes down to, and you just don't want to do that. So a fake out from the Incineroar as the Spore attempted to go that way as well. So, you know, at least he would have stopped it with the fake out, right? If it had terastallized, the Grass Terror, though, would have stopped the Spore.
You have to wonder if Juan is considering like a knockoff into the Calyrex, right? Like it is double weak to it. You would be getting a lot of damage into that slot. And of course, with the Intimidate, might not be able to take the one-hit KO, but it is still a big deal. Amoonguss going for Protect here, does not want to get faked out and take possibly an Astral Barrage on this turn. And Incineroar on Eric's end does go for that fake out.
All right, so it's going to be a pretty moot turn right now, except for the fact that Eric kind of comes out on top with this one. The Shadow Rider Calyrex able to get this Calm Mind, and this is where things started to go wrong in that game
There's
number
the
2. But the knockoff, it's so close to being a one-hit knockoff, but it's not. It's just 1 HP. That wasn't a covert cloak, that was a focus sash.
Truly, the invisible focus sash there for the Calyrex, and even with a Calm Mind boost, that is a big bit of damage there. Anything now with a single bit of damage can knock out this Calyrex, and that is such a huge source of offense for Eric's Calyrex that it's like we talked about. That was kind of a big risk. You're facing a dark type attack that you can't mitigate damage from with Calm Mind because it's physical, and you took that risk knowing it paid off last game, but just not this time. Juan calls it.
I can't believe it. But the Shadow Rider Calyrex is still up and it's still kicking, because even with 1 HP, it still has a dream. And this Astral Barrage is its last bastion of hope to get some damage down onto Juan's team before it's finished off with another knockoff. Big play here. It does open up the door for Eric to go for the Terra on something else. And with the Flare Blitz as well to finish off this Amoonguss.
Especially
We're down
considering
one
apiece, and now the Urshifu on Eric's end in a much better position. Amoonguss is really annoying for Urshifu, even if it does opt to terastallize into a grass type, because you eventually have to target the Amoonguss with some damage, right? And that Rocky Helmet is really difficult to deal with. I like that Eric opted to go straight for the KO onto that Amoonguss with the Astral Barrage, with the Flare Blitz, trying to make sure that Urshifu is much safer to use, and even the Iron Hands. Iron Hands and Urshifu can't both terastallize. I think Iron Hands is a water type anyway. So with the Amoonguss on the field, Iron Hands is very difficult to use, but now it has so much more space. It loves Drain Punching Incineroars. It loves faking out Raging Bolts. It has options here. Now that Amoonguss is gone, big deal for both players.
Raging Bolt, though, would be the perfect answer to an Urshifu.
True.
You would love to be able to get this Raging Bolt in front of that Pokemon, especially when it has a Choice Scarf.
Yeah.
You know it's going to be attacking every single time it stays on the field.
But like you said, it still can terastallize, Rose. It has the option to turn into a grass type, which would be great defensively into this Raging Bolt, especially because Juan's Incineroar is not one that's packing Flare Blitz. You do not risk taking a super effective Flare Blitz after you terastallize.
Well, fake out from this Iron Hands is going to kick off this first turn. And we're going to see the parting shot as well. So realistically, the only thing that can come out in its place is going to be Juan's 4th and final Pokemon in this 3rd game. And it is going to be Golden Go, the reliable Pokemon for Juan in this entire series. But is it going to have to get attacked? No. You are so happy to see that, that it's just going to be the special attack drop into the Raging Bolt instead, and not an attack heading in its direction.
A little bit of a risky play there from Juan. If you possibly take a knockoff or a Flare Blitz into that slot on that turn, that could set you back pretty badly. But Golden Go, in this battle, the remaining Pokemon on the field for Eric, these are the two it would want to be up against. You don't want to see that Incineroar. You have a hard time damaging it. It does have 2 super effective moves into you, but Urshifu and Iron Hands, 2 things Golden Go can reasonably be in front of without risking too much damage being taken.
and you're just going to double up into that slot. You can't protect in front of this Urshifu because the Unseen Fist would just allow this Urshifu to bypass something like that. And you also don't really want to run the risk either of just hitting a fighting move into a Ghost type. But there is a terrestrialization. It is going to be the Urshifu taking on the Tear Grass. A great defensive typing to have in the final moments of this third game.
It is a nice defensive typing, but what you do give up is the resistance to make it rain. And later on in this game, if this Golden Go is somehow able to squeak out something like a nasty plot, that could be a detriment here, but a Surging Strikes into Golden Go on Juan's end, probably not going to allow that to happen.
No, I mean, Golden Go can be so bulky sometimes. So at the very least, you know that there's no Mystic Water to amp up that damage, and also you're just gonna have that natural bulk with the Shadow Ball. It's gonna bring it to about half, but the Draco Meteor is going to connect as well, so a big threat out of the way, and that Terra is gone.
Love the choice of the Draco Meteor there. It means that if Urshifu swaps out into Incineroar, it will still take a big chunk of damage. You're not risking an electric type attack getting whiffed into that grass type Urshifu as well. Wild Charge will come out, and thanks to the Intimidate and Parting Shot, Golden Go sticks around. It's gonna be the fastest thing on the field now that Urshifu's been knocked out.
Yeah, and it can't get faked out either because it's still a Ghost type.
Right. Really big turn for Juan there. The Golden Go hanging on puts him at such an advantage. He has 3 Pokemon left to Eric's 2. You have your Incineroar, you have your Golden Go, you have your Raging Bolt. Golden Go has leftovers. It can protect, get that recovery back because Unseen Fist is gone. Importantly too, your Raging Bolt now is a -3 special attack, but you can switch it out. Not losing Golden Go means you still have a third Pokemon in the back that can replace this Raging Bolt and reset that special attack.
And it's the Incineroar. So the Intimidate would be great into both of these physical attackers, but it's going to stay on the field. It's just going to Terra. It has the electric Terra type to try to weave away from some of these special attack drops that it just got from that Draco Meteor. And this Protect as well is going to help out this Golden Go with that HP recovery at the end of the turn.
Oh, this is actually cool.
But that's one way to boost up that damage is that Volt Switch into the Incineroar. So it gets to do just a little bit more, even though it is at that -3, and then you get this free pivot into the Incineroar to get those Intimidate drops.
I actually really love that terrestrialization. You really don't want it on the Golden Go anymore. It's such low HP. You kind of want to remain a Ghost type so you're not getting faked out.
It?
Exactly. Even you're taking so much damage now, and you're at such low attack. I think at least -3 from 2 Intimidates and a Parting Shot. And you have to force it to Wild Charge. Drain Punch there, a nice cover. You know, your best damage option into that Raging Bolt, and of course the Incineroar coming in. But now Golden Go has the Fake Out next to it. You have the space to go for another big attack, something like that Shadow Ball. And of course, the Raging Bolt in the back now has the Electric type Terra to boost the damage of all its Electric type attacks. That Volt Switch damage, like from the terrestrialization, not insignificant at all. That actually might be a little bit of a difference maker down the line because you're only hitting it with resisted attacks otherwise.
But I actually kind of wonder if Wild Charge would actually be enough to knock out the Golden Go in this state.
It might be very close. I want to say it's -3, right?
But yeah, so I think this Golden Go, it doesn't really want to stick around right now because it's still getting threatened by a knockout. And this Raging Bolt is quite healthy. Now that it's shed all of those special attack drops and you land this Fake Out into the Iron Hands, you've given yourself so much space. And a free switch now as this Incineroar gets knocked out. And the Raging Bolt kind of comes in scot-free. Doesn't take any damage.
I like that switch too as well. You have to imagine if the Iron Hands is attacking that turn, it's going to be Wild Charging that slot. If Juan possibly opted to Fake Out the other slot, it's a really nice way to cover that switch there. Golden Go does come back in. It is at neutral special attack, as is the Raging Bolt. And we are down to the final 4 Pokemon of this third game in the last round of Swiss. The winner can possibly move on to top 8, and the losers tournament is over.
It's going to be a Shadow Ball into the Iron Hands. It's just not that much damage at all. And it's going to be this Volt Switch from the Raging Bolt to finish off this Incineroar. So you gotta hope that all the Intimidate drops that you've gotten, all the Parting Shots under this Iron Hands are going to be enough, as the Wild Charge into the Golden Go is going to knock it out. But still, it's a Raging Bolt versus Iron Hands 1v1 in the final game of this set.
You have to imagine the Draco Meteor is the only option left for this Raging Bolt to hit this Iron Hands with neutral damage. Any kind of electric attack will be resisted.
It's
Hits
connecting.
one Draco Meteor. Oh, it's a critical hit! That's massive! Without that critical hit, maybe a second Draco Meteor with the Drain Punch recovery might not KO, but that is huge for Juan.
Wow, even the Drain Punch. All of those Intimidate drops paying off, so it's just a little bit of chip damage here or there. Eric needs a miss, and it's not going to. The Draco Meteor into the Iron Hands is plenty, and Juan seals the deal 2-1 in this final round of Swiss. What a fantastic set between these two players. So back and forth.
Two players at the top of their regions, LATAM versus Europe, and LATAM has come out on top. Juan Salerno preserves his chances of moving on to the single elimination bracket here in New Orleans at the North American International Championships and keeps LATAM's hope alive. I believe he was the final player from that region left at this stage of the tournament, and they are rooting for him back at home. I know LATAM loves supporting their own players, and so they're surely very, very excited for Juan.
They have a great community.
They do, yeah.
Absolutely. Very passionate one. And Juan Salerno could be their champion.
Yeah. He's kept his dreams alive there. He is a national champion, international champion, even in the juniors division, seniors division.
Seniors
One
division
of those,
in
not the masters
2019
division,
OCIC.
but now has the chance to become a masters champion as well. And I'm so excited for him. I know that those Latin American players really, really love, being in the crowd, cheering for their own players. I've been at Worlds before when Latin American players have been on stage, and they are the rowdiest of all the groups cheering on their fans. That massive knockoff on the early stages of that game, Rosemary, that was a huge risk for Eric to take. We kind of talked about the risks, taking these big risks. If they pay off, it's great, but if they don't, you kind of just lose. And Eric had a really hard time coming back from that one.
Yeah, that was so tough to already be on the back foot like that when you lose your single restricted. We've actually seen Eric take the same approach too, right? Leave your single restricted at home.
Yeah.
Because maybe it's more of a detriment to you than
Right.
it is going to be a benefit. But there's a reason why we have a single restricted on every single team in this format, because they're so powerful. So
Yeah.
it feels bad to have to leave it at home, but Juan took a page out of that book, left the Ice Rider Calyrex on the bench.
Yeah, Eric showed him that he could do it on day one, and Juan just said, okay, thanks, I will. And I think the damage from that Terra Volt switch, even when Raging Bolt was a -3 special attack, it actually might have been a difference maker there. The Terra Volt switch, after it had come back and reset its special attack, I think was a very close roll to KO that Incineroar. If Incineroar stuck around, that could have been really, really bad for Juan there.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, man. With this final endgame too, the critical hit from the Draco Meteor. Oh, my goodness.
I don't know. It's hard to say. The Drain Punches were doing so little to the Raging Bolt.
I think you still are guaranteed, as long as you hit all 3 in a row, I think you're fine.
I
but
agree.
this made it easier and gave even less room for error.
Yeah, only having to hit 2 is much better than having to hit 3 in a row. Even if it's still favored to hit 3, obviously you're going to take that if you're Juan any day of the week.
Yeah, I think so. Well, we are wishing our best for Juan as we think about who will be moving forward to that top 8 cut. We still have to finish out the rest of our matches on the floor, and we still have to figure out how all of those tiebreakers are going to shake out. But at the very least, Juan is locked at top 16 spot.
Yes.
That's a lot of money.
A lot of money, a lot of championship points. At the very least, certainly locks in his Tier 1 invite to the World Championships in Honolulu, which even beyond the individual result here is just the
How
cap
much
to
championship points?
many points, a lot of point.
A lot of point.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of point. But let's hear from Juan about how much this win means to him and just what he has been enjoying about NEIC so far.
Thanks, Rosemary. I'm here with the winner of our final round of the day 2 Swiss here at the North American International Championships, Juan Salerno. How are you feeling?
Me siento muy bien porque pude ganar otra vez más en streaming, que creo que es una victoria un poco más especial contra un jugador muy bueno. Y nada, a pesar de la suerte, creo que jugué increíblemente bien.
He was very happy to be here on stage again. Face a very good friend. It's a special win, and win and get the win and in is all he wants this tournament.
That's incredible. And what a match as well. It was so close. And there was so much of turns where you really had to call it right, where the Calyrex Shadow Rider was there and open to a knockoff, for instance, but then sometimes you wouldn't target, but then sometimes you would. So those sort of plays, how do you kind of get into the mindset of how to play that?
Decidí hacerle knockoff al Cali Shadow porque él venía jugando de una manera y cuando jugás contra los mejores jugadores, todos los turnos que te puedas ahorrar el Tera siempre es muy bueno. Entonces ambos jugamos con eso, tanto yo con el Game 1 guardándome el Tera normal para el final, y yo sentí que él ese turno iba a querer también guardarse el Tera porque tenía Urshifu Tera Grass en la parte de atrás, que era muy bueno contra mi equipo. Entonces sentí que él se podía quizás intentar ahorrar el Tera y bueno, le pegué el knockoff al Cali Shadow.
He was a 50-50 all the game. He need to keep the down Terra on Kali Shadow and mine with Goldengo. So in the last game, I take the risk for how his goes playing, and it works. And with that, even with the Urtifo and the Terra that was very annoying, I get the chance to make a good position and won the game.
Amazing. And what you did as well was really position that Goldengo really well, even without your Calyrex Ice Rider in the whole place as well. So what was the reason you didn't want to bring your Restricted to this match?
Kali Shadow no aporta mucho en este matchup. Perdón, Kali Ice no aporta mucho en este matchup porque no pueden soportear a Goldengo, que termina siendo mi restringido en este matchup. Entonces cuando estuve practicando en la ladder antes de venir al torneo, me di cuenta que la mayoría de games que ganaba era cuando podía soportear al Goldengo con Among Us y Raging Bolt. Así que como que ejecuté el game plan que tenía pensado contra Kali Shadow.
Calyrex Ice in this matchup is really bad, so I focus on Goldengo as my restricted. And when I tested on ladder and with my friends, I noticed that Goldengo was the key to this matchup, and even with the Terra, to win this, maybe not the first matchup for Calyrex Ice.
Fantastic play there, Juan. So thinking about the rest of the tournament now, we'll hopefully see if you in Top Cut. We'll have to see how the resistance kind of works out. But if you make it, who would you ideally like to face?
Preguntó con qué me gustaría enfrentarme, ¿no? Supongo que me gustaría enfrentarme con algún buen matchup. No tengo ningún jugador específico al que me gustaría enfrentarme, pero creo que sería interesante jugar contra Justin Burns porque creo que es el otro mejor jugador de Calyrex Ice en este torneo y me gusta jugar contra jugadores fuertes y más si es con mi mismo arqueotipo, que es mi especialidad.
I didn't have a really specific player that I want to face. I really want to face another player with my restricted like Calyrex Ice, or much better a good matchup against Calyrex Ice. Not like this one that I didn't bring in all the game.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You're here to play the restricted format, you want to bring Calyrex Ice Rider. So thinking a little bit about your time overall here then, Juan, are you sticking around for tomorrow and Monday as well? Have you got anything to do?
Me voy el lunes y mis planes son tener unas buenas vacaciones de Pokémon por un tiempo hasta el Mundial.
Yeah, I stay here to Monday, so I want to see the city tomorrow and waiting for Worlds. I'm so excited.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah. So you must be on so many championship points now as well. How many have you got?
Tengo demasiados puntos, pero pude terminar primero de Latinoamérica, así que ese era mi objetivo para esta temporada y lo pude cumplir. Así que voy a ir al Mundial como quizás el máximo representante de Latinoamérica.
I got a lot of points this season. I'm the best player in Latam with points, and I really want to be the very best player in Latin America, so I'm very excited to be in that position right now.
So, too many to count then. Yeah, all right, that's a lot. Okay. Right, Juan, fantastic. I know we've already spoken yesterday as well, because you have been that successful this weekend. Have you got any other shout-outs that you'd like to give?
Sí, a ver, quiero agradecer a mis amigos de Chile que me están viendo de acá y me están haciendo el aguante. A mi compatriota Sebastián Escalante, que es de Argentina y me estuvo ayudando. Y bueno, a todos mis amigos de Argentina que me están viendo, un abrazo para ustedes. Somos la mejor comunidad de todas.
To my friends here in Chile, to my really good friend Sebastián Escalante, to my friends in home in Argentina, and to all my friends around the world, I'm very happy to make this performance and for your supporting as well. So I'm very happy to be here.
Thank you so much, Juan, and well played again, and congrats on the win. So hopefully we'll see you in Top Cut, and that's what we're going to get ready for very shortly.
Congratulations to Juan Salerno on that final victory on this stage, and so amazing to hear about that community, that support over in Latin America, here in the venue, and all of the above. I think we're all looking forward to seeing just how much he's going to do at that World Championships.
Of course, he's going to be a big threat at that World Championships. Like he said, he wanted to be the best player in Latin America, and proving this weekend that he truly is.
Yes, absolutely. But we are still tallying up all the scores. We're going to figure out which of our 8 players are going to be competing in the single elimination Top Cut bracket that we have. We're going to cover top 8, top 4, And wait for that final match to play out on Championship Sunday tomorrow. A lot of Pokemon, though, still to be had here because we're only halfway through the day.
Yeah, we still have the entirety of Top Cut to play out for you. We've gotten 6 matches of Swiss so far. We've got 6 Top Cut bracket matches for you, so please do not go anywhere. The best Pokemon at NAIC is yet to come.
Absolutely. Oh, I can't wait. I'm getting excited. I'm actually trying to think about all of the memories that we've had so far too throughout the weekend. We've had 15 matches so far.
No shortage of Pokemon for us to talk about this weekend at all.
No, definitely not. And still so much more to come, which is even better to think about. Absolutely.
What's been your favorite match so far, Rosemary?
You know, maybe not like the most explosive, but I'm so excited about that Overquill still.
That was so fun, yeah. I was just excited to get to see it, even though it didn't. It wasn't super productive.
But it was on the field.
It's true.
It did have System Active, and it terrored.
Yes.
And it looked cool.
It did. It sure did.
Went down in style.
And then it was over.
Yeah, but you know, still looked cool.
That was fun. I really liked Eric's game yesterday as well, right? The one that we had, it was the big grind fest against the opposing Trapagos with the double fighting type with the no Calyrex. Yeah, really good time.
It's been amazing to see the high level plays that we've had on the stream. I think that's been something I've been really excited about. It's just the skill level. It's so high at tournaments like this, and the skill ceiling is ever going upwards from all of the players that we have over the last couple of years. I feel like it's just where we go from here. You gotta hit the glass ceiling.
Surely. Well, we have a little bit of time between the end of Swiss and Top Cut. We're gonna give our players a chance to rest, get ready for that top 8, the hardest battles of the day. And now we're gonna kind of switch it over to test our knowledge, to test how much we know about Pokemon and VGC with some Guess That Pokemon from the Pokedex entry.
Oh my.
I was watching Gabby and Evan do this yesterday, and I was so excited, and I'm so glad we get to do it. We have our first one here. The entry is, it can move through the water at a speed of 60 knots by using gas inside its body to expel water from the back of its claw.
Clawitzer.
Yeah, I think, right?
Yeah.
It's gotta be. I think that's a pretty straightforward one.
Clauncher or Clawitzer?
I think Clawitzer. 60 knots is pretty fast. Maybe Clawitzer is a little too small. A little baby one isn't enough to get that speed going. It's a nautical mile per hour. It's a unit of speed used in navigation, in maritime navigation.
But I need that in freedom units.
I can't do that for you. I'm so sorry.
Well, that's not helpful, but we'll lock in Clawitzer.
That's my guess too. Yeah, nice job. It matches. It's got one blue arm like you.
Wow, did you look at We're so matching.
And maybe, I don't know, Clawtzer's like slightly lighter blue. Am I the baby one?
Yeah, you're the Clauncher and I'm the Clawitzer.
There we go, yeah.
Amazing. Let's check out another one, shall we? Audience, play along with us. See if you can get all of these right.
Ooh, it has a poison sac at its throat. When it croaks, the stored poison is churned for greater potency. Let me have some.
Sorry.
I'm reading them out. I'm being nice and reading them for the audience to hear. And you're just jumping in. I want to be smart too.
I'm that annoying kid in
I'm
school.
I'm like 100% sure you're right.
I'm that annoying kid in school that always like raises their hand and blurts out the answer anyway without waiting for the teacher to call on them. You know, a couple of those kids in the UVA Academy.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you're right? Like it makes maybe Krogunk, but I think the Toxicroak is the more.
Yeah, it's got the more
potent poison. Yeah, let's see if we're right. Let's see if it's Toxicroak. There we go. All right, next. We're 2 for 2 so far, right? We're both at 100%.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can get one that maybe stumps us a little bit here with our third entry.
Those were too easy.
According to legend, this Pokemon's love gives rise to the budding of fresh life across Hisui.
Enamorous.
Oh, it is certainly enamorous. Springtide storm.
Come on! Production!
It's Hisui. I mean, Hisui, Enamorous is like the life-giving Pokemon. It's like its whole thing. It's like love themed. I don't know. It's like Springtide Storm is its signature attack, right?
You know, it's so sad.
It's all about spring and growth and whatnot. There it is. I know Joe Brown's a big Enamorous fan.
I'm not.
Joe Brown, that one was for you.
But I like Joe Brown.
It's true. Who doesn't? Who doesn't like Joe Brown?
That's true, actually. All right. We're 3 for 3.
We sure are.
This is pretty
We're good at this. Oh, huh. This Pokemon has complete control over its hair. It normally keeps its hair wrapped around its body to support its muscles.
Grimmsnarl.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. I actually would not have known that one.
It's
I'll admit
Grimmsnarl.
that. How do you, what's the lore there? How do we know this?
Don't ask questions that you don't want answers to.
Well, now I do.
No, like, it's really not that interesting. So, I
You just read through Pokedex entries?
I read through the Pokedex of Galar because I thought it was interesting. I'm like, what? It's like, it's called like the hair Pokemon?
Oh, is it really?
No, it's not,
Oh.
but
I guess that makes sense, right? I didn't even realize, like, it's got its, like, bangs coming down in front of it, and that's the rest of its body color, too?
yeah.
Huh.
It's
So
all
is
hair.
Grimmsnarl's body actually green, and all, like, the navy blue is just hair?
Yeah.
Huh. Is Grimmsnarl, like, the Sasquatch of Pokemon? Is that what that is?
Is Sasquatch green?
No, but it's got a lot of hair.
It's very hairy. It's a very hairy legend.
A hairy legend. All right, well, you're 4 for 4.
Okay.
I'm not claiming that one. I would not have guessed that one, so you
All right,
get the
come
point for
on.
that.
Come on, we got this.
Legend says that by using its power to see all events from past to future, this Pokemon saved the creatures of a forest from a meteorite strike.
I can't actually say that.
Huh.
I'm cheating if I say the answer to this one.
Is
I want to know
that
what you
because
think.
it's an evolution and it's Espeon? Is that what
No,
you're
it's
saying?
not actually.
My first thought was Gothitelle. I'm pretty sure Gothitelle in the lore has like some like psychic vision abilities or something like that. I remember
That's not a
from
bad
the animation, it like sees things. It's seen some stuff.
It's seen things. It's seen all of the enemies fall before its eyes after Parrish trapping them.
That's true. This is Wolf's fault. This is all Wolf's fault. Yeah, I don't. Psychic it's clearly a psychic Pokemon.
It is.
Uh-huh. I'm just gonna stick with Gothitelle. I think I'm wrong and I'm okay with that, but you seem to know the answer and I'll let you have it.
It's Shadow Rider Calyrex.
Oh. Okay. I see that, I guess.
I don't. You know what?
I feel
This came
no,
up.
you're right. I don't see that. Calyrex would like
doesn't.
call the meteorite to strike the forest. That's what it does with Astral Barrage. It, like
I
goes and like
know.
destroys everything.
Exactly.
Is it like turning a new leaf now? It's like good guy all of a sudden.
I don't get it.
Well,
actually.
okay, wait. Is it the Calyrex or the Spectrier that does the seeing?
It's definitely the Calyrex.
Well, the Calyrex wears the specs. We found that out.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, maybe does like the psychic power come from?
I actually think that the Spectrier wears the specs.
Oh no, I'm on the Calyrex team. Because he's got to see where are you going. You got to see the target to get the
But he
best extra
doesn't need
damage.
eyes to see.
Whoa.
Because he's got that big brain.
He just knows everything.
Yeah, I mean, he just sees in the future. It's probably a crystal ball up there, actually, which is why it's so big.
What if it was a disco ball instead?
That's what Stellar Terra
Yes.
is. I got it.
Stellar Terra Calyrex just turns into a disco ball.
You know, I gotta
Please.
say, I'm a little disappointed by the size of the Terra crown that Calyrex wears. Have you noticed?
Yeah.
Even in the last match that we had with
kinda
Eric
small.
Rios's, it's tiny. Do you see how big his head is?
That crown could be so much bigger.
It should be huge. It should be like gouging fire levels of big. And it's just not, and it's disappointing.
It truly is. We have one more Pokedex entry. You were 5 for 5.
5 for 5.
You're impressive. This is our last one. It rides on the wind and slips into people's homes. After it has turned a room into a cotton-filled mess, it giggles to itself and takes off. Oh, I
You've
hate
got
it.
this one.
I know it, but that's just mean. It's certainly Whimsicott, right?
Has to be.
Yeah, the cotton
pretty
spores.
sure.
And also, like it's literally has the prankster ability. That is a prank. That is a
Yeah.
classic prank that you would pull on someone.
And it's
I don't
whimsy.
know. I know when I was in college, I filled all my friends' rooms with cotton a few times. Who doesn't? Every once in a while.
Huh?
What? That's normal, right? Yay, we got it. It's just a little prankster.
You what?
What do you mean? What are you talking about? I didn't say anything. We did it. We got all
6 for 6.
Yay. I'm happy with 4. I will claim 4 of those, but not Cattlerex and not the other one, Grimmsnarl, the hair guy. Yeah.
I mean, it's okay.
I did my best. I got over
can't
half.
win them all.
I got what is it?
Pretty good.
I got a D. I passed. 67%. That's a D, right?
4 out of 6 is 67%.
Yeah, 2/3.
That's so low.
It's fine. I went 6 and 3 at the NAIC. That's right.
Math.
Same equivalent. Yeah, math.
Over.
We're back to math. I did pretty well. I didn't make day 2 of the Pokédex entry competition, but I was right there.
You were right there. You were right there.
I was.
But anyway, we are right here with an interview that Anna got to do on the floor. So let's check out what she has to say.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the Pokemon North America International Championship, here with Brett and Katie, who have some incredible news. They just got engaged. Brett, how did you come up with the idea to propose here?
Oh my gosh, so it was nerve-wracking, but we have been Pokemon fans for a long time. We actually met at a locals back in 2017. We live in the DFW area, and so I mean, there's so many stores we can go to, but we went to the same store, and after Worlds of 2017, I got into the game, and Katie was one of the first people right there to really show me the game, show me how to open myself up and, really get into this. And, from there we became fast friends, and then eventually got together, and now we're here, on one of the biggest stages of the world, and it just felt so right to do it here. So packed up a ring, very specially made for her, and had to, really find the time to just sit down and.
And Katie, were you expecting that at all?
No, I wasn't. I honestly wasn't expecting this at all. This was such a nice surprise, and it sets my heart aflutter, It really does. Cliche as it is to say, it really does make you shake your legs, tremble, and just realize how amazing of a fiancé your person is.
And you said the word fiancé. How does that feel to say?
Fluttering. Very fluttery. I can't stop shaking.
Now tell us, we were over there actually, and I had my back to you. I didn't even realize what was happening, that you were proposing right behind me, so I didn't get to see it. Tell me the rundown of how the proposal went.
Well, we were standing by the chalk area, and I hadn't noticed it, but Brent, my fiance, he had gotten us alone together by saying, "Oh, let's take pictures of with each other, because your mom's gonna want some. Your family's gonna want to know what's going on." And I'm like, "Okay." So he told me real quick that he wanted me to, stand next to him, and all I remember is. Sorry, I'm at a loss for words.
I know, you're so overwhelmed. It makes a ton of sense. And also there's so much, if you're not here, we are in one of the areas where people are just running around cheering that they've been doing so well in their games and things. So there is a ton of distraction and a ton of feeling. But I know that you got down on one knee and you had a very special ring box. Can we see it?
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, we got right there on the chalkboard. One of our amazing friends, Vicky, who came here with us today, she wrote, "Will you marry me?" on that board, and I pulled out this specially made love ball here that says "I choose you" on the inside.
It's so cute. I love it so much.
Had that ring inside, and it was just amazing, an awesome experience. We were there with our friends, my brother Bradley, and our best friends Jesse, Zach, and Brad, and Vicky, of course. And we were all just right there, and we took some group photos, and then we were like, let's do some one-on-one stuff.
Well, I know that you have so many people here that you probably want to celebrate with and talk to, so I won't keep you much longer, but I did want to ask, I mean, this is the kind of story where someone might be looking and saying, like, I've been scared to go to an event, I feel like I won't know anybody, I'm nervous to play against tons of people, so just briefly, what kind of advice would you give to someone, as someone who clearly found a very important person here at a Pokemon tournament? What advice would you give to that person who might feel shy?
Well, I would say to them, please reach out. And basically, this is a loving and accepting community that has been built on not tolerance, but, open arms. So with the support of your friends, family, whoever, just reach out. Go to locals, go to competitions, talk with your opponent across the table, no matter who they are. Just get to know them, and who knows, you might just click.
Anything to add?
Oh yeah, I mean, so this is just such an honest, amazing community. It can be so nerve-wracking, as you know, we both are people who have struggled with intense social anxiety before, and so it's hard. It is really hard to meet people who have common interests. But one thing that's amazing about Pokemon, everyone who's here, every single person, from the players to the staff to the parents, of the kids who are playing, everybody loves Pokemon, and that is just such an amazing thing that can bring people together. And so, you can go to your events, you can go to your locals, go to big events, you can go anywhere, and you can instantly find someone who can really be there for you, who can be a friend, who can be, a potential girlfriend, fiance, spouse one day. It's just so awesome being able to really come into this place, come into any place where you'll be able to find a community as loving and accepting as Pokemon, and there's a great opportunity to find a lot of friends here.
That's so true. I think that's so special about this celebration that we all share. And I want to say I'm gonna presume to speak on behalf of Pikachu. Congratulations to both of you. We'll let you get back to it now, to the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to the 2014 World Championships to relive arguably the most iconic moment in competitive Pokemon history, Seijune's Pachirisu. It may be true that the Electric Squirrel stole the show at Worlds, but first let's focus on this story's true protagonist, Seijun Park. From South Korea, Seijun was known as an innovative team builder who performed consistently at the world's largest stage. 2014 was Seijun's 4th consecutive top cut of the World Championships.
Certainly one of the game's legendary players. I think that most people in the community around the video game would probably agree that Seijun is the best player who's never won a world championship.
But if Seijun wanted to take home the title this time, he would need to utilize his creativity. Many people think Seijun's team was built around Pachirisu, but it was actually a team revolving around another uncommon Pokemon, Mega Gyarados. 2014 was a new era for VGC with Pokemon X and Y, and the first 3D installment of VGC introduced a very powerful game mechanic, Mega Evolution. Mega Kangaskhan dominated the 2014 metagame with its ability Parental Bond, and Mega Mawile was also picking up momentum before Worlds. Because of the prevalence of physical attackers in VGC, Seijun viewed Gyarados and its Intimidate ability as a great counter that other trainers wouldn't expect. Then once Gyarados Mega evolved, it became surprisingly bulky, and after a Dragon Dance or two, it would become unstoppable. Seijun's team of 6 Pokemon for Worlds is a quintessential example of how to properly team build in VGC. Whether it was Talonflame to hit first and hit hard thanks to its Gale Wings ability, or Gothitelle to endure almost any hit, or Garchomp and Gardevoir to provide valuable chip damage, each Pokemon had a clearly defined role on the team and a way to aid Mega Gyarados on its path to the peak. With those 5 Pokemon on the roster, how did Seijun decide on the final slot for his Worlds team? To answer that, we have to look back at Seijun's previous team at Worlds. At the 2013 World Championships, Seijun lost in top 8, but there were 2 major influences on his team, Marowak and Magmar. By no means were these 2 Pokemon staples in VGC, but they provided Seijun's team a specific type of support needed for success. Marowak had the Lightning Rod ability, which redirected electric attacks away from his Jellicent and Tornadus. And Magmar used the move Follow Me, which was another way to redirect attacks from key targets. How could Sejun combine both Electric Immunity and Follow Me with only one slot left on his team? The answer was Pachirisu. Many trainers were aware of the support Pachirisu could provide to a team, but Sejun was the trainer who fully realized its potential as the ultimate teammate. As a bulky electric type, it only had one weakness, and with its ability Volt Absorb, Pachirisu was immune to electric moves, so it was the best choice to redirect electric attacks away from Mega Gyarados. Nuzzle was a new electric move that dealt a little bit of damage, but would always inflict the target with paralysis.
Sejun showing off what Pachirisu exactly can do. Nuzzle, I've never seen that move actually been used in competitive play, and now it comes out at the World Championships.
And Super Fang would deal half of the target's remaining HP, which helped the rest of Sejun's team secure knockouts.
Pachirisu just won't go away.
Now that Sejun had locked in his 6th Pokemon for Worlds, it was time for Pachirisu Mania to take Washington, D.C. and the Pokemon world by storm. In the finals, Sejun would face off against Jody Azzarelli. The VGC newcomer was the underdog, but thanks to his double mega team with Lucario and Charizard Y, Jody had multiple roads to victory. Jody wished to be the home country hero and give the US a 4th title in VGC's top division, but the crowd was rooting for the little Pachirisu that could to be the hero of this story.
Yeah, and we do see the Pachirisu on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu makes it out.
In Game 1, Sejun's skills as a trainer were tested.
Ice Punch into that Talonflame. That's some good damage onto Talonflame. And the freeze! The Ice Punch gets the freeze onto Talonflame. It's stuck in mid-air.
An Ice Punch freeze onto Talonflame could have been disastrous. Normally, freeze wouldn't be a problem because most Talonflames use Flare Blitz and could thaw immediately, but Sejun's Talonflame had Overheat, which is not a fire move that automatically thaws. In order for Sejun to get back into this game, he had one chance to thaw out and successfully hit Overheat.
The thaw as Overheat comes out from Talonflame. Sejun is not playing around. Overheat gets the KO onto the Rotom. Tyranitar is still out though. The Life Orb from Talonflame as Super Fang from Pachirisu, not dealing quite that much, but the paralysis. Tyranitar fully paralyzed.
With luck back on Sejun's side, once he was able to KO Jody's Mega Charizard, Garchomp and Talonflame had enough left to give Sejun the victory in Game 1.
With that extra damage there, you're going to feel very safe that even intimidated, Talonflame can finish off this. But we see the forfeit.
Yeah, Jody going ahead and forfeiting, and Sejun Park takes Game 1 of this best-of-3 set.
Jody needed to change up his strategy in Game 2, and Mega Lucario packed quite the punch. This, however, was exactly the situation Sejun's Gardevoir was trained for.
Yeah, Mega Lucario making its first appearance on the stream here. Going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, get a lot of additional power on the field for Jody. And Bullet Punch coming up from Mega Lucario onto Gardevoir. Not quite enough for the one-hit KO. Dazzling Gleam, the choice from Gardevoir. Super effective damage on Salamence, and the Earthquake. Is it going to be enough? Is Mega going down? The Mega goes down. Turn 1 for Jody.
Once Gardevoir was knocked out, it was time for Pachirisu to show the world what it could do. On a field with some of the most powerful Pokemon in VGC, Pachirisu would shine brighter than them all.
The story unfolds in to claim your glory.
Salamence dropping a Draco and Pachirisu shrugging it off will go down as one of the most iconic moments in VGC history. With just one Pokemon remaining, it was time for the Prince of VGC to finally reign as king.
Pachirisu is not going to do any of that. It's going right on the offensive. Super Fang going to take away half of Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back after a critical hit.
Sejun Park and Pachirisu are forever tied together in the story of competitive Pokemon and have inspired countless trainers across the world to play VGC. It takes a well-rounded team of 6 Pokemon to become world champion, and Sejun proved that success is a team effort. Sejun's lasting impact is not that Pachirisu was the greatest Pokemon ever, but instead it was a great Pokemon for the role he was looking to fill. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 North American International Championships in New Orleans, Louisiana. I almost said Illinois. This is not New Orleans, Illinois. This is New Orleans, Louisiana, the Big Easy, where we are heading into some big action for this top cut. My name is Evan Latt, and I am joined to kick us off in our elimination bracket by my good friend, Gabby Snyder. Gabby, it has been incredible to watch these top trainers from around the world come together to compete in 15 rounds of Swiss to make it here to our top 8. We went from hundreds of competitors, almost 1,000 competitors in the competition, down to only 8.
I know, and that was such a difficult top 8 to determine because every single person who was competing here in day 2 of the competition absolutely deserved a spot, but only 8 people could make it here. I think this is actually in order of the, not exact order actually, of the matches that we're going to be showcasing on stream. We do get to broadcast all 4 top 8 matches, which is incredible. And we'll be kicking it off with Eduardo Cunha versus Henry Rich. Followed by, I believe,
Shiliang Tang versus Patrick Connors.
Yeah.
That's correct.
I'm excited.
Yeah, this is an incredible top 8 bracket here. We have world champions, we have regional champions, we have players who have just started playing in the Pokemon competitive circuit but have made it here to the top 8 of our international championships. And we have players from all over the globe. Every one of our major regions has been represented here actually we do have a Brazilian player. Yes, so we do have all of our major regions on the bracket.
I know, you have to do a little mental check there. You got to study your decks.
Exactly.
But in this case, it is the country code decks and not the Pokedex. But yes, we do have players from all around the world still in the competition here. Of course, Justin Burns is carrying the flag for the North Americans at this point in time. We could see yet another European trainer win an international championship. And after Marco Silva, after Nils Dunlop, that would mean they'd sweep all 3 international titles in the Masters division, which would be pretty insane.
Well, all 3 so far, because this does still lead up to the World Championships later this year. And this is really going to be the last major public piece of information that all of our players competing in the World Championships will have to figure out what the meta is going to look like in Hawaii. And that has been so important. Like, even just looking at this top 8, I don't think people would have expected at all the breakdown of Pokemon that we have here, especially the restricted. You know, we do have multiple Calyrex.
Yes.
We have more Ice Riders than Shadow Riders, 2 Ice Riders, one Shadow Rider. So Shadow Rider has not been kept out like it has been in the past. We have 2 Terapagos.
All right.
And we also have 2 of another restricted Pokemon.
Okay.
What do you think it could be?
Is it Lunala?
No, it's not Lunala.
Ah, my caster prediction.
It's not Zamazenta, the Pokemon that was a major dominating force in Stockholm.
Oh, yeah. Actually, there are no Zamazenta in cuts.
It's not Miraidon. We do have one Miraidon here.
Okay.
Actually, we have 2 Kyogre who have made their way to the top cut and our top 8 here in New Orleans. It is wild out here, and everyone has been trying to find that key hidden tech that'll allow them to take the championship.
Well, Henry Rich certainly thinks it's his Overquill that is that key tech to enable his Kyogre to deal the big damage he needs to make it into the top 4 here of this international championship. But in order to do so, he will have to defeat Eduardo Cunha, who is the 2022 world champion, the 2019 Oceania international champion, and has gotten top 4 at Worlds back in 2016, which was a restricted format. So certainly a formidable opponent from our last competitor remaining from Down Under. And look at how excited they are to be on stage. I love this.
Of course they're
for
excited.
them.
How could you not? You are now here on stage in top 8 of the largest international championships we have ever had. And both of these players are going to put up a big fight. Henry Rich on the left-hand side of your screen, Eduardo Cunha on the right. You can see where these 2 teams are going to match up. Henry is much more rogue, going with that Overquill, as well as the Choice Scarf Landorus Incarnate form, which I find a fascinating choice, alongside the Safety Goggles Volcarona. On the other side, Eduardo Cunha has gone with a more standard Shadow Rider Calyrex, but opting for a little bit more bulk with the Citrus Berry and that weird rogue choice of the Focus Sash Smearball.
And the crowd is also packed in and are excited to watch the top cut from the VG tournament. Of course, Go is entering the latter phases of their losers bracket. Unite is still having their finals, and TCG is chugging along. But we'll move right along into a full breakdown of Henry's team. If you haven't seen it yet on the broadcast, like you just mentioned, Evan, there are so many cool techs on this team that you just would not see. And I want to take a moment to hone in on the synergy between the Overquill and the Kyogre in particular. Kyogre's Drizzle ability sets up the rain on the field, and then Overquill's Swift Swim ability doubles its speed as long as the rain is present. The other thing that Overquill can then do is potentially outspeed a Pokemon like a Shadow Rider Calyrex and then use Acid Spray to drop its special defense, meaning the Water Spout or the Hydro Pump from this Kyogre would hurt that much more.
I would also shout out the Landorus Incarnate form with the Choice Scarf, a powerful special attacker we often see with the Life Orb to get that extra boost to the damage. The Choice Scarf does not give you the full amount of damage as the Life Orb would, but with the Acid Spray that Overquill can put out, you'd have to expect in the Swift Swim being faster. These Pokemon on Eduardo's side are going to have to be trained very bulkily to have a hope of surviving that onslaught.
Well, there's an Assault Vest on that Rillaboom. There's the Citrus Berry on the Shadow Rider Calyrex, and I think, as we all know, Incineroar can be a very bulky Pokemon indeed. So Eduardo certainly has the tools he needs to beat Henry's team. It's just going to be more of a creative strategy for him. I think we're going to see him reacting to how Henry approaches this game one, more so than setting his own game plan, which he'll probably figure out after this first game. But for now, starting again with some of those bulkier, heavy-hitting Pokemon, Rillaboom alongside of the Booster Energy Raging Bolt versus the Kyogre and the Tornadus, a lead from the early regulation G days from Henry.
It's a real classic lead here from Henry. Get the Tornadus, get the Kyogre out on the field, able to set up Tailwind and then fire off a Water Spout. However, it is the Raging Bolt, the past Paradox Pokemon whose Thunderclap ability was really strong at shutting down Tornadus and Urshifu. It's
Yep.
also really strong at shutting down Kyogre and Tornadus.
And that's why Kyogre and Tornadus took a break from Regulation G. There was just too many Assault Vest Raging Bolt in the field. Whether or not this Calm Mind Booster Energy variant changes things for the matchup, we'll have to see, as Henry locks in a Ghost-type Terastallization on that Kyogre, trying to avoid a fake-out flinch.
Trying to avoid a fake out flinch and super effective damage from the Thunderclap or a Thunderbolt coming out from the Raging Bolt. Just the Thunderclap there. So there is a taunt coming out from the Tornadus. This fake out will not connect. That is a Water Spout into the Rillaboom and the Raging Bolt. The Tornadus actually able to make sure that this Raging Bolt was unable to do anything with that Thunderclap, and the Wood Hammer. Not a one-hit KO thanks to the Terastallization. The Ghost Terra has flipped this matchup on its head, and that's big damage out onto Eduardo's Pokemon.
Typically, when you're running a Pokemon like Kyogre, you want to focus in on those Water Spouts, and you want to have as much damage from those Water Spouts as possible. But Henry's Kyogre is in a very unique position where he doesn't necessarily have to switch it out this turn. Ice Beam is going to deal super effective damage to the opposing Rillaboom and to the opposing Raging Bolt. And if you can assume that you have enough health left later on in the game to come back, maybe once Thunderclap is no longer a threat, or a Grassy Glide from that Rillaboom, you can just get those KOs pretty easily.
Yeah, well, what's not getting a KO is that Grassy Glide on the Rillaboom on the switch-in. Dragon Pulse, though, from Raging Bolt kills a lot of damage to that Overquill. We saw Overquill earlier on in the day, and it did not take those Volt switches from Miraidon very well, and it did not take that Dragon Pulse very well on the switch-in either. It is now out on the field, but double priority options on Eduardo's side. Either Grassy Glide and especially the Thunderclap will pick up that KO, so Overquill has to protect.
It has to protect, and Henry's own Rillaboom needs to find a way to remove the priority threats from the field. We don't see Thunderclap go for the Overquill, so that's good information for him in this next turn. And U-turn is also enough to pick up the KO on Eduardo's own Rillaboom. So now it is just that Thunderclap that threatens the Overquill in particular, and you can just make a simple switch here, I think, to keep the Overquill safe for later. The rain turns are starting to wind down, though, so you have to be very careful about how you position the Tornadus in particular.
You have to be really careful about your Tornadus' positioning and your Kyogre in the back. The problem with the U-turn is you do have to now switch something in to tank this Dragon Pulse. Kyogre can't come out or else it would have been knocked out, so Tornadus will be the choice, as Eduardo is now forced to show another Pokemon, while Henry has already shown all four of his. There it is, our lone Calyrex Shadow Rider in Top Cut, now out on the field.
Eduardo has done a fantastic job of whittling down the health on Henry's side of the field so that I think almost all four of his Pokemon are within range of a priority attack, knocking it out. And that Raging Bolt is still very, very healthy on the field as well. Overquill should be faster than it if it doesn't go for a Thunderclap. I just don't see any way that Henry has a way to pressure the Raging Bolt from not going for that option.
Yeah, the only way is to maybe hope that Raging Bolt runs out of Thunderclaps, but it has not yet. That's Overquill going down to a Thunderclap. Overquill switched in, took a Dragon Pulse, and then took a Thunderclap, and did not do much of anything else this game. There is the Astral Barrage, will also pick up the KO onto Tornadus and get a Grim Neigh boost onto the Calyrex on Eduardo's side. So Henry now has positioned a world where Kyogre is under Tailwind and the Rillaboom gets to come back out. So that means there will be a turn of fake out pressure for the Rillaboom to be able to keep that, that Raging Bolt at bay. But either of these Pokemon could just protect this turn.
They could. I think Eduardo has to protect this turn because otherwise you're giving your opponent too much of an opening. By protecting this turn, not only do you avoid the fake out, you stall out another turn of rain, and then again, you give yourself the opportunity to go for that critical Thunderclap in this next turn. Rillaboom cannot take on the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the other Pokemon Eduardo has all at once.
Yeah, Rillaboom's best option to deal with that Calyrex Shadow Rider quickly would be Wood Hammer, which would just take so much recoil right back. And Henry has been whittled down, as you've mentioned. Also, the rain has just faded, so Kyogre has lost the power on top of that Hydro Pump, which of course has to hit in the first place to deal the damage. And honestly, I don't know if this Calyrex is all that worried about it.
I don't think it is at the end of the day. Yes, Hydro Pump is a unique tech here, but Kyogre has taken too much damage for Water Spout to be a threat, and even if that Hydro Pump were to connect, chances are the Calyrex would hold on with a little bit of health, get that Citrus Berry to bring its health back up, and then be able to attack prior to this Rillaboom. But instead, because Tailwind is still active, it will be able to take the Wood Hammer quite nicely.
And just feast on the Citrus Berry.
Yeah, it's feast on the Citrus Berry, and I think deal enough damage to pick up the KO here.
Yeah.
Doesn't even need Astral Barrage, just straight Precise Shock to deal physical damage over that special defense that is boosted by the Assault Vest.
Yeah, Rillaboom will be able to hold on with 16 hit points, but that is it. 16 hit points are not enough for Henry Rich in this game one. And Eduardo Cunha, in dominant fashion, takes game one here of our first top 8 match, and he is looking extremely good. Henry was unable to position that Overquill at all, and the combination Raging Bolt and Rillaboom lead put that Kyogre-based team on the back foot immediately.
It's a very tough position for Henry to be in because Overquill is the type of Pokemon that I think wants to be led alongside of Kyogre against two Pokemon that do not have priority access. And unfortunately for Henry, I think Eduardo is pretty safe to lead the Rillaboom and the Raging Bolt once again in a Game 2 or potentially a Game 3 situation, as there's only so much he can do to adapt to it. I think you can certainly adapt by bringing your Landorus Incarnate with the Choice Scarf over perhaps the Overquill to try and outspeed and deal some really big ground type damage to the opposing Raging Bolt. It can't Thunderclap you back as you are a ground type as well. Do have to worry about the Rillaboom in that situation, but I think it's a little bit easier for you to get that positioning right off the bat with a Choice Scarf rather than to leave your Tornadus, switch in the Overquill, and try to find that positioning that way.
Absolutely. It's definitely an interesting choice there. I think it really is just that Henry has some options here. The Landorus is a good option against either the Raging Bolt or the Rillaboom if it can get an attack off. Has the ability to threaten super effective damage on the Rillaboom with Sludge Bomb and on Raging Bolt with the ground type attacks or the Terrastallizations as well. There's going to be the leads. It's going to be the Raging Bolt and the Rillaboom for Eduardo, while Henry is going to lead the Overquill and the Rillaboom. So this is threatening big poison type damage onto the Rillaboom, but that Raging Bolt is probably not feeling all that pressure in this case at all.
It isn't, and I think that's to Eduardo's benefit here. I don't think there's necessarily anything stopping him from going for a Fake Out plus a Calm Mind to make sure those Thunderclaps deal even more damage in the future. We see Overquill lock into the Poison type Terrastalliation here, which means whatever Poison type attack it's going to use here is going to do a lot of damage. But you have to imagine the Rillaboom's probably the target.
Ooh, Henry actually going for the faster fake out there, gets Eduardo's Rillaboom to flinch, so no fake out pressure onto this Overquill with the Terrastalliation. The Gunk Shot lands. Not a one-hit KO, but that is a lot of damage to Raging Bolt. That Calm Mind now came with a huge cost. By expending the Terrastalliation and landing that Gunk Shot, Henry is able to deal big damage and recover most of that Life Orb recoil immediately as well.
Now the Overquill will also be able to focus in on that Rillaboom this turn if that's the approach Henry wants. You know, I can't say that I'm as familiar with this Overquill as Henry is, and to see him, you know, go for that big attack then immediately switch it out makes me wonder if he's trying to save it for something in the back of Eduardo's party, such as that Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, it really makes it hard for that Calyrex to try to Terrastallize away from any other weaknesses, but there's a U-turn coming out from Henry's own Rillaboom, bringing the Overquill back in. So just making use of that repositioning tool to dodge the Thunderclap from the enemy Raging Bolt. However, Eduardo also has a Rillaboom and also has U-turn and is also capable of repositioning, and in this case is able to reposition second, which means that Calyrex now is on the field.
Calyrex is on the field, but Henry has the opportunity to set up Rain Dance via the Tornadus has that prankster ability, so it will move first. And unlike going for a Bleak Wind Storm in this situation, it's not a damage-dealing move. Therefore, Thunderclap cannot deal any damage to the Tornadus as a result. I think that's a very easy opportunity for him to set up the rain. But I'm very curious what the positioning he's looking for here with that Overquill is, as he's just not leaving it on the field at all.
He's not leaving it on the field, and he is dodging all of these Thunderclaps because of it. Another Astral Barrage comes through and deals some damage to the Tornadus and the Rillaboom, but Tornadus is just going to go on the offensive. Hits a Bleak Wind Storm into Raging Bolt, gets the speed drop on Raging Bolt, but no speed drop on Calyrex. Have to imagine this Overquill, the Dark Poison type, does have access to Crunch, so maybe trying to bait out the defensive Terra from the Calyrex, and then you don't want to waste your time trying to gunk shot that Pokemon if it resists it, but you also don't want to waste it going for a Crunch and then faint to the Psyshock right back.
For sure, but you do have to start to wonder, when is too much switching for Henry, as the more opportunities you give this Calyrex Shadow Rider to attack, the more likely we're going to see Astral Barrage pick up a KO, boost its special attack, and get that engine going for one of the most powerful restricted Pokemon in the metagame right now.
All right, well, that is finally a KO for the Rillaboom on the Raging Bolt, but it is a trade for the Tornadus. So Calyrex was able to pick up its first KO, which means it gets its first Grim Neigh boost. Now, Tornadus was able to set up the Tailwind before it went down, so even without the rain, this Overquill is still extremely speedy, but also has the option to bring in the Kyogre in the back if and when this Tailwind runs out of speed. That is Smeargle, a supportive option that Eduardo has brought in, and this is a Pokemon that can do basically anything. And for Eduardo, Redirection and Wide Guard.
Redirection and Wide Guard, meaning that Henry has to remove the Smeargle from the field prior to Kyogre making an appearance, as there is nothing stopping the Smeargle from just going for Wide Guard after Wide Guard after Wide Guard, because there's really nothing else it would want to do in that situation.
Well, there's the Follow Me to make Smeargle the center of attention, which means that this Rillaboom's Wood Hammer will focus it down. But of course, the Protect came out from the Overquill, so only the Focus Sash will be blown on the Smeargle, while Rillaboom takes more damage from the recoil. And another KO is picked up by this Calyrex. That's going to be enough to knock out this Rillaboom and get yet another Grim Neigh boost on the Calyrex.
So Kyogre and the Overquill now, after a ton of repositioning from Henry, have found, I think, the situation they were both hoping for. There is no priority on the field. There is Tailwind up. And soon the rain will be set thanks to Kyogre's own Drizzle ability, and we're going to take a moment to get some Moody boosts. Thankfully, Evasion's no longer on the table, so we don't have to go down that rabbit hole for once. But I do think that Henry was trying to find this position in this game, as this is the only one that makes sense for this Overquill.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, knowing that the Smeargle has Wide Guard, I think this Kyogre is forced to click Hydro Pump to try and pick up that KO there. Eduardo can then try and anticipate that. I love the Protect here, because I don't think you make a guess in this situation in top 8. You wait to see what your opponent is going to do, and if you have a double Protect, Spiky Shield as well on that Smeargle, this is the opportunity for that.
Interesting that Eduardo goes for the double Protect here, so Smeargle and Calyrex are both going to be protected from any damage. Could have used this as an opportunity to sacrifice the Smeargle and maybe rotate in that Rillaboom and get Fake Out pressure back on and Grassy Glide pressure back onto the Kyogre. But instead, just going to keep the Smeargle around for one more turn, meaning that that Smeargle, if it goes for Follow Me, will have to be targeted before this Hydro Pump can connect. If it can connect.
If it can connect. I mean, it's all riding on this Hydro Pump from Henry, and if that's something Eduardo's worried about, I think you could also consider switching out your Calyrex Shadow Rider here for the Assault Vest Rillaboom, as it will resist that damage. You don't want to give up those special attack boosts, especially in such a critical match, such as your top 8 match at an international championship, but Rillaboom would be so well situated here against the Kyogre. As long as the Overquill is on the field, that's not as safe as an option, let's say, as the Smeargle won't necessarily be dealing damage to that Pokemon, but if you can maybe find the opportunity for a score or something, that's sort of how you can piece this endgame together.
Well, this is the Rillaboom switching back in, and I had forgotten how much damage it took earlier from that U-turn. Sitting at less than half health means that it's still going to take a lot of damage from any attack coming out from Henry's Pokemon. The second Spiky Shield will fail, and the Crunch will pick up the KO onto that Smeargle, so the Smeargle is now down. Overquill taking the Life Orb recoil as the Hydro Pump does connect onto Rillaboom, but with that Assault Vest, even in the rain, this Kyogre is not able to knock that Pokemon out.
With the Tailwind expiring this turn as well, now Kyogre is going to struggle to outspeed the opposing Calyrex Shadow Rider. If Eduardo feels confident, you can now find an opening here. You fake out the Overquill, you maybe Terrastalize that Calyrex to try and... Actually, you don't need to Terrastalize the Calyrex yet. And you just go straight for that Astral Barrage, and you hope to deal enough damage to the Kyogre so that the Water Spouts are no longer the #1 threat here. Henry could go for the double protect to try and get around that end game, but you're still going to have to worry about then a Grassy Glide onto the Kyogre as well. I think what Eduardo has done is put Henry in a position where he has to consistently click Hydro Pump, and unfortunately that's not the most accurate move.
Oh, there was no Terrastalization and no Protect from the Calyrex. Henry had an opportunity to go for the Crunch onto the Calyrex, but Eduardo not afraid at all. The horse, the Calyrex, will get the Astral Barrage and pick up the double KO as Eduardo Cunha, the 2022 World Champion, is now a semi-finalist here at the North American International Championships.
A very safe end game played by Eduardo there, taking a little bit of the risk foregoing the fake out, but ultimately knowing that the Calyrex Shadow Rider was going to be able to get that double KO with the Astral Barrage in the end. It was a really exciting matchup for sure, and it's so exciting to see the Overquill make it to top 8 here. I wish we had an opportunity to get that board positioning a little bit sooner with the Overquill next to the Kyogre, as those two Pokemon together certainly are a threat, but just could not find it thanks to the pressure from the Rillaboom and the Raging Bolt in particular.
Yeah, I mean, I think Henry put himself in a pretty good spot there, but, you know, it takes sort of the fortitude of a world champion and a repeat champion, an international champion, to be able to say, I know you have a 4-time super effective, faster move that will knock out my main attacker, and the only way I can win this game from here, and I'm just not going to do anything about it.
Yeah.
The safer play, the more passive play would just be to protect that Calyrex because you're afraid of getting crunched, at which point the Rillaboom would have gone down and would have been, you know, both the Overquill and the Kyogre, and I'm not 100% sure how many turns of rain were left for the Overquill to maybe just be able to pick up that KO in the next turn. But yeah, Eduardo did not give in to that fear and just went straight on the offensive and cleaned up that match. Incredible play, incredible fortitude from the world champion.
And that is the kind of play you need to bring Calyrex Shadow Rider into the top 4 as the last Calyrex Shadow Rider player standing in this competition. There was so much pressure on this single Pokemon after it won the Los Angeles and the Bologna Regional Championships just a couple of weeks ago. And here we are now, top 8 of one of the biggest competitions yet in the Regulation G circuit, and there's only one left standing.
Yep.
You have to be able to look at your opponent and just make those calls like you were saying. I think he still had a couple of outs. You have to play that 50-50. Do you Terrastalize for Crunch or do you not for Gunk Shot? But still, just that calm and collected approach to these battles that you need and that you really gain from having played on this stage multiple times in the past. That being said, though, shout outs to Henry Rich. I mean, not only did he make it to top 8 of one of the toughest competitions, he did it with a very unique team. A lot of people, I think, were underestimating Kyogre in particular in this competition, and I'm going to be honest with you, Evan, Overquill wasn't exactly on my radar other than when I was trying to catch one for my Pokedex in Legends of Arceus. So a really fun tech, a really cool Pokemon, and again, showcasing that there is room to not only innovate, but succeed when you innovate in the Regulation G format.
Absolutely, and I think that the Overquill was actually really well positioned for this meta. You know, you can even just look at Eduardo's team.
Yeah.
There's so many different Pokemon that are trying to use the Fairy defensive Terrastalization, Dragon. It's sort of like earlier on, I think it was in the Regulation E meta when Dark Single Strike Urshifu started becoming more popular than the Rapid Strike, and everyone started running Terra Fairy on like, their Golden Go and things like that.
Yeah.
And then that's when the Landorus Incarnate form became really popular because it could threaten, especially on the Golden Go, could threaten the ground type damage and the poison type damage. Same thing here for the Overquill, but against specifically Calyrex Shadow, being able to do 4 times damage to the Shadow Rider Calyrex if it did not terrestrialize into what is normally the best defensive terrestrialization, which is Fairy typing, because it also boosts Draining Kiss if you have that move on your Pokemon. So I think Overquill looked really interesting in that, and unfortunately just wasn't able to get it in the right positions to make the most of the power of Overquill, which we did see a little of. See how much damage it did to that Raging Bolt with that Gunk Shot.
Well, I have a surprise for you, Evan. We actually have an interview ready with both of our trainers. Henry, who just finished top 8 here at the International Championship, and Eduardo, who is our first semi-finalist here at the North American International Championships. Please take it away.
Thanks, Gabby. I'm here with the 2 players who've just made it to top card and 1 top 4 finalist, Eduardo Cunha and Henry Rich. Eduardo, congratulations first of all. You made it into top 4. A familiar sight probably though.
Yeah, well, one placement I hadn't got it yet. It was the top 8 at internationals because it's either I go big or I go home. I just usually when I cut I do well, but I've been struggling to cut lately. Been getting a lot of top 32s, so I was really looking forward to the chance to making it into top 8. So I'm so happy that I was able to, and now it's just anything's a win, and I'm glad that I was able to win against such a strong opponent in such a good game.
It was a really good game as well, like, had really cool teams as well to see, and like the throwback to Carmine Raging Bolt as well, which I loved as well. Henry, how are you feeling after that match?
Absolutely amazing. It's my first international top cut. Edo and I have been friends since he's been coming to Oceania. It's been awesome to go up against him top 8. Like, we've got like champion, like previous winner. It's amazing to go up against players of this caliber, and coming over here, NAIC, any of the internets really, we rarely get the Australians up on stream or up and doing well at these stages, and let's face it, getting this high with the Overquill, I don't think anyone saw that coming. I'm happy to take that home.
I bet you'd be over the moon with Overquill getting that far. And not even with the Intimidate as well, it's the Swift Swim ability too. So I think you've probably blown a few people's minds there with that one. So, Edu, like, seeing Henry's team, like, what did you think?
Yeah, Overquill is very scary because it's just, it covers both of my Calyrex options. If I Terra, it's got a Gunk Shot. If I don't, it's got a Crunch. So it's very scary for Calyrex specifically. And it also does so much damage because that was his sort of middle ground against the Raging Bolt. He had the Landorus, sure. Landorus was hard to bring, and it was important to have that middle ground. And Overquill was very scary. So yeah, very, very strong for sure, and very well done on Henry for coming up with that.
Yeah, but that very last turn of game 2 though, like, you said it's very scary, and you just left your Calyrex Shadow there. Like, what was your mindset going into that turn?
So I had fake out pressure, you know, and I didn't want to just Terra and have him protect. As I Terra, he protects on the double fake out, and then I was just, well, surprised, now he can Gunk Shot me. The mind game's gone. So I wanted to cover both the 2 plays I was covering for was the double protect and the protect plus attack with Kyogre. The attack with Overquill, I just assumed like that was also the chance he would Gunk Shot reading a Terra, or that he would target my Rillaboom. So I kind of covered everything except Crunch, no protect, straight into the Calyrex. So yeah, I'm glad it worked out in the end, but that was basically my mindset. Yeah.
Yeah, you really seemed to turn up the heat in that game too, didn't you? You were like, right, I'm going for fake out, I'm going to Terra my Overquill because it's awesome, and I'm just going to Gunk Shot everything, which was really, really cool. So, like, would you have done anything differently, Henry, if you had that game again?
Absolutely. Like, game 1, the Raging Bolt kind of overwhelmed me. Leading Tornadus Kyogre into a booster energy Raging Bolt, that damage coming out is insane, and the Rillaboom's there. Like, we saw how much the Woodhammer did. But no, like, that game 2, adjusting to kind of not having that just electric weak lead. But no, game 2, that call at the end, calling whether it's a fake out, whether Calyrex will protect, Rillaboom, Woodhammer, the whole lot. It came down to it, and like you said, Edu nailed the read, and yeah, here we are.
Well, congrats to you both for making it this far. So, are you sticking around tomorrow or Monday to kind of do anything in New Orleans?
Well, I definitely want to visit. I haven't had too much of a chance. When I got here, I arrived at like midnight, and I had 2 coaching sessions the day before international. So I was fully like super busy on Thursday. So I wasn't able to see anything. I'm really looking forward to do some sightseeing, some visiting, and because it looks like a lovely city, and for sure. So I got that in my plans. Yeah.
That's nice. And you, Henry?
I'm here with friends. We're going to see stuff. But look, let's be honest. If there's anything I want to be doing tomorrow, it's be watching Edu win this whole thing. So that's on the plans for tomorrow.
Love it. Excellent. And have you got any shout-outs that you want to give either of you? Henry, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah, absolutely. So first off, to my partner Alyssa and my family back home, they've been so supportive. It's been incredible. Meg, who's been running Overquill with me this whole time. Jamie, who's always been helping me out with the spreads. That really boom of his has done me wonders this tournament. And Lewis, who also on Thursday night when I was freaking out about hitting my gunk shots, he ran matchup after matchup after matchup with me until I was fully comfortable enough. And like the Worms chat, everyone in the Discord, everyone back home, I couldn't have done any of this without the help of them, the support. And it's incredible to be here, and I hope I put on a good show for everyone.
You certainly did, Henry. And Eduardo, any for you?
Yeah, of course. The first one has got to be to my lovely fiance who's watching at home. Yeah, I love you so much, and I wouldn't be doing so well and so happy in life in general if it wasn't for her. So, Catarina, muito obrigado. Also to my mom, who's always so supportive. I always make sure to shout her out. My whole family, obviously Team Aqua. My good friends at Team Aqua over here, my Portuguese crew, Ruben over there helping me out always, and everyone who's been supporting me. Also everyone at my workplace, they've also been always very supportive, so thank you for that. And all my students who've not only been amazing to work with, but also given me motivation to keep going, so thank you all so much. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you so much, both, and congrats, Edu.
Top cut.
Right?
A little bit in top 4 a little bit later.
Right?
He did win, so we are really excited to watch even more out of Edu for the rest of the day.
Okay, just making sure.
Absolutely.
I know, it's been such a long day, and to see how excited Henry was to celebrate the fact that his friend won just really warmed my heart. And also seeing how excited he was about Overquill, and also that Overquill was not a new adaptation. It was something that he's been running for a while with his friends. I mean, yes, I would be to answer your question, but yeah.
Yeah, congratulations to both, and of course, especially congratulations to Edu, who will be advancing to our top 4. Of course, as the #1 seed, he is probably was the expected odds-on favorite to make it into top 4, but in this single elimination bracket, you can't take anything for granted. So congratulations to Eduardo. Let's take a quick look at how we thought that this meta was going to shake out at the start of the tournament. We kind of ran through some of this at the start of this top cut segment to talk about the restricteds that made it all the way through. And in fact, unfortunately, David and Gabby, both of you chose a restricted that did not make it into top cut.
Yeah, so here's the thing, Evan. I was worried that if I chose Calyrex Ice Rider, which has been my OG since day one, I have the receipts, I would have maybe been given a bit of a hard time by my fellow casters for picking something that was too powerful. Not that that's happened before with Iron Hands or anything. So I tried to pick a Pokemon that I thought was a bit of an underdog. And unfortunately, it was a way underdog.
Yes.
But Henry has done well with Lunala in the past.
Correct.
So I'm just going to pretend that Overquill and Lunala are besties, and I'm going to cover myself in that regard.
They are essentially the same.
They are essentially the same Pokemon. But in all seriousness, like, I do think that there is delicate balance with how this metagame has been going and where it's going to go from here, just because things have been changing so quickly. I think it's a little bit harder to make these predictions knowing that, maybe we don't want to just pick the obvious guesses all the time. You know, you want to try and be one step ahead. And if you do just pick Calyrex Shadow Rider, then or Ice Rider, then all of a sudden you're the laughing stock. And
It's okay.
Not all of us can pick
never
items,
laugh at
Evan.
you, Gabby. I would never laugh at you for that.
Well, thank you.
I
Not all of
think-
us can pick items.
That's true. Not everyone can pick items. But we did just name our first semi-finalist. And of course, Edu will be fighting for the opportunity to compete on Championship Sunday tomorrow. Of course, he will be competing later today for the opportunity to compete in Championship Sunday tomorrow. So make sure that you are tuning in for the wrap-up of our show here, where we will be crowning a new international champion for the North America region. Make sure you are cheering on your favorite players. As we know, Henry Rich will be here cheering on his friend Edu, assuming that Edu can make it through top 4.
Assuming he can make it through top 4. But we will also be crowning our champions in Pokemon Go and the TCG tomorrow in the juniors, seniors, and masters divisions.
Absolutely.
So there will be many champions walking home tomorrow. Just one per age division per game.
One per age division per game, indeed, and a finalist as well. So congratulations in advance to those players. For now, we're going to toss it down to Anna, who is on the floor with some more information about the tournament.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser at the Pokemon North America International Championship. I'm here with Matt and with Lily. Matt, what brings you here to Nationals?
Always loved Pokemon as a child, and so I want to get my daughter getting into it, and so just coming to get her interested in Pokemon, and she loves Squirtle and sees it on my computer all the time, so yeah.
Is Squirtle your favorite?
Yes.
How old are you, Lily?
3.
3 or 4?
3.
3. That's good. That's a good age. You also had like a sudden growth spurt. You're very tall. How'd you do that? Now, Matt, have you ever been to an event like this?
I have not. Never been to any kind of trading card event or video game event. This is the first time.
So you're kind of sharing that first time together as a family. How does that feel?
Oh, it's awesome. Love it.
Now, Lily, what has been your favorite part of today?
This is for
Did you like the coloring?
Yeah.
What'd you color?
You colored?
Squirtle.
You colored Squirtle? Is Squirtle just your absolute favorite?
Yeah.
Why do you like Squirtle?
It's for my
Yeah. Thank you so much, Matt. We appreciate your time. And thank you, Lily. And we'll let you get back to having a great time at the North American International Championship.
I train hard, go hard. I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah, I'm a go far. I'm a maverick, havoc in my way. High stakes, and I'm dishing out moves. Time to step up through the plate. And I'll battle anywhere. Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to New Orleans, Louisiana for our next top 8 match of the 2024 North American International Championships. We just saw 2022 world champion Eduardo Cunha make it into the top 4, and now we are going to find who is going to be the next player to join him. Follow along with me, Evan Latt, and my friend Gabby Snyder as we travel through the masterful top 8 bracket here in New Orleans.
And what a masterful bracket it is indeed, as we still have trainers competing here from all across the world. Our next matchup will be featuring Shiliang Tang, our 2023 Hartford Regional Champion, playing against Patrick Connors, who is a relatively unknown player, very accomplished in the state of Florida, but this is really his first performance breaking onto the international stage.
Absolutely, and not unlike our European International Championships, where we saw Tim Edwards make a splash by charging out of the New York region to make the finals of that tournament. Patrick Connors out of Florida has now made it to the top 8. Of course, he will have to get through Shiliang Tang before he can make it even further. And Shiliang, we did see earlier on stream, looked extremely dominant using this Wo-Chien Kyogre team.
You know, you say make a splash. Unfortunately for Patrick, he will have to get through the, is a water spout a splash at the end of the day?
A little bit more than a splash.
A little bit more than a splash indeed, but still coming out of 2 top 64s in Orlando. I will say that the Orlando Regional Championships is historically one of the more difficult regional championships out there, just because Orlando, Florida is very easy for a lot of people to get to, as it is a major hub for travel. That being said, though, his opponent Shiliang Tang did get top 16 at this tournament back in 2022, has top 8 and top 4 regional championships this year, and of course won Hartford in 2023. So definitely a bit more comfortable on this stage. We have featured him already on stream as well. I think this is actually Patrick's first time ever being streamed.
That is correct. We have not seen Patrick play in any type of Pokemon before on one of our streams, regional or otherwise. We can take a look at Patrick's team that he has decided to bring. It is one of our remaining Calyrex Ice Rider teams out in the field for the top 8. And this, unlike some of the other ones that we've seen that had things like the Decorate Smeargle or other techs to sort of surprise opponents, this is definitely a much more traditional Calyrex Ice Rider team. Not to say that it is generic. As you can see, there are some techs on here, like a Terra Normal Rillaboom of all things, and the Water Terra type on the Ice Rider Calyrex, that we have only really seen the Fire type so far this tournament.
We have, and the other thing that's interesting as well is that booster energy on the Raging Bolt. We've been seeing it a lot at this tournament, but prior to coming into this event, the Raging Bolt was most likely holding an Assault Vest, and the Rillaboom was actually an Amoonguss for this team. So Patrick making, I think, a very smart call in giving himself that Fire, Water, Grass Core, the Safety Goggles Incineroar, the Assault Vest Rillaboom, and the Choice Scarf Urshifu Rapid Strike that a lot of trainers have used throughout, honestly, Regulations F and Regulation G to find success. Whether or not those 3 Pokemon can match the amount of bulk that Shiliang Tang brings to the table, though, we'll have to see, as we did see Shiliang Tang earlier on today take down another Ice Rider Calyrex team, but one that was built more to power up that Pokemon rather than just provide generic support. The combination of Grimmsnarl with Reflect, the Wo-Chien with the Tablets of Ruin ability, and then Kyogre's natural bulk, the Assault Vest, and that Grass Terra typing was just a very difficult matchup for Shiliang's previous opponents. And you have to imagine that with so much on the line right now, you're going to stick with that strategy to slow the gameplay down.
And here we go, the slowest of the leads possible for Shiliang. That is the Wo-Chien and the Grimmsnarl. They will be facing down the Urshifu and the Calyrex. So this is a really interesting position because the Grimmsnarl will probably want to try and set up a Reflect here, but the Wo-Chien is actually pretty threatened by a potential U-turn. Instead, just going for the Choice Scarf coaching to boost the Calyrex's attack and defense. The defense not going to matter too much, but that attack will help it break through the Tablets of Ruin and this Reflect. However, Wo-Chien has just gotten off the Leech Seed, so we'll be able to regain some health after this. And even after that Reflect and the Tablets of Ruin, that just one boost brought that Wo-Chien down below half health. It will recover a lot of health back with leftovers and the Leech Seed recovery, but still probably within another Glacial Lance, especially another Glacial Lance after being coached.
I was going to say, if the Wo-Chien uses Protect this turn, the Urshifu can't target it because of that coaching, but it could just go for another coaching on that Calyrex Ice Rider, at which point in time that Glacial Lance should do enough damage to pick up the KO regardless. I like the pivot to the Rillaboom here, as it does give yourself the opportunity for that Urshifu to come back later.
Oh, wow.
And really open up more opportunities for this Calyrex Ice Rider. Yes, it is on a timer because of that Leech Seed, but it's going to be so much more comfortable knowing that it's Rillaboom next to it while Kyogre is on the field.
Oh, wow. Patrick is not playing like someone who is having their first appearance on stage. Calls out the Protect on Wo-Chien and calls out the switch from the Grimmsnarl. Catches the Kyogre with the high horsepower on the switch-in and brings in the Rillaboom to immediately threaten super effective grass-type damage against that Pokemon.
What's really unique, too, about this position is that the Kyogre is honestly pinned. It can't necessarily terrastalize into that grass typing, as it'll take super effective damage from Glacial Lance. If it doesn't terrastalize, it's going to be taking super effective damage from Woodhammer. And as long as Patrick is okay locking in the water-type terrastalization on that Ice Rider at this point in time, it will take resisted damage from Water Spout.
Yeah, the Water Spout won't be able to do as much damage to a Water-type Calyrex as it would to the Ice-type. Shiliang, though, has decided not to terrastalize the Kyogre at all, hoping that the Reflect and the Tablets of Ruin will be enough to survive a Woodhammer coming out from that Rillaboom. And we saw previously, it can tank these hits. Ooh, that came really close, but will be able to be healed back up by a potential Pollen Puff, or just go on the offensive with a Ruination here onto the Calyrex. The Origin Pulse will connect with both Pokemon, and because of the defensive terrastalization, Calyrex survives, fires back a big Glacial Lance into those Pokemon, and picks up the KO on Kyogre. That is the first restricted down, and it is for Patrick Connors, the new player out of Florida.
You know, on the one hand, I think you want that Kyogre to go down sooner so you don't take damage from the Origin Pulse that put the Calyrex Ice Rider into the red. But on the other hand, the fact that the Ice Rider was able to pick up the knockout onto the Kyogre means that it has that attack boost. It is still going to be on the field after this Leech Seed damage comes through, and as a result really forces Shiliang to focus in on that Pokemon. He won't be able to target his own partner with a Pollen Puff or the Rillaboom with a Pollen Puff, because I think you want to go on the offense here against that Calyrex. And yes, while the Incineroar comes out onto the field and has access to Fake Out and can sort of allow Shiliang to pivot a bit to get around it, his biggest attacker has been removed.
Yeah, and I love this switch coming in from Patrick. You have the Reflect up, you have the Intimidate coming out from the Incineroar. The Assault Vest Pokemon is now off the field, so why not bring in your powerful special attacker in Raging Bolt? Will be able to eat this Will-O-Wisp quite comfortably, will not actually take any of the negative effects of the burn for its attack stat, but will have to deal with a regular damage over time. Wo-Chien will be able to finally pick up the KO onto Calyrex with a little bit of a Pollen Puff, but now Patrick is able to either bring back in the Urshifu, which is going to be extremely happy to have Rain up, and Wo-Chien terrastalizing away from its defensive typing, or bringing back in the Rillaboom for Fake Out pressure. Patrick has all of the options here.
He does, and even though close combat would still deal super effective damage to that Wo-Chien, you want to lock into Surging Strikes as it doesn't come at the cost of your own defensive power. Of course, you do have to think about the Incineroar first, because if you do get burned on your Urshifu, then it's going to be a very uphill battle for you. But once you are able to knock out that Incineroar, it cannot protect, it cannot stop this Surging Strikes, and it certainly can't take all 3 hits of it. Oh, it can. Okay, never mind. It does take all 3 hits to pick up that KO there. But still, this Urshifu is now in a prime position to keep up the offensive pressure. Your only option if you're Shiliang is to try and land enough Spirit Breaks into the Urshifu and the Raging Bolt to pick up the KO on both of them. And I don't think you just have time for that, even with the defensive boosts.
Yeah, this is a really interesting position to be in because the Wo-Chien, you know, if Wo-Chien were still grass and dark, maybe there would be a chance here because the Urshifu at least would have to be switching around to reset the attack. But because it's now poison typing, those Surging Strikes are still going to be dealing a lot of damage, and there's nothing really that Shiliang can do to protect that Wo-Chien, except for maybe going for Thunder Wave paralysis on that Urshifu.
You could, and that would give you then the opportunity to outspeed and land those Spirit Breaks prior to the Urshifu attacking potentially next turn. But you're still going to be taking a ton of damage this turn, assuming the Surging Strikes go through, which we'll have to see. Odds are Urshifu will be able to connect that attack, and while it does take all 3 hits once again to pick up that KO, Grimmsnarl will go down.
And unfortunately, Grimmsnarl did have to use that turn to try and paralyze the Urshifu and get a full paralysis, which means that there is no light screen up to protect this Wo-Chien. Patrick has mixed up the damage enough to get this Raging Bolt in a decent position to start dealing the damage to Wo-Chien. However, there is still grassy terrain, leftovers recovery, and leech seed recovery for this Wo-Chien. And at this point, that's going to be a lot of health back. Unfortunately, probably not enough for both of these big offensive threats.
No, so the thing you have to keep in mind here is that while Ruination will do 50% damage to the opposing Pokemon, you have to do that 50% damage basically until you get the Pokemon down to 1 HP, at which point it would be able to pick up the knockout there. So the best way for this Wo-Chien to navigate this endgame is to set up Leech Seed to protect every other turn and just try and get as much health recovery as possible. Fortunately for Patrick though, with that Rillaboom still available in the back, while it won't be able to deal much damage to the poison type Wo-Chien, it cannot be Leech Seeded, and it also will be able to switch onto the field to remove the Leech Seed from one of Patrick's Pokemon. So it still is a bit of a difficult endgame, but Shiliang Tang's win condition, interestingly enough, isn't to necessarily use Ruination or Pollen Puff, it's to let Leech Seed do its job.
Yeah, Shiliang's win condition is to survive, hopefully.
Exactly. You want to outlast the competition here. You don't want to knock them out necessarily. Well, I mean, you do, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Yeah, really needs to get some of these paralyses on the Urshifu and protect from the Raging Bolt, because it looks like Shiliang may just about be within range of one more Surging Strikes, which would of course go through this protect. There it is, the Surging Strikes into it. Actually, probably not quite enough here. But again, Patrick may have missed an opportunity, or did miss an opportunity to actually pick up the win in that last turn by going for the Thunderclap instead of the Thunderbolt into the Wo-Chien. Which means that Shiliang gets another turn of leftovers recovery, gets another turn of Leech Seed recovery from both of these Pokemon, and another turn of burn damage onto the Raging Bolt. So, Shiliang is definitely going to have to get a little lucky here, either another, like a double protect, or a double protect and a full paralysis from this Urshifu, which has not been fully paralyzed at all yet, which I know is a fallacy to say that it will now definitely be fully paralyzed, but you know, that is a thing that you have to take into account. You have, like, Patrick has gotten pretty lucky on those rolls right now.
With the Reflect wearing off as well, now it's only just that Tablets of Ruin ability that's limiting Urshifu's attack power.
Ooh, there's the Ruination, no Thunderclap coming through, so just trying to get a little bit more damage off onto that Raging Bolt. Again, no paralysis, so the Urshifu connecting with the surging strikes. Still not enough to pick up the KO onto the Wo-Chien, but a Thunderbolt or a Draco Meteor would be plenty to pick up the KO onto Wo-Chien and put us into game 2. And there it is, Patrick Connors, our new competitor here at the North American International Championships, has taken one win on Shiliang Tang.
A bit of a slower end game for both these trainers, but ultimately the one downfall to Wo-Chien is that it just can't match the damage output from an Urshifu, from a Raging Bolt. And going into game number 2, while you certainly want to bring that Pokemon to be able to use that Tablets of Ruin ability to, again, try and slow down the amount of damage output Patrick has available to him, I think you have to position it so that it's not the last Pokemon standing. I think Patrick made a very smart decision early on in this game number 1 to target down on that Kyogre, recognizing that between the Wo-Chien, between the Grimmsnarl, and between the other Pokemon that Shiliang brought to this matchup, Kyogre was the big damage dealer. And once that Kyogre was removed from the field, well, you still had to play very carefully and make sure that you weren't going to be KO'd after the Leech Seed damage and the burn damage stacking on that Raging Bolt in particular. You still just had that end game option, and it just worked out very well. And I think this is why the balance-ish variant, the more traditional variant of the Ice Rider Calyrex, is doing well in this matchup. Unlike what we saw earlier, it has all of these tools so that Calyrex Ice Rider isn't the #1 Pokemon.
I also think it's really important to take into account just how well Patrick was playing. He was making aggressive reads and not trying to just sort of passively sit by. Never set Trick Room once that game. Just used the coaching the one time to get a little bit of a boost to get just above the damage threshold that he needed against the Grimmsnarl and the Wo-Chien, which has caused a shakeup from Shiliang Tang. Now we see the Incineroar and the Grimmsnarl lead, which did look extremely oppressive when he played Palchua earlier on. But Patrick has also made some adjustments and brought the Raging Bolt in immediately.
And with a turn 1 Thunder Wave onto this Urshifu, there is the maximum potential for this Pokemon to be paralyzed yet again in this matchup. We will have to wait a moment, as Parting Shot from Incineroar will allow Shiliang Tang to remove the Incineroar from the field and switch in something that's more capable of taking a Surging Strikes. I have to imagine this is that Wo-Chien making another appearance here in the top 8.
Absolutely, Wo-Chien now on the field, and Urshifu finally gets paralyzed. So the first turn of game 1, our first paralysis. Wo-Chien able to tank this Thunderbolt quite easily and recover off a lot of that health back with the leftovers. And now, this Grimmsnarl has been untouched, as opposed to in game 1, where Grimmsnarl lost more than half of its health on turn 1. That means there's space for Reflect, and that means there's space for Light Screen.
The one unique thing, though, about that paralysis on the Urshifu is that it didn't actually lock into a move with its Choice Scarf. It still has the opportunity to switch things up here, and as we see this Calyrex Ice Rider return to the field, this could be a great opportunity for the Calyrex Ice Rider to start going on the offense.
Well, there's the Reflect from Grimmsnarl, going to now protect itself and the Wo-Chien from a potential attack from the Urshifu, and Urshifu actually dodges the Ruination and gets the coaching off onto Calyrex on the switch-in. So Patrick's Urshifu was paralyzed in turn 1, but makes up for it in turn 2 by dodging that Ruination and preserving half of its hit points.
And that's a great opportunity now for Patrick to, again, start using Glacial Lance to deal damage to the Grimmsnarl and the Wo-Chien. There is no opportunity for this Calyrex to be burned this turn. There's no opportunity for it to be intimidated, as it is holding that Clear Amulet item. The best thing that Shiliang Tang can do here is switch in a Pokemon such as this Kyogre, who can maybe take that Ice-type attack better and then retaliate with big damage in the next turn.
I love the way Patrick is calling out these Kyogre switch-ins, knowing that now that you have 2 physical attackers out, Grimmsnarl thinks that it's done its job. It's set the Reflect, and so it's going to switch out. And you've already seen the Incineroar, and you know that the Kyogre is likely in the back. A high horsepower is extremely safe. This time, though, the Wo-Chien will Terrasilize back into that poison typing, but a second Coaching connects with the Calyrex, which did take that Ruination. So at 50% health, but now a +2 high horsepower into the Kyogre, dealing just a little bit of chip damage there. The Reflect and the Tablet still being extremely important without that big base power of the Glacial Lance.
I think the high horsepower there on the Kyogre slot was probably more in anticipation of that Incineroar making a return appearance, trying to limit the opportunity it would have to connect Will-O-Wisp again, like we've seen it do in previous games against this team archetype.
Well, Rillaboom will switch back in for Patrick to set the grassy terrain and potentially heal off a little bit of Calyrex's health as it protects and tries to dodge an attack from the Kyogre and the Wo-Chien. However, Shiliang is just going to say, yep, I also love to have health recovery available, and just Pollen Puffs the Kyogre for a full power Water Spout in the rain. Now, the Rillaboom does have the Assault Vest, so it is able to tank this pretty well, but that Calyrex is much more threatened by that.
It is much more threatened by that, but now this Kyogre is very much threatened by a Wood Hammer from the Rillaboom on Patrick's side of the field. The Kyogre cannot Terrasilize to get rid of that weakness, and even if you do switch in one of your other Pokemon, it's going to be taking so much damage on that switch.
Yeah, just like before, we saw the Wood Hammer dealing a little bit over 50%, and another Ruination is dodged by Patrick's Pokemon, and the Origin Pulse dodge misses the Calyrex, only connects with the Rillaboom, so Calyrex is untouched this turn, and Kyogre will go down.
Shiliang Tang trying to find an opportunity there to use Ruination to bring that Rillaboom within KO range from a otherwise resisted Origin Pulse. Unfortunately, though, missing the Ruination, missing the Origin Pulse, that is such an unfortunate turn for Shiliang. Now we find ourselves in the same position we were in game number 1, where the Kyogre has been KO'd. The Calyrex isn't even burned yet, has those attack boosts, and is honestly ready to start going through these Pokemon. You have to be careful about the fake out here from that Incineroar, of course. But still, Patrick Connors might have found his way through and found a way to inch closer and closer to that top 4 finish.
Well, Shiliang is trying anything possible to get back in this game. The Will-O-Wisp will connect onto the Rillaboom, so that Pokemon will be burned for the future of this game. However, the U-turn will allow it to switch back out into that Urshifu. The Urshifu, again, the ability to hit through Protect and currently being boosted by the rain is a big deal. However, it is paralyzed. There will remain the opportunity for it to be fully paralyzed on any given turn. The Leech Seed tries to get set up, but into the Protect.
It can't be burned, though, and it cannot be intimidated, because if it locks into Surging Strikes, it's guaranteed to be a critical hit. This is a very similar position to what we saw in game number 1, where all this Urshifu has to do is connect those attacks. If Shiliang switches in the Grimmsnarl for that Incineroar, you're still going to be taking a ton of damage from that Surging Strikes. If you leave the Incineroar in, and if your Urshifu attacks, that's going to be a KO after damage from that Ice Rider as well. This is such an important position for Shiliang. He needs to find a way out here.
Shiliang needs a free turn, especially out of that Urshifu. Needs a full paralysis to get some more breathing room back in this game. Will-O-Wisp will land on the Calyrex, so reducing the attack, the base power of all of Calyrex's attack thanks to the burn, as Leech Seed will finally connect with the Urshifu. So, the Wo-Chien is back in that position where it can start tanking up a lot of hits, but the Surging Strikes will cut through the Incineroar, knock it down, and take it off the field.
Wo-Chien trying to set Shiliang up for the end game, where it is able to outstand and outlast the competition. Unfortunately, though, with 4 Pokemon still remaining for Patrick Connors, even though the burn connects with that Calyrex, it still does about 40% damage to Shiliang's Wo-Chien.
It has +3 attack.
Even though the Urshifu is going to be contributing to that Wo-Chien's recovery, thanks to the Leech Seed, Patrick can easily switch it off the field into that Rillaboom or even the Raging Bolt to get rid of that source of recovery. There are so many options for Patrick to proceed through this endgame, and Shiliang, again, is just running out of those opportunities.
It's Wo-Chien and Grimmsnarl, so this is a big difference from Game 1. Grimmsnarl is still out on the field and still available to fire off those Spirit Breaks to set Thunder Wave if necessary on a Pokemon. Well, actually, there are no more Pokemon that can be paralyzed because the only non-status Pokemon is the Raging Bolt. But there is the Leech Seed, so both Pokemon staying in on Patrick's side. The Surging Strikes connects onto Grimmsnarl, not going to be enough to pick up a KO on its own. The rain has faded away, so the rain has passed. We'll have to see if this Calyrex is going to be able to do enough damage to that Grimmsnarl. Fires back a Spirit Break onto the Urshifu, not enough to pick up the KO in one hit as well. May be able to get enough after this grassy terrain recovery, but has to survive a great Glacial Lance first, and does.
That burn coming in handy there, giving Grimmsnarl the opportunity to remain on the field for one more turn and to most likely lock in a KO onto this Urshifu, assuming it stays on the field. Patrick has a difficult decision here to make, as on the one hand, you could leave Urshifu on the field. You could hope that you are able to attack and then find that KO on the Grimmsnarl with it. Or you can switch it out and know that, yes, while you are going to be switching in a Pokemon that will take some damage, the Urshifu can come back out later. I think he's very smartly following the same plan he had in game number 1, where the Wo-Chien is the final Pokemon he wants to target down, because it can't do damage, it can only really recover.
Yeah, but it at least has a target to recover this time around. Grimmsnarl would be a decent target for a potential Pollen Puff, as Rillaboom will switch in to reset the grassy terrain, which is helping the Calyrex not faint so quickly from the burn and Leech Seed damage, but also is healing up the Wo-Chien and that Grimmsnarl. There's another Pollen Puff connecting with Grimmsnarl, will heal 50% of its health as Spirit Break connects onto the Rillaboom. Not quite enough to pick up the KO. Maybe just quite, I think 1 hit point remaining after burn before the grassy terrain. And the Glacial Lance, again, still not enough to deal damage. Yeah, the grassy terrain goes first anyway.
Yeah, but that was such a close margin for that Rillaboom to hold on to, for sure. And will have the opportunity now to at least go for some big damage with a Wood Hammer. Could also try and flinch the Grimmsnarl this turn so that it has to take another turn of Glacial Lance damage. But if you do that, the Wo-Chien is free to go for another Pollen Puff and heal that Pokemon back up. It really is a race against the clock for both of these trainers, as there's so much damage over time being done thanks to the burns, thanks to the Wo-Chien. But the fact that the Reflect has worn off does make this turn a little bit easier for Patrick. You want to prevent that Grimmsnarl from getting Reflect up again, and at which point it would be up for the remainder of the game. If you go for Fake Out here, you stop Reflect, and you have the chance of maybe doing enough damage to KO here with Glacial Lance.
Oh, actually just the Ruination, so Shiliang is not even going to try to protect the Grimmsnarl with a Pollen Puff. Glacial Lance comes through onto both of those Pokemon and picks up the KO on Grimmsnarl, with Grimmsnarl going down without access to Reflect, mitigating that damage. Calyrex gets a second Chilling Neigh boost on top of 2 coachings from Urshifu earlier on in the game, and that is a scary horse.
Unfortunately for Wo-Chien, it had an incredible weekend here. It has shown us exactly why it is one of the treasures of Ruins. It has so much board pressure between these Leech Seeds, the leftovers recovery, the potential for grassy terrain recovery. But at the end of the day, will Pollen Puff and Ruination be enough to stop the Rillaboom, the Calyrex, the Raging Bolt
is
and
still
the Urshifu? I think Wo-Chien will get maybe 1 more knockout this turn onto the Calyrex thanks to that burn and Leech Seed combination, but it all comes down to how much is held up by the grassy terrain, honestly.
Yeah, Shiliang is going to play to all of his outs here, and I just have to shout out the incredible timing from Patrick Connors to switch in the Rillaboom precisely on the turn when Reflect was going to end, by preventing Grimmsnarl from resetting Reflect, and also potentially preventing the Grimmsnarl from ever setting a light screen. That means that the Raging Bolt can come back in and also still deal big damage to the Wo-Chien.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it will not be this Calyrex who takes that final knockout against the Wo-Chien, as it will be taken out by the combination of the Leech Seed recovery and the burn.
Well, that is Calyrex down. Wo-Chien has won a war of attrition against one of the Pokemon remaining on Patrick's team, but Patrick still has a full health Raging Bolt to switch in here. However, Raging Bolt was already on the field, which means that it has consumed its booster energy, so it no longer has that special attack boost, and is a very big, juicy target for a Leech Seed.
It is, and that's exactly why we see Patrick protect it this turn. I think what he's trying to do is chip down that Wo-Chien. I say
just
the word
as much
chip,
as you can.
but it's a wood hammer that's dealing that damage as much as you can before you go on the offense with this Raging Bolt, as it is really the only Pokemon that is being unaffected by the Tablets of Ruin ability and can hit this Raging Bolt, or excuse me, can hit this Wo-Chien for neutral damage.
You know, I wonder if Patrick wanted Rillaboom to go down there, going for the Wood Hammer, and so Rillaboom surviving with 6 hit points means that Urshifu does not get to come in for free, which means that he either needs a double protect on that Raging Bolt, or is just going to have to take the Leech Seed.
That's a tough decision to make here. On the one hand, you don't want to help the Wo-Chien heal up anymore. But on the other hand, I feel like the more passive you play in this situation, the slower you are allowing this Wo-Chien to find a way to crawl back into this end game.
Yeah, the Wo-Chien, the Leech Seed, it connected. Just a little bit longer. It moved at a snail's pace there to actually seed the Raging Bolt. There's the Thunderbolt connecting with Wo-Chien, dealing probably, I would guess, about 40% health based off of what we just saw on that bar, and recovering a lot back from the Leech Seed. Again, it recovers a portion of the seeded opponent's health, and Raging Bolt is extremely bulky, which means that Wo-Chien gets to recover a lot of health back. However, grassy terrain has faded, which is another important source of recovery for the Wo-Chien.
Urshifu back out on the field, thanks to the Unseen Fist ability, will be able to attack through any sort of protects from this Wo-Chien. As a result, I think you have to go for this Leech Seed right away. You don't necessarily get much benefit in this turn from protecting there. No paralysis means you will be taking damage from this Surging Strikes. The big question is it enough?
That's enough.
That's enough?
That's enough. This Thunderbolt from Patrick Connor's Raging Bolt should be enough to take down this Wo-Chien and advance to the top 4. A critical hit just for good measure. Why not? Patrick Connors from Florida, a second semifinalist here at the North American International Championships.
His previous results were top 64 placements at the Orlando Regional Championships back-to-back, has done incredibly well at the local scene in Florida, but now showcasing himself on this incredible international stage, showcasing that Calyrex, Ice Rider, Raging Bolt, Urshifu, and Rillaboom are all still incredibly powerful Pokemon to keep an eye on, even though there's the Shadow Riders in the metagames, even though there's the Miraidons in the metagame, and even the Wo-Chiens in the metagame.
Even the Wo-Chiens, and wow, Wo-Chien looked like a menace in that game. I really thought that if Patrick got an unlucky full paralysis at the end there, Wo-Chien may just have been able to make that comeback, but Shiliang Tang should be very proud of a top 8 finish with this Assault Vest, Kyogre, and Wo-Chien team. However, it is Patrick Connors who is going to be able to advance to the semi-finals.
But what a unique team that we saw Shiliang Tang run throughout this tournament. I mean, we saw it do so well in that previous game on stream against a Calyrex Ice Rider, and it almost found opportunities in this game number 2 to bring things back. The combination of Ruination to put Pokemon within knockout range of the Origin Pulse did not work out, unfortunately, for him in this game. Probably was incredible synergy throughout his run this weekend. It really was just a little bit of luck on Patrick's side, alongside of some incredible gameplay and incredible board positioning that gave Patrick the upper hand, gave him that momentum to allow him to play through and find his spot here in the top 4.
Yeah, it is the mark of a veteran trainer that when you are able to see now 3, 4, 5, 6 turns ahead, and Patrick was counting those turns of Reflect all along. Left in the Urshifu much longer than it was ever useful on the field, but wanted to make sure that Rillaboom could come in and fake out the Grimmsnarl and prevent second screens from going up, prevent a light screen from going up so the Raging Bolt could finish off the Wo-Chien, prevent a Reflect from going up to keep the Calyrex from being able to deal damage to either of those Pokemon. Really heads up play from Patrick. Really exceptional play there to see that out for Shiliang. It's sometimes easy to see your own outs. It's harder to see your opponent's outs and then play around those.
And on top of all that, this was the first time we've ever seen him play on stream. Maybe outside of, definitely not the last. Maybe outside of a local, as I do know some of the locals in Florida are streamed. But the first time we've seen him on this stage, and what an incredible showcase from both these trainers.
Absolutely. Congratulations to Patrick Connors for advancing to the semifinals here in New Orleans. And of course, carrying the standard for Calyrex Ice Rider fans everywhere, like yourself, Gabby.
I know. I think I might have to go talk to our graphics guy and see if I can change my caster prediction.
I thought you were going to ask if you could be photoshopped into writing the Glastrier instead of the Calyrex for your headshot.
You know, someone's going to do that now, and I'm curious to see what that'll look like, but we'll figure that out later. Let's go down to the stage to talk to Patrick Connors, who is our second semifinalist here at the North American International Championships.
Thank you so much. I have the absolute pleasure of introducing Patrick Connors, our next top 4 finalist. Wow, top 4, you've made it, Patrick. Was this your goal coming into this weekend?
So my goal was top 16. I haven't been able to go to many majors this season or last season. This is my 4th major, and I knew that I needed top 16 in order to clinch Worlds. So that was my goal, top 16. So anything more was just kind of a nice little bonus, yeah.
Right, nice little bonus, little top 4. Yeah, might as well just kind of leave Florida, turn up at NAIC, and then top 4. That's incredible. Well done. So, looking back to that match now, you seem to have a really decent game plan into that Wo-Chien Kyogre stuff. Is that something you've come across in practice?
Absolutely. I've faced that team quite a bit, practicing. I've seen it around, so I had some familiarity into it, and I knew that the best general game plan into it was just for me, and my approach was just to get some coachings up and allow Ice Rider to really chip and break through the bulk of the team. And I think the main important thing that I checked for was made sure the Wo-Chien didn't have foul play, because if that move was there, then I don't think that game plan would have worked and I would have had to go back to the drawing board. But yeah, I knew that I wanted to set up my coachings and I wanted to allow Ice Rider to steal the show. Yeah.
Yeah, it really did. Urshifu and Calyrex, Ice Rider, a perfect pairing there. And it seemed like Urshifu and your Pokemon seemed to really love you as well, because they were breaking through the paralysis and everything. Were you kind of worried about any full paralyses kind of happening?
Absolutely. I think that I'm not in any delusion that I didn't get very lucky that set. I got through multiple full paralysis. I missed Shiliang missed multiple 90% accurate moves, and I think that they played exceptionally, and I think that I got lucky. I think I played well enough to convert the advantage, and I'm proud of that, so yeah.
That's real modest of you to say, but honestly, a very well-deserved top 4, Patrick. And yeah, tell us a bit about your VGC kind of history and stuff. What else have you done prior to this?
So I've done Orlando Regional in 2023 and 2024, and then NAIC last year. Both Orlando Regionals went pretty well. I bubbled out of my first Orlando because it was top 32 back then at 8-2. Then the second Orlando, I got 9-6, so I got my first day 2 this season. And then NAIC last year, I didn't do too well. I went 5-3 drop, and I think a lot of it was I blamed not liking the format for not doing well. And this format I equally dislike. I do not like this format at all. And I made sure to not use that as an excuse to not do well. So I've grinded this format so much, and I'm glad it's paid off. Yeah.
Hoping you have a good time, though, yeah? Yeah? Okay. Phew, okay, yeah. Because top 4's pretty good. Okay, fantastic. And is Ice Rider, would you say, that your favorite restricted to be using right now?
Absolutely. I haven't tested anything else. I've only used Ice Rider. I've heard top players mention that that, you know, eventually if you keep playing the format, it'll come back around to you with the same team. And it looks like Ice Rider, this was a tournament for it. So I think I got lucky with my bring and my consistency with the team. So yeah.
Excellent. So what are you hoping to kind of face in top 4?
I'm not sure how the brackets are lined up, but I would love to face Burns again in top 4 if he ends up winning. Or I think he played first, didn't? Or no, that was Edu. Yeah, I would love to play Burns. We faced already in day 2, and he beat me in a really good 3-game set. And he's someone I have a lot of respect for as an Ice Rider player. So I would absolutely love to play him again. So that would be my dream matchup. But I'm not sure how the brackets are lined up. So yeah.
Well, if it doesn't happen in top 4, it might be finals that it happens in.
Yeah,
that would. Yeah, we'll see. Patrick, well done. Any shout-outs you want to give right now?
Oh, I have too many people to shout out. So I'll do it in kind of clumps. I guess I would like to shout out my immediate family: Daniel, Katie, Bria, Sean, Donovan, Ginger, Dad, Uncle Ryan, and Karen. All of you guys, I love you a lot. And then I want to shout out my closest friends and my girlfriend. So Logan, Rhett, Sean, and Anabi. I love you guys. You guys are the best. You guys support me. You're my biggest supporters. And then also my team building group. They're all front row. I love you guys. They're my biggest supporters. So yeah, I think that's everyone. I probably missed someone if I did. That I still love you, and I'll get to you eventually. Hopefully, I'll shout you out some other time. So yeah.
Thanks so much, Patrick. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
We're going to head back to the casters and we'll get ready for the next top 8. Thank you so much. Well done.
Congratulations to one of our another competitors that's going to be moving forward to the top 4. We still have 2 more spots that we've got to determine. And so Jake and I are going to be back to bring you through this next top 8 match.
Half of our top 4 is settled. We have that first half of the semifinal bracket, but of course 2 more top 8 matches that are going to be equally as entertaining as those first 2. Unfortunately, we had the Wo-Chan and the Overquill, 2 really exciting picks, get knocked out in those first 2 rounds, but hope you guys will stick around. We don't have the exciting, cool new Pokemon anymore, but we do have Terrapagos, and I think that is more than enough.
And we've got great players too. Still more great players to come, and that is going to be so exciting as we continue to follow the bracket, but we got to get ready for all of that. For now, let's take a look at what we've got coming up on Twitch in this upcoming week, because the action on the Twitch channel doesn't stop here. We also have Beyond the Pokedex entry. It's going to be releasing for Greninja, so make sure you go check that out. I love that series. It's been so fun. And we also get a chance to celebrate some water-type Pokemon. And then we have the Latin America International Championships on 2018. We're going to run back the day for VG and TCG, and then we've got Battle Frontier on the 13th.
A lot of exciting stuff there. We got a cool look into Greninja, and one of the, I think it won a big popularity poll a while ago, right? It was the most popular
it's
Pokemon.
So popular.
It's a really cool Pokemon. And then we got a look back at some past formats. I personally loved the 2018 video game format, one of my 2 favorites we've ever played in. And of course, another look at the Pokemon Battle Frontier, one of the coolest parts of the Pokemon lore in the regions, I would say. Pretty cool.
I can't wait for another one. Please. I think everybody has been begging and pleading for this.
I know, right?
It would be so fun. Maybe just a pipe dream for now, but we will also be checking out an interview with Anna as we get ready for this next top 8 match.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser from the Pokemon North America International Championship. I'm standing here with Meg. Meg, what are you up to here at NAIC?
I'm just here competing in VGC with my friends.
Just here competing, no big deal. Just a competitive player. How's it going?
Today wasn't my best, but I'm cheering for my friends. Some of my friends made day 2, and that's what I'm really here for. I like to see my friends succeed, and I just like to travel, and that's what my favorite part of Pokemon is.
Where did you come from to get here?
I came from the Chicagoland area.
Is there a lot of your friends that are also from that area, or did you kind of meet up here?
A little bit of both. I have a lot of friends from that area. There's a fantastic scene there, and I have a couple friends who traveled from all over to get here.
You said that you love to travel. Have you been to many Pokemon events?
Yeah, I've been competing for 5 years now, and I've been to the London World Championships. I've been to the European Internationals before, and I've just been all around the US for regionals and DC Worlds in 2019.
I think a lot of people don't realize that part of this community and going to these events is traveling and seeing new places. Can you talk a little bit about how being part of Pokemon has helped you see new places and what maybe surprised you about that travel?
There's a lot of like great things I learned from just kind of having those weekend trips where I just drive from my hometown to a city I've never seen before, and you get to experience all different types of like towns. There's a lot of different things you can eat. It's just so cool to see places you wouldn't have seen otherwise.
How has New Orleans been?
It's been really great. It's been a little hot.
A little humid.
A little bit. But it's been great all around. I loved just all the Mardi Gras stuff that we saw at the beginning of this tournament. It's just been so fun.
I've talked to a lot of people who this is maybe their first or second year competing. You know, they're just starting out. But as someone who's been doing this for 5 years, how have things changed? Or what would you say to someone who's just starting out as someone who's had lots of years of experience? What's it like now, looking back on your 5 years?
I definitely think that the playing field has gotten so much better, and there's so many new changes, terrestrialization, open team sheets, everything like that, and it's daunting, but I also think that the learning curve is a lot less steep than it used to be, so I think the best advice is just to kind of go out there and compete and learn at a tournament.
That's great advice. Thank you so much, Meg. Have tons of fun, and now we'll go back to the North America International Championship.
Awesome to hear from some of the spectators and participants that we have at the North America International Championships. It has been a blast weekend so far, and also it's flown by so fast.
It really has. It's hard to believe we're already in the top 8 bracket stage of the tournament. We've had such a great time bringing you all these Swiss rounds, but of course we are now at the very end of our tournament. The top 8 bracket is the end goal once you're getting through all these Swiss matches, and now finally you can focus on just playing your one single elimination match at a time. We've already seen Eduardo Cunha defeat Henry Rich and Patrick Connors. We did just see take down Shiliang Tang and his Wochian. Of course, we have 2 more to bring you. Justin Burns and Aurelian Sula will follow our next match, Antonio Sanchez versus Jan Sim.
Excited about these because we still have 2 international matches.
Yeah.
We've got Spain versus Brazil and the United States versus France. And you love to be able to see that kind of international collision at these ICs.
Of the 6 players remaining, 5 of them, we have 5 different countries represented, which is so cool. Patrick and Justin being the only compatriots left in the bracket. But it's going to be great. I guess we still have the chance for an All-American final. You know, if Patrick and Justin make it through top 4, we can possibly see a guarantee that America keeps the trophy at home, because we did have someone from Spain win it last year, and I think we're itching for a hometown hero. Huh?
Yeah, we've got to. It's got to come back home, I think is what we say. But it's going to be tough because I think when you look at the rest of the players that are in this bracket, everybody is champion caliber in their own right. Even taking a look at how Patrick was able to navigate that last matchup against a player like Shiliang, of course.
Yeah.
It's so cool to be able to see Patrick make his first top 4 appearance and at an international championship.
That's crazy. Like, your first ever top 4 at a major being at an international championship is so impressive. And it's really great to see, you know, 2 people behind the desk who have lived in Florida for good parts of our lives. I'm always a fan of some Florida players succeeding here.
We are Florida people.
Florida man, Florida woman. Your favorite.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Florida was an interesting place.
It was a place.
I enjoyed being outdoors in Florida. I spent a lot of time outside.
That's true. There's a lot to do there.
I know.
But we're not in Florida. We're in Louisiana, which is
close,
somewhat similar. Also very hot and humid.
Yeah.
But more importantly,
Down
has
south?
the North American International Championships
That's
in
true.
town this weekend.
That is true. That is the more important part of this. But very quick and serious question.
Yes, I'm ready.
Did you finally get your jambalaya?
No. Not yet. I still have time. I'm here till Monday, okay? I will find it.
Have you had any Cajun food?
Cajun food? I don't know. No, I don't think so. Okay. We're not here for that. We're here for Pokemon. That's what's more important.
Why
I've had plenty of wonderful Pokemon.
Why not both?
Who has so much time? I'm always thinking about Pokemon. So Pokemon is my life. Rosemary, you don't understand.
We eat, we breathe, we sleep Pokemon.
Pokemon and breathing. That's what matters.
Pokemon Rotom water bottle.
Yes.
Rotom is the solution to all of our problems.
Maybe there's a Pokemon, or sorry, there's a Rotom Cajun form that can cook me up some nice jambalaya. I don't know.
Is that Rotom pot?
Rotom pot? Yes, I think so. It can take the form of like an instant cooker or
Rotom
something.
stove?
Yes, yeah, exactly. See, this is what we need is
New
more
versions
appliances.
of Rotom for free ideas.
Developers.
Not good ideas,
There we go.
but free ideas.
Hey, free is sometimes great, okay?
I love free food.
If it's free, it's for me. That's my motto.
Oh my goodness. Well, we are getting our players ready to go on stage as we are getting our top 8 underway. Well underway already, actually.
Yes, third match of 4, of course. It's really cool that we get to show all 4 top 8 matches here. Oftentimes at our regional events, we're limited to just a couple because of time restraints, but at the ICs, we bring you everything we possibly can because every top cut match is so important to the flow of the tournament, and we get to see some amazing Pokemon at this stage of the tournament.
We do, and I'm excited about seeing how this next match is going to go. We've got Jan Sim versus Antonio Sanchez. Antonio Sanchez, one of the current regional champions, winning Liverpool in 2024 this season.
Yeah.
And just honestly been a fantastic player. We also get a chance to see Jan Sim for the first time on our stream, who got top 16 at the Latin America International Championships in 2019 and has been a finalist at 2 special events.
Of course, also winning that special event in 2019 as well. Already eclipsing his best performance at an international championship, which is exciting, but does have Antonio standing in his way, who has a bit more of recent experience under his belt. Of course, that Liverpool regional championship, like you mentioned, and a top 4 at Bologna just last weekend, I believe.
Yeah, so already proving himself in one of these single restricted formats, and we can get a preview of what we are expecting to see during this match. We have Terapagos versus Miraidon.
This is Terapagos Screamtail. I'm very happy because it was true. I at least got one in top 8. I'm so happy with that. I am, of course, as I've said many times already, a big Terapagos fan. And specifically, Terapagos Rillaboom, I think, has a pretty strong matchup into Miraidon a lot of the time. So it's going to be cool to see how Antonio plays that out. There's a lot of cool interactions with Terapagos where you can turn off terrain when you Terastallize it. Of course, Rillaboom is there to cancel out electric terrain as well. So if Jan is able to keep that electric terrain up, it will be much more in his favor, but Antonio does have 2 different Pokemon that can turn it off.
You do. You've got I think I look at this, though, and I say, like, Screamtail, Terapagos, I know that's a duo that you are very excited about, but something that we've seen some of these Screamtail run into trouble is that Dazzling Gleam is not necessarily the biggest damage source for this Pokemon, so it's important to figure out how you're going to use that as a resource in your games, and also how you're going to get rid of it.
Yeah, I mean, Dazzling Gleam is certainly not the strongest of attacks, especially coming from Screamtail. The Dazzling Gleam is there to kind of give it something to do, possibly on turns where you don't have a great Encore disable target, and of course, possibly break Focus Sashes, break Terra Shells in the mirror, that kind of thing. Rillaboom and Incineroar are also fantastic supports for Terapagos. The Grassy Surge in conjunction with the Leftovers means that it's not too hard to reactivate Terra Shell in a lot of games. Of course, something that's also very good at reactivating Terra Shell is Pollen Puff from that Amoonguss, which is again carrying the Mental Herb, an item that we've seen on a lot of Amoonguss this weekend to get through a lot of the taunts that have been coming out from Pokemon like Incineroar. You can break Encores from something like Screamtail or Whimsicott. Slight spoiler coming. But it's another Pokemon that is very, very good at supporting a Pokemon next to it. In this case, most likely the Terapagos.
Taking a look at Jan's team, nice spoiler, because there is Encore on this Whimsicott, one of the more dominant Tailwind users as well. And this one is also going to be packing Light Screen, a different supportive option than what we typically get to see from some of these Whimsicott, often carrying something like a Protect instead. But you do, or Helping Hand, but you also have a lot of other options here to boost up the damage of this Miraidon alongside giving it speed control.
Of course, the Covert Cloak is there too, so you can't fake out the Whimsicott to prevent it from going for that Light Screen, possibly even going for an Encore that could really disrupt something like the Screamtail Terapagos. It's going to be really interesting to see how both of these trainers navigate the possibilities of Encore and Disable, because both teams are packing Encore. Screamtail, of course, has Disable and is very fast with that booster energy. You can be as fast as you want and you will never outspeed Prankster.
There's a couple Choice Scarfs, though. Chiyu has the Choice Scarf. I feel like that might be able to come into play here against something like the Rillaboom and the Amoonguss.
Yeah, it really could. It's just going to be tough The Calm Mind is a really big tool here, especially because most of the damage dealers on Yon's side, including that Miraidon, are special attackers, so you can set yourself up pretty well against those. We are again seeing the double fighting type coming out from Yon with the Iron Hands and the Urshifu. Specifically in this case, it is the Urshifu single strike style. It is the dark type with Wicked Blow, and it's holding the Focus Sash that Whimsicott typically will carry itself. So you have to get 2 hits on this Urshifu to KO it, and when you're running Terapagos, that can prove difficult sometimes.
It can, but maybe we will be able to find a way through just that as we load into our 3rd top 8 match at the 2024 North America International Championships. It's game number 1 between Antonio Sanchez and Yon Sim as we take a look at what they've led. It is Spain versus Brazil in this international matchup. It's going to be Yon leading with the Miraidon and the Farigiraf. And for Antonio, we've got the Rillaboom and the Urshifu.
I really like Rillaboom leads against Miraidon teams, especially if the Rillaboom is carrying U-turn, which Antonio's in fact is. It gives you such a nice way to immediately make sure there is no electric terrain on the field, because even though both are on the field at once, the Hadron Engine will activate first because Miraidon is very, very fast, much faster than Rillaboom. Then Grassy Surge activates second. Grassy Surge stays up, and now Urshifu and Rillaboom are sitting in grassy terrain exactly where they want to be.
But not before the Farigiraf actually got to consume that electric seed.
Correct. Your electric seed will boost its defense by 1, and on teams like this, the Farigiraf often runs maximum defense investment to make sure it is extremely bulky against those physical hits. Urshifu will ignore that +1 defense boost, of course, with the Surging Strikes if it does opt to go for that, but the Urshifu is running the Water Terra, so you cannot Terastallize into an electric resistance.
The U-turn's going to go first, so that Choice Scarf allowing this Urshifu to outpace any other Pokemon on the field, and there's not going to be a priority attack here either from this Rillaboom, despite the fact that we have this grassy terrain. So Urshifu gets to do a little bit of chip damage here to that Farigiraf, but you can see just how well it's able to actually withstand a lot of that damage thanks to the Electric Seed. It's a Volt Switch.
It really is. Volt Switch, of course, is super effective into Urshifu, but not Amoonguss. A very solid swap there from Antonio. Now we'll be able to take that Volt Switch very, very well, as Volt Switch also allows the Miraidon to swap back out, come back in later to reset that electric terrain.
But it's risky because what if you anticipate one of these more powerful attacks from this Rillaboom? The only other option that it really has.
Electric terrain comes back up. It will stay up for the remainder of the game. From his traffic.
The firepower or the spread damage, but it's going to be more powerful as a single target attack into this Iron Hands.
True.
And you're doubling this down. You're hoping, okay, I've got 1 special attack boost. That's going to be about 40%. And the Wood Hammer to follow it up on the grassy terrain is so close to being able to knock it out. But the important thing is that you keep the Terra Shell intact for this Terapagos so that you aren't going to be taking too much damage from this Iron Hands. You are now in range, I think, of just a spread Terra Starstorm.
You should be. You still have to wonder, do you wait and use that Terastallization until the Miraidon hits the field again so you can take away that electric terrain? The issue is you're losing your possible spread damage, like you said, Rosemary. You're doing single target damage only until you Terastallize this Terapagos. And we also still haven't seen Yon's 4th Pokemon, right? It could be that Urshifu in the back, and if you Terastallize, you're just losing Terra Shell, and 1 close combat could just wipe you out.
Yeah. Especially when that Urshifu has a Focus Sash.
Right.
So you can't just take it out in 1 hit. But the Psychic Noise, that is going to break the Terra Shell, and more importantly, going to stop that healing. So you can't get that Terra Shell back at the end of this turn from the grassy terrain or your leftovers.
The combination of the two probably immediately refreshes that Terra Shell on this turn, if not for the Psychic Noise. So that really cool move choice on Farigiraf coming in very handy here. That really could be a tech for this matchup, because the way that Terapagos can pretty easily get back to full with the leftovers, with the grassy terrain, can be a bit of a nuisance for this team. But Giannis played this game really, really well. Made sure that Antonio never has had the chance to have a safe moment, even without showing the Urshifu until just this moment. And with a helping hand, with the close combat, even if Terapagos Terastallizes into the bulkier Stellar form, I don't think that will be enough.
No, I don't think so either. And because of that Focus Sash too, as we just talked about, can't just knock out the Urshifu before it's able to connect into you either. Especially not when this Terapagos is going to be slower than this Urshifu.
Yeah, it looks like all hope might be lost for Antonio here. Jan looking like he will be taking this first game in our top 8 match here at NAIC. And Antonio taking his time, making sure he's got enough time to kind of reset, plan out for game 2 in this top 8 match. Because if Antonio loses this game, and then the following game, his tournament life will be over.
That's right. It is a best of 3, so a player needs to win 2 games in order to move forward into the top 4. But you can see at least how this ability works out. With Terraform Zero activating, you are going to get rid of the grassy terrain with a helping hand onto the Urshifu. And with the close combat to follow it up, there's your damage calc. It is just a one-hit knockout here. I'm going to give it that. It was definitely going to get that, even if not for the psychic noise.
It hurts my heart to see Terrapagos get wiped out by close combat like that, but you have to give it up to Jan. He played that game very well, didn't give Antonio a chance to breathe. And you have to imagine one thing, Rosemary, that we didn't get to talk about in the pre-match, these two actually played in round 14 of Swiss.
They did.
The second to last round of today, and Antonio won that match. So Jan possibly taking that experience, seeing how Antonio wants to play the matchup, and knowing I need to rely a little bit more on Trick Room, which might be a little counterintuitive against Amoonguss, but I think the thing that Jan did very well is Amoonguss didn't get to use Spore the entire game, even though Trick Room was up.
Was a great answer to have, but I think it's also very risky to use because you always know that the threat of that Miraidon is in the back at some point.
Yes.
With the use of the Volt Switch to help bring it off the field, you can always come back in and reset the terrain. So I feel like in those positions, you almost feel forced, if you're the Amoonguss player, to not click that move.
Right. The threat of electric terrain means that if you lose a turn in a match like this, you can be put so far behind. And I think we only ever saw it go for those pollen puffs while it was on the field, which can be very useful. Of course, we saw a play that the Rillaboom switched in and Amoonguss went for the pollen puff right away. But the Iron Hands going consistently for those drain punches meant that the pollen puffs were essentially negated. And you saw how much damage those drain punches were doing with Quark Drive active.
And those are some great Draco Meteors as well from this Miraidon. I think it's almost so funny to see a Miraidon actually use a Dragon type attack, just because of all the modifiers we see from Electric Terrain, the Electric Terra, and all the choice specs and all that jazz. But the Draco Meteors to KO not just the Amoonguss, but also the Urshifu really put Jan in just an overwhelming position in that game 1.
It is easy to forget Miraidon's a dragon type sometimes.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the time we're like only seeing it use Volt Switch and Electro Drift and Discharge, but that Draco Meteor almost one KO'd that Amoonguss outright, and of course took so much HP away from that Urshifu at -2, and it's a threat that Antonio might have to deal with sooner rather than later.
Well, we are getting ready for this game number 2. Can Antonio bring it back? He's been able to beat Jan once before in Swiss round number 14 of our tournament. So surely he has something up his sleeve. As we get into this game 2, we're going to see an adjustment here from Jan. It is going to be this Chi-Yu and this Whimsicott. And for Antonio, it's a lead right away with this Terrapagos next to that Rillaboom.
Terra Shell immediately comes into effect. Of course, this Chi-Yu on Jan's side is holding the Choice Scarf item, so will be attacking before this Whimsicott if they are both going for damaging moves. Whimsicott, like we said, is holding that Covert Cloak. You cannot fake it out because it will not flinch. It has the option to go straight for a light screen as well, which could be very, very helpful facing down a Terrapagos, and that's a really cool adjustment that some of these teams have made.
It's important to note, too, that Chi-Yu, oftentimes we see that it is going to be Terra Ghost. So that would be one way that the Chi-Yu in particular could get around actually getting faked out by something like this Rillaboom. And you would just potentially be able to knock it out with something like an Earth Power into that slot.
That's true. The Chi-Yu cannot Terastallize into Ghost typing this time around because that synergy with Discharge is just so good on Terra Ground. We are going to see the Rillaboom swap out, though. No fake outs coming out on this first turn of the match.
All right, so it's going to be Screamtail. Yet another adjustment here from Antonio to bring out that dynamic duo. You're going to see the booster energy on this Screamtail activate to give it that speed boost. And now you're really pressuring some things. As the Whimsicott uses the light screen, now Screamtail has the opportunity to just go for an encore into that slot. But with the Heat Wave, that is going to be the Terra Shell getting broken, and also the Screamtail taking some damage as it comes in.
Is that a critical hit?
That is a crit.
Unfortunate critical hit there. That is a lot of damage into the Screamtail, which is normally very bulky. Terra Starstorm comes out, and thanks to the light screen and, of course, that grassy terrain, 2 Terra Starstorms will not be enough to knock out this Chi-Yu.
Yeah, that's going to need a little bit more than that. But, you know, maybe you're able to help whittle away at this Whimsicott partner.
True. It's interesting, though, because Screamtail, the thing it really loves doing is coming in and disabling choice users. Like this Chi-Yu, for example, it would hate to have its Heat Wave disabled because it can only use that Heat Wave at this turn. But because Whimsicott has that Prankster Tailwind, he will be able to boost the speed of the Chi-Yu before it can get disabled and sure, it can fire off at least one more Heat Wave, which looks like it won't take a KO, but could be really a lot of damage into the Screamtail, which took a lot on the switch in because of that critical hit.
Yeah, Screamtail is put on a timer a little bit, but maybe helps if you are trying to get that Screamtail off the field a little bit faster. But Antonio sees an opportunity to go for this Stellar Terra. Now also seeing this Chi-Yu having taken about 50% damage, you can follow that up with an Earth Power and potentially get a chance to actually knock it out. Terraform also going to help to get this grassy terrain out of there. And now that this Screamtail has gone for its Protect, we see that Whimsicott actually just uses the Tailwind. So maybe there was an opportunity here for the Screamtail to lock it into that, but it's going to be the Chi-Yu's Heat Wave first. If it wasn't going to be fast enough before with that Choice Scarf, it surely is now. But take a look at that Terapagos' Bolt, really helping it out so it can withstand that and go for the Earth Power to get the knockout.
Earth Power is enough for a knockout, so Antonio takes the Pokemon lead. The issue now is your Screamtail is just protected in front of a Prankster Encore. And like we said before, the Screamtail is very fast, but Prankster will always outspeed you, and you can get locked into that Protect. Screamtail kind of got to give a taste of its own medicine here because it loves coming in on those Protects, encoring things in Protect, disabling important moves, but it's not going to have that option now because Whimsicott is still there, still very healthy, and has the option to lock you out of anything other than Protect. Also, with Tailwind going up, and the Terra Shell being no longer an option thanks to the Terrestrialization, Urshifu coming in here, not a great option for, or not something Antonio really wants to see either.
Or Iron Hands, actually.
Yeah.
Like, I know, honestly, either one of those would be fine to have in this situation, but it is the Urshifu that takes the field.
It's hard. I don't know what you can do here if you're Antonio, right? The Whimsicott can just Encore your Screamtail. It will prevent you from going for anything like a Dazzling Gleam, try and get some damage onto these two Pokemon, or an Encore into Whimsicott to make sure it's tailwinding like ad nauseum. And now close combat, because the Terra Shell is gone, we'll be doing full power damage into this Terapagos.
Ooh, I like this opportunity though. Maybe go just for double switch.
Yeah.
You get the Screamtail off the field, sure you lose your booster energy, but you're gonna switch in two things that will take close combat much better than what you have on the field right now with that Terapagos. And you start to stall out those turns of Tailwind.
That's true, and losing your booster energy, you're not outspeeding Miraidon anymore if the Miraidon is the fourth Pokemon for Jan in the back, which you have to imagine it is. But you are preserving the Screamtail for later on, so keeping that Pokemon around for later on in this game, clearly the priority for Antonio, who swaps that Screamtail right out.
It would just also be so devastating to lose a Pokemon though right now.
Yeah.
I think that would just put Antonio in such a disadvantageous position when you know that this is your tournament life on the line. That Moonblast, perfect target here for Antonio as you switch in that Amoonguss. And the Wicked Blow, actually gonna cover a switch here.
Really smart play from Jan, I think, recognizing that Antonio can't let that Screamtail get encored, calls that swap out, goes for some damage with Moonblast into the Terapagos, and goes for that Wicked Blow into Screamtail. Even with the speed boost from the booster energy, Urshifu and Tailwind should outspeed it, and because you cannot protect in front of Wicked Blow, that would have been a knockout into Screamtail most likely, and now Rillaboom comes in, can't take another Wicked Blow itself, and it's also really hard to like fake out here. Of course, you think Miraidon is a fourth Pokemon, but we've seen people leave their restricted behind this weekend.
Yeah.
What if it's a Farigiraf?
It could be, and that would be a really awkward spot for Antonio to be in. We are going to get a switch, though. The Whimsicott leaves the field. So what is it that's in the back? It is the Miraidon, though.
Makes sense. You're gonna prevent the Amoonguss from going for any spores this turn. If you want to go straight for another Wicked Blow with your Urshifu, that's probably a knockout into this Rillaboom. We're gonna see the Terrestrialization, and then this Urshifu is gonna turn into a pure Dark type.
Those Wicked Blows are going to be even more powerful, as are these Sucker Punches. There's no priority active for this Rillaboom anymore. So if you anticipate that you're going to shut off the terrain, then you could go for a Sucker Punch here. It's going to be a lot, but it is just going to be the Fake Out first. So the Urshifu does not get a chance to move this turn, and great potential for this Pollen Puff to help make this Rillaboom more healthy, and even with the Terra, might survive that Wicked Blow.
That is a really nice Pollen Puff. Obviously, you have to cover for the Miraidon being the fourth Pokemon. If Miraidon switches in and you go for Spore, you're just losing so much ground. And now, like you said, most likely able to survive one Wicked Blow. The other issue is the Miraidon has hit the field. It is at full power. You're going to have the possibility for that Hadron Engine boosted Draco Meteor into the Amoonguss, which we saw do a huge chunk of damage before, possibly even enough for a one-hit KO without that special attack drop.
But at least it can't get Terra. So if you wanted to go for something like a Terra Electric Volt Switch, that combination is at least not there. So the Volt Switch into the Rillaboom, not so bad. It does soften up this Rillaboom a little bit, maybe making this damage calc for this Wicked Blow a little bit nicer and more comfortable to actually knock out this Rillaboom.
I think that might be enough for Rosemary. If Wicked Blow targets into this Rillaboom, that could be a big KO here because that would mean there's no more grassy terrain. It does hit the Rillaboom and it does KO. The Pokemon score is now tied at 3, but most importantly, the grassy terrain is gone. The Terrapagos is already terastallized, so there's no way to cancel out this electric terrain anymore.
No, there isn't. And so this Amoonguss is going to be really sad in this position. What can you really do? Yeah, the Pollen Puffs are nice onto your partner, but as we mentioned before, this Screamtail only has Dazzling Gleam as its attacking option, and it does not necessarily have the highest special attack output.
And beyond that, Screamtail thrives when it can protect and when it's faster than everything on the field. But unfortunately, the Prankster Tailwind and the Unseen Fist cancel out both of those things. You really have nothing else that can take what is the a Wickeder Blow? Because
yeah,
it's even more strong with the Terastallization. There's just not a whole lot you can do. Amoonguss can't spore anything. You can Rage Powder the Urshifu, the Wickeder Blow, yeah. But you can't Rage Powder this Whimsicott. If Screamtail tries to protect or go for any kind of support moves, you will have no chance.
But that is a good point, that there is still Rage Powder available, but that's not what they're going for.
No.
And the Screamtail is still going to be naturally faster than this Urshifu. So at least a good amount of damage down onto both the Whimsicott and the Urshifu, but the Wicked Blow is plenty to be able to knock out the Screamtail with that Terra Dark on top. So unfortunately for this Amoonguss, yeah, you don't get the side Pollen Puff, but you do a pretty nice amount of damage into that Urshifu. Same problem though. Can you actually find a win condition with this Terrapagos?
I don't know if you can. That light screen actually comes in really handy here. You don't necessarily think of Screamtail and Amoonguss as strong special attackers, but thanks to the light screen, the Dazzling Gleam and Pollen Puff, both super effective attacks failed to KO this Urshifu, which will be around to threaten even more damage. Another Wicked Blow, it threatens a close combat into that Terrapagos, and now you're in a really tough spot. The Terrapagos is stuck on the field without a way to cancel electric terrain. You can't go for Calm Minds here because you're just going to get Encored the following turn. It's really hard to find space here because you need to be doing damage, but you're just facing down so many strong Pokemon.
But there is a potential here for Antonio to try to withstand this electric terrain. If you're able to get a knockout onto this Urshifu right now, then you are locking this Miraidon down onto the terrain and hope that you're going to be able to get this electric terrain to expire naturally.
The issue is, how do you stall out the terrain? The Protect is like the main way to do that, but you can't protect through a Wicked Blow. You're just going to get Encored if you do protect. You can't even redirect Encore from that Whimsicott. Terra Starstorm does come out, but thanks to Detect, the Urshifu will take no damage. And Miraidon will be taking a neutral Terra Starstorm here. Not super effective, of course, because it has not Terastallized. And it won't do a whole lot of damage thanks to that light screen.
No, but you're still hoping that this Miraidon gets a chance to be locked down onto the terrain. You still do have the Rage Powder. So this Urshifu, it can't really go for Sucker Punch here. You have to go for something that's going to hit a little bit harder, and you don't have this Focus Sash that's going to be able to keep you around.
So Draco Meteor from this Miraidon, though, still a huge threat. Of course, you still have the option to go for those Volt Switches as well, get some chip damage down, and then come back in once the electric terrain is maybe expired, and make sure you can set that up once again.
Well, the Rage Powder first, so both of these attacks from this Urshifu and this Miraidon will be redirected, but the Draco Meteor is able to connect, and the one-hit knockout leaves this Terrapagos totally vulnerable.
It's so strong. That Hadron Engine special attack boost is crazy for this Miraidon. In close combat will come out from Urshifu. No Terra Shell, no protection for Terrapagos, and the Urshifu takes the final KO.
Jan Sim in this top 8 match is able to win 2-0 to move on to the top 4, defeating Antonio Sanchez and able to move on even further and better his own IC placement.
I'm clearly behind on the meta because I was so convinced, Terrapagos, Rillaboom, Screamtail is such a great matchup into the Miraidon, and I was very clearly proven wrong here. The combination of those two fighting type Pokemon is really hard for Terrapagos to withstand, and players using those two Pokemon, whether it be with the Calyrex Shadow Rider, whether it be with the Miraidon, both of which struggle sometimes with that Terrapagos, have proven time and time again this weekend that they're ahead of the meta. I'm clearly behind. I'm living in the first week of May when everyone hadn't caught on yet. And it's been really cool to see how these trainers are overcoming what used to be some rough matchups.
Hey, at least you got it right on your predictions that they would be here in the top cut,
That's
right?
true.
But it just didn't quite pack enough punch to deal with the Miraidon. I mean, Miraidon is still such a big threat in this meta.
Not only did the Pokemon just not really win, like Tropical Screamtail clearly did not have a great footing in this matchup, it really just felt like the entire time that Jan was in complete control. Antonio had such a hard time dealing with the combination of the very strong Miraidon with the choice specs, the Urshifu and the Iron Hands, and of course the Whimsicott in Game 2 was a big issue. Encore is a huge threat coming out from this prankster Whimsicott. Covert Cloak and Light Screen are very disruptive for a team like this because you can't fake it out to protect yourself from something like an Encore on a given turn, and Light Screen to mitigate the damage coming out from the Amoonguss, the Screamtail, and of course the Terapagos. Really big deal.
And with no Tailwind support, no speed control on Antonio's team, it made dealing with this Prankster Tailwind so much more difficult because Terapagos always would love to be able to have that speed control, be faster, but it was always just behind the 8-ball when it came with trying to outpace this Urshifu. It just gets close combated there before it's able to knock it out with a super effective Terra Starstorm. So it was tough. Antonio was able to clutch it out in that Swiss round, but Jan wins this one.
And if you get the choice of beating someone in Swiss or in top 8, I would take the top 8 win any day, because that means you're moving on to top 4, and unfortunately for Antonio, he's not.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that the run ends here, but I know we're going to be seeing Antonio hopefully a little bit later. Still a fantastic season so far with that win at Liverpool Regional Championships earlier on this calendar year. And just been honestly on a tear.
Yeah, certainly a threat at the World Championships in Hawaii later this summer. Someone that I think anyone is excited to see, not only how they play at the World Championships, but the kind of team they brings, because he's someone that is able to use a lot of different team styles to a lot of different successes.
For sure, and I think just a great Pokemon career future ahead of him. Just to keep going on the up and up there. I know it's devastating to fall so short of the title when it's right in front of you, but for Jan, that is going to be a journey that gets a chance to continue. And with the Miraidon, no less.
Yeah, well, speaking of Jan, I think it's time to hear from him about his tournament so far. David is ready with an interview on stage.
Thanks so much, casters. I'm here with our next top 4 player, Jan Sim. Yes. Congratulations. How are you feeling? You're a top 4 man.
Yeah, thank you, David. I'm feeling very good for today. I didn't expect to come this far, especially because I lost to Antonio in the Swiss rounds on a very tough match. So it's hard. Like, I can't believe I'm here. It's really a lot of emotions going on. I was very anxious before the match, but my preparation worked very well. And I got lucky with some reads, but I'm hoping to keep going for the tournament.
Well, yeah, there's not much of the tournament left, so you've already done very, very well. So has this put you in contention for like a World Championships invite, for instance?
I already got my my invite for the World Championships, and I think I needed this top 4 to get a stipend for the World Championship. And if I win the whole thing, I also get a travel award. So 2 more to go.
I love that. Good optimism as well. And I noticed you've also faced Antonio already in day 2 already. Like, was it your final round before coming into Top Cut? Is that right?
No, it was the last two final rounds.
Right, too. Okay.
Yeah, so I watched on stream he playing on Bologna Special. And I was like, okay, so Luca managed to defeat him. I think it was in top 4, if I remember correctly. So I was like, I'm gonna try to go with the same strategy. But then when the game starts, I realized he doesn't have Raging Balls like in the last tournament. Now he replaced with Amoonguss. So I lead Miraidon and I think it was Iron Hands into Rillaboom and Amoonguss, and I just got put to sleep and steamrolled over the game. Then I tried to adapt to this in the second game, but he really destroyed me. Like from the first and second turn, he totally obliterated me. so I had to do like a careful preparation for this game. Like I managed to call his lead correctly because I didn't make this lead before with Miraidon and Farigiraf. And then I had already done the preparation that if I won like this lead, he would make that adaptation for their second game. So I made this crazy lead that like I've never done in the tournament, which is Whimsicott and Chiyu. And I don't know, it just worked very well from there. Like in the first game I bring Trick Room, then Tailwind, so I think I got him there with this strategy.
Fantastic, really good insight there. Thank you, Jan. So we're gonna get shortly ready for the top 8 on our final match. But Jan, like first of all, about the team that you kind of made and kind of brought in here, like what made you come to this team and for this tournament?
Okay, so this is a very good question, David. So before the tournament, my friends know that I really can't decide on the team. I get really anxious. I try to make. I never know if I go with the meta format, which is like Kelly Shadow and Kelly Ice mostly, or I try to make like something to try to cover the meta game. Because for me, like I see a lot of good players today, like well, I do, for example, and other good players use like Kelly Shadow and Kelly Ice. So I was like, I don't think I can be the best Kelly Shadow or Kelly Ice player in this tournament. But I'm feeling well with Miraidon. Like if I get reads correctly, discharge, paralyze, heat wave can burn. So there's a lot of RNG going on for me. I was like, I already have my invite, so I have to win the whole thing or go home. So like I try to use the craziest thing possible for this tournament. And then I was left like in the airplane with 3 teams to decide. I had like one team with Miraidon, one with Kelly Ice, and one with Koraidon. I couldn't decide. So I met a guy from Peru in the airplane, and he was like, I'm using Miraidon. Miraidon is the call. This is the call for the tournament. I was like, this is a sign. I have to use Miraidon. Let's go YOLO Miraidon to the end.
Awesome, yeah, that's so awesome. Oh my gosh, yeah, so as the last Miraidon, very much good luck in top 4. So everybody, give it up for our 3rd top 4 player, Jan Sim.
Congratulations, Jan Sim, for becoming our 3rd player in our top 4 cut. We only have one more spot left. And that last match is going to be between Justin Burns and Aurelian Sula. And I cannot wait to see how that one is going to go down.
This is the one I was most excited for, and I'm so happy we get to cast this one, Rosemary. These are 2 fantastic players who have had amazing seasons up until now, and last season as well, across the entire Scarlet and Violet era. Justin Burns, one of the best American players, and Aurelian Sula, one of the best European players, getting to fight for that final spot in top 4.
We're just building up the suspense while we get those players ready to go on stage. Jan brought up something really important, though, which is the day 2 meta.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, coming into this tournament, all eyes really were on Shadow Rider and Ice Rider Calyrex, I think. Jan kind of touched on still Ice Rider Calyrex being very prominent in Latin America. We saw Juan Salerno and that final round 15 match playing the Ice Rider Calyrex and winning with it. And as we take a look at some of the non-restricted Pokemon that we have, I see quite a few actually that are on Justin's team. Ditto, one of the standouts on this top 12 graphic.
Ditto actually doing really well at this tournament. Ditto is actually tied for that last spot with a few other Pokemon, including Chanpao, Grimmsnarl, Pelipper, Ursulina Blood Moon, and Urshifush Single Strike, and all of those Pokemon sitting there at 10 usages out of 82. If we're including the Single Strike Urshifu in that Ditto slot, I believe Justin's team is a restricted Pokemon and exclusively things we find on this graphic, which knowing Justin, like, he will show up and just say, I'm going to use the best team I can find, whether that is, 6 Pokemon that everyone's using or not. I'm going to sit there and I'm going to beat you. And I remember before Indianapolis Regionals, maybe it was after, I forget, he had said his goal at Indy was to be the best Ice Rider Calyrex player, and he was there, and I'm pretty sure he is here as well.
Yeah. I think Aurelian Sula, though, might have heard the same thing and also brought a restricted Pokemon and also 5 out of the 12 of these. I guess outside of the Grimmsnarl, so 4 out of 12, but, kind of similar thing when you take a look at what some of the Grimmsnarl techs are. see it spread out throughout these top 12 Pokemon for day 2. But let's also take a look at the single restricted day 2 usage. Because right now, or even what we had represented in our top 8 was just 1 Shadow Rider Calyrex, 2 Ice Rider Calyrex. Because Patrick Connors is also still alive with this Ice Rider Calyrex team. But we also had 2 Kyogre from Shiliang Tang and Henry Rich, 1 Miraidon from Yan Sim, and we also had 2 Terrapagos from both Antonio and Aurelian Sula.
It's going to be really cool. That is kind of a nice representation of the metagame here on day 2. Unfortunately, no Koraidon snuck into top 8 because 2 Kyogres took those spots instead. But the Zamazenta and the Zacian Crown form, and of course the 1 Lunala that we called out earlier this morning, unfortunately not making it into the top 8. But I mean, if you take a look across that top row there, the Ice Rider Calyrex, Terrapagos, Miraidon, and Shadow Rider Calyrex, those are kind of the main 4, I would say. The 4 that I think people pretty quickly were like, okay, these are going to be really good. And it turns out they are, because they're just a bunch of stats, really good abilities, really good attacks, and it's really difficult to take them down. Across the field, that's well over half of the field using those 4.
Got it. So Ice Rider, Shadow Rider, Miraidon Rider, and Turtle Terrapagos Rider. Yeah,
Electric Bike Rider.
Yes, something like that. But we have a bunch of giveaways for all of you lovely viewers who have been tuning in from home. So make sure you go pick these up. Our very first one is going to be your own Porygon 2 that Nils Dunlop used. Just kidding. We'll get there. I spoiled that one. It's actually Ogerpon.
It's Ogerpon Teal Mask EX, one of the trading cards you can pick up in the Pokemon Trading Card Game live mobile game using the code TEALDANCENAIC24. You can celebrate the release of the Twilight Masquerade expansion set.
And now show me the Porygon 2.
There we go. Nils Dunlop's Porygon 2 from his championship EUIC run is another really crucial Pokemon you can pick up for your own team. If you're trying to, take your experience watching NAIC or playing an NAIC, go out and build your own new team, here's something you can start with.
I was just so ahead of myself. I'm like, Ogerpon is old news. We got that in our format so long
That's true.
ago.
TCG's behind, huh?
No, they're really behind the curve on that one. But Nils was ahead of the curve, using that Porygon 2 to great effect in order to win the European International Championships. And if I'm looking at our bracket correctly, we still have an opportunity for a European to win NAIC.
That is correct. Eduardo is still alive and well, as is Aurelian. We'll see if Justin Burns has anything to say about that, though, huh?
Yeah. Last thing we've got, though, for all of you watching at home is going to be some Go Drops. That's right. You can pick up your own Battle Ready Altaria, courtesy of me, Weedle, and their win.
Yes, a really impressive win at the European International Championships as well, back in April. The Pokemon Go metagame is constantly evolving, but Altaria has proven that it can stick around for a while. One of the earliest, viable and really good Pokemon in the Pokemon Go PvP, and is still doing very well this weekend, even here at NAIC. You can get some Twitch drops if you're watching the Pokemon Go stream, including that Altaria, some TMs, and some Stardust.
Lots still to look forward to as we take a look at the rest of our VG stream. Of course, our trading card stream and our Go streams. And I think Unite might be wrapping up too. So make sure you go check them out as well, as we are still working through our top cut bracket. We have Eduardo Cunha, Jan Sim, and Patrick Connors waiting for the 4th and final top 4 player to join them. Is it going to be Justin Burns or Aurelian Sula?
This is the match that I know a lot of people have been waiting for. It's going to be so good. 2 of the best players in their respective regions. Not only that, but just 2 of the best players in the world right now at Pokemon in Regulation G. It's going to be a great, great, great set of Pokemon, and I'm so excited to watch it.
I'm so excited as well. Let's dive right into it. We've got Justin Burns on your left, Aurelian Sula on your right. United States versus France in this international championship matchup.
Justin is also no stranger to success at NAIC, making it all the way to the finals back in 2018 and top 4 in 2022, looking to go even further than that. But first he has to make it into top 4, of course, after this top 8 match with Aurelian. Also, really big call out here. Justin has won multiple regionals in his career, but those 2 regionals at the top row of his accomplishments there are the only 2 we've had in the Regulation G format in North America, and he has top 8'd them both. He has done no worse than top 8 at a major since we've had this format where he can use Ice Rider, and of course he brought it to this match today.
Yeah, Top 8 at NAIC 2024. We're about to add that one to this accomplishments list. And Aurelian Sula as well. They had their first season of VG in the Masters division in 2023 and is just running circles around some of the veterans that we have had over in the European region. Now finds themselves once again in a top cut, but still missing out on that big championship title in the Masters division.
Of course, it's so difficult to win a tournament, even with that huge success they've been having since their age up into Masters last year. Someone that is perennially a threat at any tournament they enter, and it's surprising to see them like not do well if they do ever enter a tournament, but looking for that trophy, that gold medal that has eluded them thus far.
Third time might be the charm here for Justin Burns with this Ice Rider Calyrex team, not only with the top cuts that they've already been able to get throughout this regulation format, but also prior history. Justin Burns is one of the best Ice Rider Calyrex players that we have in the United States, and he has proven time and time again why that is the case. And he is going to lock in with these 6 Pokemon in this top 8 match.
That top 4 finished at NAIC in 2022, I believe, also was with that Ice Rider Calyrex, so no stranger to using this Pokemon on international stages. Of course, accompanied by Iron Hands, Urshifu Single Strike, Amoonguss, Incineroar, and the Ditto, which is something that's been popping up a lot lately. I think it's really cool.
It's been putting up a lot of work as well.
Yes.
That Ditto has been so influential. We've seen like 3 Iron Hands on the field at a time.
We could again, too.
We really could. We could also see 2 Turtles because we've got the Terrapagos as the single restricted of choice on Aurelian's team alongside some great supportive options.
These supportive options are really cool. The Chi-Yu is there not to be super speedy with a Choice Scarf this time, but to just exist on the field, use that Beads of Ruin to lower the special defense of opposing Pokemon, and throw out some really strong attacks of its own with something like that Overheat or that Dark Pulse. They Choice Specs Terrapagos, Aurelian's choice, not wanting to opt for a slower game with Calm Mind, Leftovers, Rillaboom to re-establish the Terra Shell. Aurelian said, I'm going for offense straight away.
It is time to get into our top 8 match between Aurelian Sula and Justin Burns for this game number 1. Aurelian has the Urshifu as well as the Grimmsnarl, and Justin right away with his Iron Hands and Ice Rider Calyrex.
This Urshifu set I feel like is tailor-made to be strong into a lot of these Ice Rider Calyrex matchups. The Taunt and Safety Goggles ability, or attack and item, rather, are really strong into a Pokemon like this because Calyrex, it is resisted the Glacial Lance coming out from that Calyrex. It has a pretty strong defense stat regardless, and also the Taunt can prevent Calyrex from going for those Trick Rooms to set up the speed for it to be attacking first. Also, of course, threatening big damage with the close combat and Surging Strikes like we're used to.
While we see a lot of Ice Rider Calyrexes get led in order to hopefully set up the Trick Room or even just kind of start to wail away at some damage, Justin is going to preserve that Ice Rider for it later. We see a Reflect come out from this Grimmsnarl with the Light Clay. That's going to be sticking around for quite some time. But as the Rapid Strikes from this Rapid Strike Urshifu land into the Iron Hands, well, that is going to be quite a substantial amount of damage. Pretty lucky there that you're going to be able to land some of that down as the Iron Hands takes a little bit of that back.
It is a nice chunk of damage there, not insignificant into the Iron Hands, especially when you consider that the Assault Vest is there to help mitigate damage from the Choice Specs Terrapagos that Aurelian is packing. Reflect there means that Drain Punch does not too much damage at all, and Iron Hands isn't able to recover too much of its HP. Also, luckily for Aurelian, no Electric type attack coming into that slot, which could have been a much bigger threat into this Urshifu.
Justin was thinking about it as well, so the Wild Charge would have been a fantastic option to see there. But it's a quick lock-in as now this Urshifu is ready to go with this Water Terrestrialization. Those Surging Strikes are going to be even more powerful. And you saw how much damage that was able to do to the Iron Hands before. This is going to be close, but it should be enough.
Oh, it's going to be so close.
This might be a close call.
3 HP, not enough to take the KO, but we did not see Grimmsnarl go for a prankster move. Foul play into the Iron Hands is able to pick up that little bit of damage, and the Iron Hands goes down.
Big knockout here for Aurelian, and the Pollen Puff into the side would have hoped to be able to get rid of some of that damage this Iron Hands has taken. Supposed to be a tank in a matchup like this.
Incineroar the Worn Out is a really funny title there. Clearly Incineroar has seen a lot of battles and it's just tired. Justin, please give him a break. But not until after this match, and hopefully after a couple more matches if you are Justin. That safety goggles and Terra Water of Urshifu already proving to be a big deal here because Amoonguss was not able to redirect that Surging Strikes, and the boosted damage from Terrestrialization was enough for that KO in conjunction with Foul Play.
Oh, well, the Foul Play is going to hit into the Amoonguss, as Amoonguss is not going to fall for the safety goggles on the other side. So this Grimmsnarl is going to get put to sleep. One of the nice things about being able to have a Pokemon that doesn't have Prankster utility.
True, no Prankster utility left in this game. The issue now is that Safety Goggles Urshifu is still threatening some really big damage into the Incineroar on Justin's side. But the saving grace here is that Justin's Incineroar is not the Ghost Terrestrialization we often see. It's actually Water. Water will allow it to resist the Surging Strikes and not just make them neutral, because the Ghost typing that often people use to dodge damage from something like a Close Combat or Body Press is neutral to Water instead.
Before that, though, it's going to be a switch-in of the Chi-Yu. So Grimmsnarl is going to go take a nap in its Pokeball instead. This Incineroar taking the Water Terra will absolutely feel much better sitting in front of this Urshifu, but for how long? We don't know what Aurelian's fourth and final Pokemon is going to be in the back. As the taunt from this Urshifu, yet another one of those tech moves that this Urshifu is packing, going to help shut off this Amoonguss's utility because it's carrying the Covert Cloak, not the Mental Herb.
No Spore coming through here, and we do see Justin was trying to go for that combination knock-off Spore play that trainers have opted for to get rid of Safety Goggles before Amoonguss can Spore. And I love that Chi-Yu swap because now the Chi-Yu is threatening a lot of damage into this Amoonguss, if not just a straight up one-hit KO. And if you swap out Amoonguss trying to let something else take a fire type, we know that the fourth Pokemon is the Ice Rider. You really can't switch your Ice Rider in on Heat Wave, and especially not Overheat. And now Justin's in a really tough spot because this Urshifu set is proving so effective for Aurelian in this match.
Tough position right now. The Heat Wave coming through will be a knockout onto the Amoonguss. And Incineroar, not too worse for wear after an attack like that. But Justin is down to his final two Pokemon in this first game with the taunt into the Incineroar as well. That means this Incineroar is no longer able to go for taunts itself or this parting shot, but knock off. So sad after that Safety Goggles has already fallen off that Urshifu.
It's a really smart taunt. It prevents any kind of parting shots from that Incineroar, which would have allowed it to not only lower the attack or special attack of either of Aurelian's Pokemon, but pivot out. The Calyrex comes into that slot, and then Incineroar takes the place of the fallen Amoonguss. The Pokemon count stays the same, but Incineroar has Fake Out available, and of course an Intimidate is thrown down. Really, really tough position here for Justin because Aurelian still has all four of their Pokemon, not even revealing their fourth yet, assuming the Terrapagos, but this Chi-Yu with its Focus Sash has to take at least 2 attacks to be knocked out.
Oh, the Dark Pulse, it's so close to being a one-hit knockout, but even if that's not going to be enough to get the job done, these Surging Strikes for sure will. One is all it takes to put this Ice Rider Calyrex back to the stables and leave this Incineroar all by its lonesome. That's why it's so weary. It's gonna do this all itself right now in this game.
Interestingly enough, just like our last match in Top 8, these two players did face off in Swiss in the very final round of Swiss. So the last match they actually played was against each other, and Justin came out on top. But Aurelian has taken that matchup knowledge, possibly even knowing, you know, even if I lose this match, I will probably get another chance to play in Top 8. Possibly didn't show all of their tricks in that match to save information for this Top 8 match. And so far, whether or not that's the case, Aurelian is up a game.
Well, they both had fantastic records.
Of course.
You know, 13-2, Justin was locked in for a spot. Aurelian as well, probably very high resistance, knowing that that loss could potentially be to a player like Justin Burns. So, yeah, of course, you have to think about that knowledge preservation, maybe speed interactions, maybe just damage, or how you even want to try to approach a matchup like this.
The beginning of this game was so well played from Aurelian too. It put them up so much just at the start of the game that it became very difficult for Justin to come back, because the best thing Justin had to handle this Urshifu was that Iron Hands, and immediately it was just knocked out by the combination of those 2 Surging Strikes and the very last foul play from that Grimmsnarl. And after that, it was just kind of a matter of time. Aurelian had all the tools they needed to deal with this Amoonguss, specifically that taunt Safety Goggles Urshifu coming in super, super clutch.
It's such a tough call, though, I think, for Justin to make in that position, because it's so tempting to just go for a wild charge.
True.
And if you do that and you hit into something like a detect or a switch, might not necessarily go the way that you want it to.
Even with the reflect that the Grimmsnarl was able to set up, a wild charge probably not even enough to come close to a KO, thanks to Urshifu actually having some pretty nice natural defense, and especially in a matchup like this, where you're using this Urshifu to have a strong matchup into the Ice Riders, probably even trained to be a little bit bulky on that end too, so you don't have to focus Sash to keep yourself safe. You don't have something like a Mystic Water where you want to maximize that damage output. So an Urshifu tailor-made for this matchup immediately hits the field once again next to that Grimmsnarl, and we have the Iron Hands and the Calyrex for Justin.
Just a run back at the leads we saw in game number 1, so both players very comfortable with the game plans they want to execute.
This Grimmsnarl in a great spot once again. If Reflect goes up, that is neutering the damage from both the Iron Hands and the Calyrex in this matchup, which is really something you don't want to deal with, but you also don't really have a way to stop.
Fake out into the Urshifu, though, does stop it for at least one turn. Again, kind of seeing a run back of that turn number 1, but a big difference here is that this Ice Rider Calyrex is just going to go right out on the offensive. This Glacial Lance doing a good amount of chip into both. You talk about the bulk on this Urshifu, well, that's a crit. That's certainly going to help.
That is a really big critical hit, going straight through that Reflect and chunking this Urshifu down very quickly. I think one thing that's also really nice about this Grimmsnarl that Aurelion is running, a lot of trainers opt for Spirit Break as their attack of choice, and a little extra utility with that special attack drop, but Foul Play is what Aurelion is running, which heavily threatens the Calyrex on Justin's side. It is super effective. Calyrex has a very high attack stat, and Grimmsnarl still benefits from the same type of attack bonus as it is a dark type move.
Yeah, its attack stat's pretty enormous.
Yes.
So that's not something that you are going to take lightly, which is why Justin's going to lock in a Protect here in case that is something that he is worried about. But how is the rest of this turn going to play out? Because you can't protect yourself from an Urshifu. At the very least, though, you know you're not going to be taking too much damage thanks to the natural bulk of this Calyrex, and this Protect can still save you from this Grimmsnarl.
It can save you from Grimmsnarl. Thankfully, the Foul Play will be thrown into Protect here, and Calyrex will stick around at least one more turn. Iron Hands gets the chance to attack unhindered, and Volt Switch goes not into the Urshifu for a possible KO, but into the Grimmsnarl instead, wanting to preserve the momentum for Justin only. If the Urshifu gets knocked out there could be a chance for Aurelion to bring in something that might help out a lot. But Ditto comes in, not something we saw in game 1, and Justin will now have his very own Urshifu.
Yeah, with a Choice Scarf too, you're gonna ensure that you're gonna be faster. And
Yes.
so a great way for you to be able to ensure a KO here. This Calyrex, this Grimmsnarl, you don't have to worry too much about this Grimmsnarl actually getting the Foul Play into you before you're able to fire off an attack.
Yep.
But regardless, Justin going to preserve that Ice Rider, it's still so important in this matchup. So you're gonna allow Iron Hands to tank these hits instead.
Iron Hands would love to take a Foul Play. It is not very effective into that fighting type.
Ooh.
But Thunder Wave coming through here will paralyze the Ditto for the remainder of this game and negate the speed boost from that Choice Scarf. Close combat into the Iron Hands does just under half HP, and we will get to see if Justin's Urshifu gets to attack.
That's going to be the big key here, right? It does, though, with the Surging Strikes into the Grimmsnarl. 3 hits is plenty to get the KO onto it, and in fact, just make it 2. And Aurelion is going to have to bring in another Pokemon into that slot.
The nice benefit of the Surging Strikes is that it, of course, bypasses the damage reduction from the Reflect set up by that Grimmsnarl on the first turn of the game. Aurelion will have to reveal their third Pokemon here, and it's going to be the Terapagos. We did not get to see it yet in the first game of this match, but the Iron Hands taking the close combat on the switch means that it is much more vulnerable to this Terapagos. A combination of close combat or Surging Strikes and a possible Choice Specs Terra Starstorm could knock it out. The Ditto has to worry about being paralyzed and slower than both of Aurelion's Pokemon. Justin does thankfully have Fake Out support here from the Iron Hands, but you can't Fake Out 2 Pokemon at once.
No, but you can Fake Out the Terapagos and break the Terra Shell.
Correct.
Because it's Choice Specs, you know it has to attack on this turn or switch out. So you are able to ensure just a little bit of damage as long as this Urshifu actually gets a chance to attack. For starters, the Fake Out will break the Terra Shell on this Terapagos, and it's the close combat. So this Iron Hands is able to stick around. Feels good to know that you're also going to be able to tank that hit and see another defense drop onto this Urshifu. On the other side,
no.
with the paralysis, the Thunder Wave, that's so important.
It's really important and a really tough break for Justin here. Thanks to that Thunder Wave, the Urshifu will be attacking after both the Urshifu and the Terrapagos on Aurelian's side of the field. A Choice Specs Terra Starstorm, more than enough to deal 17 damage to this Iron Hands. So a combination of Close Combat and Terra Starstorm into that Ditto slot, which is now Justin's fake Urshifu, let's say, should be enough damage for another big KO here. Really tough break because an attack from that Urshifu could have been a big deal of a difference maker. The -2 defense on Aurelian's Urshifu could have been enough to let it get knocked out by the Surging Strikes.
Well, Iron Hands, it's got to pivot out here. This Calyrex now going to come in and take its place. But you know that this Terrapagos is on the other side. It's going to be faster than this Urshifu. And there's also Terrestrialization available for either this Urshifu or this Terrapagos, but you got to assume this Terrapagos is ready to go all out on the offensive with something like this Terra Starstorm.
And we'll see if Justin matched the Terrestrialization with his Ditto. It is, of course, the Terra Ghost Ditto, which if the Urshifu goes for Close Combat, it could have dodged, but Close Combat straight into Justin's Ditto, copying that Urshifu, but Aurelian's Urshifu saying, I'm the big deal here. Terra Starstorm coming out, thanks to the Terrestrialization, is now a spread move. A spread Stellar type move will do big damage.
It will, and that's going to be playing to get the knockout onto this Ditto after all of that damage it just took. And this Ice Rider Calyrex does not have too much more health on it either. That Thunder Wave has been so important. Not only has it been able to deny an attack, but it also made it slower than this Terrapagos.
We're also going to have to see whether or not the Terrapagos on Aurelian's side is able to withstand a close combat. If that is the case, it seems like this match is simply just over. Terrapagos needs to be knocked out before it can fire off another big Terra Starstorm, because it's a huge threat right now. It does tons of damage with that Choice Specs, and you have to wonder if it's trained to be bulky enough to survive a close combat from this no boosting item Urshifu.
But it makes sense to try to get rid of this other Urshifu first. You have to get it out of here. You know it's been on the field for way too long, and you're also hoping it wasn't going to try to go for something like a Sucker Punch into your Ice Rider. Unfortunately, though, that means that this Ice Rider is going to get knocked out to this Stellar Terra Starstorm, and this Urshifu has that Focus Sash at the very least, should in need of it, to actually hang on through that attack. You get the Iron Hands back in, you have Fake Out, but you got one more shot here if you're Justin.
And unfortunately, Chi-Yu is the Pokemon of choice for Aurelian as well. It might come down to Heat Wave accuracy here, folks, because that Heat Wave is 90% accurate. We're not going to be relying on that too much, are we? But of course, at the same time, Chi-Yu has Dark Pulse. It has a single target attack. It's 100% effective, 100% accurate. You have only one Fake Out for the rest of this game, and you can't Fake Out both Chi-Yu and Terrapagos.
But that's why you go for the Fake Out into the Chi-Yu now, stop it from attacking, so that this Urshifu has a chance to actually get this close combat, but can it actually knock it out?
Oh, not even
and
close.
It's not close at all.
Aurelian Sula Terrapagos survives the close combat. We'll be able to fire off one more attack.
And with this Terra Starstorm into both of these low HP targets, the Iron Hands, the Urshifu, just not going to be enough here for Justin. And Aurelian Sula 2-0 gets to move on to the top 4.
Aurelian makes the skies descend onto Justin's final 2 Pokemon, and unfortunately Justin will be knocked out, mirroring the top 8 finish back at Los Angeles. But of course, an incredible tournament run for him as well. Top 8 at an international is never easy. Aurelian Sula, though, our victor, will move on to the semifinals, one step closer to that big, big victory they've been hoping for.
Justin, what an incredible player. I mean, already singing his praises heading into this match. Top cutting every single Regulation G event that they have participated in. Like, he is set up for success at this World Championship.
Truly. I mean, if pattern holds, it's guaranteed, right?
Of course.
That's just math. We keep going back to math.
That's math,
math
and
that's
statistics.
Patterns. That's how that works.
That's not coincidence. That's just fact.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I mean, what an amazing matchup between the two of them. So Aurelian got something out of that match that they had in that final round of Swiss. Despite the fact that Justin took that match, Aurelian took this victory in this top 8 match.
It's another story of someone losing in Day 2 Swiss to an opponent they face again in Top Cut and using their experience from that matchup to move on further into the bracket. game 2 was helped a little bit by that Thunderwave full paralysis into Justin's Ditto.
For
but of course,
sure.
you have to look at game 1. Aurelion dominated game number 1. There was no indication that Aurelion had, more plans up their sleeve to try and, flip some things into their favor, especially knowing that the Chiyu was in the back. If, perchance, Justin had been able to take a KO earlier, Chiyu could just come in, lower special defense with that Beads of Ruin, and set up the Terrapagos for even more damage.
And just the Terra Starstorms on top. That's what this Terrapagos is truly all about. And with the form of speed control on the Thunder Wave, you just guarantee that this Terrapagos is actually going to be able to get this damage off first.
Yeah.
So important. Of course you know this as a #1 Terrapagos fan.
Of course I do. I really, really love that Urshifu set Aurelion had too. It really feels like a set
cool.
that's tailor-made to give Terrapagos teams a great matchup into this Ice Rider Calyrex. We saw it be led in both games. It was led by Aurelion both games and stayed on the field almost the entire game both times. It's such a nuisance with those very strong surging strikes. The safety goggles taunt is something we see a lot in this format. Not as often on Urshifu itself, but a really cool tech.
And we actually saw the taunt too.
True. It came in very handy. It taunted the Spore in game 1.
Exactly. And so that was one of the reasons why that game 1 really was as dominant as you said. But for Aurelion, it's one more step closer to potentially finally being able to claim that title as a Masters Division player. They have gotten so close. I mean, finalists at Lille and Utrecht earlier on in this 2024 season, a finalist at Utrecht in 2023 and their very first season as a Masters Division player.
Yeah.
And also just so many loads of top cuts in there.
Of course.
Just kind of honestly amazing.
It is.
I
would
can't
love
count
to hear
them anymore.
I know. I would love to hear more from Aurelion themselves too about their journey throughout this tournament and their time in the Masters Division so far. So David, please, let's ask Aurelion some great questions about this match.
Thanks so much, Jake. I'm here with our final top 4 player, Aurelion Sula. Well, congratulations. You made top 4 at an international. I know at the European International Championships, you made top 8. So this is the highest you've gotten so far in an international scene. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's just pretty unreal. Yeah, it's like didn't have a team until like a couple of days before the event, and like here we are.
Have you been to an event over in the States before?
Yeah, I've been a couple of times since first time I've been in the United States, like overall, but also for an event was World Championships 2019, and since then I believe I've attended NSC 22, 23, 24. So yeah.
Awesome. Well done. So in that match, obviously, like it seemed like you really had a handle on things. That Terrapagos was amazing, and like we've seen a lot of Terrapagos with the calm mind and the leftovers and all that setup, but you have that instant offense with that Joy Specs. So it sounds like you're pretty happy with that option.
Yeah, Specs Terrapagos have been great. Yeah, I considered Meteor Beam before the tournament, but like my friends convinced me to keep the Choice Specs, and that was probably the right call. So thanks guys.
So in that match, like how did you feel like you were able to position there? Because I feel like when you're up against a Ditto especially, it kind of makes things really interesting. Like so to a player who's maybe not as familiar, say, with the VGC scene or how to play against a Ditto, which could become one of their own Pokemon, how do you face that?
So I mean, like for this specific match, I really didn't expect Ditto to come out since like it's not that good to Terrapagos and the Terrapagos teams in general. But like you're playing against a Ditto. That's a good question. I mean, I guess it's like if you have like, like something that sets up like a Calyrex, you will not want that to be in front of a spot you want to take a KO, or like slots that's going like pivot out, and like it's like, I guess like making sure like Ditto coming in wouldn't like sweep your own board, I guess.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you for that insight. So the team overall, obviously, we've had a chat the other day as well because you've been that successful this weekend already. Do you feel like it's something that you might want to take further into the World Championships if you do well this weekend?
We'll see.
We'll see. Fair enough. Okay. So, Aurelio, before you get into your top 4 match, it's going to be versus Eduardo Cunha. I know you've already faced in Swiss as well. How did that go?
Yeah, I lost 3 game sets. I believe I lost game 1 and won game 2, and then lost game 3.
How are you feeling going into this next one? Do you feel like you've got some tricks up your sleeve you can do without revealing too much?
We'll see. I guess. I mean, I don't think the matchup is too one-sided. I think the match, the team's matchup into each other is pretty even. So we'll see. I guess it'll come down to like mind games and such. So yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. So obviously go and collect your head early on. But finally, any shout-outs you'd like to give? Again.
Yeah, I guess it's going to be much of the same. But yeah, shout outs to everyone who was supporting me, especially my parents for bringing me to events. Yeah, Kyle for like the general discussions about the format. And yeah, the person who helped me prep like the Grimsal Terrapagos crew. Yeah, Suika, Junchi, Kent, thanks a lot, and thanks also for the Terrapagos sticker. I'm sorry I couldn't show it on the stream. It's one of my badge, and we have to take off badges.
Cheers, Aurelio. Well done. Give it up for our top 4 player, Aurelio Sula.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you, Aurelian, for that incredible interview, and congratulations on your position in top 4 here at the North American International Championships. My name is Evan Latt, and Gabby and I are taking over for Rose and Jake to take you home for today for our 2 top 4 semifinal matches.
We have determined our top 4 players in the competition, but only 2 of them can move on to compete tomorrow at Championship Sunday. And while they've already won a plethora of championship points, a plethora of prize money, there is still even more on the board. Of course, if you are the winner of the North American International Championships, you get a nice 500 championship points in addition to that auto invite, which if you don't have that already, now you do, and you also have the opportunity to boost your standings in the overall championship point leaderboards, which could make you eligible for a Tier 1 invite to the World Championships, a travel award, and of course that coveted Round 1 bye.
Absolutely, and in addition to those championship points, they are competing for cash prizes and boosters. The champion will take home $15,000 if they win tomorrow at Championship Sunday. By making it to the semifinals, all of our competitors have already made $7,000 for a weekend's work. And a win here guarantees at least $10,000. So each of these games is worth $3,000.
Let's be real though, the money is nice, of course, and I don't think any of us would say no to $7,000 or more. The championship points are great, but I really do think that all the players left in the competition are competing for the prestige of being the international champion. We have a lovely mix of trainers with tons of experience, with newer trainers who maybe just picked up the game during the past couple of years, coming here to this tournament and having a breakout performance. And those are the storylines that I absolutely love to follow. It goes to show that if you have not competed at a Play Pokemon tournament yet, that's nothing stopping you from showing up to an event, making some amazing friends, and who knows, it could be you on the stage for Championship Sunday at the end of it all.
Absolutely, Gabby, you're totally right. The prestige of being the international champion is huge. There are only 3 or 4 international events every year, international championships, and that means that there are a very limited amount of Masters International champions out there, especially because people like Marco Silva keep winning multiple ones.
I know, right? But I guess at the end of the day, though, you're the only winner in your year, so unless somebody invents time travel or catches a Dialga or a Celebi, I suppose, that title is going to be yours forever. That being said, though, there's a lot going on in addition to the competition this weekend, and we've been checking in with Anna throughout the day to talk with some of our spectators, our judges, just to see what's going on at this event. So Anna, why don't we check in with you again? How's it going out there?
Hello again, I'm Anna Prosser here at the Pokemon North America International Championship. I'm standing here with Fernando. Fernando, what are you up to at NAIC?
Well, trying to do my best, maybe get to like top 8 and just have fun.
You were playing today, right? How are your standings?
I mean, I lost the first 2 battles. I did a good performance, I think. So like, all my family's proud, so I'm proud of it.
That's awesome. Is your family keeping track of your wins?
Yeah, they're my #1 fans.
That's so cool. Where's your family?
Right there.
Oh, they're here.
Yeah. The other part of my family are in Orlando, and I know they're supporting from there.
That's great. Didn't you came here from Orlando?
Yeah.
How was that trip?
It was nice.
Yeah, not so bad. What do you think of New Orleans?
It's amazing, and the event is really well made. It's has like a great organization, and it's really nice.
Have you been to events like this before?
Yeah, I went to the Orlando Regional.
Cool, and how was that?
I think I did better here, but it was nice too.
We kind of stepped things up here. Now, how long have you been into Pokemon?
Since I was 5 years old, but into like competitive Pokemon since last regional in Orlando.
When you were 5, what got you into Pokemon?
So my brothers were the one who started, and they got me into Pokemon a lot. I started playing Pokemon Black 2, and I just got in love with the franchise.
Who's your favorite?
Pikachu.
Really? Pikachu? And who do you have here?
Squaxley.
Why do you choose him?
My best friend gave it to me, and he's just my lucky amulet.
That's cool. What does Pokemon mean to you? Why is it something that has become central to what you want to spend your time doing?
It's something that I love. It makes me happy. It makes all my family happy, and I don't know, it's just already a part of my life. So I just want to enjoy it as much as I can, and if it's coming to these competitions, even better.
If somebody enjoys Pokemon but has never been to a competitive event, what would you tell them about what it's like here, and maybe if they would want to come?
You should come. It's a beautiful experience. I think everyone should like experience it at least once, and maybe if you're not like taking it like seriously, even just to have fun, it's something you're gonna remember like for the rest of your life.
So true. Thank you so much, Fernando. I appreciate it. And now back to the Pokemon North America International Championship.
It is so awesome to hear from our competitors. It is always an experience to hear what everyone's first Pokemon game is. Black 2 and White 2 was my second competitive VGC circuit video game. But
excuse me, my back hurts a little bit here. I think I'm getting a little bit old, considering it was my Diamond and Pearl. Well, technically Emerald, Diamond and Pearl, Platinum, Black, and
a lot. There were a lot of other ones.
Yeah, but I mean, talk about being able to celebrate and enjoy the environment here. For me, it was always the appeal of the live events, getting to come here, getting to meet other like-minded individuals who loved Pokemon as much as I did, and really coming into my own in these kind of environments that made me who I am today. And to be able to see other people share in that experience, you know, together is always so special. So thank you so much for sharing that with us. And on that note, I think it's time we turn the dial up to 11 and start focusing in on the top 4 trainers remaining in this point of the competition. As, let's be real, Evan, that's why you and I are here this weekend.
That is why we are here. We want to see some incredible Pokemon battles, and we have already done that and then some. And here are 2 more to wrap up our day. We have Eduardo Cunha versus Aurelian Sola at the top half of our bracket, and then Jan Sem and Patrick Connors on the bottom half of the bracket. These 2 semifinal matches will decide who makes it to Championship Sunday tomorrow. Of course, the winner of this entire tournament will be decided at the very end of our broadcast tomorrow as we crown a new international champion.
But we have to determine who those trainers will be, and in order to do that, we have to take to the stage to focus in on our first top 4 matchup between Patrick Connors and Jan Sem. I love how we have Patrick Connors here as the trainer on the left, because that's usually the order that I talk about them in. And Patrick is one of the newer players remaining in the competition at this point in time. Prior to this international championship, prior to the top 8 in this international championship, we have never seen Patrick Connors on stream. While he did place top 64 at the Orlando Regional Championships this year and last year, this has really been his breakout performance for this trainer.
Absolutely. The best placement that Patrick has gotten at a tournament outside of a Premier Challenge or a mid-season showdown in his local community. He'll be going up against Jan Sem from Brazil, who is running this Miraidon team, very similar core to the one that was run in Indianapolis and won by Rajan Ball with that Miraidon, the Whimsicott, and the Farigiraf. A veteran player who has accomplishments since back down to 2015. So a new player versus a player who has been around for a while here, and both of them looking to make an impact here in New Orleans.
I think both of them already have made an impact here, as both of them have taken these more traditional archetypes from the Regulation G metagame and put their own spin on it. Patrick Connors running the Booster Energy Photosynthesis Raging Bolt, opting to have that item versus the Assault Vest, dropping the Amoonguss commonly seen on these Ice Rider Calyrex teams for the Rillaboom, and overall just giving himself a bit more playability thanks to the coaching on that Urshifu Rapid Strike over something like an Aqua Jet. We've already seen him do some incredible positioning when he was playing in his top 8 match, and given the fact that this is more of a balanced variant of the Calyrex Ice Rider teams, yes, if you want Calyrex Ice Rider to be the star of the show, you want that Trick Room, you want to get those attack boosts, those Glacial Lance KOs, but it doesn't have to be the star of the show, and that kind of flexibility is why Patrick Connors is here competing in the top 4.
Well, he will have to defeat Jan Sim if he wants to make it any further, and this is a powerful offensive team. The Miraidon with the Choice Specs and the Terra Electric is able to pick up surprise KO after surprise KO, and that power is boosted even further by the Beads of Ruin on Chi Yu. Additionally, you have to worry about the Quark Drive boost, boosting the offensive power of that Iron Hands. And the key Pokemon that I think we're going to see during this game is that Whimsicott. The ability to use Moonblast and Encore against the Raging Bolt in particular can give Miraidon teams a lot of trouble. So going to have to see if that Whimsicott is going to be able to deal with that Raging Bolt. Again, it is the booster energy, not the Assault Vest, so those Moonblasts are going to be dealing significant damage.
You don't have to rely on the Whimsicott either, though. I mean, yes, Encore is a huge point of pressure from this cute Cotton Ball Pokemon, but given that the Farigiraf knows Trick Room, can turn speed back in its favor, can boost the damage of its partner with a Helping Hand, and can Terrasilize into that ground typing so it doesn't take damage from a Choice Specs boosted Discharge from the Miraidon. There are multiple approaches that Jan Sim can take to this game, depending on what strategies he sees from Patrick.
Well, here are the leads from both of our competitors here in the semifinals. That is the Miraidon next to the Iron Hands for Jan, bringing up the fake out pressure from that Iron Hands immediately, as well as getting the Quark Drive boost. Patrick, however, has led the Choice Scarf Urshifu alongside the Calyrex. And we already see in the back that Rillaboom. Extremely common to switch that Rillaboom in as soon as the Miraidon hits the field to change that terrain and make sure that the Hadron engine is not going off.
I love how Patrick led with 2 of the most powerful physical attackers on his side of the field as well, because that gives him the opportunity to choose which one he wants to keep on the field when he switches in that Rillaboom to reset the terrain. I think if you think that your opponent is going to focus in maybe on that Urshifu, knowing that a fast close combat could threaten significant damage to the opposing Miraidon, you switch in the Rillaboom for that slot. If you're worried that your opponent's going to focus in on your Calyrex, you can switch it in for that spot. It's a very offensive start to the game, but there's such an easy defensive pivot as long as you assume that the fake out is the move of choice on the Iron Hands, but it's not.
No fake out at all, just a Draco Meteor coming out from the Miraidon, locked in with the Choice Specs, but losing the Hadron Engine boost, but also the Drain Punch following up from that Iron Hands, easily able to pick up the KO on that Rillaboom on the switch-in. However, that is a Glacial Lance coming out, and that's a one-hit KO onto the Miraidon, and that means both terrain setters are gone. Jan has lost his restricted, Patrick lost a Rillaboom and got a Chilling Neigh boost on that Calyrex.
Losing the Miraidon is huge in this matchup for Jan, as that means the Iron Hands no longer has access to the attack boost that we saw Quark Drive provide, and otherwise gives Patrick the opportunity to slow gameplay down. Yes, there's no more fake out available to him, and he will have to worry about this Urshifu Dark on Jan's side of the field, but given that Calyrex Ice Rider could Terrasilize here to avoid that Dark type weakness, you only need one turn here, maybe 2 turns, to find a way through the Iron Hands and then set Trick Room up for your endgame. Because looking at the possible Pokemon left for Jan, If it's the Chi-Yu in the back, you want to have Trick Room on the field because of that Choice Scarf held item. If it's the Farigiraf, yes, it can twist the dimensions back to normal, but that'll take time. And if you're able to sneak in another KO and get another Chilling Nay boost on that Calyrex Ice Rider, that's time that the Farigiraf probably won't be able to find.
Yeah, and the Farigiraf doesn't have the electric terrain to use that electric seed, so it's going to start taking big damage from any attack from that Calyrex. So Jan is just trying to maximize damage out of this single strike Urshifu, going to go ahead and terrestrialize to the dark type, trying to deal as much as possible before taking any damage. Patrick will also be protecting the Calyrex by terrestrializing into the water type, removing the weakness to that dark typing. So Jan has increased the damage of dark type attacks, while Patrick has removed some of his weaknesses to the dark type attacks. We'll go ahead and protect this turn. We'll be protecting damage only from the Iron Hands because of the Urshifu's ability to hit through the protect. The single strike Urshifu is able to survive a single surging strikes outside of rain, and without terrestrialization on Patrick's own Urshifu, will hit through the protect with that wicked blow, but that is not even 50% damage. Jan, though, gets a big hit onto the surging strikes, rapid strikes Urshifu with that wild charge, picking up a one-hit KO there, not falling for the protect.
That was a great play there from Yan, recognizing that the wicked blow into that Calyrex Ice Rider was essentially free damage. Would not pick up the KO in one turn, but certainly would threaten a knockout in 2 turns. And by protecting that Calyrex Ice Rider, Patrick was predicting the double up into that spot, hoping that the Urshifu then was guaranteed to outspeed the opposing Urshifu and pick up the KO in 2 surging strikes onto that Pokemon. Because that didn't happen, you do have some option here to try and go for a KO with a Thunderclap into the opposing Urshifu if you think it's not going to Sucker Punch, but I do think that this Calyrex is in a lot of danger, because even if that does play out and the Urshifu is KO'd, we've seen how much damage the Wild Charge did from that Iron Hands, and given that it's at below health, it's really going to struggle to take that attack.
Yeah, another Wicked Blow isn't going to be enough to knock out this Calyrex on its own. We'll need help from the Iron Hands, so instead targeting down the Raging Bolt, which is going to go after the Iron Hands. One turn of grassy terrain recovery is enough for the Iron Hands to survive, and then picks up the KO onto Calyrex that we saw was going for the Trick Room. And that unfortunately means that Patrick is not going to be able to maintain control of the speed in this game. It means that that Urshifu single strike is the fastest thing on the field. And even though that Iron Hands is going to go down, Jan gets a free switch to whatever is in the back, any of which, looking at this team sheet, can take out that Raging Bolt.
And given that Jan is in this position, you want to pick a Pokemon and a move that is guaranteed to connect. You can try and go for another Wicked Blow into the opposing Raging Bolt, but then you do run the risk of being hit by this Thunderclap beforehand and getting knocked out there. We don't see that priority attack again from Patrick. Instead, Helping Hand Wicked Blow will connect with the Raging Bolt for the KO, and Yan Sim is 1 win away from competing tomorrow at Championship Sunday.
Yeah, clean win there from Jan. He made some incredible reads there, never got baited by some of Patrick's plays. I'm thinking specifically of the turn where Patrick terrestrialized Calyrex to dodge the Dark-type damage from the Urshifu single strike, and then protected to dodge the Wild Charge damage. And instead, Jan decided, I think that's a little risky. I don't know that I can guarantee that Patrick's not going to protect this damage, but you know what can't protect? That Choice Scarf Urshifu. Let me just get that off the field right away.
Yeah, and that Choice Scarf Urshifu was such a key part of Patrick's strategy, given that he was opting to not set up Trick Room and instead rely on that Choice Scarf to deal the damage, so that Calyrex Ice Rider could then deal the remainder of the damage with those Glacial Lances and get that engine going. Unfortunately, though, did not find those opportunities, partially due to the bulk that the Iron Hands brings as well. I mean, it is such a threatening Pokemon. Even if it doesn't have the support of the electric terrain, we saw how much the Wild Charge did, we saw how much Drain Punch and Heavy Slam have done in previous games from other Iron Hands in this competition. It is such a scary Pokemon, and being able to withstand that Draco Meteor with just 1 turn of grassy terrain healing was absolutely critical for Jan.
Yeah, 2 more points of damage, maybe 3, and Patrick would have been in a very strong position there. Extremely close moment, an extremely close game, even though Jan was able to immediately close out the game from there. So, going into game 2, I have to wonder if Patrick still likes the options that he had available. Part of me thinks you might want to just lead the Rillaboom, but then you were very open to that Chi-Yu coming through. Of course, Chi-Yu did not come through in that first game.
It didn't, but Yan is up a game in this set, and honestly, it's not the worst adjustment to make, as you will instantaneously force a terastallization on that Calyrex Ice Rider again, assuming that we see a similar lead and you want to try and keep that Urshifu safe for later. And as soon as that Calyrex Ice Rider terastallizes into that water typing, all of a sudden it's so much easier of a matchup for the Iron Hands and for that Miraidon. You think that trying to pin that position for Yan onto Patrick's Calyrex is going to be a critical part of this matchup for all the games that we'll see.
All right, well, Jansim is going to go ahead and lead the same Pokemon, going to be the Miraidon and the Iron Hands, while Patrick has led the Rillaboom this time around, which will overwrite the electric terrain with the Grassy Surge and set the grassy terrain. That causes the Quark Drive to wear off. It also means that Miraidon has lost a little bit of its offensive pressure. And now this Rillaboom gets to be on the field and do something instead of just being fainted as soon as it switches in.
If Yan decides to switch out the Miraidon to reset the electric terrain, if it's going to be that Urshifu coming out onto the field again, we're going to see it lose its Focus Sash almost immediately. If the Miraidon decides to stay in, maybe do some chip with the Volt Switch, maybe do some significant damage with the Volt Switch given this terastallization, that could be a huge adjustment for Yan. Honestly, now that it's dropped its Ice-type weakness, it's possible that it can just hang out on the field for a couple of turns, especially given the fake-out turn one from Yan.
Well, clicking Electro Drift turn 1 here. Miraidon is staying on the field, targeting down the Calyrex. Not enough. Without the terrain, the Electro Drift is not enough damage to pick up that KO. However, Iron Hands was able to fake out the Calyrex, which means that the Calyrex will not be able to do anything this turn. Now, the thing here is that Yan is now locked into Electro Drift, which means that if Yan wants to reposition, he'll have to hard switch out. But this Calyrex is not in a good place right now.
It isn't, and Patrick, I think, tried to make a play based off what we saw in Game 1 from Yan, where he forewent the fake out in favor of dealing that big damage. It was a great aggressive read from Patrick and potentially could have resulted in a knockout on that Iron Hands this turn had it not gone for that fake out once again. Instead, Yan, even though he has the game advantage here, opting to play this matchup very safe that turn 1, which now allows him to play very aggressively in this turn 2.
Well, but targeting down the Rillaboom, not targeting down the Calyrex with that Electro Drift. That means Rillaboom gets another Woodhammer off onto Iron Hands, picks up the KO this time. Patrick is not going to let 2 or 3 hit points stand in his way twice. Knocks out the Iron Hands, and now Calyrex is able to fire off a single target Glacial Lance. So Miraidon is no longer weak to the Ice type, so is able to survive even with the single targeting, but now the damage is much more equal, and that Iron Hands is off the field.
And the Rillaboom still has access to priority Grassy Glide as well, which should be able to pick up the KO on the Miraidon from that range if Yan leaves it on the field. We do see that the Urshifu is once again brought to this matchup from Yan, which makes a ton of sense. That was the Pokemon that forced the Water-type terastallization on the Calyrex Ice in game number 1. Unlike game number 1, though, with so much damage on that Calyrex, I don't think you go for that terastallization.
Definitely not.
You just have to try and sneak in as many Glacial Lances as possible to deal that chip damage and hope that the Pokemon you have in the back, which have not been revealed up until this point in time, can take you through towards winning the game.
Raging Bolt is an extremely safe switch in here, knowing that Miraidon is locked into Electro Drift. We'll be able to resist that 4 times over. And Urshifu actually just goes for a Sucker Punch trying to block the Grassy Glide there, so it's an entirely free switch in for that Raging Bolt. Calyrex will go down here, but that is okay. Calyrex got a lot of damage off in that turn with the one Glacial Lance onto the Miraidon, and you now buy a turn for either the Rillaboom to come in to threaten Fake Out pressure again, or this Choice Scarf Urshifu, which was not able to pick up the KO on the single strike Urshifu with non-terastallized Surging Strikes, but now you have potential here.
You do have a lot of potential here with both of your Pokemon, and I gotta say as well, this is the benefit to running a Calyrex Ice Rider alongside of other powerful attackers like the Raging Bolt, like this Urshifu Rapid Strike. The Calyrex Ice Rider brings so much pressure onto the field in and of itself. You're forcing your opponent to recognize the threat it brings turn after turn after turn, and when you pair that with those Wood Hammers, with the grassy terrain, when you pair that with a booster energy special attack boosted Raging Bolt, the damage starts to add up so quickly, it's okay when your Calyrex goes down as you already have an advantage.
Oh, and I really like this Fairy Terastallization on the Raging Bolt as well. The Miraidon is no longer an issue with the Choice Scarf Urshifu out on the field, so that single strike Urshifu is going to struggle to break through both of the Pokemon that Patrick currently has out on the field. Urshifu on Patrick's side just cleans up the Miraidon, knocks that Pokemon out, and takes the second KO for Patrick in this game, bringing our Pokemon count to even. Now, with that Pokemon off the ground, or off the field, the Urshifu on Jan's side has to go for a close combat to try to deal some damage to that Raging Bolt. But now that it is Fairy type, it's just going to break the Focus Sash and bring it right back down to 1 hit point for its troubles.
I know. I love how you called out the potential for a water-type terastallization on the Urshifu on Patrick's side of the field. I do think that if you look at how he's been playing this game up until this point in time, doubling down to that hyper offense makes a lot of sense because you know you can remove the Urshifu, and then you know that the Miraidon is locked into Electro Drift. It has to switch to pick a different move, and by the time it makes that pivot, you can find your way through it. But instead, Patrick making a very defensive play there with the Fairy-type Terastallization to get the same result, but in a way that's much more consistent.
Yeah, and look at all of that damage onto the Farigiraf. That Psychic Noise isn't even going to be able to pick up the KO onto Urshifu. So the two Pokemon that Patrick had in the back, the Raging Bolt and the Urshifu, able to clean up this game after taking out that Iron Hands in the early game. And again, this is one of the big things about this Miraidon, the Choice Specs Miraidon especially. You really want to be able to reposition it so you can move it in and out, change moves as often as possible. The great benefit of that Volt Switch is it can pick up big damage and KOs and reposition so you can change moves. Electro Drift. You know, people get really excited about the big numbers that Electro Drift can put out, but if you aren't picking up one-hit KOs with it, then it's really easy to get walled by a Raging Bolt or something similar.
I also think the fact that Patrick is not allowing the electric terrain to stay on the field makes it that much more important that Yan, when he makes an adjustment as we go into this Game 3, considers opting for Volt Switch versus the Electro Drift. I mean, he locked into that Electro Drift so quickly on that turn, but we saw the Calyrex was able to withstand it very comfortably. If terrain was still up at that point in time, or if there had been the opportunity to double into the Calyrex before it was attacking, then we would have a different story. But instead, Patrick just playing very safely, being able to maneuver that Calyrex and force it so that even if that was the attack of choice, he was still in a commanding position.
Yeah, this entire game was played on grassy terrain, which is not what Miraidon wants to see ever.
No, and that's why I think it's a very simple adjustment for Yan to go with the same lead a third time in a row, but just click Volt Switch.
Yeah.
Even if the Rillaboom decides to fake out that first turn, you just trade fake outs, you know, nothing really happens between the two restricted Pokemon, and then you're able to get that pivot in very comfortably. Yes, the Farigiraf will most likely take damage on that switch in, but you're okay with that. You're not giving up Urshifu's Focus Sash, and realistically, we've seen that Farigiraf's best option in this matchup is to use Helping Hand or potentially Foul Play to deal damage to the physical attackers on Patrick's side of the field. that's a much better trade to ensure that you have drain up so you can use that to your advantage.
Yeah, I don't know that I am loving the Farigiraf on that Jan has chosen to bring in both games. In game 1, it did not do anything. That Pokemon could have been any other Pokemon and it would have had the same effect. And in game 2, Farigiraf just was not able to put any pressure down against Patrick's team.
No.
The Farigiraf is really useful if Patrick is going to go for the Trick Room option on the Calyrex. But Patrick is showing that he is not particularly valuing that. The one time he did try to value that was game 1 when the Calyrex just got knocked out.
Yeah, and we actually see the adjustment here, but it is the Farigiraf in the lead for Jan. So gives him the ability to stop Fake Out.
Yeah.
But there is no Fake Out on the field.
I understand it for a lead to at least protect the Miraidon so you can get a Volt Switch off, deal some damage, and reposition. But like you mentioned, there is no Fake Out here. The Farigiraf is not blocking any kind of priority move, and instead, it's just going to be this Urshifu and the Calyrex staring down the Miraidon and the Farigiraf.
The Urshifu is holding a Choice Scarf, so it will be able to move prior to this Miraidon. And the nice thing about the Calyrex in this position is, while it still has the opportunity for a guaranteed protect, it is not threatened. I would love to see Jan go for a Volt Switch into that Urshifu specifically, sort of preempting the reveal of the Rillaboom, because you know it's in the back of Patrick's party. It is so important in this matchup. If you're able to remove your Terrain Setter prior to seeing the Rillaboom even make an appearance, you're just prolonging the opportunity for the electric terrain.
Yeah, I mean, this is, if you're on autopilot and you're playing this type of Urshifu team, you are U-turning and you are switching into the Rillaboom. So we'll have to see if Jan is going to go for that, to cover that option, because it does not look like Patrick went for that. Instead, Jan is going to just go ahead and boost the power of that Miraidon with a Helping Hand.
No.
Helping Hand in the terrain with the Terastallization can be big damage, but there is no U-turn, it's just the close combat that is damage onto the Miraidon. So now, Urshifu has dealt damage to Miraidon. Miraidon went for the Electro Drift into Calyrex!
Into the Protect! That was so much damage! That was just gone!
Jan got so baited by game 2. The slim amount of health that the Calyrex survived on in game 2 meant Jan thought, oh, all I need is one more damage multiplier here, and that Electro Drift gets that KO. Let me bring the Helping Hand. And Patrick was just like, no. I have a way to stop that entirely. Let me just protect here, and I'm just going to get close combat. And all of a sudden, Patrick is in such a commanding position. The Miraidon has gone down with no damage dealt by that Pokemon.
No damage dealt, and the electric terrain can only remain for so much longer. Jan's entire team is built around this Miraidon, supporting the Iron Hands, dealing a ton of damage. So even though we see the Psychic Noise, thanks to those defensive drops, take the KO on the Urshifu, that is a very okay trade to make if you're Patrick.
Yeah, trading the Urshifu for the Miraidon is a trade you will make many, many times. Now, this Farigiraf, of course, was able to pick up that KO, and it's really going to depend on what Pokemon Jan has brought in the back. Previously, we have seen the Iron Hands and the Single Strike Urshifu in both games 1 and game 2. And the Iron Hand still seems like a very strong pull here because of its ability to function in Trick Room.
Exactly, and you do have to worry as well if the Iron Hands does not make an appearance. That just makes Calyrex's Terastallization into that water typing a way more easier choice. And I think by revealing the Urshifu this turn on Jan's side of the field, he's trying to get Patrick to Terastallize that Pokemon. I don't think you necessarily need the terrain if you can trick your opponent into Terastallizing into a water type, Wild Charge super effective, and that's the game. But we've seen Patrick in this situation before opt to Terastallize the Raging Bolt. And honestly, again, the Calyrex Ice Rider is an incredible Pokemon, but it is not necessarily the star of this show. There are so many other powerful Pokemon Patrick has to carry him to the finish line.
Patrick's powerful Pokemon includes this now Terra Fairy Raging Bolt, just like in game 2. But Jan is going for more damage multipliers, giving the clap, 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 clap for the Urshifu single strike, but not able to pick up even 50% of damage on that Raging Bolt and dropping its defenses. And this means that Raging Bolt just gets to fire off a Thunderbolt into the Farigiraf, and this Calyrex gets to do whatever it wants.
And what it wants to do right now is go for a Glacial Lance single target into the single striker Shifu to bring it down to that focus sash. Raging Bolt utilizing the electric terrain in its own favor. Probably didn't need the damage boost to pick up the KO after the booster energy, activating the photosynthesis there, but still a very nice timing there from Patrick, recognizing that you don't need to necessarily remove the terrain until the Iron Hands makes an appearance. Now that we're in this position though, Patrick has the Pokemon advantage. Patrick has the ability to withstand another close combat without that helping hand boost on the Raging Bolt. I think you don't make that switch until your opponent makes it for you.
Yeah, and Patrick can withstand the Wicked Blow without terastallization. There is the Thunderbolt going to go ahead and knock out that Urshifu, and the Iron Hands was the final Pokemon for Jan, so brings out the Heavy Slam into the Raging Bolt, but it can still survive that, and Calyrex has Glacial Lances. Iron Hand takes over 50% damage, and we are one turn away from Patrick Connors becoming our first finalist at the North American International Championships.
Iron Hands is one of the most powerful Pokemon in the metagame, but it cannot attack both Pokemon at once. Patrick Connors coming all the way from Orlando, Florida, top 64 in those regional championships, locking in a coveted finalist spot here at the North American International Championships.
Patrick Connors, congratulations. You are our first finalist here in New Orleans, and what an incredible display that was. Both the team functioned extremely well, but especially the pilot was functioning on all cylinders. The way that Patrick was able to identify Jan's playstyle and just he was in his head. He knew exactly what Jan was going to do after that first game where Jan looked completely in control. Ever since then, games 2 and game 3, Patrick knew exactly what to do every time. You saw how quickly he was locking in those moves too.
I know, and I mean, we were very fortunate to talk to one of the TOs of the locals that Patrick attends, and apparently this is his play style. He plays very hyper offensively. He's able to find these openings and know when to go on the attack and when to go on the defense, and that is exactly what we saw from him in games 2 and 3. I mean, talk about what an incredible read here in this turn 1, the helping hand Electro Drift into the Protect on the Calyrex. That just opened the door for this Urshifu to lock in the early KO on the Miraidon, and then it was really Patrick's game to complete.
Absolutely, just beautiful conditioning there in game 3, making sure that Jan knew that if he got the helping hand boost, he would be able to pick up that KO onto Calyrex, then tempting Jan with it, just putting Calyrex in front of the Miraidon and the Farigiraf and being like, I survived one before, wouldn't you like to try again now that you think you can get it? And then just completely shutting him out.
I know, Miraidon has been one of the most powerful restricted Pokemon in the format, and I think a lot of trainers thought that a Pokemon like the Ice Rider Calyrex could not compete with that offensive pressure on its own. But with a little help from its friends, a little help from the classic Fire, Water, Grass core of that Incineroar, Rillaboom, and Urshifu, it has been able to find its way to ride into the Championship Sunday's battle tomorrow.
Yeah, one final ride for the Calyrex Ice Rider tomorrow on Championship Sunday. There is still one Calyrex Shadow Rider remaining in our bracket that we will be seeing in our next match to see if we can get both of the Calyrex forms in this finals. But man, what an incredible play there by Patrick, being able to just completely understand how Jan wanted to play both games 2 and 3 and making that adaptation to bring in that Raging Bolt, commit the Terastallization to the Raging Bolt and go for the Fairy typing instead of the Water typing to dodge the Wicked Blow. Just made all of the difference in both those games.
It really did, and I also love just having the Raging Bolt in this matchup as well, because it was able to have that electric typing otherwise and just provide a little bit more bulk to the team.
Yep.
It's a really good pivot, and I know a couple of times I was like, oh yeah, just thunderclap, just thunderclap. It had so much bulk, it didn't need to go for that priority there, and I think that was a very calm and collected play by Patrick to just know his Pokemon, know how they're trained, know the damage calc, and have the experience to carry him through, again, that matchup.
Yeah, and congratulations to Jan for making it to the top 4 and becoming a semi-finalist here at the North American International Championships. Unfortunately, his tournament run ends here, but it's an extremely big accomplishment to be able to take all the way to the semifinals, becoming the top 4, one of the top 4 players in this entire tournament with almost 1,000 competitors.
I'm just excited that North America has a chance to defend our region for once. I know, it's so funny when you think about it, because at the end of the day, you know, I think as casters, my priority is always I want the good match. You know, I don't necessarily care who wins, other than Calyrex Ice Rider, but I do want to see 3 games. I do want to get an opportunity to showcase how these players are thinking, how they adapt, all the fun stuff that makes Pokemon Pokemon. But I also think back to when I was just a mere competitor, and when you had an opportunity to cheer on someone from your region to defend the title, and
it's special.
It's special. And I think that's something that we'll start to see, especially as we get these overhead crowd shots going into Championship Sunday. The crowd really does come together to cheer for, you know, whoever they want to cheer for, and it's so cool to see that support just being channeled into those players.
Absolutely, and of course Championship Sunday will be tomorrow, and then even after that you can stay tuned to our channel to catch all of the action, including replays of the 2018 Latin American International Championships. If you have not had enough International Championships action after this weekend, stay tuned on the 12th of June for that Latin American International Championships replay. Additionally, catch some of the water type celebration of the day before, and then the Battle Frontier the day after.
You know, the Pokemon Battle Frontier rerunning on Twitch means the Battle Frontier has returned.
It's back.
In some way, shape, or form. Just not the one that I think I would personally prefer. Still, though, it's great that we get to see these broadcasts of the International Championships. And if you want to watch them on your own time, you can always head over to the Pokemon YouTube channel, where VODs from this event and from previous events, both at the regionals, internationals, and worlds level, can be there for you to watch on your own time.
Absolutely. And now we are getting ready for our second top 4 match of the day. We just saw who our first finalist will be. It will be Florida's own Patrick Connors. But we also have to identify who will be facing him. And we have 2 incredibly talented trainers that will be competing for the right to challenge Patrick in the finals, including world champion from 2022, Eduardo Cunha, and Aurelian Sola, who has been one of the top performing European trainers this season.
Let's take a look at their journey through the top 8 here in New Orleans. Or New Orleans? Is that how I'm supposed to say it?
Either way.
Okay, cool. I'll try it. You just say it so well, Evan. But you can see here Eduardo beating Henry Rich, a good friend of his, 2-0 in Top Cut. Henry saying that he wants to be there to cheer Eduardo on in the finals tomorrow. However, Aurelian Sola beating Justin Burns once again after defeating him in the final round of Swiss with the combination of that Grimmsnarl and Terrapagos that has been doing incredibly well here this weekend.
Regardless of who wins this top 4 match, we will have a EU versus NA matchup in the finals tomorrow. Of course, all of our EU trainers will be competing to make a clean sweep of the international championships in the Masters division, having won both the Latin American International Championships and the European International Championships. So EU trainers were able to defend their own international championships. It's on Patrick now to make sure that NA can do the same.
Well, we have to figure out who Patrick's opponent is going to be to start to have that competition. So let's go ahead down to the stage as both Eduardo and Aurelian are ready to go here in the second top 4 match at the International Championships.
2 incredibly talented and popular trainers from the EU. Eduardo, of course, is the 2022 world champion, the 2019 Oceania International champion, has top-4'd the world championships back in 2016, and has won 2 special events up against Aurélien Sola from France, who has made a number of finals appearances, including at the Lille Regional Finals earlier this year, as well as the Utrecht Special event earlier this year and last year. Aurélien needs a championship. Aurélien is one of the brightest young stars of the EU, but does not have a championship to their name.
Well, what a way to prove yourself playing against a former world champion here in top 4. Eduardo is our last trainer standing with that Calyrex Shadow Rider, the Pokemon that we thought would undeniably sweep this competition.
It did it twice before.
It did it twice before. It had such a huge target on its back going into this phase, this competition. However, Eduardo has found a way to support this Shadow Rider Calyrex that's just slightly different from the ones that come before it.
Yeah, Eduardo is an artiste, bringing out that Smeargle.
You stole the words right out of my
sorry.
mouth. That's okay. I was going to mention, Smeargle is the adaptation here for Eduardo. We saw Montana Mott win the Los Angeles Regional Championships with Clefairy in that spot. Smeargle has a lot of different utility. Moody will potentially give it some defenses boosts, which could come into play, but I think more importantly, it threatens Spore, it threatens Follow Me, and it threatens Wide Guard, which is a very scary thing for other Shadow Calyrex to deal with. In this matchup, though, there is no opposing Shadow Calyrex. Instead, Aurélien has the Terrapagos, and until that Terrapagos terastallizes, Terra Starstorm is just a single target move. So you can't block it with Wide Guard, and if you do redirect it with Follow Me, you're going to bring yourself right down to that Focus Sash, as Smeargle is not known for its defenses, even after a Moody boost or 2.
Typically not, no. But the Eduardo Smeargle team will have to get through Aurélien Sola and able to make it to the finals. That's going to be this Grimmsnarl and Terrapagos combination that has been very strong throughout the course of this weekend. The Grimmsnarl, of course, has the ability to block and reduce damage with the Reflect and Light Screen, and of course add some RNG into the mix with Thunder Wave. And any kind of free turn from a full paralysis can be a big deal. Additionally, with those choice specs, that Terrapagos is just able to immediately start dishing out damage. But speaking of dishing out damage, Chi-Yu is fully capable of dishing out damage immediately, and that will be paired alongside the Grimmsnarl up against that Rillaboom and the Smeargle.
I think it's time to reflect on your favorite Chi-Yu damage calculations, as while there is no sun on the field and there is no choice specs either on that Pokemon, I do believe a Overheat would be more than enough damage to threaten a knockout on this Rillaboom despite the Assault Vest, and of course deal significant damage to that Smeargle as well. It is not safe for Eduardo to keep this Rillaboom on the field as long as the Chi-Yu is present. Even if Aurélien decides to maybe switch out the Chi-Yu for some reason, you still run the risk of that Pokemon being paralyzed by the Grimmsnarl.
All right, well that is the Rillaboom switching out in fear of the Chi-Yu, and it is the Choice Scarf Urshifu in the back. That Rapid Strike style is able to deal with the opposing Chi-Yu, as a Heat Wave will connect onto both Urshifu and Smeargle. Of course, Smeargle does survive with the Focus Sash, and no burns have come through, so it's just going to be a Spore, but blocked by the safety goggles of Aurélien's Urshifu's Rapid Strike.
Eduardo correctly realizing that as soon as the Choice Scarf Urshifu was on the field, there was really nothing that Chi-Yu could do to stop a Surging Strikes from picking up that KO. If you put the opposing Grimmsnarl to sleep, it can only set up a Reflect or a Light Screen or a Thunder Wave, not 1, 2, or 3. But Aurélien making an amazing switch there to send in his safety goggles Pokemon to take that Spore and now threaten a return knockout on the Smeargle, removing that threat from the game.
Yep, there is the Grimmsnarl coming back in outside of the Chi-Yu as Smeargle tries to protect Eduardo's Urshifu. So uses the Follow Me to become the center of attention, while these Surging Strikes will connect with Grimmsnarl. Not enough to pick up the 1-hit KO, but will be able to threaten a 2-hit KO even after grassy terrain recovery, it looks like. So we'll be able to potentially pick that up on the next turn. However, Smeargle does finally go down to a single surging strike from the rapid strike style Urshifu. So Aurelian takes an early lead. And that's the Smeargle out of the way for Eduardo, and the Smeargle didn't really accomplish a whole lot. All it has to show for itself is 50% of damage on that Grimmsnarl.
I think you're okay with losing Grimmsnarl, though, after a single turn moving forwards. Eduardo has a bit of a difficult decision to make here. If you assume that the Grimmsnarl will have one more turn on the field, chances are that Grimmsnarl player is going to choose a Reflect or a Light Screen to set up so that once the Grimmsnarl is down, it's still providing utility for the team. If you send in and you reveal your Calyrex Shadow Rider, you guarantee that that screen that's going to be set up will be the light screen, as the Urshifu Rapid Strike can just play around it with the critical hits from the Surging Strikes regardless. If you send in the Rillaboom here, you could trick your opponent into thinking, oh, I should probably just set up Reflect so that the Rillaboom is not as big of a problem as it could be. We'll have to see, though, if Aurelian is able to correctly predict that it is the Calyrex Shadow Rider as Eduardo's final Pokemon revealed this turn.
The other major thing about Rillaboom is it will have access to Fake Out to prevent the Grimmsnarl from even moving this turn, allowing Eduardo to just bring that Calyrex Shadow Rider in for free. So blocking any kind of prankster ability from the Grimmsnarl for this turn, as Urshifu just goes for a close combat into the Rillaboom, dealing good damage to that Pokemon. And now this safety goggles Urshifu has dropped its defenses, which does make it vulnerable to the Rillaboom.
Grimmsnarl will be using the Prankster ability to set up a screen or that Thunder Wave this turn for the benefit of its partners. Now, the one thing Rillaboom can do this turn is, because grassy terrain is still active on the field, it can also make an attack using that priority tier. And when two Pokemon attack using the same priority tier, we end up with the same speed decisions that are made when the priority tier just isn't there. So if this Rillaboom is trained to be faster than the opposing Grimmsnarl, Eduardo has found a way to eliminate the threat of these shields by simply going for a Grassy Glide to target down that Pokemon.
Oh, Chi-Yu comes in, and Rillaboom is faster than the Grimmsnarl. There will be no screens, and there will be no Thunder Waves connecting with that Calyrex on Eduardo's side. That means that Eduardo is entirely safe to go for a nasty plot here on the Calyrex. And this Calyrex, you know, it's got +2. This is not the Draining Kiss variant of the Calyrex Shadow Rider. Instead, it is Psyshock. So the Chi-Yu actually is in a very strong position against the Calyrex, being able to resist the Astral Barrage and be immune to the Psyshock. But if Calyrex starts getting more boosts, and of course, specifically Chi-Yu's partner Pokemon are not going to want to take either the Psyshock or an Astral Barrage.
Aurelian is in a very tough spot here, because if Eduardo decides that the Chi-Yu is the target of choice, you Grassy Glide into the Chi-Yu to break the potential of a Focus Sash, and then you Astral Barrage pretty comfortably to deal the amount of damage most likely needed to pick up that KO. Even if you decide to wait a turn to see if the Chi-Yu will opt for Protect, as this one does carry Protect, there's really not much that this Urshifu Rapid Strike can do. It can attack through a potential Protect on the Calyrex Shadow Rider, but that's not going to be enough for a knockout. And it could also try and target down the opposing Rillaboom, but that might not be enough for a knockout either.
Well, that's a Protect from the Calyrex and a Protect from the Urshifu, and you see Chi-Yu went for the Overheat into Eduardo's Calyrex. We saw Eduardo hovering over the Terrestrialization button there to switch to the Fairy type to resist the Dark Pulse, but Aurelian showing and Eduardo choosing not to do that because of the threat of the Overheat, which would not have cared one whit about that Terrestrialization. So Eduardo now has been able to maneuver the Choice Scarf Urshifu facing down the Chi-Yu on the other side. And these Calyrex and this Urshifu, I think they can both pick up KOs this turn.
They can, and you have to assume that Aurelian's final Pokemon in the back of their party is going to be that Terrapagos, which Yes, it does have the Terra Shell ability, and yes, it wouldn't take any damage from an Astral Barrage, but that is such a risky switch to make, because as soon as that Terra Shell is gone, you are going to be taking super effective damage from a close combat from this Urshifu. So even though it may seem like the Surging Strikes would be the better play just to ensure that you get a super effective KO on the opposing Chi-Yu, by locking into close combat here, you ensure that you're going to be able to hit the Terapagos as hard as possible for the remainder of this game, which is way more important than your end game than the Urshifu and the Chi-Yu on the field together.
Yeah, the close combat just hits every Pokemon better than the Surging Strikes, as you can see with that Urshifu picking up the KO onto Chi-Yu. Terapagos will switch in, so Aurelian will be able to get this Terapagos out on the field without taking any damage from either the Calyrex or the Urshifu, but it did take sacrificing the Chi-Yu to do so. And now it's just Terapagos and just the Urshifu that is not Choice Scarfed on Aurelian's side. Now, the one benefit here is that because Urshifu is Choice Scarfed, you will be able to resist with your Terra Shell the more powerful close combat, but after that, what do you do?
It's very tough, right? I think that this Terapagos is almost forced to Terrasilize here and go for the Terra Starstorm and hope that that's enough damage to deal KOs for both Pokemon on the field. If you try and focus in on the Calyrex with a Dark Pulse, if you miss that KO, you're going down to 2 close combats regardless from the Urshifu. If you try to only focus in on the Urshifu and the Calyrex goes for a Psyshock this turn to break your Terra Shell, and then goes for a Psyshock next turn alongside of an attack from that Rillaboom, you're in the same endgame essentially. You have to go for the spread damage here and try and find your way back in. Otherwise, Eduardo's Pokemon advantage is just going to lock him in this game 1.
All right, well, that is the Terastallization for the Terapagos on Aurelian's side. That will be a Protect coming out from Eduardo's own Calyrex, while Aurelian will also be protecting and detecting the Urshifu on their side. That is the close combat from the Choice Scarf Urshifu, and without the Terra Shell, that Terapagos takes full damage from that close combat. It's not enough for a one-hit KO, but it is easily enough to be picked up by a Psyshock. The Terra Starstorm will be able to pick up the KO on the Urshifu in return, but Eduardo still has the Rillaboom in the back, which will threaten Fake Out that this Terapagos cannot dodge.
It also could not dodge a Grassy Glide at this point in time. So Eduardo just has all the opportunity here to go on the offense and lock in this win. If Aurelian wants to win, he needs to find an opportunity to land an attack against this Calyrex Shadow Rider, and I just don't think he has it necessarily. The Urshifu is going to be naturally slower than that Pokemon, so it's going to be unable to land a Surging Strikes into that spot. And honestly, given that we've seen Eduardo choose the Citrus Berry as the held item on that Calyrex Shadow Rider, that almost guarantees that one Surging Strikes alone will not be enough for the knockout.
Absolutely, but you know what is enough for the knockout? A single Astral Barrage into the Safety Goggles Urshifu. Easy one-hit KO. The only reason it didn't pick up both is because Terapagos is immune. But because of the Fake Out, that Pokemon has been flinched, cannot move, and in one more turn, Eduardo will take Game 1, and we'll be headed to Game 2.
I think that Eduardo played a very safe game throughout this Game 1, which is exactly the kind of game you play when you have the experience he has at the World Championships, at International Championships, at special events, really throughout his competitive Pokemon resume. Going into game number 2, I don't think he needs to make any risky adjustments. Smeargle threatening Spore is huge. Smeargle threatening Follow Me is huge. Saving the Calyrex Shadow Rider in the back just so that it's able to make an appearance on the field when the timing is right. All of these things are very safe for him in this matchup. Aurelian, on the other hand, I think tried to match the slower pacing of the game that Eduardo had with their Grimmsnarl, which is typically the Pokemon that these kind of teams rely on to slow the pace of the game down. But Grimmsnarl was unable to find the opportunity to set up a light screen or a reflect or really do much of anything.
It literally did nothing.
And as a result, did not have the opportunity to provide the support that they needed. An adjustment that Aurelian could consider would be to leave the Grimmsnarl on the bench, but I do think you need these screens in this matchup to provide the defensive support that your attacking Pokemon need. So in order to do that, you need to find an opportunity for Grimmsnarl to get those attacks in. And while you do have access to your own fake out user, it's going to be slower than the opposing Rillaboom. I almost want to say you just bring Grimmsnarl in the back. You don't lead it. You try and get the fake out threat out of the way. You try and find a way to pivot in that Pokemon, whether it's by taking a trade or by switching it in a situation where you expect the passive play. And then you set up the screens and then you begin your strategy.
Yeah, I do agree that the Grimmsnarl cannot be left behind. Otherwise, you will just lose the damage trades to Eduardo's Pokemon. That Calyrex will start getting out of control, especially if Smeargle actually gets to support the Calyrex instead of supporting the other Pokemon on the team.
Oh, for
so
sure.
Grimmsnarl needs to be able to get a light screen up or Thunder Wave the Calyrex. That was the other major thing that didn't happen. Being able to cut the Calyrex's speed could be huge, especially if you get a free turn because of a paralysis.
Yeah, typically on these teams, you do see a Choice Scarf Pokemon to outspeed Calyrex Shadow Rider in particular. But Aurelian making a huge pivot in this turn 1 of game 2 with the Fluttermane and the Chi-Yu on the field against the opposing Shadow Rider, Calyrex, and Rillaboom.
Yeah, I love this adjustment from Aurelian. The booster speed on the Fluttermane, being able to start adding some speed control here. Fluttermane is now the fastest thing on the field and immune to Fake Out. Also has access to Icy Wind to drop Calyrex's speed and deal super effective damage onto the Rillaboom, which is not insignificant, which would allow this Chi-Yu to start being able to threaten the Urshifu that we've seen before, the Smeargle that we've seen before, and any of the Pokemon that are on Eduardo's team.
It is very likely that a single Icy Wind speed drop would allow this Chi-Yu to outspeed the opposing Calyrex Shadow Rider. If you're confident in that play, you then terrastalize your Chi-Yu into the Ghost type so you don't have to worry about being flinched. You get that early KO, and then all of a sudden we have a very different game. As a result here, Eduardo has to account for that play in his play style, and he also has to account for the fact that Aurelian could just predict a huge overheat into that Rillaboom like he tried to go for in the previous game, and this Terra Fire will stop that.
Yeah, Eduardo has been forced into this Fire Terrastalization by the pressure of the Fluttermane and the Chi-Yu BFFs on the field. The Icy Wind will not connect with the Calyrex, but will connect with the Rillaboom, dropping the speed just a little bit, but not doing super effective damage. In fact, not very effective damage because of that terrastalization. Same thing with this Heat Wave. Rillaboom is not going to be worried too much about that damage at all, thanks to the combination of Assault Vest and the terrastalization, and the Wood Hammer is enough to pick up the one-hit KO on the Fluttermane. So Aurelian had pressure, it is gone now.
It is gone until we see the reveal of their next Pokemon. Yes, there will be no more speed control on the field for Aurelian. It is very possible that Aurelian uses this opportunity to reveal the Grimmsnarl if it is waiting in the back of their party. Now with no fake out threats on the field, you can go for a screen and you can get your defenses up that way. Instead, it looks like it's the Terrapagos making an appearance. Terra Shell is still intact, and there's a terrastalized Pokemon on the field too. So if you want to lock in your own terrastalization to that Terra Starstorm to deal the super effective damage to the Rillaboom and deal decent spread damage to the Calyrex Shadow Rider, it's a great opportunity for that as well.
Yeah, that's an excellent switch in here. Terrapagos is not threatened by either of these Pokemon right now. Calyrex cannot hit it with the Astral Barrage, has to use the weaker Psyshock, which will be able to get through the Terra Shell if Rillaboom goes for the Grassy Glide, but I don't think that's enough to pick up the KO, and because Eduardo has already used the terrastalization, it was forced on the Rillaboom. This Calyrex is weak to either the Dark Pulse from the Chi-Yu or the Dark Pulse from the Terrapagos, and so you can just cover every option here.
You can cover every option, and I think that's exactly why we see the Rillaboom retreat this turn in favor of the Smeargle. Smeargle will certainly be able to take an attack or two from the Pokemon on Aurelian's side of the field, but what I find the most curious is that with no terrastalization on the Terrapagos, we're seeing one Dark Pulse from the Chi-Yu. That's enough for a KO. Are we going to see a follow-up now from the Terrapagos?
Terrapagos gets a turn now. Its Terra Shell has been broken, but a Terra Starstorm, a single target non-Terra, will bring Smeargle down to the Focus Sash. So that is a big KO Aurelion has lost the Fluttermane, but Eduardo has lost the Calyrex. And we have only seen 2 supporty Pokemon on Eduardo's side so far, the Rillaboom and the Smeargle. And unfortunately for Eduardo, those Pokemon one of those Pokemon has already terastallized and is not going to like being next to the Terapagos.
It is not, and that's exactly why we see the Choice Scarf Urshifu making an appearance on the field once again for Eduardo. I like this positioning though, because this will either force a terastallization on the Chi-Yu. It'll potentially force a switch on that Chi-Yu. If you think back to the previous game, we saw the Grimmsnarl actually switch in for the Chi-Yu to take a potential Surging Strikes here. So there is plenty of opportunity for Eduardo to take advantage of some passive play, maybe try to land a Spore on one of the Pokemon on Aurelion's side of the field, assuming you anticipate the switch. That being said, with a switch of his own, Eduardo looking to have Fake Out next turn and just remove the Chi-Yu from the field right off the bat.
And no switches from Aurelion means that Chi-Yu is going down to those Surging Strikes from the Choice Scarfed Urshifu on Eduardo's side. With Rillaboom switching in, Smeargle will be preserved for the future, potentially to have Fake Out pressure in other turns of the game. The Terra Starstorm, though, again, that Choice Specs Terra Starstorm picks up a 1-hit KO on the Choice Scarfed Urshifu. So now it is Smeargle and Rillaboom up against Terapagos and a mystery Pokemon on Aurelion's side, and it is the Iron Hands. Aurelion left the Grimmsnarl at home, does not need to use those screens, instead is going to use the Fake Out pressure to try to find a way to break through these 2 supporter Pokemon.
Eduardo can go for Fake Out onto the Terapagos.
Could go to Fake Out on both of them.
You can go for the Fake Out on either of them, but I think regardless of which Pokemon you target, you have to be very careful about the Iron Hands. If I were Aurelion, the #1 thing I'd be afraid of this turn is my Terapagos getting put to sleep by a Spore, given that it cannot protect. And given this amazing defensive terastallization from Aurelion to make the Iron Hands immune to Spore, this just makes it that much easier for Aurelion to bring us into a game #3.
Yeah, not just immune to Spore, but also this Rillaboom is not going to be able to do anything to this Iron Hands. Only has access to Grass-type attacks and U-turn, which does do a little bit of damage, but because the Rillaboom is not a Bug-type Pokemon, not as much as you might hope. Probably able to keep the health up with the Drain Punch, and as this grassy terrain is healing up the Pokemon on the field, you have to worry that that Terapagos is going to get back to its Terra Shell.
Smeargle is really a interesting Pokemon in this position as well because it has no attacking moves. It was able to accomplish a lot by putting that Terapagos to sleep, but really this final showdown is between the Rillaboom and the opposing Pokemon, and with a instantaneous wake up from this Terapagos, that Terra Starstorm bringing the Rillaboom down into the red. As long as Iron Hands is able to connect and attack into the Rillaboom with the Drain Punch for that KO, we're going to be heading into a game #3.
Terapagos on Aurelion's team's like, I know it's been a long day. Trust me, I believe you. But I am not ready to go to sleep just yet. I want a game 3. I want to compete in the championship match tomorrow on Championship Sunday. And that is going to be a game 3 force. This Smeargle unable to do any damage to Aurelion's Pokemon despite the moody boosts.
It's trying its best. That was the second turn in a row that it was able to get a special attack boost, but just completely unable to take advantage of that. And that is the downside to Smeargle. It's an incredibly supportive Pokemon. You can sketch basically all the moves in the game onto it. You can choose how you want to run it, and given its normal typing, it is the perfect Pokemon to pair with a Shadow Rider Calyrex for situations where you are playing against the Fluttermanes, where you're playing against the Mirrors with other Shadow Rider Calyrex. But in this particular situation, that Smeargle was revealed too little too late. It was able to find the Spore against the Terapagos for sure, but by that point in time, Aurelion had already done a majority of the work with his other Pokemon, and it was just a matter of a little bit more damage before we got to this game 3.
Absolutely, and I think the game 2 leads Aurelion showing the booster energy Fluttermane Fluttermane and the Chi-Yu is need to make Eduardo think about the Pokemon that he has brought and the strategy that he is going for. Such a smart play to lead those two Pokemon and force the Terastallization on the Rillaboom made sure that Calyrex was now immediately threatened, not just by the Chi-Yu, not just by the Fluttermane with 4x super effective damage, but also the Terapagos had the opportunity to hit it with a Dark Pulse. And, you know, Aurelian was able to take that Pokemon out, and Eduardo lost a lot of momentum and offensive pressure.
And I think going into game number 3, there's nothing necessarily stopping Aurelian from leading the Fluttermane and the Chi-Yu once again, because regardless of if you get that Icy Wind to connect or if you get an attack from that Chi-Yu to get the KO, the amount of pressure you put onto the opposing Calyrex, assuming that it's being led in the front of Eduardo's party, is absolutely huge. If you follow that line of logic, that means that Eduardo's best approach to this game number 3, assuming we'll see Aurelian double down on the strategy that won them game number 2, is to simply save that Shadow Rider Calyrex in the back of his party like we saw in game number 1, once its major threats have been removed from the competition.
Yeah, and once all threats of any type of speed control have been removed as well. That is, again, the Booster Energy Fluttermane and the Chi-Yu on the field, but a huge adjustment here from Eduardo. We are seeing the Raging Bolt. So we are used to seeing the Calyrex out here nasty plotting and trying to boost its attack. But we also have a throwback, the Calm Mind Raging Bolt here, which, while it is going to be weak to Moonblast from the Fluttermane and Icy Wind, if you can get some of those special defense boosts and special attack boosts, you're going to be okay.
You're going to be okay, because if Aurelian wants to utilize the pressure that Icy Wind plus the speed boost on the Booster Energy gives to that Fluttermane later on, once the Shadow Rider Calyrex makes an appearance, they're going to have to keep that Pokemon on the field. And that's going to be a very difficult task for them to do, knowing that Wood Hammer from the Rillaboom was more than enough to pick up that KO in the previous game.
Just like in game 2, a Terastallization has been forced out of the Rillaboom, and this time around Aurelian will be protecting the Fluttermane, trying not to take any damage. Also gets the protect out of Raging Bolt on turn 1, while Chi-Yu goes for an Overheat. Now it will be resisted, so Rillaboom takes minuscule damage relatively, but that's still, you know, that was a resisted Assault Vest boosted attack. And it still did about 30% of the damage. So that's a big chunk away from Rillaboom, and now Fluttermane and Raging Bolt have both used their protect.
They have, and the Chi-Yu has taken a special attack drop as well, which means it probably doesn't want to stay on the field. What can Aurelian switch in to try and take some damage here? Terapagos' Terra Shell certainly will help it live through this turn, but that's a huge thing to give up, knowing that it's one of the best Pokemon you have in this matchup overall.
Ooh, a Thunderclap comes out from Eduardo, connects on the Fluttermane, doubling up on priority, but it's not enough. Fluttermane survives with a sliver of hit points and fires back a big Moonblast. Raging Bolt goes down to about 30% of its own health here after the grassy terrain recovery, and the Fluttermane holding on for one more turn.
Terapagos, though, got on the field for free that turn because Eduardo used his priority moves to double target that Fluttermane, and it was not enough. Now this Raging Bolt is certainly within KO range from a Terra Starstorm, and given that the Rillaboom has Terastallized already, this seems like a great opportunity to go for a Stellaterra on your own Terapagos to start dealing big damage, and Eduardo actually sends in the Calyrex Shadow Rider to try and take damage for Rillaboom this turn.
Calyrex needs to do something here, and Eduardo needs to get damage out of that Pokemon, maybe hoping that Aurelian has been showing a non-terastallized Terra Starstorm the entire Game 1 and Game 2. Maybe he could take an immunity here, but no. Aurelian is terastallizing that Terapagos. The Stellar Terra has been activated, which means that Terapagos' Terra Starstorm is fully online. Aurelian is also protecting the Fluttermane for this turn, so no Thunderclap can come through on that Pokemon. Instead, it is just going to be the Calyrex switching in, and damage coming out from the Terapagos. Terra Starstorm hits both Pokemon, picks up the KO onto the Raging Bolt, and deals a critical hit on the Raging Bolt even, and a little bit over 50% to that Calyrex.
Terrapagos will not be able to protect itself as it is holding that Choice Specs item, which means that Eduardo has plenty of time to send in that Rillaboom, use Fake Outs to stop it from attacking, utilize an Astral Barrage to pick up a KO onto the Flutter Mane to get a Grim Nade boost and start that Calyrex's progression towards victory, towards that championship match tomorrow. But Terrapagos is still at full health. It still threatens a ton of damage when it is going to be able to attack. And Eduardo has to play very carefully here because Flutter Mane still has the threat of an Icy Wind. If you focus too much on that Terrapagos, a speed drop here on the Calyrex would allow the Chi-Yu to come back in and threaten big damage. So prioritizing the KO onto the Flutter Mane with Grassy Glide does mean that your Calyrex will be a little bit safer to go for a nasty plot, but that's not damage.
That's not damage. It's potential damage. It's future damage, but it's not damage right now. Aurelian has damage right now. Terra Starstorm will connect to both of these Pokemon, be super effective on the Rillaboom because it has Terrastalized and picks up the KO through the Assault Vest onto Rillaboom. That is going to be a little bit of health remaining on the Calyrex, and it did get that +2 boost from the Nasty Plot, and it needs to make something happen immediately.
Well, fortunately for this Calyrex, its best friend Smeargle with Wide Guard, or sorry, that's actually Urshifu with the Choice Scarf, is
Smeargle stayed home.
Final Pokemon for Eduardo. Urshifu does threaten to be faster than the opposing Pokemon on the field, but the Iron Hands has Fake Out. That wouldn't hit the Calyrex Shadow Rider anyways. There's nothing stopping Aurelian from picking up this KO.
It is just a couple of Terra Starstorms away before this Terrapagos takes Aurelian Sola to the finals of the North American International Championships. Big damage on Urshifu. It actually survives with 6 hit points. Will be able to actually deal a little bit of damage back. It will be faster than the Calyrex, so can, and actually the Terrapagos has already Terrastalized.
It has.
But it is, I don't know that this is enough damage. The fact that Astral Barrage cannot hit the Terrapagos, I don't think Eduardo has it.
It's a very tough call to make here because if you are Eduardo and the Shadow Rider Calyrex, you have to utilize Psyshock this turn. But Terrapagos is able to hold on through the close combat, and the Psyshock will target down the Iron Hands.
And that's a one-hit KO.
Terrapagos, the Pokemon from the most recent expansion to Scarlet and Violet, introducing us to this miraculous Stellar Terra type, will be able to connect with both Pokemon on Eduardo's side of the field for this knockout.
The stars come down, and the stars have aligned for Aurelian Sola to advance to the finals of the North American International Championships. Terrapagos putting in work. Eduardo took game 1 in extremely strong fashion, just like in our other top 4 match. But then Aurelian made the adjustments. The Flutter Mane and the Chi-Yu lead were exactly what they needed to put the pressure on Eduardo to force the Terrastalization out of the Rillaboom immediately, and then let that Terrapagos just start calling down the heavens.
Yeah, and it was such a tough endgame as well, because if you double into the Terrapagos with the Psyshock and the close combat, yes, you get the KO on that Pokemon, but then the Iron Hands is able to hit that Shadow Rider Calyrex for that little bit of damage remaining, and then you have 2-on-1 in a situation where you can only hit one Pokemon at a time.
Yeah.
So I think that it was great that Eduardo tried to find the opening attacking both Pokemon, as he would have needed, I think, double critical hits there in order to secure those KOs and force a 2-on-1 in his favor. But it just wasn't in the cards today.
Yeah, unfortunately for Eduardo, his tournament will stop here at the top 4 at the semifinals. There it is, the key Terrastalization from that Rillaboom that Aurelian forced out in both games 2 and games 3 to prevent Eduardo from being able to protect his other Pokemon. It was just the one Terrastalization, the one resisted hit from the Overheat was all Eduardo got out of that.
I know, and that was such a great play from the Chi Yu and from Aurelian as well, because you would think that taking those special attack drops early on in the game would just really hurt your potential moving forwards, but instead Aurelian finding the opportunity to switch it off the field and getting the Terapagos in without taking any damage was so critical to their approach in this game. It really came down to the wire, though, with all these Pokemon holding on with everything they had left. But ultimately, once again, we've seen this Choice Specs Terapagos triumph over these slower, bulkier teams to make its way into finals.
Absolutely, the Terapagos. Of course, you would expect the Terapagos to have a good matchup against the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and you can see exactly why in some of these in-games where Calyrex could not use its spread attack, the Astral Barrage, which it would love to just be clicking and picking up 2 KOs at a time. Instead, at best, it could pick up 1, targeting down the Iron Hands with that Psyshock, unable to target both Pokemon like you called out. Just an incredibly well-positioned game from Aurelian, and congratulations to them on making it to the finals.
Yeah, I'm sure all the Terapagos fans, though, out there watching, both in the crowd and at home, are excited to see this stellar turtle make its way into Championship Sundays tomorrow. I know that I'm really excited to see a showdown not just between Terapagos and Calyrex Ice Rider, but a showdown between EU and NA for this final international champion title of the year.
We will have Aurelian Sola from France up against Patrick Connors from the United States of America, and Florida in particular. Of course, both of these trainers had to go through this grueling top 8 bracket you see on your screen now. And before that, 6 rounds of Swiss competition today, and before that, 9 rounds of Swiss competition yesterday.
It's been a really long weekend,
It's been a very long weekend, but there is only one more match left in the Masters division for the video game championships this weekend.
Coincidentally, there's also one match left in the junior and senior division for the video game, one match left in the junior, seniors, and masters division in the trading card games, and as a bit of a curveball, there's actually a couple of matches left in Pokemon Go, as they only have one age division, so they just play through their finals tomorrow. But you're not going to want to miss any of that action, as we are starting at 9 a.m. Central Time tomorrow, bright and early, with our incredible Pokemon Go International Championships finals. And Evan, having had the pleasure of watching a few of these International Championship title matches in Pokemon Go, the crowd is absolutely unrivaled, especially given the fact that it's so early in the morning. They are there bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, ready to cheer on their champions, and then stick around in the hall for Community Day because we have great spawns here, and it's indoors, and it's air-conditioned.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Yeah, really, it's great synergy for the Pokemon Go crown, and you're not going to want to miss it as they crown their champion tomorrow as well.
And to make sure that you don't miss it, make sure you are following our channels on YouTube and Twitch so that you can make sure you're there for the entire day's worth of action. Pokemon Go, Pokemon trading cards, and the Pokemon video game championships, all crowning champions tomorrow morning into the afternoon. And everyone here has gone through a huge competition to make it to these finals, and this is the final event before the World Championships in Honolulu. So all of these players, they're putting it all out on the line. One last hurrah before the World Championships.
But we're not going to let them have that hurrah without giving out a couple of party favors for all y'all at home who've been watching this stream this weekend. If you have not already, you can redeem your own Porygon 2 that Nils Dunlop used to win the European International Championships just a couple of months ago with that Terra type, the flying terrestrialization, the Terra Blast that did so much damage with or without the terrestrialization, and one of our favorite Pokemon from VGC of all time.
We love a Porygon 2, and you can relive the European International Championships by downloading Nils Dunlop's Porygon 2. You could build a copy of the team if you wanted to.
Yeah, you could. Might have to wait for a different regulation to have Porygon 2 find its moment back in the spotlight. But as we saw on stream today, if you hold on to those event distributions, let's say a shiny Zamazenta perhaps, they're really cool to show off when you do have these big battles. And that's one of my favorite things. I mean, I've always been a bit of a a Pokemon collector, so being able to add more event Pokemon to my collection is always really exciting.
Well, speaking of collections and adding things to them, you can also add to your Pokemon TCG collection by following the instructions on your screen to access the special illustration rare Teal Mask Ogerpon EX in-game now.
I know Ogerpon has certainly been making a splash over in the trading card game. Maybe not the Teal Mask form per se, as it is still going to have that grass typing, but with one of the best artworks in the game and with an amazing ability to do damage as well, you will definitely want to add this card to your trading card game live collection.
Absolutely, it is a gorgeous card and one of the many goodies that you can get by watching our stream and by paying attention over the course of this weekend. The last one that we have for you today is for our friends at Pokemon Go, who will also be crowning their champion tomorrow. You can get Emmy Weedle's Altaria.
You can, and not only can you get Emmy Weedle's Altaria, which is one of the most consistently good Pokemon throughout the Go Battle League metagame, despite all of these seasonal rotations, you can also get a special research collection that awards Stardust and TMs as well. And if y'all are planning on going out for Community Day, even if it is just going out to your local large air-conditioned building with Pokestops in it, you will want to have this research, as it's the perfect opportunity to complete it alongside of catching a shiny Gumi or 2 or 3, as I hope to do tomorrow. So make sure you watch the Twitch stream with the Twitch drops enabled to pick that research up and go get your own Altaria.
Is it going to be Gumi Community Day tomorrow?
It is actually, yeah.
Oh no, that means when we're casting, I'm going to have to be like, Gabby, no more Gumi. We have to cast.
Hey, that's why I purchased a Pokemon Go Plus Plus, so I can still be professional behind the desk while I'm shiny hunting.
Perfect. Well, that is actually the best way I could possibly think to end our day here on Saturday in New Orleans. It has been an incredible 2 days of Pokemon so far, and I cannot wait to see who is going to be our champion tomorrow across all of the games and across all of the age divisions. Gabby, what are you most looking forward to tomorrow?
I am most looking forward to crowning our next international champion and celebrating this incredible Regulation G metagame as we then turn our sights to the World Championships. I also think I heard that there's going to be a really cool closing ceremony as well at the end of the day. Ooh. So you're going to want to tune into that if you want a sneak peek at next year's regional schedule.
Well, absolutely. Make sure that you are following the channel so that you can see everything that's going on tomorrow. We'll see you bright and early for Championship Sunday. Have a great night.